1. Chapter 1 Brother Kaido, a pair of green dragons asking for flower evaluation tickets. God avoids. The bottom of the sea is falling. Ace's divine front, engulfing the overlords' black thunder, splits the sky. Marine iron fist, smashing the earth with billowing hockey. A battle in the Valley of the Gods that completely changed the era, turned into a torrent of memory, emerged in Aaron's mind. I'm Aaron, Kaido's older brother. This is the Valley of the Gods. I see. I traveled to the world of One Piece 38 years ago. On an island filled with hockey and torn apart, Aaron stood there in a daze as if he had lost his soul. Under the scouring of a huge torrent of memory, he quickly figured out who he was and where he was. Crossed. Together with his younger brother Kaido, he became an intern at Rock's Pirate. Of course, this was before. At this time, the Valley of the Gods battle has just come to an end. Rocks, who had a group of top fighters, was jointly defeated by Garp and Roger. The world's strongest pirate group also announced their complete disbandment after the defeat of Rock's D.Zebek. Trouble. Both Kaido and I have ghost blood in our bodies. In the eyes of the world government, both of us are the experimental material of the meat and potatoes. After clarifying the status quo, Aaron's face changed suddenly, and his tone was slightly suffocated. In the past, they had the Rock's Pirate as shelter, and now even the rocks themselves have fallen. Looking at the sea, the only one you can rely on is yourself. Correct. And so much cuter. What to do? Even if I have an indestructible body like Kaido, even Kaido who ate fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon can only be captured by Marine again and again, and put on the test bench again and again. The first time was manipulated into different shapes by Vegapunk. Not to mention me. Maybe it's because of the blood of the Ghost Clan flowing in his body. Thinking that I will be like Kaido in the future and be used by Vegapunk for slice research. Aaron didn't feel any fear, only anger. Brother, Captain Rocks has been defeated. We can't keep this Valley of Gods anymore. We are both members of the Ghost Clan, and we are also interns of the Rocks Regiment. There are too many people staring at us on this island. I've already sensed that dozens of auras are approaching US. IT should be Marine. Just when Aaron was racking his brains, thinking about how not to be captured by Marine and how to avoid being researched by Vegapunk slices, a figure taller than a brown bear suddenly came into view. Not someone else. It's the cutest version of the youth version. It's really haunting. When Aaron heard this, a gloomy look flashed across his face, thinking that in the future he will live a life of being hunted down by people all over the world and put on the operating table for slicing. He was already furious, but now that Marine was like a hyena and his ghost was lingering, he became murderous. It's just a Marine. I can handle it alone. Brother, you eat it first. This is the devil fruit that Lin Lin gave me. I heard from her that it is the form of UU fruit, phantom beast, and blue dragon. With it, even if the Rock's Pirate is gone, we still have the capital to gain a foothold in New World. Just when Aaron was about to turn his head and face the Marine who was chasing after him, Kaido spread his fan-like palm and handed a devil fruit with dragon scales to Aaron. Fish fruit, phantasmal beast azure dragon form. Seeing this, Aaron's eyes flashed with heat. This is the top devil fruit. Although it is a phantom beast, it is a green dragon form that can control many natural disasters. Although Kaido keeps saying that devil fruit cannot dominate the world, only Haki can override everything. But he is very clear that Kaido can become the four emperors and become the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Everything is inseparable from the support of this phantom beast. No. Such a powerful phantom beast is placed in front of him. It can be said that it is within easy reach. Aaron was naturally tempted. But immediately, he forcibly suppressed the urge to eat the green dragon form. This is what Lin Lin gave you. Don't you want to eat it? Aaron looked over at Kaido. Is there a difference? It doesn't matter who we eat. This devil fruit was also looted by Lin Lin. After that, we will form a pirate group, so you can grab one for me. Kaido waved his hand, and without further ado, he stuffed the fish fruit into Aaron's hand. You. Aaron was shocked when he heard this. An indescribable warmth flowed through my body and mind. This is the Grand Line. They are pirates of the Rocks group who regard money as their life. Brothers turn against each other. Father and son kill each other for a treasure that is everywhere. Not to mention a phantom beast devil fruit. In the future, the Teach of the Whitebeard group next door will kill the brothers and sisters who have been together for decades for a dark fruit. However, Kaido clearly had desire and greed in his eyes, but he gave up the phantom beasts he got without hesitation. It is detected that the host has obtained the secret treasure of the sea, the fruit of the fish, the phantom beast, and the form of the blue dragon, and the download system starts to bind. Congratulations to host, the god-level download system has been successfully bound. Finally in place. Hearing the sudden system prompt, Eren was startled at first, and then beamed with joy. That's right. As a traverser, he still has to face this kind of hell opening. There is no reason why the system should not follow. System, what's your use? Eren took a slight breath and muttered inwardly. Host can directly download all the abilities of any member of his forces through this system. Sword skills, physical skills, hockey, devil fruit, and even special bloodlines, etc. can all be obtained through download. Once downloaded, it can be used without practice. After learning the function of the download system, Eren just felt elated. The current ability of the own plugin seems to be very simple, but it should not be underestimated. Just like devil fruit. Whether it is rubbish or the strongest depends entirely on the capable person himself. Especially the ability to download the system can help him solve the problem of having two brothers but only one azure dragon fruit. One green dragon is going to be caught, but what about the pair of green dragons? 100 beasts have two green dragons. Who can catch you and my brother to slice them? Marine can't do it, and the world government can't do it either. Eren looked at Kaido with burning eyes. My stupid little brother, although you are really cute and stupid, but I doubt we'll never let you make the same mistakes again. No one can capture you. No one can slice you up. No one can take your 4 emperors' name away. Not even Joey Boy. Eren secretly made up his mind. Just because Kaido handed over the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form just now, he decided that he would never let Kaido be sliced and studied again in this life. It will not be allowed to extract blood factors to create an artificial blue dragon form, which is cheap for Momonosuke. 2. Chapter 2 Download UU Fruit, Phantom Beast Azure Dragon Form. Ask for flower evaluation ticket. Kaido, I declare that, as of today, the Beast's pirates are formed. I am the captain, and you are the deputy captain. Eren looked directly into Kaido's eyes and said word by word, seems to be fueled by ambition. The moment the voice fell, a trembling breath spread out in all directions, wrapped in the will to stare at the world. Both belong to the Ghost Clan and are brothers. Like Kaido, he is born with the aptitude of a king. Whether it is conqueror's strength or control skills, they are not inferior to the future 4 emperors. 100 beasts. When Kaido saw his brother establish beast pirates, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Whether it's the blood of the Ghost Clan flowing in his body or the king's aptitude, it is destined that he is not a man who is willing to be mediocre. On this island where the rocks pirate crumbled, the founding of the beasts was announced majestically. Just what he wanted. Kaido, come with me and turn this world upside down. You and I join forces. Build a pirate group better than the rocks. As Eren said, he stretched out his hand towards Kaido. Does this still need to be said? We are ghosts. We were born to conquer everything with strength. Kaido grinned and burst out Conqueror's haki all over his body at the same time, reflecting each other with Eren's Conquerors, bursting out Conqueror's black thunder, shaking the sky. The king must not bow his head. Only brotherhood. But let this future beast, the future blue dragon, willingly submit to Eren. Speaking of strength, Kaido, I don't think I can eat this fish fruit. After all, I've eaten devil fruit. Eren glanced at the fish fruit in his hand and said, What? When Kaido heard this, his face changed suddenly. Knowing that his brother had eaten devil fruit, his first reaction was not joy and rejoicing, but anger and worry. One person can only eat one devil fruit. Even the Ghost Clan with the indestructible physique of King Kong is no exception. At this moment, he was very worried. Afraid that Eren ate a rubbish devil fruit not only did not improve his strength, but added many weaknesses. Snap. At the moment when Kaido was in a state of turmoil and exclaimed, Eren suddenly reached out and stuffed the fruit into his mouth. Vomit. Once the fruit is in the mouth, the pungent, bitter, disgusting taste immediately fill the mouth and nose. A tinge of lividness appeared on Kaido's face. You didn't eat devil fruit at all. After retching a few times, Kaido came to his senses. If my eldest brother ate devil fruit, there is no need to use this method to stuff the fish fruit into his mouth. It is clear. The purpose of doing this is to let myself eat the fish fruit. My stupid brother. Like you said, this fish fruit, what's the difference between you and me? Eren smiled, then ignored Kaido, who was aggrieved and regretful, and focused on the system's proposal. Detecting the sub-captain under his command, Kaido ate the devil fruit, satisfying the download conditions. Would you like to download fish fruit, phantasmal beast, azure dragon form? Download? Eren muttered silently. Start downloading devil fruit. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded UU fruit, phantom beast, blue dragon form. As the system prompts sounded one after another, Eren immediately found an innate power in his body. It can be used with just one thought. It's like eating and drinking water. Found it, and in turn from the beast pirates. Ghost brothers. Eren and Kaido. Just as Eren was getting familiar with the fruit ability he had just acquired, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. He looked back. Dozens of Marines with long knives on their waists and rifles in their hands, under the command of 2 officers in justice coats, hurriedly chased after Kaido and himself. Nishimu Rear Admiral, Shire Rear Admiral, we have encountered 2 big fish this time. The Ghost Clan brothers are pirates that the government wants to take down by name. Marshal Kong also personally promised that whoever can capture any of the Ghost brothers in this Valley of the Gods will be promoted by 3 ranks at the lieutenant rank, 2 or 2 ranks at the school rank, and even Commodore and Rear Admiral level 1. A Marine said excitedly to the leader of the team. Fire. Shimu and Shire looked at each other and both saw heat in each other's eyes. After the soldiers under their command lined up, they did not hesitate and immediately ordered to fire. It was as if he was afraid of being robbed of credit by other colleagues. Court death. Being set up by Eren, Kaido, who was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent his anger, saw that Marine in front of him regarded their brothers as his military exploits and immediately twisted a bloodline Madara's mace in anger, like a tank. Surrounded by fierce winds, it killed Marine behind him. Shot. Seeing this, a group of Marines who had already been ready to go immediately raised their guns and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of bullets weaved into a scorching bullet net, engulfing Kaido. Clang, clang, clang. However, when the bullet touched his body, it was like hitting a human-shaped sea stone. Except for a few sparks, it bounced off. Monster. He's not afraid of bullets. Are the Pirates of the Rocks group monsters? Even trainees are invulnerable. Watching Kaido charge into the battle, ignoring the hail of bullets, Marine who opened fire all looked terrified. They are not the first half of the Grand Line, and the Marine of the world. As a member of Garp's expedition to the Valley of the God of War, even ordinary sailors can master armament hockey. The bullets fired just now. They all entangled armament hockey, but they couldn't even break Kaido's skin. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido dashed forward to Marine, and after seeing the fear on their faces, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he swung the mace in his hand, wrapped around armament hockey, and thundered 8 trigrams at the beginning. Boom. Swipe with a stick, and you will die if you touch it. Even if the Marine who was closer was not hit head-on by the mace, he swung the club, and the shockwave released by him still smashed the nearby Marine to the point of bleeding and flew backwards. Just one hit. The army formed by dozens of Marines was torn apart by Kaido's stick. Kill Kaido first. Shimu and Shire took a step back and stabilized their bodies. As the rear admiral of the headquarters, the two will naturally not be defeated by Kaido's aftermath. After all, he is not yet the 4 emperors who will rule the sea in the future. I just ate the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. Armor color only coils and hardens. As for conquerors, they can't even entangle. 3. Chapter 3, Azure Dragon. There are 2. 1 sword-style cloud piercer. Finger pistol. Between lightning and fire. Shimu, Seal stomped his feet on the ground and rushed to Kaido like an arrow, leaving the string. 1 person wraps his index finger around his armed color and stabs with lightning, like a bullet out of a chamber. 1 person uses an armed color-hardened saber, and the blade strikes directly, like a white rainbow, penetrating the sun. Straight to Kaido's heart and lungs. Successful. Shimu and Shire murmured. They seemed to see the rank of Vice Admiral waving to them, and their tone was full of excitement. Kaido grinned grimly. Facing the attacks of the 2, he actually stood in place, neither dodging nor dodging. Let the attacks of the two hit him. 2 against 1, don't blame us for being mean. Who made you rocks pirate monsters, every single one of you? With the implementation of the blade and finger pistol, the expressions of ecstasy on the faces of Shimu and Shire intensified. But in the next second, the joy on their faces froze. Who cares about 1 or 2 ants? I saw Kaido lowered his head slowly, with a grin on his face. After receiving the attacks from the 2 of them head-on, apart from his feet sinking slightly and making 2 footprints on the ground, he didn't even shake his body, not to mention being injured. Like a big mountain. Stand still. What? Charles's expression changed drastically. Is it completely useless? Shimu looked around and saw that Kaido's chest was unharmed and couldn't help but take a breath. You just said that you met 2 big fish, right? That's right, it's indeed a big fish. Then come and grab it. Kaido's violet eyes flashed a scarlet glow. Immediately, a hurricane equals earth coiling. Then, his body, which was already taller than a bull elephant, actually climbed steadily. The first raw dragon horn, wearing dragon scales, body length 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, under the dull eyes of Shimu and Shire, Kaido soared into the sky, transformed from a human figure into a green dragon with haki and might, entrenched in the sky, and looked down on the 2 of them. Zoan, and it's even rarer than Logia, azure dragon form, looking at the green dragon in front of him. Shimu and Shire's faces were pale, and their bodies could not help but tremble. After transforming, even if Kaido is only entrenched in the sky at will, the huge dragon body and the rolling oppression that is naturally exuded still make them unable to have the desire to fight. Can't win. Just the breath makes people unable to resist the idea. Damn it, what do CPs eat? Didn't they say that ghost brothers are not capable? The 2 rear admirals looked at each other, and they both saw horror in each other's eyes, but when they glanced at Eren in front of them from the corner of their eyes, they were already timid, and the 2 who were about to escape must be sure. We picked the wrong guy. He should be chosen. Kaido is a Phantom Beast ability user. Eren can't be also a Top Fruit ability user. Same as Rear Admiral. Shimu and Shire exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's thoughts. You just said 2 against 1, right? Don't worry, I won't call you mean. After all, the big fish you are facing are 2. Just when the 2 Rear Admirals wanted to repeat their tricks and besiege Eren just like they raided Kaido just now. But he looked at the 2 with a half smile and then walked forward. Good chance. Seeing Eren approaching him, Shimu's hand holding the knife suddenly tightened. But before he could draw the knife, Eren had spread his hands, shaking his head as he walked. Then, similar in shape to Kaido, but his proportions tend to be streamlined, his body suddenly swelled. It has horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like a cow. In an instant, Eren has transformed himself from a human figure into a 100-meter-long blue dragon that exudes haki, stepping on the flame cloud and heading straight into the sky. At last, he stopped beside Kaido. 2 dragons stand side by side, overlooking the earth. The vast dragon's power, like a real coercion, spread with overwhelming momentum. Qing Long, are there 2? Impossible. Grand Line doesn't have 2 identical devil fruits. How could there be 2 blue dragons suddenly? Looking at the Ghost Brothers. Looking at a pair of green dragons. Whether it's Shire or Shimu, both of them were frightened and their faces turned ashen. I thought that the raid on Kaido would take down one of the Ghost Brothers first. In the end, a Qinglong dragon at the top of the Phantom Beast was surprised. Immediately afterwards, the target was changed, and Eren, who seemed to be a soft persimmon, was pinched. Result. Another blue dragon appeared in surprise. Facing the situation where the 2 dragons stood side by side, the 2 of them froze and their minds went blank. Brother, what's the matter with you? Not to mention the 2 rear admirals. Even Kaido, that mighty dragon face, has a dumbfounded expression at the moment. Before, Eren made a move, and when he ate the fish fruit, Phantom Beast species, and blue dragon form, he still regretted it. After all, Phantom Beasts like the blue dragon form are so precious. Charlotte Lin has only gotten one after sailing the sea for many years. Where is it so easy to find a second Phantom Beast? Never thought about it. Just when he was about to take Westwood, Shire, and other Marines to vent his anger at accidentally eating Phantom Beasts, Eren suddenly mutated. It also became a phantom beast that surpassed the top of the Zoan. Dragon form. Stupid brother, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Didn't you just say that? I ate devil fruit, believe me now? Eren turned the faucet and looked at Kaido's unpredictable and wonderful expression with a smile. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed that Kaido, with his green dragon face, could have an expression as vivid as Sichuan's face-changing face? Kaido opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word in the end. That hesitant look. That dragon's mouth called Zero. Eren couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. Withdraw. Seeing the Ghost Clan brothers. No, it was the Qinglong brothers who chatted like no one else, without paying attention to themselves and others. Although Shimu, Shire, and other Marines were angry, they felt a little bit of joy. Taking advantage of Eren and Kaido's gossip, they didn't pay attention to themselves at all, and without hesitation, they pulled back and flew back, rushing away like an arrow leaving the string. As for the subordinates, feel sorry. Marine is not the Whitebeard pirates. The boss does not have the habit of cutting off subordinates. Westwood Rear Admiral and Shire Rear Admiral withdrawn. Run! We can't be the opponents of the two green dragons. As soon as the boss of Rear Admiral withdrew, the sailors who form an army formation before were scattered by Kaido's stick were scattered like birds and beasts. There are two big fish here. Aren't you catching fish? Marine. Out of the corner of Eren's eyes, he looked at the fleeing Marine, and a hint of mockery appeared on the majestic dragon face. Shave. Hear his cold mocking voice. The rear admirals who rushed to the forefront ran faster. It's like a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had rushed hundreds of meters away. 4. Chapter 4 Double Heat. Burning mountains and boiling seas, asking for evaluation tickets for flowers. Want to run. Seeing this, Kaido was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Eren. Let them run 1,000 meters first, Eren said unhurriedly, and then he didn't go after him, but slowly opened the huge dragon's mouth, revealing 2 rows of dragon teeth glowing with coldness. Chi. Bursts of dazzling flames chased him up from the dragon's mouth, mixed with blazing high temperature, and immediately boiled the surrounding air into ripples visible to the naked eye. It's not a fake, but a real green dragon form. Kaido noticed this scene, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes, which immediately turned into ecstasy. Although I don't know how Eren got the blue dragon form, but nothing excites him more than a pair of blue dragons. Kaido. At this moment, Eren looked towards Kaido. Brother, it seems that your understanding of the form of the green dragon is better than mine. When Kaido heard this, he immediately understood. He imitated Eren on the spot, opened the dragon's mouth, and condensed the blazing fire. Both are in the form of Qinglong. Eren would, of course he would. It's just that he just took the blue dragon form, and he still doesn't know much about this phantom beast. He is far inferior to Eren, who has seen Mr. Guy in his peak period, and knows almost everything about the blue dragon form. Otherwise, how can I be your brother? Eren asked back, and then the dragon eyes looked down at the ground, seeing that 2 Marine rear admirals had fled 1,000 meters away. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Hot interest. He opened his mouth to spit out, and the blazing fire that had already gathered in the dragon's mouth suddenly turned into a majestic heat, like a pillar of magma fire, engulfed in the energy of burning everything, and the impact force penetrating the mountain, piercing through the air. Hot interest. At the same time, Kaido does the same. While he was opening his mouth, a hot breath that was also surrounded by blazing high temperature gushed out, following Eren's hot breath. Just a few seconds. 2 terrifying dragon breaths, like burning stars piercing the sky, caught up with Marine, who fled 1,000 meters away. Can they attack us from a distance of 1 kilometer? Shire and Shimu felt the appalling high temperature coming from behind. When the 2 looked back, their faces turned pale with fright. But after all, the 2 are the rear admiral of the headquarters. Facing the pillar of heat and fire that pierced the sky, although despair had sprouted in their hearts, they still did not choose to sit and wait for death, but drew their swords together and flew up. One-shot style, draw the sword and chop. One-knife style, IAI. As the saber light bloomed, 2 slashing waves flew out through the air and slashed directly on the oncoming torrent of heat. Bang. When the heat and the slashing wave collided, the blazing flame and powerful impact instantly extinguished the cold blade light and burned the sharp slashing wave. Then, under the desperate, powerless, and unwilling roars of the 2 rear admirals, The two streams of heat converged on each other, burning them to death with their knives. Chi. Not only that, after destroying the two rear admirals, the heat was still not satisfied, but turned into a fiery sea of flames, spreading in all directions, engulfing and burning the fleeing Marines along the way. After the burning heat gradually cools down, a hill that originally rose from the ground was directly wiped out. The remaining land turned into scorched earth. The sea current that divided the shattered Valley of the Gods into countless island fragments emitted hot steam and bubbles, as if cooked. A green dragon can burn down the mountain with its hot breath. At this time, the two dragons stand side by side and release heat together, which can burn mountains and seas and stop rivers from flowing. Marine. World government. If you want to capture our brother, then try it. One hit destroys the incoming Marine. Eren only felt that since the time travel, the annoyance, aggrieved, and anger caused by the possibility of being arrested by Marine at any time in the future, and the Vegapunk Slice Research Institute all spewed out along with the heat just now. At this time, the only thing left in his heart is Haki, who is fearless. Whether it's Marine, pirates, or world government, I'm waiting for you. Under the pressure of Haki full of heart, Eren, who was entrenched in the sky, roared involuntarily. Hold head high. The high-pitched dragon chant turned into rolling sound waves, radiating the entire Valley of Gods, as if even the sky was shaken. Hold head high. Feel the contemptuous and unruly Haki in the dragon chant. Kaido only felt that the blood of the dragon was boiling all over his body, and he also uttered a dragon chant that resounded across the island, not to be outdone. This voice, a feeling that makes all beasts tremble. It's a dragon, the distant sky. Charlotte Lin held a knife in one hand, stepped on Thundercloud Zeus, and couldn't help turning her head to look at the source of the dragon's roar. Well, have you eaten yet? The ability to acquire the blue dragon form just now has such a sense of oppression. I really didn't misread you, Kaido. Huh. Wait, why are there two dragon chants? A smile flashed across Charlotte Lin's eyes, but immediately she noticed something was wrong. Dragon chants sounded one after another. And it sounds obviously different. Not only are the voices different, but even the breath is completely different. The former is surrounded by Haki, who looks down on the world. The latter is surrounded by an arrogance that looks down on the sea. This breath, it's Eren. Isn't it just Kaido? He's also a blue dragon? A pair of green dragons. Think here. Charlotte Lin's expression is very wonderful. Although she didn't know what was going on, but her intuition told her that this brother of the Ghost Clan, this pair of green dragons, couldn't do without the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form she gave. Are there two dragons standing side by side, in a huge deep pit like a basin? Garp tore off his blood-stained shirt and looked up at the sky. Even though the night was shrouded in darkness, he could still see the two green dragons entrenched in the clouds with his scarlet eyes. Is this the new era? Roger stuck the ace on the ground, looked at the sky, and landed on Eren and Kaido. He has a feeling. The downfall of rocks is not the end of an era, but a change. Next, are kings vying for the throne? Goo la 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 la. Can't wait to be king. A boat floating on the sea. Whitebeard held Song Yunxia with one hand. His eyes pierced the night like torches and looked directly at the ghost brothers. Jia ha 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 ha. The intern seems to have grown up too. Eren, Kaido. Shiki soared into the sky, laughing wildly, like a lion swallowing the sea, responding to brother Qinglong. What happened? Qinglong. And there are still two. Isn't the fish fruit, the phantom beast species, and the blue dragon form in Charlotte Lin's hands? He actually gave it to the Ghost Clan brothers, and also created two green dragons? Damn it. Trouble. Coincidentally, as Rox was terminated by Roger and Garp, the kings scattered all over the Valley of the Gods looked at Eren and Kaido one after another. As a member of the Rox Pirate, whether it is the cadres like Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, or the official crew members like Silveraxe, Achaku, John, without exception, they will all be the kings of the sea in the future. Naturally, the existence of Eren and Kaido can be sensed. Facing the Qinglong brothers, most of the kings looked gloomy. Now that the Rox Pirate has disbanded, there's only so much New World territory. No one wants to see the Qinglong brothers grow bigger. 5. Chapter 5 download again, and the color of knowledge soars asking for flower evaluation tickets. Mr. Sengoku, we made sure. The Marine team led by Westwood Rear Admiral and Charles Rear Admiral was completely annihilated at the hands of Brother Aaron on the deck of the demon-slaying warship. A Marine Commodore rushed up to Sengoku and reported to work solemnly. It really is them. Sengoku didn't have much surprise on his face when he heard that. I thought that after the end of the rocks, the sea would usher in an unprecedented peace. Now it seems the defeat of the rocks is equivalent to unlocking the unlocking that binds these kings. Zephyr's eyes flashed red. Observation hockey spread out, covering the Valley of the Gods. He could sense that this island was filled with too many powerful auras. Even with Garp, with Sengoku with him, and with Crane, still not daring to start a war rashly. The person who notified CP. I want to know all the information about the Ghost Clan brothers. Focus on Aaron. Sengoku pondered for a moment, then gave his order. Whether it is intuition or the Buddha's brain is telling him. Ghost brothers. A pair of green dragons. This incredible epic feat is inseparable from Aaron. Sengoku, let me go. Roger, Newgate, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, these big pirates have become popular, especially Jewel D. Roger. Only Brother Aaron is the youngest, and he is just showing his talents at the moment. If I join a battle, he should be able to arrest him. Zephyr suddenly suggested. It is unrealistic to wipe out the remnants of the rocks and the Roger pirates. But if you catch 1 or 2 pirates and hunt them down, Marine can still do it. 2 green dragons are not so easy to deal with. The most urgent task is to transfer the celestial dragons on board to the Holy Land. Don't forget the Rocks pirate is disbanded, but these remnants are still there. You don't think they will let the celestial dragons go? Sengoku shook his head. Of course, he wanted to catch Brother Aaron, but whether it was a pair of green dragons or the complicated situation of the Valley of Gods, he didn't dare to act rashly. Are you just letting them go? You saw it too. This is a pair of green dragons. If we don't suppress them, once these 2 brothers grow up, even Newgate, Shiki, and others may not be as scary as the Ghost brothers. Zephyr glanced at the warship deck, the group of ashen-faced and trembling world nobles. As a Marine, he's more interested in capturing the remnants of the Rocks pirate than in escorting the celestial dragons. This is an order from Lord Five Elders. As for Brother Aaron, Zephyr, you don't think we Marines are the only ones after the Rocks pirate, do you? Sengoku said in a deep voice. Why doesn't he want to pursue the remnants of the rocks fiercely? But the military order is like a mountain, and he is just the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Although, like Zephyr, behind Vice Admiral's military rank, there are still a series of Admiral alternate titles, but facing Five Elders' orders, he can only execute them unconditionally. Not to mention, he alone, and not absolutely sure, will deliver the celestial dragons to Mariawa intact. You mean? Zephyr's heart moved when he heard this. The New World is not the only pirate group with rocks. Let those pirates try Brother Aaron's depth for us and see how deep the water of this pair of green dragons is. Isn't it good? Zephyr. Sengoku looked around a new world under the night and said meaningfully, I see. Although Zephyr was unwilling, he was relieved a lot. At least, it is not easy for the remnants of the rocks to leave the sea area of the Valley of the Gods. Escort the celestial dragons first. See, Zephyr no longer pleased post-war. Sengoku immediately ordered his men to set sail and transport the world nobles on the warship to the Holy Land of Mariawa. The other side. With a quick breath, 2 rear admirals and dozens of elite marine queens were killed. Aaron swooped down from the sea of clouds. The moment it landed, it already changed from the 100-meter-long blue dragon beast form to the human form. The Valley of the Gods is about to sink. Kaido, we should go too. Aaron first glanced at the land of the Valley of the Gods that was torn apart and gradually sinking, and then turned to face Kaido, who landed beside him and also returned to human form. Lin left us a boat. Kaido nodded and walked ahead. System, I already have Conqueror's Haki, and I also have the blood of the ghost race and the indestructible physique of King Kong. Can I still download Kaido's abilities? Aaron looked at Kaido's back, and his heart moved slightly. He wanted to know the limit of the download system's capabilities. It is detected that Kaido is a member of Host's forces, and all of its abilities can be downloaded. As the download system suggested sounded, Aaron immediately noticed that a character panel appeared above Kaido's head. Name Kaido. Faction, Beast Pirates. Position, Deputy Captain. Race, Ghost Race, downloadable. Physique, King Kong is not bad, downloadable. Devil Fruit, UU Fruit, Phantom Beast Azure Dragon Form, downloaded. Ability, Thunder 8 Trigrams, downloadable. Hockey Intermediate Observation Hockey, downloadable. Intermediate Armament Hockey, downloadable. Intermediate Conquerors Hockey, downloadable. Informative Color, Armed Color, Conquerors. This Conquerors Hockey, I have both, but I can't download it. I don't know if it is Conquerors Hockey that has the same strength as Kaido after downloading, or the combination of the two. After taking a panoramic view of Kaido's character panel, Eren thought to himself, he is very clear that there are nothing more than two factors that determine the power of Hockey. One is the use skills of own Hockey. One is the mass strength of Hockey itself. Through memory, he knows that he has played against Kaido a lot in the past. Whether it's Conqueror's Hockey skills or strength, the two brothers are similar, which makes him curious. What'll happen if I download Kaido's Conqueror's Hockey while owning Conqueror's Hockey? System, download Kaido's Observation Hockey. After making a decision in his mind, Eren immediately contacted the system. Start downloading Observation Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the Intermediate Observation Hockey. The system proposal sound just fell. Eren's eyes were already glowing. Obviously, he can't wait to activate Observation Hockey. The range of knowledge color perception has become larger. Perception of the strength of biological breath, emotions, and changes in thinking are all clearer and more intuitive. Whether it is the perception range or the perception ability, it has been improved in all aspects. With the rollout of Observation Hockey, Eren immediately found that after downloading Kaido's Observation Hockey, his own Observation Hockey also increased considerably. Although it is impossible to predict the future, the perception ability has been greatly improved. Take the range of perception as an example. Before downloading Kaido's Observation Hockey, his perception range was 3 kilometers. After downloading Kaido's Observation Hockey, his perception range skyrocketed to 6 kilometers. 6. Chapter 6 Crazy Downloads. Nabawang Hero, hundreds of beasts and great achievements, seeking flower evaluation tickets. System, download Kaido's Conquerors and Armed Colors. After learning to download Kaido's knowledge, my own knowledge and knowledge immediately improved significantly, just like 1 + 1. Eren didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately let the system download Kaido's Conquerors and Armed Colors. Start downloading Conquerors Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the Intermediate Conquerors Hockey. The system's notification sound just fell. Eren immediately felt that his Conqueror's Hockey, which could not be improved through practice, had skyrocketed by a large amount. Whether it's Conqueror's control skills or strength, everything has been improved. Start downloading Armament Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Intermediate Armament Hockey. Eren opened his hands, and as his thoughts turned, the Armament Hockey in his body rushed to his palms like a flowing tide. Playing. With Armament Hockey covered, his hands were immediately covered with a layer of black iron luster, visible to the naked eye. Like a pair of steel palms. Exudes an indestructible breath. It's the same as the color of knowledge. Downloading Kaido's Conqueror's Hockey doubles the strength of Conquerors. Although the armed color has not mastered the skills of using external release and internal destruction, its strength has also doubled. Feeling the soaring Conqueror's Hockey in his body, the corners of Eren's lips raised slightly, outlining a contemptuous arc. This moment, a flame called ambition blazed in his heart, prompting him to have an idea. The hero of Nabawang, the great cause of hundreds of beasts. He wants to build an unprecedentedly powerful beast pirates, and then download the abilities of all the crew members under his command one by one. It combines the abilities of the King of the Sea and the hero of the world in one body. Downloads are king. Call. Pirates need to be subdued one by one, and abilities need to be downloaded one by one. The most urgent thing is to download all the abilities of my stupid brother first. Eren took a deep breath, suppressing his inner ambition. He has not forgotten that Kaido still has the ability for him to download. System, download Kaido's Ghost Bloodline, King Kong's Indestructible Physique, and Thunder 8 Trigrams. Eren immediately contacted the system, continued to download Kaido's abilities. Except for the Thunder 8 trigrams, he has all of them, whether it is the blood of the ghost race or the indestructible physique of the King Kong. However, after downloading Conqueror's Haki, his own Conqueror's Haki has been significantly improved. He is looking forward to the improvement that downloading Kaido's ghost blood and King Kong's indestructible physique can bring to himself. Start downloading the blood of the ghost race. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to the host. Successfully downloaded the blood of the Ghost Clan. Start downloading King Kong's indestructible physique. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded King Kong immortal physique. Start downloading Thunder 8 trigrams. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Thunder 8 trigrams. As the system prompt fell, Aaron's footsteps suddenly stopped. Brother, what's the matter? Kaido, who was walking ahead, stopped when he heard the footsteps behind him and couldn't help turning his head to look. His pupils constricted suddenly. He saw a crimson light visible to the naked eye glowing all over Aaron's body. Look from a distance. It seemed to be wrapped in a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, Kaido just wanted to get closer and immediately felt an unprecedented oppression surging from Aaron. Nothing about Haki. Nothing about strength. It was a sense of oppression originating from the blood. It's like an ordinary giant facing the devil Berserkeras. At this time, he felt this oppression in Aaron's body. Brother, are you okay? Kaido was breathing heavily and stared at Aaron in shock. Fine. I am fine. It's never been better than it is now. Hearing this, Aaron looked towards Kaido. As soon as their eyes met in midair, they had never been afraid of Kaido, and they felt a chill in their hearts. A strong throbbing invaded the whole body. Let him be terrified. What's going on? The green dragon form just now still has this shuddering sense of oppression. Compared to before, he is a completely different person. Kaido stared at Aaron closely, and a storm surged in his heart. Past. Whether it was in the Warka Kingdom or in the Rocks Pirate, the two had a lot of competition, and their strengths were also comparable. And now, he has a feeling that the closeness between brothers has become a thing of the past. Aaron in front of him, just face to face, gave him a feeling of being crushed in all directions. Haki, body, blood, all around rolling. Don't be in a daze. If you don't leave, the Valley of the Gods will sink. Just when Kaido was in a daze, Aaron put his hand on his shoulder. Good. Kaido's body tensed, and suddenly he felt a coolness coming from his back. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to wipe it, only to realize it. It was just a brief eye contact with Aaron just now, and he was already sweating profusely. Racial oppression? This is the change after downloading Kaido's ghost bloodline. I just don't know how much stronger my body is after downloading Kaido's King Kong indestructible physique. Aaron withdrew his palm, and after sweeping his eyes over Kaido, he realized something in his heart. He is very clear. In Grand Line, the gap between people is sometimes even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Same. The gap between ghosts and ghosts can also be compared to the gap between humans and dogs. After Aaron downloaded Kaido's ghost blood, the innate aptitude and talent brought by the blood of the Ghost Clan, as well as strength, speed, blood thickness, etc., he is far above Kaido. Like between Kaido and Yamato. Both belong to the Ghost Clan, and they are still father and daughter, but their physique, strength, and talent are completely different. Brother, I feel like you have become stronger. Just when the two were not far from the pirate ship, Kaido stopped suddenly, looked at Aaron's back and said, "You can say that." After hearing this, Aaron admitted frankly. In terms of mutual relationship, whether it is concealment or pretending to be humble, this is an insult. Oh, blah, 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 blah. That's right. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we became interns at Rocks Pirate. Haven't we played against each other? Exactly, you are Qinglong. I'm also Qinglong. You are a Ghost Clan. And I'm also a Ghost Clan, so let's just practice. Kaido smiled instead of anger when he heard this. Is it here? Aaron turned around and glanced across the torn Valley of the Gods. He knows. Kaido suddenly invited him to fight, not because he was unwilling to be subordinated, but because of the warlike ghost blood in his body. In fact, from childhood to adulthood, whenever he has grown, Kaido will always find himself in such a fight. Chapter 7 Kaido, such a Haki, I approve of you asking for flower evaluation votes. Why not? Kaido grinned, his eyes flashed, and he transformed first. As the son of the Ghost Clan, he was born with warlike blood, coupled with a moody personality, and the influence of the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. As long as he has the fighting spirit, even if it is naval headquarters, he dares to break through alone. At this time, realizing that Eren might be stronger than himself, the dragon's blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. Whizzing, the wind follows the tiger, and the cloud follows the dragon. When Kaido had the idea of transforming into a green dragon, the sky in the Valley of the Gods suddenly became violently windy and filled with dark clouds. Bang! With a deafening roar of thunder, a purple thunder split the night, fell from the sky, and landed on him. Under the shower of thunder, Kaido's body size soared to 10 meters instantly. Then, with dragon horns on its head, dragon scales on its body, and a long tail on its back, it exudes a chilling aura. Look from a distance, like a demon god on earth who came out of mythology. It is in the form of a green dragon and a beast. Also, since you want to have a double dragon meeting, then let me try it as a brother. It won't be long anyway. Seeing Kaido transform into a dragon beast form, the same as the son of the Ghost Clan, Eren's warlike heart was also stirred. Come on, dragon to dragon. Eren laughed out loud and waved his arms. The sky seems to be summoned by him, and nature seems to be dominated by him. Just after returning to the peaceful night, he was once again split by a purple thunder, and then enveloped his whole body, bathed in rolling thunder. Like Kaido, he also transformed into a dragon beast. Bang! As the two dragons stood side by side, two strands of Conqueror's Haki, like a torrent of floodgates, surged out from the bodies of the two dragon figures at the same time, raging towards each other with overwhelming momentum. Look from a distance. Eren and Kaido's Conqueror's Haki are like two dangerous peaks rising from the ground. Driven by the will of the two, they collided fiercely together with a daunting oppression. Boom. There was a loud bang. Dozens of black and red lightning bolts soar into the sky immediately, like a black and red power grid, tearing the night of the Valley of Gods to pieces. At this time, the vast sky, like a piece of black paper that has been cut open, it makes people shudder. Bang, bang, bang. As the conflict between the two conquerors continued to escalate, one powerful shock wave after another, like the tide of the sea, rolled up huge waves of earth and rocks and swept them in all directions. The land of the Valley of the Gods, which was already on the verge of falling, shook violently, and the speed of sinking was accelerated again. Thankfully, the conquerors' conflict didn't last too long. After a brief stalemate, one of the conquerors' Haki, like a defeated army, retreated in Kaido's direction. Seeing the conquerors collide is inferior to each other. He was even crushed by Eren's mountain-like conquerors. Although Kaido was oppressed to the point of suffocation, and his mind was like a mountain, he was completely unafraid. The maniacal laughter that resounded through the sky revealed his insolent fighting spirit. Playing. I saw him crushing Eren's conqueror's Haki on his shoulders, holding the mace in one hand and raising it towards the sky, like a god of war who never surrenders. Bang. The thundercloud entrenched in the sky seemed to sense the call of his will and immediately responded, sending down a huge purple thunder light, which lingered on the mace. Immediately afterwards, Kaido stomped the ground hard, and the ground in a radius of 10 meters was cracked inch by inch, being trampled into grains. He leapt out like a cannonball, surrounded by air waves visible to the naked eye, and dashed towards Eren. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido roared upwards. Armament Haki spewed out from his palm, wrapped around the mace together with a purple lightning, and then smashed towards Eren's face with lightning speed. Boom. Just when Kaido thought he was about to succeed in this blow, a dragon claw suddenly protruded out, as fast as lightning, and grabbed the mace. Chi. Palms collide. A Haki impact mixed with lightning, like a hurricane passing through, shattered the land with a radius of 100 meters like a biscuit, and then rolled up flying sand and rocks, spreading in all directions. Wait until the smoke clears. Under Kaido's unbelievable eyes, his mace wrapped around purple lightning and armament Haki has been caught by Eren with his bare hands, and he stopped in front of him together with the dragon and the stick. After he transformed, he struck with all his strength, except for the air waves and dust that shattered the ground under Eren's feet and did not cause any damage. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Kaido's eyes widened, and the dragon's face changed with horror. It's not that he didn't perceive Aaron's strength, but he didn't expect the gap between them to be so huge. Kaido see clearly. That's Thunder 8 trigrams. Aaron grabbed Kaido's wrist, holding the mace with one hand. The other hand clenched the mace and pulled hard. Once the majestic and overwhelming force broke out, Kaido's mace was forcibly pulled out of his hand, and then held in his hand. The powerful armed color turned into a red streamer, and the mace was plated with purple lightning layer purple-red electric light. Immediately afterwards, Aaron's right hand flew across the air, and with a backhand, he directly hit Kaido's face, who had nowhere to dodge because he was holding his wrist. Can't hide. Kaido wanted to break free from the shackles of Aaron's palm, but he felt that the 5 fingers of his wrist that Aaron was holding were like a mountain of 5 fingers, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it at all. Then lousy won't hide. If you can pick me up Thunder 8 trigrams empty-handed, so can I. Think of Aaron one-handed jacking off his thundering 8 trigrams. The strong side in Kaido's heart was also aroused. He simply stopped struggling, and the purple lightning in Aaron's hand went straight to his own door. There was a loud bang. Kaido only felt that his eyes were dark, and his mind was spinning. Immediately afterwards, his whole body was stiff, and after convulsing for a while on the spot, he flew upside down like a cannonball and slammed down hard on the ground 100 meters away. Boom. With the flying of earth and rocks, a huge crater suddenly burst out on the ground. The same goes for Thunder 8 trigrams. Aaron took it with one hand and scathed. Kaido, however, was blown away with stars, flying 100 meters away and lying on the bottom of the deep pit. It took quite a while before he woke up from the intense dizziness and pain. Not just power, even Haki is above me. Kaido stretched his limbs, lying on the bottom of the pit, feeling the pain coming from the front door. His eyes flashed with shock. Although he only fought for 1 round, he already felt the gap between himself and Aaron. The tyrannical force that can stop his mace. A tough physique that can carry his thundering 8 trigrams. Armament Haki, who can break his indestructible body. This is not unilateral suppression, but all-round crushing. You are indeed stronger than me. Such a Haki, I approve of you, Captain. After a few seconds of slowing down, as if nothing happened, Kaido climbed up from the bottom of the pit and then flew down in front of Aaron. After a thundering 8 trigrams, for the first time, he didn't call Aaron his brother, but the captain. The tone is still full, but it reveals a recognition that was not there before. 8. Chapter 8 Beasts and Double Dragons. Aaron is the respect, asking for flower evaluation tickets. I am your brother. It should be stronger than you. If it's weaker than yours, how can I protect you? Aaron saw that Kaido did not call him brother, but called him the captain, and he immediately understood the meaning of the other party. Before he founded the Beasts Pirates, Kaido was willing to be the first officer, surrendering to brotherly affection. It's very different now. Regardless of family affection, Kaido is also willing to submit to him as the captain only by strength. It is also from this moment. The relationship between the captain and the deputy captain is no longer evenly matched. Between elder brother and younger brother, there is no longer estrangement. Instead, it laid the foundation for Aaron to be respected by beasts and double dragons. Protect me. When Kaido heard this, he was startled for a moment, and then his heart warmed up. It's like soaking in a hot spring in the cold winter months. Isn't it natural for an older brother to protect his younger brother? So, Kaido, I swear I will never hand you over to anyone. Aaron looked Kaido straight in the eyes. He first thought that when the other party got the form of Yu Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon, he would choose to give it up without hesitation, and then he thought that Marine would capture it in the future, and then hand it over to Vegapunk for sliced research. Immediately afterwards, he said every word. The voice is not loud, but filled with an undeniable awe-inspiring Haki. This is his promise to Kaido. It's not just the fleet's commitment to the vice-captain, but also the brother's promise to his younger brother. What stupid things are you talking about? I'm Kaido, so I won't be caught by Marine. Kaido's heart was shocked, but he grinned on the surface and walked past Aaron. Elder brother, it's time to set sail. I can't wait to see how this world is subverted by you and me. After Kaido boarded the pirate ship, he turned his head and said to Aaron, who was under the ship, Rock's pirate disbanded, an AEU fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. At this time, he is a veritable Jiaolong escaped from trouble, and he can't wait to turn the sea upside down. What an impatient fellow. Even if you want to set sail, you should be well prepared. Aaron stepped onto the pirate ship, looked around, and soon found a black cloth from the deck, as well as some pens and paints. Brother, do you want to draw the pirate flag? Kaido came over to take a look, and suddenly became interested. Beasts are about to set sail. How can there be no pirate flag? Aaron said while drawing. Fortunately, before crossing, he had nothing to do, and he had learned a little drawing, and the difficulty of drawing the pirate flag was very low. While writing and splashing ink, a brand new pirate flag has been formed in his pen. The head was born with dragon horns, and the skull was bleeding white. The two white dragons below cross and circle around, as if carrying a skull. How about this double dragon pirate flag? Aaron put down his pen and ink and lifted the pirate flag he just drew into the air. The cool sea breeze blows. While the pirates were hunting and flying, the dragon horn skull and the two dragons seemed to come alive and danced in the wind. The dragon horn skull symbolizes the green dragon's human beast form. The two dragons below represent the form of the azure dragon beast. I didn't say I missed it. Kaido took a look, and his eyes lit up immediately. Such a pirate flag fully interprets the core of the beasts. Good. Aaron nodded. That's it. From now on, it will be the pirate flag of our 100 beasts. Kaido reached out to take the Sanjiang pirate flag, looking like he couldn't put it down. Hang it up. Aaron nodded. Boom. Hearing this, Kaido immediately stepped into the sky, hung the pirate flag on the flagpole, and let it fly with the wind. Looking at the pirate flag in front of him, in a daze, he seemed to see the grand line crawling under the two blue dragons of himself and Aaron. Beast pirates. Set sail. After Aaron witnessed Kaido hang up the pirate flag, he couldn't help feeling overwhelmed with pride. Good. He only has one pirate ship now, and Kaido, the follower brother, but he has confidence. Soon after, he'll build an all-time stronger beast pirates than the rocks. Kaido immediately acted as helmsman and navigator, took control of the rudder, and sailed out to sea. Anyway, both of them are green dragons. They can go to heaven and sea, and they can do anything. Even if the ship is destroyed, the two can ride the clouds. Without food, they can also go to sea to catch fish. Yes. As the ability users of UU fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form, whether it is Aaron or Kaido, they all live in the sea, land, and air. However, not long after the beast pirates set sail, the sea area 10 kilometers away from the Valley of the Gods. Puff. Suddenly, a wave splashed. As a hybrid of a murloc and a giant, Sebastian jumped up from the icy sea and stepped on the deck of a pirate ship. At this time, a burly man with a green beard walked over. Captain Burndy found, just to the southwest, there's a ship out to sea. I can see clearly that it is a pirate ship, but the hull is not big. It is not the main ship of Rock's pirate. Sebastian immediately reported to Burndy walled in front of him. Isn't it the main ship? Sebastian, you're doing great. Hurry up and lead the way. After taking down this pirate ship, you will give priority to looting. When Burndy Wald heard this, she immediately showed greed. Not just him. The other pirates on the deck also looked eager. Burndy, are we really going to rob that pirate ship? Even if it's not the main ship, it's the Rock's pirate. Once that ship is hijacked, Rocks will never let us go. At this time, Biojack, sitting on Burndy Wald's shoulder, spoke suddenly. The Valley of the Gods is the site of the celestial dragons. There are so many gold, silver, jewels, famous knives, and secret treasures in it that even 10 warships can't fill them all. The people of the Rocks pirate are notoriously obsessed with money. After entering the Valley of the Gods, Lousy would not believe that they would return empty-handed. When Burndy Wald heard this, his face turned cold in vain. Biojack, do you mean to let the Wald pirates give up the treasure in front of us? As soon as this word came out, when the pirates on the deck looked at Biojack, their eyes became cold. As a pirate, which one is not for treasure? Blocking thieves from looting is like killing one's parents. Burndy, that's not what I meant. It's just that you should also know that Rock's pirate is not easy to deal with. They dared to plunder even the celestial dragons. Feeling the cold eyes from all directions, Biojack's heart tightened. Rock's pirate is hard to deal with. Am I Burndy Wald easy to deal with? I'm a world destroyer. As a think tank, you can just watch it after you take down that pirate ship. It should be your share of the treasure, and you are absolutely indispensable. When Burndy Wald saw Biojack rebutting himself again and again, he felt that the captain's majesty was offended. and he suddenly flew into a rage. Start immediately and destroy everything that stands in my way. 9. Chapter 9 World Destroyer. Bring the boat closer. The colleagues who learned that they were going to rob this time were likely to be full of property looted from the Valley of Gods. The pirates of Wald's regiment were already gearing up and wanted to plunder immediately. With Burndy Wald's order, the impatient pirates immediately held their knives and guns. Under the guidance of Sebastian, the pirate ship of Wald's regiment cut through the wind and waves and sailed towards the beast pirates. Less than half an hour. Burndy Wald has put down the binoculars. Even when the night fell, he could still see clearly the ship with a pirate flag on the sea in front of him just by the light of the moon. That's not the pirate flag of the Rock's Corps. Could it be that the Rock's pirate was defeated? Burndy Wald raised the binoculars again, fearing that he might be wrong. As expected, what caught my eye was a never-before-seen pirate flag. Immediately afterwards, he moves the binoculars. Soon, two familiar faces appeared in sight. Biojack, did you see that? The pirate on that ship is an intern from the Rock's regiment. Aaron, brother Kaido. Burndy Wald laughed. He's plundering even the Rock's pirate, yes, but only if the crew is alone. Had it been Rock's D.Zebek himself. Not to mention running away, but I definitely don't have the courage. Even the interns have established their own pirates. Rocks are history. Let me ask you, the Rocks group is not easy to deal with, but the remnants of the Rocks group are easy to deal with, right? The more Burndy Wald talked, the more excited she became. Raid the Rocks pirate's lone ship and risk Rock's D.Zebek's vengeance afterwards. But if you are a former Rocks pirate intern, you don't have this concern. Seeing this, Biojack was also silent. He also didn't expect that the strongest pirate group in the world would be defeated and disbanded. Even the trainees formed the pirates. Thinking about it with his toes, he also knew that the cadres and crew members of the other Rocks regiments must have established pirate regiments. As a senior, let me teach the two new pirates a lesson. Let these brothers understand the horror of real pirates. Burndy Wald smiled darkly, then reached for a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the beast's pirates from a distance. Brother, we seem to be being targeted. The other side. On the pirate ship of the beasts, Kaido let go of the rudder in his hand and looked in the direction of Burndy Wald. World Destroyer. Burndy Wald. Aaron's eyes flickered. Observation, hockey rollout. The sea surface with a radius of 6 kilometers. All the breaths are presented in front of your eyes. When he used observation hockey for the first time, he already found that his observation color was similar to Charlotte Linlin. Using knowledge color perception, you can see the original appearance of the breath. We are really the existence of sweet pastries. Marine wants to capture us. The pirates also want to bite us. Kaido had a grim expression on his face, like an enraged dragon. It's a good thing, isn't it? Aaron smiled slightly. Good thing. Kaido turned his head and looked over. Don't you want to subvert the world? Then start with the Wall Pirates. Use the defeat of World Destroyer to announce to this sea that the beast's pirates set sail. Facing Kaido's gaze, Aaron spoke word by word. Oh. It is indeed a good thing. When Kaido heard this, he grinned grimly. Let's start with my brother. While the Qinglong brothers were chatting and laughing, Burndy Wald had pointed his gun at Aaron and pulled the trigger. Multiplied 100 times the gun. Bang. A circle of air ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the muzzle of the gun, rippling like water ripples. Then, a seemingly ordinary bullet flew out of the muzzle of the gun, but at the moment it exited the chamber, the speed of the bullet suddenly increased by 100 times. It is more terrifying than the bullets fired by anti-material sniper rifles. With a speed increase of 100 times, the bullet, which was originally ordinary, now carries the kinetic energy of tearing the hull, tearing a spiral translucent ballistic trajectory in midair and blasting directly at the center of Aaron's eyebrows. Boom. Face 100 times the gunshot by World Destroyer. Before Aaron heard the gunshot, he was hit between the eyebrows by a terrifying force. The powerful kinetic energy crushed his body and sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away from the deck. Immediately afterwards, his knees sank slightly, flames curled up under his feet, and his body stopped suddenly in midair like a falling javelin. It's been a long time. Wool pirates. Aaron tilted his neck and looked at Burndy Wald. When he raised his head, the warhead that was originally printed between his eyebrows also fell on the deck. At the same time, the center of the eyebrows hit by bullets is also clearly in the sight of every pirate in Wald's regiment. What? Seeing this, Burndy Wald's pupils constricted suddenly. As a fruit multiplier, he knows better than anyone else how powerful his shot just now is. Even if a steel warship is shot, its hull will be torn apart. But now, the bullet that tore through the hull hit the flesh and blood, and it was still between the eyebrows of the brain. Apart from knocking Eren back 7 or 8 meters, he was unscathed. Not to mention that the head was torn apart like a watermelon. Even the skin was not broken by the bullet, and there was not even a dent left. Impossible. That's Captain Burndy's 100x gun. Let's not talk about flesh and blood. Even an Iron Man will be blown up. The person we want to rob is such a monster. Garp, Biojack, and other pirates were all shocked when they saw this scene. Oh, a group of little characters who fly with one breath. You actually want to use a pistol to slay a dragon? Kaido couldn't help shaking his head and sneering after seeing the shocked expressions of the Wald's pirates. No one knows better than him how tough his brother's physique is. Just 100 times the gun. Let alone Eren. Even if you want to break through him, you can't do it. Shut up lousy all the time. Hearing exclamations from the deck. Burndy Wald's brows were tightly furrowed. His eyes turned cold as he felt a little irritated in his heart, and he yelled loudly. Dot. The originally resounding exclamation stopped abruptly. The deterrent power of World Destroyer can be seen from Madara. I'm Burndy Wald. A mere intern from the Rocks Regiment is nothing to be afraid of. Bring the boat over. Burndy Wald looked around in all directions, cutting all the crew members with sharp eyes like knives. Yes. Garum's body trembled, not daring to neglect. He quickly loaded a shell into the cannon. After the other pirates heard this, they quickly moved the pirate ship towards Eren and Kaido. 10. Chapter 10 Double Fruit. What a tricky ability, asking for flower evaluation tickets. Eren Kid, Lousy admits that you are indeed more difficult to deal with than expected. But that's all. It was just a meeting ceremony. This is the hard work. Burndy World looked at Eren, who was getting closer to him, and put his hands on the cannon while talking. Or leave all your possessions. Either save your life. Choose yourself. Finished. The cannon on his palm suddenly inflated 10 times. Like a pitch-black ferocious beast, entrenched on the bow of the ship, exuding the aura of choosing and devouring. Oh, I didn't even know that a pirate of your level could kill people. Faced with a 10-fold increase in size, it is like a cannon deterrent from a giant steel beast. The corners of Eren's mouth were slightly raised, as if he was looking at a toy. Biojack, go and get ready. I will go to sea to salvage property later. When Burndy Wald heard this, he first gave instructions to Biojack on his shoulder, and then smiled ferociously, like sea kings who choose to devour others, and showed their ferocious fangs to Eren. Wrong answer. The voice just fell. Bang. A cannon sounded, resounding in all directions, like thunder, shaking the sky. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic cannonball shot out from the black muzzle. Double multiplication 100 times the gun. Accompanied by Burndy Wald's murderous roar, the already huge shells instantly multiplied 100 times in midair. It is different from the previous 100 times gun, which simply increases the speed of the bullet. This time, regardless of the size or speed of the shell, they all double by 100 times in an instant. A bullet, even if its size remains the same, but its velocity is multiplied 100 times, can tear apart a warship. Not to mention 100 times the gun. Doubling fruit. Facing the giant cannonball coming across the sky, its volume is larger than that of the pirate ship under its feet. Eren smiled lightly, then jumped up from the deck and slapped him down. Bang. The guns collided. The cannonball, which was the size of a ship, exploded immediately. The blazing fire, mixed with violent shock waves, turned into a mushroom cloud rising from the sea, swallowing Eren and blasting the sea into waves. Right below the rising mushroom cloud, it was obviously sitting on the boundless sea water, but was suddenly blown out of a basin-shaped sea pit. See it? Everything that stands in my way will be destroyed by me, even the remnants of the Rocks pirate. Looking at the mushroom clouds that tore apart the sea and towered like mountains, Burndy Wald opened her arms and smiled with undisguised arrogance. Long live Captain Burndy. Long live the Wald pirates. Witness the power of Burndy Wald. While the pirates on the deck looked terrified, they were also full of pride and excitement. With such a powerful captain, It can gain a foothold in this sea of monsters and plunder unscrupulously. This distance explodes. That ship should be lost. Hurry up and go to sea to salvage property. Hearing compliments from all directions, Burndy said so, but her smile became more intense. Yes, the pirates headed by the fish giant Sebastian were eager to try. But just when they were about to jump into the sea from the boat, a sigh suddenly came from the mushroom cloud towering above the sea. What a tricky ability! The moment the voice fell, a sudden gust of wind blew up on the sea surface, completely dispelling the mushroom cloud. At this time, Eren stepped on the flame cloud, like a fairy god of mythology, standing on the sky, overlooking all living beings. Impossible. Burndy looked at Eren, who was still unscathed while carrying the cannon. His haughty smile instantly froze. You should be thinking, why am I still alive? Seeing Burndy unbelievable expression, Eren said with a half-smile. After hearing this, Burndy clenched his hands tightly, his expression becoming more and more ugly. Is this my physique? King Kong is not bad. World Destroyer's 100-fold cannon can destroy an island, but it can't even make me feel pain. Eren ignored Burndy and glanced at his hands instead. He wasn't surprised to ignore Burndy 100x. Even Kaido was unscathed from the 10,000-meter airdrop, let alone him. Really, except for the internally destroyed weapon color and Conqueror's entanglement, almost all physical attacks have no effect on me. I just don't know if I can prevent Op fruit from awakening. Eren was a little curious. He is a ghost himself, with the indestructible physique of King Kong, and downloaded Kaido's ghost blood and indestructible physique of King Kong. After the double superposition of the blood of the ghost race and the indestructible physique of King Kong, even he didn't know how hard his body was. Hi, World Destroyer. Do you have stronger moves? Think here. Eren couldn't help but glance over at Burndy. He wanted to see how thick the armor he folded was. Damn it. No matter how much you underestimate people, there should be a limit. When Burndy heard this, his face turned ashen. He thought Eren was humiliating himself. Looks like it's gone. Seeing this, Eren felt a little disappointed and then said to Kaido, "Sink the walled pirates to the bottom of the ocean." The voice just fell. Kaido, who was already full of fighting spirit, immediately transformed into a 100-meter blue dragon, soaring into the sky like a rocket, soaring above the sea of clouds. Hot interest. The sound of the rolling dragon's roar shook the sea of clouds. Blazing fire, illuminating the night. I saw Kaido swinging his head between his heads, opening his mouth, exhaling fiery heat, like a divine punishment, surrounded by high-heat energy that burned the earth and bombarded towards the pirates of Wald's regiment. The heat has not yet arrived. The blazing flames and the terrifying high temperature have already rushed to the face, radiating the entire pirate ship. It's a phantom beast. Garm's expression changed drastically. What kind of intern is this? In his opinion, even a big pirate like his own captain is not as terrifying as Kaido. Boom. Facing the violent heat coming across the sky, Garm didn't dare to neglect, kicked the lifeboat into the sea with one foot, then jumped down, stretched out his hand and pressed it to the sea surface. The cubic fruit starts immediately. Puff. Water cubes rose from the sea, like water cannonballs, weaving into a cannon net and blocking in front of Rexy. At the same time, Sebastian jumped into the sea as a hybrid of a giant and a murloc. He combined the giant's power with a murloc's talent for manipulating water, and with every move, he created a majestic water flow, which greeted Kaido's heat with the water cube made by Garm. Hiss. However, next second, under the incineration of heat, dozens of water cubes evaporated together with the water flow, turning into bursts of white mist. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying blue dragon heat drove straight in, first tore a huge hole out of the white mist that covered the sky, and then bombarded the pirate ship of Wald's regiment. Chapter 11. This is what happens when you point your gun at all the beasts. A face-to-face room. Ships are penetrated. The hull was blown to pieces. The pirates of Wald's regiment who were standing on the deck before were burned by the heat one by one, and let out a scalp-numbing scream. Even if it fell into the sea, the heat could not be extinguished for a moment. By the time the fiercely burning green dragon breath was extinguished, most of the pirates' bodies had been burned, and even if Joe Beard came, there was no chance of saving them. My pirates! Burndy-Wald stepped on the air and dodged into the air. Looking at the ship burned by Kaido and the subordinates who were burned to death, his eyes widened, his face was pale, and he kept muttering to himself, looking like he was greatly shocked. This is what happens when you point the butt of your gun at beasts. Kaido's eyes were serious, and he was not moved at all. Burndy, run. It's UU Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Dragon form. These two brothers are not ordinary interns. It's a monster. Biojack was lucky enough to escape Kaido's heat because he sat on Burndy-Wald's shoulders all year round. At this time, there was no fighting intent on his face. He just wanted his captain to leave immediately. Shut up. If you want to escape, you escape by yourself. Lousy is going to kill the brothers alive. Burndy-Wald suddenly looked up, his eyes were serious, and he pulled out the saber at his waist with his right hand. Eren, Kaido, I want you both to die. He gritted his teeth and let out a wild roar, then stepped on the soles of his feet in the air. At the same time his body disappeared in midair, a sharp sonic boom came out of the atmosphere. Multiplied 100 times moonwalk. Burndy-Wald stepped on moonwalk, walked on the ground in the void where there was nowhere to draw strength, and broke through the sound barrier, flashed in front of Eren, and then raised the long knife in his hand. Multiply and slash 100 times. Multiplier fruit activates. The saber in his palm has been magnified 100 times, from the original 2-meter-long saber to a 200-meter-long giant blade. Immediately afterwards, he is not stingy with the armament hockey in his body, pouring it into the giant blade that needs both hands to hold high, hardening it into a black knife that even the giants can't hold, and then wrapping it with terrifying sharpness and cold-killing intent, slashed at Eren. Moonwalk that breaks the sound barrier. A 100-fold cut that cuts even the blade. If it were someone else, who couldn't even react, the person would have been cut to pieces. And Eren, facing the giant black sword that was crushing down like a mountain of black swords, he raised his palm unhurriedly and pressed it down in the posture of a Uranus Toda. Boom. When palms and knives collided, there was a heavy sound of gold and iron clashing immediately. Immediately afterwards, where the two collided, a burst of slashing storm was stirred up that split the atmosphere and spread to a radius of 1 kilometer, cutting out a terrifying gully on the surface of the waves. Even the clouds high in the sky were cracked. However, this is the end of the knife that Burndy-Wald had hoped for. He tried his best to slash 100 times, but was stopped by Eren's palm. 100 times the gun, it can't hurt. With 100 times the gun, it won't kill you. Slashed 100 times can't be cut. Are you really human? Burndy-Wald's pupils constricted, an unprecedented horror flooded his heart, drowning out the raging anger that was originally burning. He knew the feeling of beheading. But when the 100 times slash fell on the palm of Eren, there was no feeling of the blade piercing into the flesh. On the contrary, even if it was slashed on a sea stone mountain, it shook the hands holding the knife so painfully. It's a man, but it's also a dragon. Eren transformed into a 100-meter blue dragon like Kaido beside him, and then turned the dragon body to wrap around the 200-meter giant blade cut by Burndy-Wald. Clang clang. Accompanied by the strength of the dragon's body, overwhelming power erupted outrageously. Under a burst of teeth-stinging rubbing sounds, the 200-meter-long black knife was directly twisted into twists, and the body of the knife was covered with countless fine cracks. Immediately afterwards, Eren continued to exert strength, bursting out from his whole body to participate in the hockey shock wave that rolled across the sky and twisted the giant blade full of cracks into pieces of iron, like a fairy scattering flowers, and sprinkled them on the sea. Blue dragon. How come there are two? Burndy-Wald was dumbfounded. Just when he was in a daze. Eren has driven the dragon body, soaring into the sky. It was just a liftoff action, and several tornadoes had already swept through the turbulent sea, connecting the sea surface with the sky. Burndy-Wald, who was in midair, felt his whole body lighten, and he had already flown towards one of the tornadoes. Double 100 times moonwalk. Burndy-Wald hit a shock, stepped on the moonwalk quickly, and at the same time launched the multiplier fruit, increasing the speed by 100 times, trying to escape the pull of the tornado. Bad wind. The worm stepped on the flame cloud and looked down at Burndy-Wald. Seeing that he still wanted to struggle, he immediately opened the dragon's mouth, spewing out dozens of wind blades, like a sickle weasel slashing towards Burndy-Wald. Damn it! Burndy-Wald wanted to dodge, but under the pull of several tornadoes, even if he doubled the speed of moonwalk by 100 times, it was still extremely slow. without any choice. He can only harden the whole body with armament hockey, then. Ah. With a mournful howl, Burndy-Wald was cut open and bleeding profusely, but he did not completely lose his fighting power. In one breath, he rushed out of the pulling range of the tornado. Flame 8 trigrams. But at this moment, Aaron's 100-meter-long dragon body hovered in the sky for a while, and the huge dragon tail ignited a blazing fire like magma, and then fell from the sky, like a falling burning meteorite, surrounded by terrifying forces that shattered the earth, drowning Burndy-Wald. Boom. The crimson shock wave, like a wave of flames, surged in the sky one after another. The pitch-black night seemed to be ignited by the heat from the dragon's tail, turning into a crimson world. Immediately afterwards, Burndy-Wald rolled his eyes and spit out blood. First, he flew hundreds of meters across the sky like a rocket, and then fell powerlessly towards the sea like a kite with a broken string. Kaba. Just as it was about to fall into the sea, a dragon claw descended from the sky, like an eagle catching a chicken, and dunked him into the claw. It's Kaido. Brother, what do you keep this rookie for? Simply let him exit directly. Is not it good? Kaido grabbed Burndy-Wald in one hand and flew up to Aaron. He could see that his brother had shown mercy. Otherwise, the bad wind just now was not as simple as disemboweling Burndy-Wald. At least 2 of his limbs had to be cut off. Don't have to use the dragon tail at all. Just add a fire 8 trigrams. 12, Chapter 12, I don't like your answer. Qing Long, and there are 2 of them. What on earth is it? Obviously, there are no 2 identical devil fruits in the sea. After Aaron hit fire 8 trigrams, Burndy-Wald was completely in Kaido's dragon claws and fell into a coma for nearly 10 minutes before slowly waking up. But when he opened his eyes again, he looked at Aaron and then at Kaido, who was holding him. His blood-stained pale face was immediately filled with horror. 1 left and 1 right? What's it like to be targeted by 2 green dragons? If anyone asks, he will definitely answer. It is despair and regret. Desperate for your future. Not remorseful for pointing the gun at the beast pirates. If he hadn't thought of taking a share in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, if he hadn't set his mind on Brother Aaron, he would still be the captain of Wald's regiment, and he would still be the world destroyer respected by the world. After all, he is a world destroyer, so it would be useful to keep him. Aaron opened his icy dragon eyes, reflecting Burndy-Wald's pale face. It's time for me to ask you. Either surrender or die. This familiar scene made Burndy-Wald, who was originally full of despair, immediately feel a strong humiliation. Not long ago. Only then did he let Aaron and Kaido make a choice with a condescending attitude. The results of it? In less than a few minutes, he had already become a prisoner of Brother Qinglong. Hiding him on the Beast Pirates crew? If you are a cadre, you will be worse. But for the crew, it's passable. Kaido saw that Aaron wanted to recruit Burndy-Wald, and when he looked at the World Destroyer in the Dragon's Claw, the killing intent in his pupils couldn't help but weaken a bit. He himself likes to recruit powerful combat power. Especially now that Beast Pirates has just been established, and besides the captain, the crew is only the deputy captain. Although compared to the monsters in Rock's Pirate, Burndy-Walder is mediocre. However, if the other party is willing to join the Beast Pirates, he will not refuse. As for whether the recruited combat power will betray, Kaido doesn't care at all. Anyway, whether he or Aaron, they are not afraid of the crew's betrayal at all, let alone a backstab similar to the filial son's sword. You made lousy surrender? Are you kidding me? I'm World Destroyer, the captain of the Walled Pirates. You actually want me to surrender to you 2 trainee crew? Facing Aaron's solicitation, Burndy-Wald gritted his teeth and roared. Walled Pirates? Why didn't I know that Grand Line still has this pirate group? Aaron glanced at Burndy-Wald, his tone a bit puzzled. You hateful. Damn guy. When Burndy-Wald heard this, the stubbornness and rebelliousness on his face instantly froze. At this time, he just realized it. The Walled Pirates, which he established by himself, had already been swallowed by Kaido and sank to the bottom of the sea. It made him resent Brother Aaron even more. I don't like your answer. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes turned cold, and he grasped Burndy-Wald's dragon claw in vain. Scoff. The grip strength enough to crush steel immediately made Burndy-Wald's face purple and blue, and his body twisted like a twist. Then kill it. Anyway, in this sea, the most indispensable thing is this level of pirates. Aaron looked back at Burndy-World. He gave the opponent a chance to surrender, but he wanted to download the ability of World Destroyer. If you refuse, there is no need to stay. Ah, wait. Tell me, what is the purpose of your going to sea? Burndy-Wald felt the force from the dragon's claws become more and more terrifying, and could even hear the sound of fractures and organ ruptures in his body. Under the shadow of death, under the deterrence of powerful forces, the insignificant dignity and pride in his heart were immediately shattered. Then start to recognize the status quo. Just for the treasure? Burndy-Wald was panting heavily, and blood had begun to ooze from his nose, eyes, and ears. The unbearable window period of the Void Throne had lasted for 800 years, and it should be over. Eren turned the dragon's head. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce the clouds and seas and reach the Pengu city of Mariawa. Celestial dragons, 5 elders in him. Since these people dare not sit on the Void Throne in front of the world, then let him sit. Turn this damn world upside down. Kaido's mind came up with all kinds of past. Thinking of being betrayed by the dignitaries of the Folka Kingdom and then starving, he threw himself into the trap of Marine just to have a good meal. Think of those in power who are born nobility and indulge in comfort, born to have everything. His 100-meter-long green dragon body suddenly erupted with ferocity that made the sea tremble. Subverting the world government? That's something even the rocks can't do. Burndy-Wald was horrified. He didn't know until he came to New World. Far away in Mariawa, there is a Void Throne. Not even the celestial dragons dare covet it. What rocks can't do, I can do. Eren glanced at Burndy-Wald. His voice was quiet, but was uncontrollably convincing. Tell me, what's the name of your pirate group? Burndy-Wald was silent for a few seconds, looking at Eren and Kaido. Beasts. Ye guys spat out 2 word sounds. In a trance, Burndy-Wald seemed to hear all the beasts roaring at the sea. Beast pirates. Good. I join you. Burndy-Wald looked at the left blue dragon, then at the right blue dragon. He took a deep breath, then lowered his head. In the face of death and power, after recognizing the status quo, he hated it, but felt that it was no longer humiliating to submit to Eren. After all, he has already experienced the power and cards of the 100 beasts and 2 green dragons. As for the walled pirates established by Kaido, Burndy-Wald had already forgotten about it the moment he chose to surrender. He himself is not a person who values love and righteousness. Especially after eating the multiplication fruit, the ambition is also extremely expanded, except for Biojack, who can make and care a little bit. I am the walled pirates. The other crew members are those who follow me to prosper, and those who oppose me perish. From today onwards, you are a member of the 100 Beast Pirates. As a gunner, Eren pondered for a while, thinking of Burndy-Wald's fruit ability, and appointed him as the gunner of the Beast Pirates. To this, Burndy-Wald had no objections. Anyway, he ate the multiplication fruit, not to mention guns and cannons. Even a stone, multiplied by 100 times, can destroy cities and destroy ships. As long as he is not a handyman or a trainee crew member, it doesn't matter whether he is a gunner or a navigator. 13. Chapter 13. Download the 6 forms, seeking flower evaluation tickets. It has been detected that Burndy-Wald is a member of the host, and all of its abilities can be downloaded. Just when Eren appointed Burndy-Wald as the gunner of the Beast Pirates, the proposal of the God-level download system also rang in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a character panel popped out of Burndy-Wald's head. Name, Burndy-Wald. Faction, Beast Pirates. Position, Gunner. Race, Terran, downloadable. Devil Fruit, Multiplier Fruit, download conditions not met. Skills, Moonwalk, downloadable. Shave, downloadable. Hockey, Elementary Observation Hockey, downloadable. Intermediate Armament Hockey, downloadable. Have to say, compared with Kaido's character panel, Burndy-Wald is simply weak. The abilities that can be downloaded, in addition to the 6-style Moonwalk and Shave, are only the primary Observation Hockey and the intermediate Armament Hockey. As for the human race, he filtered it directly. Unless it is a human race like Gold Roger, Monkey D. Garp, and Charlotte Lin, he doesn't bother to download it. System, what does it mean that the download condition has not been met? Eren's attention fell behind the item that multiplied the fruit. He's recruiting Burndy-Wald to figure out one more thing besides the ability to download World Destroyer. That is the God-level download system. Can you download the second Devil Fruit? If it is possible, what about the third one? It is detected that the current host does not have the special physique to eat 2 devil fruits, so the multiplication fruit cannot be downloaded. The system will respond immediately. The special physique of eating 2 devil fruits refers to Blackbeard, so I just need to recruit Blackbeard to the pirate group, and after downloading his special physique, I can download the multiplier fruit. After Eren learned that downloading the second devil fruit requires a special physique, the first thing he thought of was Marshal D. Teach, the 4 emperors with both shock and dark devil fruit. Blackbeard. As long as the host has the special physique to eat devil fruit, he can download the multiplier fruit. Although the God-level download system does not directly name and download the second devil fruit, which requires Blackbeard's special physique, it does not affect Eren's targeting on him. Teach. Eren's eyes flickered coldly. Whether it's with fists or whatever, just double devil fruit's special physique, the future Marshal D. Teach, he wants it. Even if it's against the strongest man in the world, it's not hesitating. The matter of multiplying the fruit will be discussed later. Burndy Wald can't run anyway. It's better to download other abilities first. Seeing that the conditions for downloading the multiplier fruit have not been met, Eren is not in a hurry. Not to mention that Blackbeard doesn't know where the cat is in the new world. Even if there is only 1 fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form, he is not afraid of any overlord. What's more, besides devil fruit, he can also download Burndy Wald's other abilities. System, help me download Burndy Wald's moonwalk, shave, and armament hockey and observation hockey. Withdrawing his gaze from Burndy Wald's character panel, Eren immediately let the system start downloading the ability. Start downloading 6 styles moonwalk. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host, you have successfully downloaded 6 styles moonwalk. Start downloading 6 styles shaved. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host, successfully downloaded 6 styles shaved. Start downloading armament hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 100%. Congratulations to host, successfully downloaded intermediate armament hockey. As the system suggested one after another, Eren immediately found that he had mastered 2 superhuman skills without a teacher. Moonwalk and shave. Not only that, the perception range of observation hockey has been increased by 1 kilometer on the basis of the original. As for armament hockey, because Burndy Wald only has 2 skills of entanglement and hardening, after downloading his armament hockey, he did not master the external release and internal destruction, but the strength and quality of armament hockey have grown a lot. It's not an illusion. His breath has become stronger, just like when I was in the Valley of the Gods. When Eren downloaded Burndy Wald's various abilities one by one, Kaido immediately turned his head and his eyes fell on him. Is it because of defeating Burndy Wald? Thinking of this, Kaido pressed his decision. In the future, as long as he meets an opponent, whether it is a marine or a pirate, he will be the first to go. The same as the ghost race. The same as Qinglong. And it's the future for emperors. He has the heart of a king. Even if he is willing to submit to Eren, he will not allow himself to lag behind the other party too much. This man, what happened to him? How do I feel that he is more terrifying than when he was fighting with me? My younger brother is a monster, and my elder brother is a monster among monsters. Burndy Wald's heart skipped a beat, and horror filled the depths of his eyes. Not only Kaido, even he also sensed the change of Eren's breath. Originally, all the members of his Wald pirates were killed by Kaido, and there was still a resentment deep in his heart, but the pirate world has always been a winner-takes-all, and the loser can only hold back no matter how resentful he is. And now, having experienced the terrifying strength of the Qinglong brothers and seeing Eren's unreasonable growth rate, he took the initiative to dispel all the emotions and thoughts in his heart that were not conducive to unity. Boat Captain, what are our plans for the future? With a change of mentality, Burndy Wald also brought up his ideological consciousness. When he called Eren the captain, he didn't feel the slightest shock. To the nearest island. I'm going to buy a perpetual pointer. After downloading all the abilities that Burndy Wald could download, Eren just took his attention away from the system. Yes, Burndy Wald, regardless of being beaten bloody and having multiple fractures, braced his body to hold the rudder. In addition to the gunner, he also took the initiative to serve as the helmsman and navigator. After confirming the direction, he endured the tiredness and pain and activated the multiplication fruit. Puff. The speed of the pirate ship suddenly increased tenfold, as if it had transformed into a pirate speedboat. The speed is so fast, like a sharp blade. It cuts a gap in the magnificent sea. Brother, I suddenly feel that this guy is also a talent. You made the right choice in recruiting him. At least, I won't have to endure the slow speed of the ship like before. Kaido opened his arms, letting the sea breeze blow his face, with a cheerful smile on his face. As long as rushing Burndy Wald can double the speed of the ship, he decided that if he goes to sea in the future, he must take him with him. Otherwise, I have to endure the snail-like speed of the pirate ship. 14. Chapter 14. Is this 100 beasts? Is that enough? Seeing Kaido immersed in the pleasure of sailing, it is a bit difficult to extricate himself. Eren smiled lightly, and his black pupils instantly turned into icy dragon eyes that people dare not look directly at. Then, around the hull, flame clouds curled up. The pirate ship that was riding the wind and waves on the sea suddenly lightened, and the heavy hull seemed to lose gravity. Supported by the flame cloud, it rose from the sea. Puff! As the pirate ship shot straight into the sky like a flying dragon, breaking through the sea of clouds, a ray of dawn suddenly bloomed and caught the eyes of the two of them. Kaido, the charts of beasts are by no means limited to the Grand Line. One day, the sea, the sky, and the land where the sun and the moon shine will be the land of beasts. Eren stood at the bow of the boat, his dragon eyes overlooking the boundless sea. With the ups and downs of will and emotion, the conquerors spread out in an instant, turning into a torrent of hockey, pressing down the boundless sea of clouds and collapsing towards the Grand Line. Oh! Hearing this, Kaido felt boundless ambition in his heart and couldn't help but shout it to the sky. Influenced by Eren, he also fully opened the conquerors, oppressing the boundless sea of clouds until it trembled again and again. Is this 100 beasts? Watching Eren under the brilliance of dawn, his gestures are full of Haki, the real Dragon King. Seeing Kaido roaring up to the sky and Haki soaring into the sky made the sea of clouds tremble. Burndy Wald gasped for breath, horrified. This moment, he thoroughly felt that there was an insurmountable and unfillable gap called the gap between himself and the Qinglong brothers. No matter how many subordinates you have, no matter how vast your territory is, it cannot make up for it. Inherent gap. World government sits on 3 major institutions. A marine who protects the world in the name of absolute justice. The all-pervasive spy agency, Cypherpol. Imprisoned and buried all evil. These 3 organizations usually do not involve each other and are clearly distinct, but when some people and some things are involved, they will work together. For example, not long ago, Rock's pirate just captured the Valley of the Gods. No matter whether it is a former cadre, a former crew member, or a former trainee crew member, without exception, all of them have attracted much attention, and every move can attract the attention of the 3 major organizations. Mr. Sengoku, Mr. Zephyr, news from Cypherpol. Brother Eren and Burndy Wald broke out in the waters of the Valley of the Gods. A warship bound from Merihwa, carrying celestial dragons. Commodore Syrab rushed to Sengoku, saluted first, and then reported the results of it. Hearing this, Sengoku, who was originally sitting on a chair, suddenly got up. The Valley of the Gods, the world destroyer with a bounty of 200 million berry, Burndy Wald and the pirate group led by him were all destroyed by Brother Eren. The Wald pirates were completely annihilated. Captain Burndy Wald captured, suspected to have been recruited by Eren of the Beast Pirates. Syrab took a deep breath, and his voice was thick and dignified. Obviously, before he learned the result of the conflict, he never thought that the Wald pirates would lose, and they lost so badly. Did you lose? Burndy Wald's multiplication fruit is extremely threatening in naval battles. Even if you look at many Paramecia, there are few that can beat it. I didn't expect to lose to 2 trainee crew members. Zephyr's eyes narrowed slightly. Why Burndy Wald is called World Destroyer? It is because of multiplying fruit. 1 bullet can tear apart the hull. 1 cannonball can flatten an island. This ability is especially terrifying in naval battles. Except for a very few ability users who can fly or are not afraid of the sea, even Whitebeard, if the ship is destroyed in a naval battle, it will be equally dangerous and unpredictable. But now, the World Destroyer, which can be called the weapon of naval warfare and multiplies the fruit, ended up with a tragic ending in which all members were wiped out and even himself was recruited. Those 2 green dragons are not ordinary trainee crew members. Zephyr, did you know that? As early as the first time I heard about this pair of brothers, I felt an inexplicable heaviness in my heart, which was only felt when facing Newgate and Shiki. Sengoku glanced at Zephyr, and said startlingly, "Is it because they all have the qualifications of a king?" Zephyr's heart shuddered when he heard that. He didn't expect that Sengoku's evaluation of Brother Eren was so high. The qualifications of the king? That kind of thing is as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river in New World, especially in Rock's Pirate. Which official crew member doesn't have this qualification? Sengoku sneered. The speed at which the brothers have developed since the Rock's Pirate disbanded confirms my feelings. Look, how long has it been? A pair of green dragons, wipe out the walled pirates, and recruit World Destroyer. Hear this. Zephyr felt more urgent than ever. It was an urgency to nip the threat in the bud before Eren Kaido could get bigger. But immediately, he glanced at the celestial dragons on the deck, wearing bubble hoods and clad in white. Sarah, notify the headquarters. Immediately place a bounty on Eren and Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Sengoku ignored the silent Zephyr, but ordered Sirop. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. What about their bounty? How much should I order? Sirop nodded solemnly, and then asked, Eren, offer a reward of 300 million berry. Kaido, offer a reward of 230 million berry. Burndy Wall, no change for now. Sengoku pondered for a while, and then gave a clear amount of reward. 300 million. Is there another 230 million? Although the two brothers have just established the pirate group, their influence is not too great, and they haven't caused too much damage or too much killing. But based on their strength alone, they are already worthy of such a bounty. Zephyr thought that both Eren and Kaido are capable users in the form of Fish Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Blue Dragon, and Burndy Wald himself has a reward of 200 million. It can completely destroy the walled pirates and incorporate World Destroyer. He also agrees with the bounty offered by Sengoku. Let's publish it according to the bounty offered. Seeing that Zephyr had no objection, Sengoku said to Sirop, Yes. Sirop nodded and walked away with the phone bug to convey Sengoku's decision back to Naval Headquarters. If it is an ordinary vice admiral, it does not have the authority to issue rewards, but Sengoku is an admiral candidate. Didn't Marshal Kong issue a death order to arrest all remnants of the former Rocks Regiment? It's up to me to catch Brother Eren while they're still fledgling, Zephyr said suddenly. Ken? But after going to Mariehwa, Sengoku glanced at the celestial dragons on the deck and nodded. Nipping Brother Eren in the bud, Sengoku would have no objection. After all, 5 elders and Marshal Kong both gave the order to die. All former Rock's pirate crew members will be hunted down to death. For nothing else. It was only because of the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that the celestial dragons were scared enough, and the impact was too bad. 15. Chapter 15 Combat Power Measurement Unit. Burndy Wald, Seeking Flower Evaluation. New World. Weapons Island. A member country of the world government, which is famous for its production and sales of various weapons. Pirates want to change shotguns to guns. Apart from plundering, the best way is to buy them on Weapon Island. Even many countries in the New World will send people to Weapon Island to purchase armaments in order to arm their troops. At this time, ships come and go. People are buzzing. On the pier, a pirate ship surrounded by flames descends suddenly. Look, it's a boat. Can ships fly in the sky? Yes, I heard that not long ago, a big pirate named Shiki founded the Flying Pirates, and his ship can fly in the sky. That's a big pirate with a reward of over 1 billion. Could it be him? Facing the sudden spaceship. The nearby pirates, civilians, and troops stationed at the pier immediately looked over. As the pirate ship fell steadily into the sea, 3 figures immediately came into view. 2 of them are quite similar. Both have double horns on their heads and are tall, but one is tall and straight, and the other is rough and mighty. Behind him was a man with a green Hussein face. Not Shiki, that's Brother Eren from the Beast Pirates. It is said that they have broken the rules of Devil Fruit, and at the same time possess the abilities of UU Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Azure Dragon. Didn't it mean that there are no fruits with the same abilities, only fruits with similar abilities? That's why the brothers broke the inherent rules of Devil Fruit. At this time, many pirates, merchants, and especially bounty hunters took out 2 reward orders one after another. After a brief comparison, it was confirmed immediately. The person who came was the Qinglong brother of Beast Pirates. Wall, lead the way. Facing the eyes cast from all directions, or greedy, or awe, or killing intent. Eren didn't seem to notice it, and he didn't let anyone stay on the pirate ship. For him and Kaido, the ship has little meaning at all, especially the stronger the development of hockey, physical strength, and the form of the phantom beast, the blue dragon, the more dispensable the role of the ship. Unlike other pirate groups, they are very dependent on ships. In naval battles, pirate ships are inseparable. When landing on the island, people must be sent to guard the pirate ship. Yes, Captain. This is New World's largest and legal arms trafficking country. Whether it's famous knives or arms, you can buy them here. Of course, it's not just weapons. Nautical items like permanent pointers are also for sale, but as long as you have money. No one has ever been to the end of the Grand Line, and you don't even know if it exists, no matter if it points to any island. You can buy permanent pointers on Weapon Island, Burndy-Wald said while walking. With that skillful look, it is obvious that this is not the first time he has come to Weapon Island. Are you sure there is a famous knife here? Kaido glanced at the mace in his hand that he had been using since he was 10 years old. The ferocious stick body is covered with crisscrossing gaps. There are traces of war everywhere. That was the gap left before he learned armament hockey. In the auction house here, there have been 21 big knives. Burndy-Wald looked at the mace in Kaido's hand and immediately understood. Is it the auction house? Kaido heard the words and secretly wrote it down. If he really had a weapon at hand, he wouldn't mind switching to a decent mace. After all, the strong are famous swords, but the famous swords are also worthy of the strong. Go to the place where you buy the permanent pointer first. I'll take you to buy weapons later. Seeing this, Eren understood. He is different from Kaido. Although both belong to the Ghost Clan, and both have the indestructible body of King Kong, and the form of Yu Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Blue Dragon, but their fighting styles are completely different. Kaido prefers to use a mace as a weapon, but he prefers to use limbs as a weapon. After all, his body is too strong. No matter how good a famous sword is, it may not be as good as it is, and even if he wants to use a weapon, he will not choose a mace. Without him, in the form of a green dragon that dominates wind, fire, thunder, and clouds, such a high-profile god-level fruit is carrying a mace, which is really too thin. Is Tsungyun good? Is it a bad night? You can be handsome and strong. Why do you have to choose thin and strong? That is a deal. Kaido grinned when he heard this. When he heard that Eren was going to take him to buy weapons, he smiled like a cuter. With Burndy-Wald leading the way, they soon came to a large shop called Nautical House. Gentlemen, is there anything I can do for you? As soon as the three of Eren stepped into the store, a clerk came over with a smile like a spring breeze. I want a permanent pointer to Punk Hazard. Eren was straight to the point. Is that Punk Hazard? Sir, please wait a moment. I'm going to fetch it for you. Hearing this, the clerk immediately turned around and went to the shelf where the permanent pointer was placed and rummaged through it. Brother, are we going to Punk Hazard next? After the clerk walked away, Kaido asked curiously. Eren nodded. What are you going there for? Kaido thought back and realized that there wasn't much Punk Hazard in his mind. In his opinion, this is not a well-known island. If all goes well, we should be able to recruit a crew member there. Eren explained. Recruiting the crew? Ooh, is it Wald's level again? When Kaido heard this, he immediately became interested. When Burndy-Wald heard this, his face darkened immediately. What is Wald's level again? He is a world destroyer. Now, I don't know. However, if you grow up, you won't be worse than the official crew members of the Rocks Regiment, at least at the level of 4 or 5 Walders. Eren shook his head. Burndy-Wald's face grew darker. He didn't know since when, in this beast's pirates, he had been reduced to a combat power measurement unit. As early as when he bound the god-level download system, he had already thought of recruiting this man and downloading his abilities. Of all the sea tribes, there is nothing more attractive to him than the other party. In that case, he must at least have the power of 5 fertiles. Interesting. It shouldn't be a small background. After listening to Kaido, he became more interested in what Eren said. A person who can let his brother buy permanent pointers to recruit, he does not believe that he is an ordinary person. If people in this sea call us ghosts, then he is a god. Eren didn't hide either. First Punk Hazard, then god. The combat power he wants to recruit is already ready. Ember. My name is Albert, a descendant of the Lunaria tribe, also the first of the 3 future plagues of the Beast Pirates. Fire, disaster. 16. Chapter 16 Ghosts and Gods, Kibson and 8 Fasts. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. The Kingdom of the Gods at the top of the red line. the Lunaria tribe called God by people. As early as when the God-level download system was bound, Eren had already locked his target on Jin. Possessing an innate ability to control fire, it can survive in various environmental conditions in nature. When the flames are on, the body is indestructible. When the flame is extinguished, it is as fast as lightning. He really wanted to know what kind of result would be born after downloading the blood of the Ghost Clan and the Lunaria clan together. Can it withstand Op Fruit's awakening ability with its flesh and blood? To this end, after Eren left the Valley of the Gods, he came to the Weapon Island for the first time to buy a permanent pointer to Punk Hazard, or a permanent pointer to Banks' restricted area, just to attract Jin. After all, that was already the most likely place to find Jin. In the original time and space, after Marine captured Kaido, he sent it to Banks' restricted area for Vegapunk to slice and study, and then met Jin there and recruited him to escape from prison. Ghosts and gods. Oh, well, this combination is really getting more and more interesting. Brother, I can't wait to meet the god you mentioned. Knowing that the race of Jin's origin is called the Queen of God, Kaido showed undisguised excitement and anticipation on his face. Soon, buy a permanent pointer and then help you change a weapon. Let's go. Same with Kaido. Eren is also looking forward to meeting Jin. Ghosts and gods. Burndy-Wald, who was originally used by Kaido as a combat unit, made his face as black as a pot. At this time, there were waves of turmoil in his heart, which could not be calmed down for a long time. Since joining the Beast's pirates, he has just discovered that his understanding of the world is too one-sided. Is the Grand Line still the Grand Line I know? Burndy-Wald looked at Brother Eren in front of him and thought silently. The longer he spends with the brothers, the more he realizes that the Grand Line is not something a pirate of his level can handle. This also made him less afraid to have the idea of betrayal. I'm very sorry, sir. We don't have a permanent pointer to Punk Hazard here. Or how about you choose another permanent pointer? At this time, the clerk who had just gone to get the permanent pointer came over and said apologetically, "No." Eren frowned slightly and glanced at Burndy-Wald. Don't you here claim to be able to buy permanent pointers to any island? No, or do you not want to sell? Burndy-Wald felt chills in his heart and even shivered in his body. He didn't expect that the permanent pointer, which can be bought on many islands, could not be bought in a world government member country like Weapon Island. Knowing that Eren went to Punk Hazard to recruit a god, he was so angry that he almost wanted to draw his gun. Captain Eren, hello? My humble servant is the owner of the shop, Kibson. I'm really sorry for the poor hospitality of the staff in the shop. The thing is, if you came here before, you can still buy the permanent pointer of Punk Hazard. But for some reason, since last year, the world government has banned Punk Hazard's permanent pointer, and now it is almost impossible to find this permanent pointer on the market, even in the underground world. Just when Burndy-Wald looked angry, Kibson, who claimed to be the shop owner, came over and explained quickly. Forbidden. Eren wasn't surprised that Kabatson blatantly revealed his identity. To be able to open a huge nautical supplies store in a place like Weapons Island is not an ordinary person in itself. What's more, he already knew that he was offered a bounty by Marine. It is said that Punk Hazard is listed as a no-go area, and few people can get there. In addition, the world government expressly prohibits it, and also destroys the Punk Hazard permanent pointers that were previously circulating on the market. There is only one way to go there now, and that is to go to the country near Punk Hazard first, then use the record pointer to fully store the magnetic force, and then go to Punk Hazard. Kibson explained. Too much trouble. Kaido is a little impatient. If you really want to use this method, you will not be able to reach Punk Hazard without a month or two. I want to know the second method. Eren looked straight at Kibson. Sorry, this is beyond my ability. Kibson looked embarrassed. That is to say, within the capabilities of others. Say it. Stop playing in circles with me. The corners of Eren's lips twitched slightly. Obviously, he was laughing, but Kabosin had the feeling of being entrenched on the zenith of the Green Dragon, looking down with cold eyes. I hope to gain your friendship, Captain Eren. Kibson's body was tense and his expression was calm, but the clothes behind him were already wet with sweat. You want to be friends with me? Eren's smile widened. He has already recognized the man in front of him named Kibson, who was the owner of the warehouse industry 38 years later. One of the Dark Emperors of the underworld. Of course, now he is just the owner of a nautical supplies store on Weapons Island. Yes, as a friend, I am more than willing to help you. For example, some information channel, such as getting you some commodity sources that are not available in the market. Gibson mustered up his courage and met Aaron's gaze. It's not easy to get my friendship. Aaron didn't refuse, nor did he agree. Cyborg. As the king of Weapon Island, he holds the right to sell arms issued by the world government. He has the punk hazard perpetual pointer, which is banned by the world government. Is it reasonable? Seeing this, Gibson immediately smiled. For him, if Aaron didn't directly refuse, it was equivalent to saying yes. But it still depends on whether he has the ability. Reasonable, but not enough. Hearing this, Aaron glanced at the mace in Kaido's hand and then spit out 2 words. Not to mention Gibson. Even Don Quixote da Flamingo, who is the most powerful in Shichibukai in the future, will come and go when he is called to Kaido. What's more, the man in front of him is not even the Dark Emperor. This is the deputy captain of the Beast Pirates. I think Mr. Kaido's weapon is also old. It's time for a change. Gibson has been watching Aaron's every move. After noticing that the other party's eyes fell on Kaido, he immediately understood. I know that there is an auction today, which will be held at the largest auction house in Weapons Island. Among the many commodities that participated in the auction, one of them was a weapon. It's still a famous knife. Gibson turned his head to look at Kaido, and before the other party could ask, he had already said, 8 fasts. The voice just fell. A smile flashed in Aaron's eyes. 17. Chapter 17, Slaying the Dragon. Hurry up and ask Mr. Kozaburo, asking for flower evaluation tickets. By call, are you sure it's really Aaron and Kaido who showed up on Weapon Island? The Qinglong brothers that the world government named to arrest? In the palace. Sebok got up from the throne, staring at a courtier named Baikal half, kneeling in the hall with scorching eyes. Your Majesty, it is Brother Aaron. Their brothers, as well as Burndy Wald, are currently bidding in the auction house. Baikal looked determined. Good. You go to dispatch troops immediately. Also, have someone notify Marine Base and ask them to send someone over quickly. Sebok slapped the handle of the throne excitedly. Your Majesty, are you really going to do this? That's Brother Aaron. My elder brother offered a reward of 300 million. My younger brother also offered a reward of 230 million. And the world destroyer recruited by them is not an ordinary person. It's better to inform Marine directly, so as not to get burned. Baikal was still kneeling on the cold floor, and did not get up immediately to do so. It's because they're the Aaron brothers that I'm going to do it to them. Don't you know, back then the Kingdom of Folcus sold Aaron and Kaido to Marine. Not only did they get the right to participate in the World Summit, but they were also exempted from the Heavenly Gold for 1 year. As long as you capture them and sell them to the world government, you will not have to pay this year's and next year's heavenly money, and you may even get more benefits. Sebok said naturally. As the king of Weapons Island, he holds the right to legally sell arms issued by the world government. But being legal means paying taxes and giving high-ranking government officials a big head. Plus the heavenly gold paid to celestial dragons every year. Even the treasury of Weapon Island is not so full. Their brothers are all capable users in the form of phantom beasts and blue dragons. Not so easy to catch. I'm afraid that if the action fails, it will bring disaster to the country. Hearing that there was no need to pay the heavenly gold for 2 years, although Baikal was heartbroken, he was not dazzled. A catastrophe, a joke. Our Weapon Island is not an ordinary member country, but has the right to participate in the World Summit. Will the world government allow 2 pirates to run wild here? As for the Phantom Beast and Azure Dragon form you mentioned, no matter how strong an ability user is, there are weaknesses. Our Weapon Island does not lack the means to deal with ability users. Sebok seems to have made up his mind. In order not to pay the heavenly gold, he was not moved at all. In the final analysis, after all, the gold in the sky is too heavy for the member countries of the world government. It can be exempted from paying the heavenly gold for 2 years, and it can even make a king take risks. Your Majesty, a lion fights a rabbit with power. Since you have decided to kill the dragon, why don't you send someone to invite Mr. Kozaburo? He's not only a swordsmith who can forge big swords, but also a samurai from Wanakuni. It is said that there was a warrior who could slay dragons in that closed country, and that warrior who slays dragons is the direct ancestor of Mr. Kozaburo. Presumably, he should be interested in slaying dragons. Baikal saw that his king was determined to arrest Brother Aaron, and he knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he could only rack his brains to increase the success rate of the operation. Dragon-slaying warrior? Good. Go and invite Mr. Kozaburo. Sebok hesitated for a moment, thinking that this time he would not only slay the dragon, but also 2 green dragons at once, so he nodded, stopped being stubborn, and ordered someone to invite Kosaburo. The other side, guided by Kabosin, Eren, Kaido, and Burndy Wald, who is also a unit of combat power, came to the auction house and sat down at random. As the auction began, all kinds of precious jewelry, rare antiques, and even the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit, were sent to the auction platform for bidding. To this, Eren and the others have been watching with cold eyes, allowing items to be taken away by princes, nobles, rich and powerful from all over the world, until the 6th auction item was brought onto the auction stage by several staff members. It was a mace covered with ferocious spikes, which made people shudder to look at it. Is that the 8 fasts? Brother, I want it. At the auction. The moment Kaido saw the 8 fasts, his body sat up straight. This moment, he had decided in his heart that this was his natal weapon. It has to be taken. After Kabatsun had a panoramic view of Kaido's expression changes, he secretly made a decision. Regardless of the cost, the 8 fasts must be photographed. For Kaido, this is the natal weapon. To him, it was the friendship of the Azure Dragon of 100 Beasts, and it was the kind of 2 statues with double copies. Ladies and gentlemen, the next thing we are going to auction is the famous Knife Point 8 fasts. Although it is not included in the 12 works of the Supreme Kwaiseo, it does not affect its outstanding quality. It's not inferior to the Great Quick Knife 21 knife, and it's also an extremely rare mace-like famous knife. The auctioneer held a microphone and ignited the atmosphere of the auction with a few words. As a weapon, if you get it, you will have a legend second only to the Infinity Knife. As a collection, get it, and you will have a unique treasure. The starting price for such a treasure is only 20 million berry. Now I announce that the auction will start, and each bidding price will not be less than 5 million berry. Finished. As soon as he hit the hammer, there was an immediate bid at the auction. 25 million, 30 million, 45 million. In just a few moments, the auction price of 8 fast has been pushed to 50 million berry. Have to say, in New World, where there are so many strong players, auction items such as famous knives are still quite popular, second only to devil fruit. Especially the quality of the 8 fasts, even if compared with the 21 work of the Supreme Sharp Knife, is only slightly inferior. About there. Seeing that the price was pushed to 50 million, Jibosin immediately lost the voice of bidding, so he held up a sign. 70 million. Adding 20 million in one breath, this is already close to the limit of the 21 workers of the Big Fast Knife. Obviously, he had a final idea. 70 million. Is that guy crazy? Even if famous mace-type knives are rare, the 8 fasting knives are only a level 1 weapon equivalent to a big knives. Even the 21 workers of the Supreme Sharp Knife are only worth more than 100 million. Never mind. It has to be said that Kibson's bid this time really had a significant effect. Several merchants and dignitaries who were not short of money hesitated for a moment, but they all gave up. A famous knife, even if it is photographed, is only used for exhibition or collection. Unlike some of the pirates present here who regarded Bazhai as their pocket, all of them stared at Kabatsun with red eyes, wishing to rush over and strip him alive. 70 million. Is there anyone who paid more than 70 million? 70 million for the first time, 70 million for the second time, 70 million for the third time. The auctioneer looked around the room excitedly. Seeing that there were no more bids, he quickly raised the hammer, as if afraid that Kibson would repent, and smashed it down on the table. I offer 90 million. Suddenly, an insolent shout, engulfing Haki, who is determined to win, swept the audience. 18. Chapter 18. The Second Treasure Navy. Auction of famous knife 8 fasts. Damn it. Kibson's face froze. He didn't hesitate to spend 70 million berry, and he also wanted to take pictures of Bajai, just to gain the friendship of beast pirates. Never thought about it. The 8 fasts are going to be taken to his own face, and at the critical moment, someone still jumps out to disrupt the situation. It's the country of flowers, the pillar of the Earthbound Navy. Atentia. Jeep Bosun turned his head to look, and a brawny man with 2 long beards and embroidered Earthbound characters came into view. With just a glance, he recognized the other party's identity. Kaba. Kaido didn't speak, but just exerted a little force with his hands, and the assistant of the chair was instantly smashed into slag. As a ghost, he is not a good-tempered person. If Eren hadn't been sitting here, he would have gone to the auction house to raise the stick as early as the moment he learned about the 8 fasts, before the auction started. As for the auction, Feel sorry. There is no concept of bidding in the cute mind. The results of it, patiently sitting in the auction house waiting for so long, looking forward to it for so long, seeing that Bajijia was about to be obtained, but in the end, a second treasure sailor was killed. It's no wonder he's not angry. Earthbound Navy, Aaron's expression remained the same. Even when he looked at Hua Tengsha, his eyes remained calm. No mood swings at all. But Gibson, who noticed this scene, felt chills all over his body, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This look. He is familiar. It was clearly the eyes of the dead. 95 million. Gibson didn't dare to read any more. He quickly raised the sign regardless of the pain. It's all come to this point. Unless he wanted to give up all his previous efforts, he could only bite the bullet and continue bidding. 95 million. Is there any higher than 95 million? Although the auctioneer was shouting loudly, he was looking at Hua Tengsha. 1. Hua Tengsha did not disappoint him either. After a little hesitation, he wanted to increase the price, but was stopped by a member of the Navy. Dong Liang, you can't raise the price anymore. Have you forgotten? We came to Weapon Island to purchase armaments, not to participate in the auction. If you really use 100 million berry to win the 8 fasts, not only His Majesty the King, but even the green pepper pillar will have a hard time explaining it. At first, Hua Tengsha was still a little tangled and could even see a little regret. After all, he was also impulsive. But when he heard the word green pepper, his expression changed immediately. Explain. What account? His green pepper is a pillar, so I am not a pillar. Does Laozi still need his consent to buy something? After Hua Tengsha finished speaking, he didn't allow the members of the Navy around him to say more, and called out the price again. 100,000,000. This gentleman offered 100 million berry. Is there a higher one? Hear this. The auctioneer was almost cramp laughing. A famous knife at the first level of Dequai Dao is worth more than tens of millions of berry. Now 8 fasts a stick actually photographed 100 million berry, and it is very likely that there is no cap. Can he not laugh crazy? Damn it. Gibson got up from the chair with a gloomy face. 105 million. A small goal isn't all that Gibson has, but it's about the same. Obviously. He also went all out. Dong Liang, don't bid anymore. We only brought 100 million berry over here. It's really a bargain, and when the time comes, it will affect the relationship between the Kingdom of Flowers and Weapon Island, and other pillars will also have opinions. As Hua Tengsha's deputy, Baruch naturally knew that his pillar of staff did this to compete with the green pepper in the cone. In fact, it is true. As Qingjiao made great strides after going to sea, it became more and more relied on by the king of the country of flowers, and there was a faint tendency to be the head of the 8 pillars. As the pillar of the second treasure navy, Hua Tengsha was inevitably unconvinced and happened to run into another 8 fasts. Then his head became hot, and he desperately wanted to take a picture to increase his weight. One last time, just one time. Baruch, do you want the 8 treasure navy to ride on the head of our 2 treasure navy? As long as you win the 8 fasts, even Qingjiao may not be Laozi's opponent, and you will naturally be able to explain to the king and other pillars. Hua Tengsha gritted his teeth and growled. It wasn't that he was unhappy with the green pepper, he just didn't want to lose. After all, before the green pepper became famous in the sea, the Earthbound Navy was the strongest navy in the country of flowers. But we're out of money. When Baruch said this, his tone paused, and he didn't continue. Then I won't give it. You said that our second treasure navy brought back 100 million berries ammunition and a famous sword, Bazeji, to the Kingdom of Flowers without spending a dime. I think His Majesty Ramen will be very happy when he finds out. You said yes, Baruch. Hua Tengsha's tone suddenly changed, and he said quietly, It seems that the devil is raving, which makes people shudder. Baruch's face changed slightly, but he fell silent immediately. In the Kingdom of Flowers, the Earthbound Navy is called the Navy, but in the Grand Line, it has another name. 2 treasure pirates. Of course, the same is true for the 8 treasures navy commanded by Kon Zikingjiao. However, it's not just our Earthbound sailors who are eyeing the 8 fasts, but also the beast pirates. It seems that they are also determined to win this famous knife. Baruch was silent for a few seconds, then reminded. Hearing this, Hua Tengsha couldn't help but look in the direction of the beast pirates. Aaron was expressionless, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry, but Kaido cast a serious look at him. It's just a new pirate group. The pillar of the second treasure navy in the country of flowers Will he be afraid that he will not succeed in a brat whose bounty is not as good as lousy? Hua Tingsha's face turned cold. Kaido was unhappy. Why is he happy? In his opinion, if there were no beast pirates to bid, Bajai would not have been pushed to such a high price. At most 60 million could be won. There is an ammunition on the island of weapons. I understand, Dongliang. Baruch heard the words and said no more. After all, Hua Tingsha is one of the 8 pillars of the Kingdom of Flowers, the man whose bounty is second only to the green pepper in the cone. In the Grand Line, there are not a few pirates on the lower Gram. Not to mention, Hua Tingsha's bounty is as high as 400 million, which is 100 million higher than Aaron's. Naturally, there is no reason to be afraid of the beast pirates. 200000000. After convincing his deputy, Hua Tingsha got up, stepped on the chair in the front row, spread his hands, and shouted at beast pirates with a full face. Anyway, he has already planned to solve all the problems in the way of pirates, so of course he will not gossip about asking prices again. 19. Chapter 19 in the New World. What the beasts like, sooner or later must belong to the beasts, asking for flower evaluation tickets. You want to die. Seeing that Hua Tingsha, the pillar of the Earthbound Navy, offered 200 million yuan, Gibson's expression changed suddenly, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. 21 jobs, the supreme sword, is worth more than 100 million yuan. Now, an 8 fasting knife that is equivalent to a big fast knife actually needs 2 small goals. At this moment, he is not the future boss of the storage industry, one of the Dark Emperors. Even if he buys everything, he can't come up with 2 small goals. Why, the auction does not allow others to bid. Or, your name is written on this 8 fast, so you can only ask for the price? Hua Tingsha got up and stepped on the back of the chair in front of him, spread his hands, and said arrogantly, You. Gibson's eyes were as cold as a knife, but when he thought of Aaron and Kaido sitting beside him, he immediately suppressed his anger and killing intent. Captain Aaron, sorry to make you laugh. If it's 200 million, even if I send myself to the auction house and sell it, I can't make it up. I'm afraid I can't do anything about these 8 fasts. Gibson lowered his head and whispered to Aaron apologetically. It's all right, Gibson. Aaron was not angry, but comforted Gibson with a chuckle. But in the next second, his words made everyone in the auction house change their expressions in horror. In New World, whatever the beasts are looking for, sooner or later, it must belong to the beasts. His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in every corner of the auction house. His tone is not heavy, but full of hockey who is all about me. Kaido. Wald. From now on, I don't want to hear the name Hortensia from Grand Line again. The voice fell. Killing heart. Kaido was the first to respond. He kicked his feet in the right direction. Purple lightning wrapped around his body, and a majestic wave of air exploded, sending people around him and chairs flying away. Immediately afterwards, he was like a scarf piercing the sky, and under the entanglement of lightning, he flashed in front of Hua Tingsha in the air. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and the palm holding the stick was slightly forceful, and the armament hockey in his body burst out from the palm, hardening the mace, and then engulfed in purple lightning, the stick swept across. 5 elements fist palm blade. Don't look at Hua Tingsha's arrogant attitude when he mentioned the Qinglong brothers before, but in fact his attention has always been on the other party. At the moment when Kaido exploded suddenly, he's also ready to fight. Facing the mace that shook the atmosphere to collapse, it forcibly swept out a near vacuum area. Hua Tingsha exerted a little force on his knees, his body was ejected from the chair, and then he stomped his feet on the ground. Armament hockey flowed to his right hand together with his whole body strength, and immediately put his 5 fingers together. Like a sharp knife cutting gold and iron, he slashed at Kaido on the mace. Boom. Palms collide. The rows of chairs sitting on the auction floor were like biscuits, all of which were crushed into sawdust by the impact of the hockey. Click. As the two continued to wrestle, the ground under their feet cracked inch by inch, shocking cracks extending in all directions, and then a dazzling black and red light burst out from the gully, as if magma was flowing and gushing. Kaido, imp of beasts. You want to take Laozi's head. You are 100 years too early. Turn your palm into a knife and take down Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams. Hua Tingsha let out a haughty grin, then put his right foot on the ground. His body took advantage of the injury, and his left hand gathered 5 fingers. For a moment, the armor hardened like a long spear. It rolled up a spiral air wave and aimed at Kaido's abdomen and pierced it. 5 elements fist, fist spear. Fist gun implemented. The terrifying power erupted instantly, forming a gun-shaped shock wave, wrapped in a sharp edge that pierced the mountain, hitting Kaido's body like boiled shrimp. His feet kept retreating and stepped on the ground one by one messy footprints. Let your brother come. After 2 consecutive hits, Kaido was knocked back. Like an undefeated god of war, Hua Tingsha stood proudly in the center of the auction house. However, after 6 or 7 steps back, Kaido slammed his left foot back like a steel nail, piercing the floor, rooting deeply into the ground, and forcibly nailing the retreating body to death. He received a frontal blow from me with the 5 elements fist, but he didn't even break his skin. What's the matter with this kid's body? Seeing this, Hua Tingsha immediately looked at Kaido. But when his eyes fell on Kaido's abdomen, which was where he attacked just now, the fierceness on his face froze slightly. Seeing that Kaido's abdomen was unscathed, a flash of shock couldn't help but flash in his eyes. Is it the 5 elements fist passed down from generation to generation by the Earthbound Navy? That's all. After Kaido stabilized his body, he patted the dust on his abdomen, and then twisted his neck slightly, showing arrogance. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two confronted each other, bursts of gunshots sounded suddenly. Hua Tingsha seemed to have noticed something. His face changed suddenly, and he immediately turned his head to look. Scoffed. The scene that caught his eyes made his eyes tear up. I saw Burndy Wald raised a gun in one hand and pointed it at Baruch. When he heard the gunshots and turned his head, Baruch was the leader, and all the Earthbound sailors present were all smashed to pieces. Like an ordinary person who was hit by an anti-material sniper rifle at close range. Most of the body was blasted into blood clots mixed with flesh, and internal organs by the bullets with terrifying kinetic energy and scattered around the auction house. Double multiplier 50 times the gun. It seems that he has noticed Hua Tingsha's gaze. Burndy Wald turned her neck to meet his astonished and angry eyes, with a sinister smile on the corner of her mouth. This is World Destroyer. In the face of Eren and Kaido, a vulnerable posture, but that is because the two brothers are too perverted, not because of the multiplication of fruits. In fact, except for a very few god-level devil fruits, and they are god-level devil fruits after awakening, most of the fruit abilities, if they are not paired with a powerful enough haki, then the Eren brothers who have the King Kong indestructible body and the dragon scale in the form of a green dragon in front of him, is almost useless. Such is the case with multiplier fruit. Even with a 100x gun, it can't break the skin between Eren's eyebrows. But if it falls on other pirates, let alone a 100-fold gun, even a 50-fold gun is a deadly weapon in the world. The fate of Earthbound Navy is the best proof. Wald. Hua Tingsha's face twitched, and his expression became extremely ferocious, like a Shura ghost, with a powerful armament haki wrapped around his body, as if covered with a layer of fiercely burning flames. Just as he was about to point the finger at Burndy Wald, a mace stuck out in front of him, cutting off his path. Hello, Hortensia, right? My brother said, I don't want to hear that this sea has your name. Just get out of here. Kaido flicked the mace at will, pressing the air and screaming sharply. At the same time, he said in a condescending tone. 20. Chapter 20. The Second Treasure Water Army Pillar? 1.5 fertile, only asking for flower evaluation votes. Is it 100 beasts? You better not underestimate the man who bears the name of Pillar on his body. Hua Tingsha glanced at Eren and saw that the other party was sitting on the only remaining chair in the audience. Since the start of the battle, he hadn't looked at him directly, and then looked at Kaido, seeing the arrogance and disdain on his face. After looking into his eyes, his pupils suddenly filled with murderous intent. 5 elements fist finger arrow. Driven by the surging killing intent in the chest. Hua Tingsha, who was beaten alone, did not choose to run away. Instead, he spread his 5 fingers, entwining armament haki's fingers one by one, like sharp arrows on the string. As the palm was pushed forward, the air burst into a sharp whistling that made the scalp tingle. 5 arrow-shaped shockwaves flew out of the air, like sharp arrows fired from a giant siege crossbow, and shot towards Kaido at the same time. He was very clear about the situation. If you want to attack Eren, you must first cut off the Kaido in front of you, and the combat power measurement unit of the beast pirates on the side. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Hua Tingsha's attack, Kaido just glanced at it, then stood where he was, without dodging or dodging, and directly used his body to bear the 5 fierce shockwaves. After receiving the 5 elements fist passed down from generation to generation by the Erbao Shuejun, his body swayed slightly, and his feet took 6 or 7 steps back, just like a towering old tree rooted in the ground, standing still and standing still. King Kong Dysprosium. After standing still, Kaido held a mace tightly with one hand and swung it with his backhand. Accompanied by a heavy whistling sound, a stick of sword-like aura flew out of the air and hit Hua Tingsha, who had no time to dodge at high speed. Puff. Even though Hua Tingsha drove armament haki to harden his body immediately, he was still beaten like a kite with a broken string, vomiting blood and flying backwards. The palm blade, fist gun, finger. Is it all useless? Hua Tingsha half-kneeled on the ground, vomited a pool of blood, staining the floor red. After taking a blow from Vajra, even though he was full of murderous intent and anger, he couldn't help feeling a little bit of trouble and a little bit of powerlessness that he didn't want to admit. What opponent is the most desperate? If someone asks now, he will definitely answer. Invulnerable to swords and guns, haki does not invade. Is he the same? After feeling what King Kong is not bad from Kaido, Hua Tingsha couldn't help but look at Eren. He didn't know what to think, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. If you want to fight with my brother, I advise you to die immediately. What I have, my brother has. What I can do, my brother can do the same, and they are several times better than me. A guy of your level is at best 1.5 Wa. Who gave you the courage to compete with beasts? Kaido directly opened the indiscriminate map gun. Not only forcibly extinguished the luck in Hua Tingsha's heart, but also accidentally injured Burndy Wald on one side. Hey, Deputy Captain, I'm not a unit of measurement for combat power. Besides, Lousy doesn't admit things like 1.5 Wa. Burndy Wald's face darkened. First, he doesn't want to be the unit of measure that Kaido calls beast pirates. Secondly, he will never admit that Hua Tingsha has the power of 1.5 Wa. Even if the reward offered by the pillar of the Earthbound Navy in front of him is twice as high as his. Damn it, don't you take Lousy seriously? Seeing this scene, Hua Tingsha saw Kaido and Burndy Wald quarreled as if they were no one else. He was immediately furious, but immediately felt depressed. He's not a fool. Even now, no matter how hard-headed he is, he knows that he is no match for Kaido, let alone Eren, who is several times better than Kaido. It's just that the tragic death of the sailors under his command, coupled with his dignity and pride as a pillar, made it hard for him to tolerate running away like a bereaved dog. Stop arguing. Kaido, clear the stage. Don't delay the next person who will be performing on stage. Just as Kaido and Burndy Wald were arguing, Eren spoke suddenly. Talking, he glanced around the auction house. The Scarlet Eyes seem to be able to see through everything, and they can see all the video phone bugs hidden in the corner. The one on stage? Hearing this, Kaido was startled for a moment, then noticed Eren's movements, and immediately looked around. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately noticed the video phone bug hidden in the corner. Boom. At this time, the ceiling of the auction house suddenly exploded, and a cannon net fell from the sky, engulfing Eren, Kaido, and Burndy Wald. Net. When Burndy Wald looked up and found that it was a big net, his expression was a little disdainful. He didn't even bother to dodge and directly raised his pistol. Kaba. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the 4 doors leading to the auction site burst open, and a row of Marines rushed in, raised their rifles, and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, hundreds of bullets were fired from all directions, weaving into a huge bullet net, forming a net with the giant net falling from the ceiling, as if to wipe out the 3 of Beast pirates in one go. It's just bullets, look at me. Burndy Wald showed disdain and directly hardened his whole body with armament haki, letting the bullets hit him. Puff. The sound of bullets entering meat came out. The face of World Destroyer, who was still full of arrogance last second, suddenly changed. The pain from the bullet tearing through his body was still tolerable, but as the bullet penetrated into his body, he immediately felt an irresistible powerlessness and weakness. Bullets made of sea stone. Burndy Wald's face was pale, her body twitched slightly, and she struggled to stand up. He stretched out his hand reluctantly, trying to forcibly dig out the sea stone bullets in his body, but the huge net falling from the ceiling just caught his body at this moment. Intense weakness and fatigue, like a torrential river, flowed through his limbs and bones, taking away the last strength in his body, so that he could only be thrown to the ground by the giant net. Even this net is made by sea stone. Damn it. The hardness of sea stone is stronger than that of diamonds. How is it processed into bullets and large nets? Burndy Wald was prostrate on the ground, looking sluggish. In his cognition, the material sea stone is so hard that even a swordsman can't cut it off. Even naval headquarters can only be processed into sea stone handcuffs. Like bullets. Think big, Ned. Let alone these things, he had never even heard of them. Not good. Eren and Kaido are also ability users. After falling to the ground, Burndy-Wald suddenly woke up. In Beast's Pirates, apart from him, Eren and Kaido are all capable. Thinking of this, he turned his head with great effort, looking at his own captain and deputy captain with a little bit of luck. Seeing this, he suddenly felt his hands and feet were icy cold, like falling into an ice cave. Eren sitting on a chair and Kaido standing not far away were all hit by sea stone bullets and covered by sea stone nets. 21. Chapter 21 Sea Stone Hunting Dragon. Invulnerable to swords and guns, Hailu is hard to hurt. Ask for flower evaluation tickets. It's over. Even they were sealed by the sea stone. Burndy-Wald saw the Eren brothers, all bound by the sea stone net, and that was the only thought left in his mind. Hua Tingsha Dongliang, if you want to do something, it's now. Just when Hua Tingsha was stunned by the sudden change, a voice came to his ears. He turned his head to look and saw 2 rows of Marines at where the gates get up to make way, and then 2 figures came out from the gate one after the other. One of them was quite familiar. Not someone else. It is the king of the island of weapons. Cyber. Hua Tingsha's face brightened. He didn't expect that the target he planned to rob before became his savior. Relying on the unprecedented sea stone weapon, the 2 green dragons were restrained. Thanks to your help in attracting their attention, this operation can be so successful. So I can give you a chance to avenge your subordinates. The 3 of them are all capable people, now that they have been hit by a sea stone bullet, and their bodies are wrapped in a sea stone net. Even Qinglong has become a soft-legged shrimp. Sebok looked at Eren, then at Kaido. Seeing the Qinglong brothers, who were all bound by the sea stone net, there was a flash of heat in their eyes, as if they were looking at 2 rare treasures. Before coming here, he had already contacted senior officials of the world government. Even if they were mentally prepared, the conditions offered by the government were still far beyond expectations. As long as brothers Eren and Kaido can be captured, the world government will not only be exempted from the heavenly gold for 3 years, but also not be required to hand over the share of this year's arms deal. How could he not be tempted by such a huge benefit? Please, hear Sebok say that. Hua Tingsha thought of the tragic death of his subordinates. Without hesitation, he immediately walked towards the auction stage and picked up the 8 fasts placed on it. I didn't expect that the legendary Qinglong would be defeated by a mere sea stone. It seems that there is no room for me to use my skills here. Seeing brother Eren motionless, Kozaburo seemed to have completely lost the ability to resist in front of sea stone and felt a little disappointed. The reason why he was invited. In addition to Sebok's willingness to provide himself with a precious or used to forge the supreme sword as a condition, he came here to imitate Ryoma. Since Shimatsuki Ryoma slashed the flying dragon, all Wanakuni warriors regard slaying dragons as their highest aspiration in life. As a direct descendant of Shimatsuki Ryoma, Kosaburo naturally wanted to emulate the legend of his ancestors and complete the feat of slaying the dragon. But he didn't expect that before he drew his sword, the 2 green dragons were defeated by sea stone. While this disappointed him, he was also angry with him and even thought that the green dragons were nothing more than that. No problem. Mr. Kozaburo, please come here. And you're just buying an insurance. The result now is the best. But don't worry, the previous promise to provide you with forging materials will still work. Sebok was in a good mood. Even though Kozaburo didn't make any contribution this time, he still chose to fulfill his promise. Anyway, it's just a little and it's nothing compared to the promise of the world government. As the master of Weapon Island, it is not a matter of a word to provide forging or... That's good. Kosaburo nodded upon hearing the words, and the slightest bit of disappointment in his heart disappeared. In addition to being a samurai, he is also a swordsmith. If slaying dragons is the highest ambition of a warrior, then forging a supreme sword is the highest honor of a swordsmith. Kaido, aren't you going to compete with me for this weapon? Didn't expect that. In the end, you yourself are going to die under these 8 fasts. At this time, Hua Tingsha was already clutching the 8 precepts that Kaido was thinking about, and walked in front of him with a grim face. Of course, it's not just you, and your brother. Hua Tingsha turned his head. His eyes were as cold as a knife, and he cut Eren. Elder brother. Kaido didn't even look at Hua Tingsha, but looked at Aaron as if asking for something. "Is that Sebok?" Aaron didn't answer Kaido's words, but asked Kibson, who was standing beside him. "Yes. Even sea stone bullets, gun nets, and other weapons can be obtained. Not to mention the permanent pointer." Kibson bent down, his tone firm. "Have you heard it all? Everyone who should appear on the stage has appeared. Then clear the field. Finished." Aaron exerted a little force on his arms resting on the handle of the chair and stood up with his body. Pling. As he got up and stood, the sea stone bullets that had hit him fell to the ground one after another, making the sound of gold and iron clashing on the floor. Scoff. At the same time, Kaido stretched out his hand to grab the sea stone cannon net wrapped around his body, then pulled it casually and threw it away. The sea stone cannon net that covered most of the auction house was thrown to the corner of the wall by him, and the sea stone bullets that hit him before also fell to the ground one by one. This scene left Sebok, Kozaburo, and others stunned. Knife, Dias invulnerable, but Hailu is hard to hurt? Burndy Wald stood up with difficulty, with a look of astonishment written all over his face. Originally, he was already prepared to be planted here. After all, sea stone can overcome all abilities. No, a few sea stone bullets took care of him. But never expected that the two brothers Kaido and Aaron, in front of sea stone weapons, actually showed a terrifying physique that is invulnerable to swords and guns and hard to hurt by sea buildings. "Kill me. Can you do it?" Kaido looked down at Hua Tingsha in front of him with cold eyes. Boom. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura, mixed with the terrifying oppression surged. Hua Tingsha's whole body was tense. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. His feet were on the ground. His body spread out like an eagle's wings, and he rose into the sky. Then, he held the 8 fasts tightly in both hands. Armament haki flowed from the stick, and the moment it hardened, he threw the stick at Kaido's head with all his strength. Bang. The deafening bang, mixed with the violent haki impact, shook the ground to collapse and crack open. Visible to the naked eye, the purple light filled the huge pits and ravines one by one, and at the same time, it continued to impact Kaido, trying to tear his indestructible body apart. That's it. Kaido raised his neck, resisting the oppression of the 8 fasts, reached out and grabbed the mace that hit him on the head, and then pulled hard. Ah. Feel the terrifying power from the 8 fasts. Hua Tingsha tried his best, but because of excessive force, even his neck, face, and many other places showed blue veins, and he still couldn't stop Bajai from gradually detaching from his hand. 5 elements boxing profound truth babbing. Seeing power is not as good as Kaido at all. He straightened his heart, let go of Bajai's hand, and then clenched his fingers into a fist, and both hands came out together, like 2 dragons going out to sea, blasting towards Kaido's chest. Boom. The moment the fists hit hard, 5 shock waves of different shapes, such as guns, arrows, or knives, burst out from both fists, penetrated Kaido's chest, and then passed through his back through his heart. If Burndy Wald had taken the blow, he would have collapsed. However, after Kaido took Hua Tingsha's attack head-on, in addition to shaking his body a few times and taking a few steps back with his feet, he stepped on the ground with his 5 fingers like iron hooks, grabbed Bajai, raised his hand, and entangled the violent purple lightning, and a powerful armament haki slammed into Hua Tingsha's head from top to bottom. The 3rd generation Neraku. 22. Chapter 22. Don't talk too loudly. With Kaido's powerful stick down, Hua Tingsha was immediately beaten until his eyes turned white, his teeth fell out, and he vomited blood. His body fell from midair to the ground like a cannonball, crushing the 100-meter floor until it was cracked and shattered layer by layer. Billowing thick smoke rose from the cracks in the cracked earth, but was immediately scattered by the lightning strike from the 8 fasts in Kaido's hand. Only Hua Tingsha's corpse, like blood-stained mud, was left powerlessly at his feet. Not even a chance to sit up. Remember it in your next life. The things that the beasts look at must belong to the beasts sooner or later. Understand. Kaido glanced at the corpse at his feet, raised his foot, and kicked Hua Tingsha to the sluggish Sebok. What are you still doing? Quick. Shoot. Kill them. Looking at Hua Tingsha, who flew over, he had already lost his breath of life. Sebok's face was pale, and he exclaimed in shock and embarrassment. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing his order, the marine present and the subordinates he brought pulled the trigger one after another. This time, they did not forget to wrap the armament haki on the bullet before even shooting. A salvo of hundreds of rifles was fired. In just a few seconds, hundreds of sea stone bullets wrapped around armament hockey had already submerged brothers Eren and Kaido in the middle of the auction floor, but no one stopped the fire and kept pulling the trigger. It didn't stop until all the sea stone bullets brought in were emptied. At this time, the feet of Eren and Kaido brothers are already full of warheads. All sea stone bullets, but none of them could break their flesh. Tell me, who's going to tell me what's going on here? They are obviously capable people. Why are they hit so many times by sea stone bullets, but nothing happened? Seeing this scene, Sebok almost went crazy. Doesn't he know how powerful Brother Eren is? No, clearly. But he still chose to come to hunt the dragon. Just because he holds a large number of sea stone weapons in his hands, such as bullets. For example, cannon nets. But now, whether it is Eren or Kaido, they are all invulnerable, and Hailu is hard to hurt. Hush, don't speak too loudly. Listening to Sebok's yelling, Eren held out an index finger, brought it to his mouth, made a quiet movement, and then rolled his eyes. A frightening orangutan flashed out. Then, with him as the center, a wave of Conqueror's hockey rose from the ground, sweeping the entire auction house with overwhelming momentum, wrapped in terror and majesty. It's not Conquerors. Only one person in a million has the qualifications of a king. As the Conquerors spread out, the thick hockey filled every corner of the auction house, and even every gram of air. The soldiers holding rifles at the scene only felt that their brains were crazily smashed by an invisible hammer. The intense dizziness caused them to turn their eyes white, their bodies twitched, and then they fell to the ground in disarray. Suddenly, in the ruin-like auction house, there was the sound of a knee falling to the ground. Kosaburo turned his head to look, and saw Sebok, who invited him to slay the dragon, was kneeling on the ground at the moment, panting heavily. Obviously, intimidated by Eren's conquerors as the owner of Weapon Island, although he didn't faint on the spot, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. Difficult to even stand up. It's finally much quieter. Looking around, Eren couldn't help showing a smile on his face when he saw that the noisy auction house became quiet. He is an ability user in the form of Fish Fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Blue Dragon. Naturally, he cannot ignore Sea Stone, but the Sea Stone weapon can only seal the fruit ability, and at most it can make the ability user physically weak by the way. The innate Vajra indestructible physique of the Ghost Clan can't be sealed even by Sea Stone. This is why Burndy Wall was brought down by a few Sea Stone bullets, but he was invulnerable, and Sea Stone was hard to hurt. Hit by Sea Stone bullets, covered by Sea Stone gun nets, the fruit ability will be sealed, and he will feel weak, but his body is still indestructible, and he cannot jump from a height of 10,000 meters or even tens of thousands of meters, the kind that loses nothing. Naturally, there is no fear of the insignificant kinetic energy of Sea Stone bullets. The same goes for Kaido. This legendary power. Over the years, I've only seen it once at Wanakuni. As expected of Qinglong, Kozaburo looked away and looked towards the source of conquerors. Staring at Eren, who was surrounded by conquerors everywhere, his eyes were not only heavy, but also a little excited. I don't know whether I was excited to see conquerors or excited for the opportunity to own the dragon. Conqueror's hockey, is it rare? Hearing this, Eren couldn't help turning his head, looking at Kaido with suspicion. Seems to be asking Kaido, is this Conqueror's precious? The Emperor qualification possessed by those who stand above 10,000 people. Of course it's rare, Kosaburo said as a matter of course. But the voice just fell. He felt that a wave of Conqueror's hockey, which was slightly inferior to Eren's, spread from Kaido's body, like a hurricane passing through, ravaging the entire auction house. Mr. Kosaburo, go and kill the dragon. Sebok, who was still able to kneel on the ground and resisted with difficulty, has already thrown his body to the ground at this time, and the whole person is prostrate in the mud. His eyes are rolling white, foaming at the mouth, and his mouth is constantly babbling. He actually has it too. Are you kidding me? When did this kind of power that only the chosen ones have become so cheap? Face off against Eren and Kaido, who unscrupulously vent Conqueror's hockey. Kosaburo's complexion changed suddenly, and his breathing became short of breath. This moment. In his eyes, there was no eagerness to try just now. Only heaviness remained. Why do you have conquerors? It wasn't just Kozaburo who was shocked. Burndy-Wald, who was still picking out the sea stone bullets embedded in his body one by one, now had shock written all over his face. Why don't you know? There are 3 people in the Beast's Pirates, and two of them have the qualifications of kings, which makes him feel very out of place. As the co-captain of the Beast's pirates, wouldn't it make sense to have a conqueror's haki? Eren and Kaido looked at each other and said in unison, "Dot." Burnby Wald opened his mouth, then fell silent. It made sense, and he couldn't refute it. I thought that everyone is a person with abilities, and it's just that their positions and strengths are different. Never thought about it. Both brothers are kings, and I am an ordinary person. No wonder they regard themselves as a unit of measurement for combat power. I actually gained the friendship of two kings. Gibson was going crazy with joy. He was very fortunate that he decisively bet on Eren and Kaido today, and he did not hesitate to bet all his belongings to buy the 8 fasts. I seem to hear it from that guy's mouth. Are you going to slay the dragon? Eren suddenly glanced at Sebok, who was prostrate on the ground and babbling, and then looked at Kozaburo with a half-smile. Just one look made this Wanakuni warrior's body tense like a mountain. 23. Chapter 23. This is what happens when you despise warriors. Slay the dragon. Another guy who likes to daydream. Kaido also heard Sebok's raving. To this, he shook his head, not taking Kozaburo seriously. Wanakuni samurai. Shimatsuki Kozaburo, come on. Kozaburo ignored Kaido's disdain, but took a look at Sebok, who was only a hair away from coma, and then looked around. In the huge auction house, I was the only one left. See here. He took a slight breath, walked towards Eren, and stretched his right hand to the word Hidao on his waist. The biting sword moved slowly. Confront Eren in person. Kozaburo just felt the feeling that only Ryoma Shimatsuki felt. From the oppression of Qinglong. Even if it was only in human form, the oppression of his gestures still made every muscle of him tremble. If it wasn't for the Bushido on his body to support him mentally, he would have been timid before fighting. Warrior. Wanakuni. Eren's eyes turned cold. Kozaburo's identity and the country behind him both disliked him very much. Before time travel, I didn't like it. After crossing, I don't like it even more. Have you heard of the Wanakuni samurai? Kozaburo was a little surprised. Since Shimatsuki Ryoma, the world has indeed known that there are samurai in Wanakuni, but with Wanakuni secluded for many years. Except for a few people, not many people know about samurai anymore. Sorry, I'm not interested in the deeds of that tiny country you mentioned. Eren smiled lightly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I will use this word of peace to let you remember Wanakuni and the samurai forever. Just like the flying dragon that was cut down by the ancestor Shimatsuki Ryoma back then, is unforgettable. Kosaburo's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he pulled Hidao Yiwen from the scabbard with his right hand. Playing. As the blade was unsheathed, his hand holding the handle slightly tightened, and streaks of black and purple streamers curled up, wrapping around the blade like a flying dragon, and then hardened into a black blade. You still don't transform. Kosaburo held the black knife in both hands. Seeing that Eren was still maintaining his human form, he sternly shouted. Unlike the samurai who stay in Wanakuni all year round. After going out to sea, he knew that people with Zoan abilities can transform. To kill you, there is no need to transform. Facing Kozaburo's request, Eren shook his head and said in a neutral tone, If you die, don't regret it. Facing Eren's unabashed contempt, Kosaburo's eyes became colder, and his aura became fiercer. Playing. When the aura climbed to ultimate, a chilling, trembling ghost aura emerged from his body's surface, and it converged with armament haki to form a purple aura surrounding his body. Then, holding the knife in both hands, he raised the Hidao Yiwen, and an Ashura with 3 heads and 9 arms suddenly appeared behind him out of thin air. Appears to be formed from ghost aura and armament haki. Ghost aura, one-sword style mystery Ashura dragon slaying drama. The moment Ashura took shape, Kozaburo also strode forward and rushed to Eren. The word Hidao, which had already been turned into a black knife in his hand, was cut out of the sky. Ashura at the back is like a shadow, also waving 9 arms, releasing ghostly sharpness, blessing on the words of Hidao, turning into a purple-black knife light and slashing obliquely at Eren's chest. Click. There was a loud sound of chopping the mountain. Kozaburo brushed past Eren and came behind him. As the footsteps stopped, the tip of Hidao Yiwen's knife in his hand pointed directly at the ground, and a purple-black sharp edge extending from his shoulder to his thigh immediately burst out from his chest, exuding a creepy and frightening sharp edge. Qing Long, this is what happens when you despise warriors. Kozaburo turned his head slightly, glanced at Eren behind him, and inserted the words of Hadao back into the scabbard without haste. Boom. When the blade of Hidaoi was engulfed by the scabbard and embedded in Eren's chest, the light of the blade that bloomed with a cold edge immediately exploded, turning into bursts of slashing storms, sweeping across his body like a weasel. There is a posture of dismembering every inch of hair and skin in the body. The fate of underestimating the samurai? What you mean? Just as Kosaburo felt intensely proud that he could imitate his ancestors, reproduce the feat of Shimatsuki Ryoma in the past, and draw his sword to slay the dragon, a voice full of puzzlement suddenly came to his ears. He turned his head and saw an intact body. This scene. Let the pride on his face and the pride in his heart disappear. Impossible. Handed down by Ryoma's ancestors, Shimatsuki's dragon-slaying swordsmanship, how can it be useless at all? Is it a hallucination? Kosaburo's eyes widened. His face no longer had the arrogance and confidence he had just now. Dragons are not so easy to cut. Before he drew his sword to slay the green dragon, he thought he would be defeated, but he never thought that his proud swordsmanship would leave a mark on Eren's body, and he couldn't even cut off a little bit of skin. Especially the man in front of him didn't even transform into a green dragon. Oh, what the hell is this guy thinking? How could he win Eren? Kaido shook his head with a sneer. When he was in the Valley of the Gods, he had already personally experienced the strength of his brother. It was the same Thunder 8 trigrams who was beaten with a splitting headache, but Eren was not hurt at all. After that fight, he often wondered whether there was any power in this sea that could shake Eren's body. Impossible. Who do you think you're facing? Before you get proud of your insignificant sword skills, let me show you the insurmountable power even if you practice hard for 100 years. Eren opened his hands, and streaks of purple lightning spread from all over his body like thunder pythons. As more and more electric arcs lingered around his body, these purple lightning bolts became bigger and soon fused together, converging into an incomparably huge purple thunder column, covering his whole body and heading straight into the sky. Bang. It was just an inadvertent movement, and the lightning column triggered by it raised the huge auction house to the ground and turned it into dust, forcing Kozaburo to release Haki's slash with a wave of the Japanese character, break the oncoming thunder. Thunderstorm mode. Eren's eyes flickered coldly, and his index finger was slightly closed. The purple lightning pillar began to compress crazily, turning into dragon-shaped lightning bolts, wrapping around the whole body, like a thunder dragon battlesuit, exuding a terrifying aura that made people tremble. Boom. There was no movement of Eren, and waves of atmosphere like water ripples had been set off out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, he made a stepping forward movement. Time seemed to press the pause button, and he kept the stepping forward movement frozen in place. But the strange thing was that 100 meters away, another him had appeared in front of Kozaburo out of thin air. 24. Chapter 24, Purple Electric Thunder 8 trigrams. So fast. Seeing this scene, Kosaburo's pupils constricted, and a fear that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. Facing the speed displayed by Eren so fast that it can cause visual frame drop, he just made the movement of drawing the knife with the hand holding the handle of Hidao Yuan when he felt a thunderous force attacking his chest to place. Boom. A wave of air mixed with jagged lightning surged. Kozaburo maintained the movement of drawing the sword, but was beaten with both feet off the ground, and his body was lifted into the air like a rocket, flying upside down 100 meters away. Before he landed from midair, a mouthful of scarlet blood mist sprayed out from his mouth, staining the surrounding air with a layer of blood, and then fell to the ground wrapped in the blood mist. Bang. The hard ground was like a crushed biscuit. Dozens of cracks first extended in all directions, then shattered into countless gravels, and collapsed into a huge pit, burying Kozaburo deeply at the bottom. Is this the speed that humans can have? Kosaburo propped his left hand on the ground. His face stained with blood and mud had just escaped from the bottom of the pit, and immediately vomited another mouthful of blood, soaking the soil until it was blood red. Call out. Suddenly, a piercing sound that was so sharp as to make one's scalp tingle reached one's ears. His face changed suddenly. He didn't care to draw the knife, and Armament Haki rushed to his chest like a tide. Boom. When Armament Haki had finally hardened his chest, a fist wrapped around the sawtooth lightning had already bombarded his chest. Boom. The tyrannical force was unleashed like an overwhelming force, beating him to the point of bending over like cooked shrimps. His feet rubbed against the bottom of the pit, and he retreated all the way until he flew out of the pit. Click. Even though Armament Haki resisted, Kosaburo still heard the sound of a fracture coming from his chest, followed by severe pain that swept his whole body. However, regardless of the injuries in his body, he forcibly concentrated and forced himself to calm down. With the scarlet light surging in the eyes, observation haki spread out immediately. Obviously, after receiving 2 lightning punches in succession, he knew very clearly that it was impossible to keep up with Aaron's speed by relying on his 5 senses alone. Back. With observation haki perception, Aaron was clearly still in the deep pit, but Kosaburo had already sensed the other party's next move. He didn't hesitate a bit. With a ghostly aura all over his body, and the hand that had been holding the handle of the knife all the time drew the knife with lightning. The Hidea character hidden in the scabbard is like a hungry wolf hiding in the dark, waiting for its prey to show its flaws. Now it is finally waiting for this opportunity. Bitter and sharp, fully blooming. The moment the blade was unsheathed, it was immediately hardened into a black blade by armament haki, and at the same time the figure of Ashura with 3 heads and 9 arms appeared behind him. Ghost Aura one sword style Ashura draw the sword and slash. Between lightning and fire. Kosaburo twisted his body. His spine was like a big dragon, driving him to forcibly twist his upper body in midair, and then swung the unsheathed Hidao, wrapped in the edge of the evil spirit that split everything, and together with Ashura behind, he slashed towards the air behind him fall. Call out. At the same time, the scalp-numbing sonic boom sounded again. Aaron stepped forward from the deep pit, knocked the air out of the umbrella-shaped airway visible to the naked eye, and appeared behind Kosaburo. At this time, and the sharpness of the words, Ashura slash, there is only a thin line of difference from his body. He seemed to be taking the initiative to lean on the edge of the knife. Predicting trends. No, it's predicting the future. Looking at the words of Hidao that are close at hand. A flash of surprise flashed across Aaron's eyes, but then he smiled coldly. Briefly seeing something happening in the future, but the future you see shouldn't be so far away. Otherwise, you won't have unrealistic hopes for your own knife. Realizing that Kosaburo should have cultivated observation haki so that he can foresee the future for a short time, Aaron is not afraid at all. Faced with the ghostly edge that is close at hand, he clasped his fingers tightly, stepped on the air with his feet, and his right hand collapsed away. Don't look at the future. I'll tell you. After this punch, you will never be able to hold a knife again in this life. The voice just fell. Aaron's fist is like a sharp arrow piercing things, carrying the power of breaking mountains and cracking the ground, piercing the airflow along the road like white paper, tearing out a looming translucent hole, and then collapsing with his fist on Kozaburo's Japanese words. Boom. When the fists and knives collided, there was an extremely heavy and loud noise. Immediately, haki and haki, fist and slash, lightning and ghosts. The fists surrounding the two clashed violently with the various forces on the blade, setting off overlapping shock waves in the air, like waves, which were stronger than each other, sweeping across the sky. But this fierce conflict did not last long. It can even be said to be extremely short-lived. Fist and knife only collided for a few seconds. Kozaburo's face has changed. He felt a terrifying power that cannot be described in words, vented from Aaron's fist, followed the words of Hidao, transmitted to the wrist, and then spread to the whole body. Scoff. There was a sound of muscle cracking. Immediately, blood oozed from the tiger's mouth where Kosaburo held the knife. At the beginning, it was dripping blood, which soon gathered into a gurgling stream of blood, soaking the handle of the knife with the words of Hidao into black and red. Immediately afterwards, Kosaburo's gradually trembling arm was sent out uncontrollably. His fingers tightened as much as possible, trying to grasp the words of Hidao. But the cracked tiger's mouth and the fracture pain from his arm made his fingers holding the knife only can forcefully let go, letting the saber fly out of his hand. This moment, not only did he lose his saber, but he also opened his door wide open, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for the man in front of him to make the final kill. Purple lightning thunder 8 trigrams. Aaron's eyes flickered with coldness, and after punching Hidao's words into the air, he immediately turned his fist into a claw, and his 5 fingers were slightly clasped inwards. Dazzling purple lightning burst out from his palm, covering his palm like a purple lightning blade. Then he raised his hand and stabbed out, the palm wrapped in the purple thunder blade, splitting the air into shocking cracks of white light, and at the same time piercing Kosaburo's abdomen with his palm. Scoff. Kosaburo's face was pale. His body twitched uncontrollably. Viscous blood sprayed out from his mouth and abdomen at the same time. He moved his fingers and raised them with difficulty, as if he wanted to grab Eren, but just as he lifted them into the air, dozens of purple electric pythons suddenly burst out from the purple lightning blade pierced into his abdomen, shooting towards all parts of his body, wrapped around. Where the electric python passed, the skin, muscles, bones, and even internal organs were all blackened and ruptured. Unbearable pain. Paralysis deep into the bone marrow. Not only did it take away the last strength in his body, but it also made him unable to move his entire body, not even to blink his eyelids. Puff. Eren glanced at the charred Kozaburo and pulled out the right hand that was pierced into his abdomen. Without the support of his palm, he fell from the sky to the ground like a rag. The swordsmanship I am proud of, Emission, who has been intensively trained for many years, can't even take a punch from him in the end. I still want to kill the dragon. Kozaburo prostrated himself on the ground, his heart filled with bitterness. Even his face, scorched black by lightning, could not hide the depression and despair on his face. 25, Chapter 25. I had a great time, asking for flower evaluation tickets. Samurai as Wanakuni. Physical injuries. A tragic defeat. Kozaburo can bear everything, but one thing, he can't accept it. That is the saber that symbolizes the dignity of the samurai and the swordsmith. During the battle with Dao Yiwen, he was blown away by Eren's punch. Heartbreaking shame. Like a gangrene attached to the bone, it penetrated deeply into his bone marrow. It made him feel severe pain even breathing. Shimatsuki Samurai. Good. I had a good time. Eren stepped on Moonwalk, as if stepping on a ladder invisible to the naked eye, walking down from midair. The gap is so big. How did the ancestor of the dragon horse accomplish the feat of slaying the dragon? Is it just a legend that the ancestor of the dragon horse killed the dragon? Or is the flying dragon he killed not the same species as the man in front of him? After being defeated by Eren's one-hit purple lightning, thundering 8 trigrams. Although Kozaburo was not killed on the spot, the tearing trauma in his abdomen and the damage caused by the spread of purple electricity all over his body still made him like a puppet with broken strings, lying on the ground with irregular limbs, unable to even raise his head. As Eren landed, barely seeing the other's feet, he couldn't help but have an idea. That is to question the authenticity of his ancestor Shimatsuki Ryoma's dragon-slaying deeds, and then suspect that the dragon Shimatsuki Ryoma slashed is not the same thing as the Eren he is facing now. Brother, what happened to you just now? Why do I feel that you are obviously only in human form, and you haven't even transformed into a green dragon form, but your speed, strength, and defense are all behind the transformation? Can the fruit ability still be used like this? Kaido looked at Eren, who was bathed in the purple lightning, and couldn't help being stunned and admiring on his face. Witnessing the strength shown by his brother just now, he knew it very well. Even if Eren is only in human form, he can still beat him who is transformed into a dragon form. Seeing the growing gap between them, his first reaction was not jealousy, but excitement and admiration. No. When Kaido looked at Eren, it seemed that he was not looking at his brother, but on a pilgrimage. Although both belong to the Ghost Clan, and both are in the form of Yu Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Blue Dragon, but it does not affect him to look at Eren with fanatical eyes. Qinglong already possesses the ability to control fire, thunder, wind, and cloud. The Roaring Thunder mode just now is just a usage of thunder and lightning. Covering a whole body with lightning is like wearing a Roaring Thunder armor, activating the body of the Ghost Race, and greatly enhancing the speed, strength, and defense. Eren glanced at Kozaburo, who was prostrate at his feet like a dead dog, and said to Kaido, "Others don't know, but he is very clear about how strong his younger brother's pursuit of power is." But it was such a person who desperately longed for power, but at the beginning of the journey, he did not hesitate to give himself the fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form he had obtained. He has always kept this friendship in his heart. Exactly. In the face of Kaido's inquiry, Eren did not hesitate or hide anything, and explained the usage of the Roaring Thunder mode. How did he manage to make such a horrible thing as simple as eating and drinking? Burndy Wald's body froze when he heard that. Even the hands that were taking out the sea stone bullets in his body couldn't stop shaking. Covers the whole body with lightning. It's easy to say, if it was him, he would have been hacked to death on the spot. Even if the giants do this, they will inevitably be turned into coke. After all, Eren knows how terrifying the Roaring Thunder is, and he is absolutely no worse than Thunderfruit. If you say that, I can do it too? Unlike Burndy, Wald's Heartbreaker. After Kaido heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. You're my brother, why not? Eren didn't answer the question. He is a ghost, and Kaido is also a ghost. Both of them have the indestructible physique of King Kong. Plus, they are also capable users in the form of Yu Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Blue Dragon. As long as he knows the method, he can do it. Kaido, of course, it can be done. The only difference is that even if Kaido has learned the Roaring Thunder mode, he is definitely not as good as him in terms of combat power. In the final analysis, the strength of Devil Fruit's ability depends not only on the development height and training method of the fruit itself, but also on the strength of the person with the ability. In terms of qualifications, Eren downloaded a double copy of the Ghost Blood. In terms of physique, he downloaded a double copy of King Kong's indestructible physique. On Haki, he downloads Kaido, Burndy Wald's Armed Color and Knowledge Color. Even if they are both in the form of a green dragon, even if Kaido really follows the same pattern and develops the Roaring Thunder mode, if the two fight against each other, they will only repeat the result of the brotherly battle in the Valley of Gods again. The same goes for Thunder 8 trigrams. Eren was unscathed, but Kaido was defeated on the spot. Let me try. After understanding the Roaring Thunder mode clearly, Kaido couldn't help but be eager to try, and began to strike himself with lightning on the spot. He went all out as soon as he came, and didn't mean to reduce the power of Pao at all. That insane posture, afraid that he would not be able to kill himself, made Burndy Wald dumbfounded. To this, Eren wasn't worried at all. Others die if they try, but not Kaido. Although Kaido's physique is not as strong as his, but the indestructible body of King Kong is not fake. If this can kill himself, then the Kaido in his memory will not have been playing fancy suicides for decades, such as airdrops of 10,000 meters, breaking into the headquarters, single-handedly fighting against the Four Emperors group, etc., but still alive and kicking. Captain, what are you going to do with this warrior? At this time, Burndy Wald also pulled out the last sea stone bullet embedded in his body. Although there were bullet holes all over his body and blood flowed all over his body, after the sea stone bullet left his body, his originally sluggish complexion immediately became rosy. Don't look at his mediocre physique when he was in front of Eren and Kaido, but that was also set off by Brother Eren. In fact, the man who can break out the name of World Destroyer in this sea, the physical fitness itself can be called a monster. I want to hear him say, "Join the Beast Pirates." Eren glanced at Kozaburo at his feet. After a brief rest, the Wanakuni samurai was able to barely lift his head off the ground. Thinking of the observation haki that the other party showed in the battle just now, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is the first person he has met since he went to sea who has practiced observation haki to foresee the future. True, the time to see the future is indeed a bit short, but no matter how short it is also to foresee the future. It is much better than the color of knowledge, which can only perceive the attack and predict the opponent's next move. I see. Think of Eren and the Kaido brothers' desire for powerful combat power. Burndy Wald knew it. Wasn't that how I was recruited into the Beast Pirates by the other party? It's just that he didn't notice that when Eren said that he wanted Kozaburo to join the Beast Pirates, his eyes were calm. That look was exactly the same as when he looked at Hua Tengsha, who was robbing Kaido of the 8 fasts in the auction house. 26. Chapter 26. Download Kozaburo's knife forging technique, mass-produce big knives. Bang, bang, bang. Burndy Wald pulled out a pistol and shot Kozaburo in each limb. Come on, let's go aside and talk. After firing 4 consecutive shots, leaving 4 bloody bullet holes in his limbs, Burndy Wald twisted Kozaburo aside as if he was carrying a worn-out piece of clothing. I don't know what the two talked about. In short, after chatting for less than a minute, Eren received a prompt from the God-level download system. It is detected that Shimatsuki Kozaburo is a member of the host, and all his abilities can be downloaded. After the sound of the system sounds, a character panel jumped out from the top of Kozaburo's head. Name, Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Faction, Beast Pirates. Occupation, Swordsmith, Samurai. Race, Human Race, downloadable. Skills, Swordsmanship, downloadable. Knife Forging, downloadable. Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, Foresee the Future for 1 second, downloadable. Advanced Armament Haki, Haki External Release, downloadable. Really? His Observation Haki can foresee the future, although the time is a bit short, and he can only see what happened in the next second. There is also Armament Haki, who has mastered the skills of Haki's outward release, but will not destroy it internally. Aaron glanced at Kosaburo's character panel, and he knew it. When I was fighting with Kozaburo before, I felt that the opponent's words of He Dao were still a certain distance away from him, but they were actually cut on my body. Obviously, because the opponent has mastered the hockey technique of putting out the armed color, but it will not be destroyed internally, and the armament hockey is not powerful enough. Cutting on his body is also painless. Can't break the defense at all. System, download Kozaburo's swordsmanship, armament hockey, and observation hockey. After taking a full view of Kozaburo's downloadable abilities, Aaron contacted the God-level download system and asked him to start downloading. Ashura's swordsmanship inherited from Shimatsuki Ryoma. Outward armament hockey. Foresight of the future. All are in the download list. Only Kosaburo's race was ignored by him. Without him, the thought of Wanakuni's blood running through him gave him a chill. He doesn't even care about Burndy Wald's human blood, let alone Wanakuni's human blood. Start downloading Sword Art. 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Sword Art. Start downloading Armament Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Advanced Armament Hockey. External release. Start downloading Observation Hockey. 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the Advanced Observation Hockey. Foresee the future in 1 second. As the system's voice fell, Aaron immediately realized that he had mastered a rather impressive swordsmanship without a teacher. At the same time, the perception range of observation hockey is increased to 10 kilometers, and you can see what happens in the next 1 second as you like. The strength and quality of armament hockey have also been improved to a certain extent, and the skill of using armament hockey has also been mastered. Hockey is played outside. Although Aaron does not lack the ability of long-range attacks, it does not affect his emphasis on the skill of putting out the armed color at all. The fruit ability alone cannot dominate the world. Only hockey can surpass everything. This is a famous saying that comes from a lot of cuteness that IT may not be true, but the top devil fruit and the top conqueror's hockey can definitely dominate the world and surpass everything at the same time. System, what's going on with this knife forging technique? After downloading swordsmanship and hockey, Aaron's eyes fell on the forging swordsmanship in Kosaburo's character panel, thinking deeply. If I remember correctly, Kosaburo used the saber and the Doichi script just now, and the Enma in Kazuki Oden's hand were all forged by him. It is detected that Shimatsuki Kozaburo, under the command of Host, possesses the forging technique of forging a large sword. After the host downloads forging knives, he will have the skill of forging big and fast knives. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but look at the words Hadao that fell not far away. Originally, I wanted to make do with it before I found the supreme sword. Anyway, the famous sword will automatically recognize the height. Now it seems that there is no need to settle. Between the laying chicken and the egg, he naturally knows how to choose. System, download Kozaburo's knife forging technique. Aaron immediately let the system start downloading. Start forging the knife. 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host, you have successfully downloaded forging knife technique. The voice just fell. Countless information flooded Aaron's mind out of thin air, all related to forging knives. When he digested the information and looked at Hidaoi's words, this big sharp knife no longer had any secrets in his eyes. As long as he has the corresponding materials, he can completely forge the second, third, and even more Hidao characters. Certainly. There is also Yenemo, and the famous sword at the first level of the Kaido. Even. As long as there are enough materials, he can even try to forge the supreme sword. It's no wonder the quality of famous knives in this world is so outstanding, especially the Big Kaido and the Supreme Big Kaido. It turns out that no matter whether it is the 21 crafts of the Big Fast Knife or the 12 crafts of the Supreme Big Fast Knife, except for the materials, all of them need hockey to be forged. Although this knife forging technique can improve my strength, but with it, I can have the ability to mass-produce large and fast knives. Aaron was overjoyed and made a decision right away. In the future, all official crew members of the Beast Pirates must wear a large, sharp knife. Ching Long, I can join the Beast Pirates. However, you have to promise me, in your lifetime, you must never set foot in Wanakuni half a step. Just when Aaron was thinking about collecting more or for forging big sharp knives in the future and giving Beast's pirates a big sharp knife, Kozaburo covered the bleeding wound on his abdomen with one hand and crawled over like a bug. What did you tell him? Aaron ignored Kozaburo and looked at Burndy Wald instead. I fired a 100x shot in front of him and told him that this shot can be shot in the sea or in Wanakuni. Then, he said on the spot that he wanted to join the Beast Pirates. Burndy Wald said a little proudly. Obviously, he's smug about the fact that he's recruited a strong force for the Beast's Pirates with just one bullet and one word. Understood. Aaron nodded knowingly, then looked down at Kozaburo. But I refuse. As soon as this word came out, the pride on Burndy Wald's face froze instantly. Ching Long, you regret it? Kosaburo's expression changed suddenly. He didn't know where the strength came from, and he stood up from the ground when he could only move forward just now. Repent. No. I don't remember when I promised you not to move Wanakuni. Aaron smiled coldly. Wanakuni? He made it. Whether it's the Beast's Pirates needing a base, or building a large number of big knives, or finding ancient weapon Pluton, etc., a trip to Wanakuni is a must. 27. Chapter 27. The storm in Wanakuni is not something you can handle, asking for flower evaluation tickets. Before. Aaron orders Burndy Wald to get Shimatsuki to nod to join the Beast Pirates, just to download the ability on it. There was no real plan to have him join the Beast Pirates. No. Shimatsuki Kozaburo has downloaded all the abilities that are useful to him. Not to mention that this samurai no longer has any value to be downloaded. Even if there is, Aaron will not give up the pace of conquering Wanakuni because of an insignificant Shimatsuki Kozaburo. Yes, he highly agrees with Kaido's choice to enter Wanakuni. The only thing I don't agree with is that Keijo didn't do things well. Did he set his sights on Wanakuni early on? Hearing Aaron say this, he felt the undisguised ambition in the other's words. Only then did Kosaburo wake up. It turned out that before this day, the other party had already regarded Wanakuni as something in their pocket. He originally regretted his reckless act of slaying the dragon, but after learning everything, he only hated himself for not being strong enough to slay the evil dragon in front of him with his own hands. No, it is too. Captain, then how should he deal with it? Burndy Wald felt a little depressed. He thought that Kosaburo could be recruited with just one bullet, and he was a little complacent about it. Never thought about it. He almost blocked Aaron's way. If you make trouble yourself, solve it yourself. Aaron glanced at Burndy Wald. If Kosaburo really came to his senses and did not hesitate to point the words of Hidao to Wanakuni, then he would not mind leaving a Hidao. Unfortunately, the other party did not have this awareness. I see. Burndy Wald felt terrified at the sight and immediately pulled out a pistol, hitting the back of Kosaburo's head. You will regret this. Wanakuni is not the weak and deceitful small country you imagine. The wind and waves there are not something you can calm down. Kozaburo ignored the muzzle of the gun in the back, but looked up and stared at Aaron. Whispering sound. I'm afraid of strong wind and waves. You forgot that I am Ching Long. Aaron couldn't help but sneer when he heard that. Too. At this time, Kaido, who has been immersed in the mode of tinkering and thundering, looked over and added a sentence. Wanakuni has tens of thousands of warriors, and there are not a few who are stronger than me. It doesn't matter if it's one green dragon or two green dragons. If you brothers dare to go there, if you dare to set foot on that land, you will only end up in the same fate as the flying dragons that invaded there hundreds of years ago and be cut down by warriors with swords. Looking at brother Aaron in front of him. Even though Kosaburo's heart sank and he was worried about Wanakuni's future, he still showed no sign of weakness. Okay, I'll wait. Aaron nodded, his tone very casual. Even with blood bars and unfathomable physical strength, he would not do such stupid things as wasting energy arguing with a dead person. Boom. Kosaburo looked excited, his eyes were cold, and he was about to open his mouth. Burndy Wald yanked the trigger. Double multiplier 10 times the gun. The bullet ejected from the chamber, and its speed increased tenfold in an instant. Kosaburo's expression, eyes, and voice froze for an instant, and then his whole head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Brother, how to deal with that guy? Kaido glanced at Sebok not far away. The king of Weapon Island, who initiated the dragon hunting operation, was lying on the ground covered in charred black. It seems that he was accidentally injured by the lightning released by Aaron when he was fighting with Kozaburo. Fortunately, most people in this world have the physique of a blood cow. Although he was slightly scratched by lightning, it still did not affect his life. Captain Aaron, if you don't mind, please hand him over to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Without waiting for Aaron to speak, Gibson trotted over and said self-recommended. Good. Aaron glanced at Gibson, then nodded. This is a man who knows how to seize opportunities. No wonder his strength is not outstanding, but he can become one of the dark emperors of the underground world in the future era of great pirates. Please wait a moment. Seeing this, Gibson was overjoyed. Before, what happened to Hua Tingsha almost made the other party take away the 8 fasts. Although in the end Kaido took the initiative himself and won the 8 fasts, and he also got the friendship of the Aaron brothers as he wished. But after all, there were a few twists and turns, and this friendship was not thick enough. On this basis, he must develop this friendship as deeply as possible. This guy is too good at it. Burnywald couldn't help but glance at Gibson after shooting Kozaburo. He was a little apprehensive. Compared with the other party, he was really set off 2 big and 3 rough. Fine. So far, Aaron has shown no sign of trying to recruit Kabatsu. Otherwise, he would really worry about his status being shaken. Brother, go on. Kaido took Kozaburo's saber and handed it to Aaron. With the incident of Weapon Island, Marine probably won't be able to sit still. What are your plans for the future? Is it the original plan to go to Punk Hazard to find the god you mentioned, or go to Wanakuni? Watching Aaron take over the words of Hidao, Kaido was carrying the 8 fasts with a look of eagerness to try. When he listened to the conversation between Aaron and Kozaburo just now, he already had a strong desire to conquer Wanakuni. I want to learn about the thousands of warriors of Wanakuni mentioned by the other party before his death. Go to Punk Hazard first. Wanakuni later. Aaron pondered for a while before making a decision. Jin's Lunaria clan bloodline and Marshal D. Teach's Double Devil Fruit physique are all download objects he is determined to obtain. There is no information about Marshal D. Teach yet, so he naturally set his target on Jin first. After recruiting Jin, download the Lunaria bloodline, then go to Wanakuni to further strengthen the Beast Pirates, and then go to find Marshal D. Teach. Good. Hearing this, Kaido could only temporarily suppress the bellicose factor in his blood. Anyway, he is also very interested in the Lunaria tribe. Captain Aaron, I found what you need. Besides, this king, return it to your disposal. Kabatsu walked over with Sebok in his hand and threw the king of the world government franchise country at Aaron's feet like garbage. This is the king who dares to hunt dragons. He didn't dare to make his own decisions and make decisions for Aaron. Elder brother. Kaido glanced at Sebok with eyes like looking at ants. Burnywald raised his pistol without saying a word and pointed it at the king's head. Captain Aaron, I was wrong. Whatever you want, just ask. As long as you can hold your hand high and spare me, whether it is sea stone weapons, ships, supplies, famous knives, etc., as long as it is something you can tell, I can get it for you. Kaido's eyes on the dead. The cold muzzle of Burnywald. On the spot, Sebok, the king of the franchise country of the world government, was so scared that his face turned ashen, and his limbs were shaking uncontrollably. 28. Chapter 28 points to pay attention to in the next life, asking for flower evaluation tickets. How about your backbone when you hunted dragons? Seeing Sebok kneeling on the ground, begging himself hard, Aaron shook his head. He thought that the king who dared to hunt dragons was a person, but he never thought that his bones were softer than Hua Tingsha and Kozaburo. It's because I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. I was instigated by that Wanakuni samurai, so I did such a stupid thing. You forgive me, I won't dare again. Sebok knelt down on his knees, pleading and cowering repeatedly. He backhanded a scapegoat and pinned it on Kozaburo, who was so cold. Captain Aaron, I am the king of the country that joined the world government. If you kill me, it will do you no good at all. IT will only make the Marine hunt you down wildly. Believe me, keeping my life, Sebok, is definitely more useful than killing it. Being a pirate is just for money, isn't it just for looting? Whether it's sea stone weapons, devil fruit, or all kinds of famous knives, I can give you all. I can give you all. This Weapon Island is plundered by you. You can take whatever you take. Seeing that Aaron, Kaido, and others were unmoved, Sebok changed the subject, and while using the world government as a shield, he continued to state the benefits he could bring from being alive. It's okay, I won't blame you, Aaron said suddenly. Really? Sebok was startled for a moment, then raised his head immediately. His scorched face was full of shock and joy. Real. Be careful in your next life. Eren nodded. Immediately, Kaido picked up the 8 fast with one hand, but he didn't use armament haki and the ability of the blue dragon form, so he smashed it directly. How terrifying is his strength with a single swing? Even if there is no haki mixed in, it still pulls out a spiral airwave, smashing Sebok's head to pieces and bleeding profusely. He followed Kozaburu's pace in an instant. This is the king of the countries that joined the world government. He actually said he would kill. There are also pillars of the Earthbound Navy. When Gibson saw this scene, even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt the slightest chill. It made him even more in awe of the beast pirates. What about the permanent pointer? After smashing Sebok's head with a stick, Kaido said casually, while throwing away the bloodline that was stained with 8 fasts. 3, please follow me. Gibson gave a jolt, not daring to neglect, and immediately led the way. I don't know if he was too thorough when he tortured Sebok just now, or because he knew too much about Weapon Island. After he led the 3 of Eren to the palace, not only did he not go the wrong way, but he also looked very familiar. Period. The Marine station on Weapon Island and the soldiers stationed in the palace wanted to stop them, but Kaido released the Conqueror's haki before they could shoot, stunned one by one. Without going the wrong way or being blocked by anyone, Gibson soon came to a study room with simple and elegant decoration. After rummaging through several drawers in the study, he took out a permanent pointer from one of the drawers and handed it to Eren. Captain Eren, I know you have important things to do, so before going to the auction house, I decided to order some nautical supplies to be delivered to your ship. I hope you will forgive me. Don't worry about my boarding the ship of beasts without your permission. Gibson kept his posture low. Since you have been on a ship of beasts, you should know what the pirate flag of beasts looks like. Eren cast a deep look at Gibson. No. Kabatson bent even lower. Then draw a pirate flag of 100 beasts. I allow you to borrow it 3 times. Finished. Eren withdrew his gaze, turned his head and left with Kaido and Burndy Wald, and didn't look at Gibson anymore. Thank you, Captain Eren. When Gibson heard this, he clenched his hands tightly and could no longer hold back the ecstasy and joy in his heart, allowing it to flow to his face. As the future warehouse boss, the Dark Emperor of the underground world, he didn't know Lu Buwei, but it didn't affect him being self-taught without a teacher, and he knew the truth that rare goods can live in. Looking at the new world, the Beast Pirates are not well known now, but he firmly believes that the Beast Pirates, with only 3 people in front of him, will become famous in the sea in a short time. At that time, the 100 Beasts pirate flag in his hand will become the strongest support for him to survive, create a strong in the sea of monsters. Brother, you seem to be quite optimistic about that guy named Gibson. On the way back to the pirate ship, Kaido said suddenly, even a piece of toilet paper or a pair of underwear has its uses. What's more, his vision and ability are not bad. It's not so much optimistic, it's better to give him a chance. Eren walked leisurely, not at all worried about killing a world government king. Captain, what if he disappoints you? Burndy Wald still has a sense of crisis. After all, regardless of strength, Gibson is really good at it. I've never placed any hope in him, so why should I be disappointed? Give him the pirate flag of beasts, just to give him a chance to serve as the Beast Pirates. He didn't do it well, just change it. Eren said casually. In the new world, there are too many people who even own Conqueror's haki, not to mention a person who works like a dog and a horse. Warehousing boss? Dark Emperor? That kind of thing, in Eren's eyes, has never been a precious luxury, let alone unique. If it doesn't work well, just like what he said just now, just change it. I see. Burndy Wald no longer feels a sense of crisis in her heart, but only feels lucky. This moment. He felt lucky for himself from the bottom of his heart that he was able to meet the 2 brothers Eren and Kaido at the beginning of the Beast Pirates when they were in their infancy. Otherwise, not to mention being recruited into the Beast Pirates and becoming an official crew member, it would be very difficult to win a spot as a dog and horse like Kabosin did. Much like the cuter future. If you want to cooperate with him, at least you need a Shichibukai of Don Quixote Doflamingo's level. Let's set sail. We've been here long enough. After reboarding the pirate ship, Eren casually tossed the perpetual pointer to Burndy Wald. Yes, Burndy Wald knew how serious Eren was about the next move. He didn't dare to neglect and immediately steered and set sail. Clatter. as the sea surface was cut open by the bow of the ship like white paper, and there were waves of waves. A ship with the flag of beasts had already set sail from the pier, setting off a hunting sea breeze and breaking through the waves. It's just that although the ship of the beasts' pirates left, the storm on Weapons Island did not gradually calm down because of the departure of Aaron and others. Radiates the entire Grand Line. 29. Chapter 29 Garp. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Holy Land Mariawa. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane stood at the main entrance, watching the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods disappearing from sight one by one, shaking their heads or sighing, but most of them were relieved. It was as if he was not sending away a plague god, but a group of plague gods. Finally, all the rubbish was transported away. Dragon. Before boarding the ship, remember to ask someone to disinfect the ship first. The garbage has been on the warship for so many days, and it is inevitable that some bacteria will be left behind. The celestial dragons had just left, but Garp turned his head and warned Monkey D. Dragon behind him. Garp, what are you talking about? Do you still want to be promoted to Admiral? Sengoku immediately snapped angrily. Although he is a candidate for Admiral, he can already think from the perspective of Martial Marine, but no matter what angle he thinks from, he can't do it so that he can show his self-consciousness on any occasion and in front of anyone. Heart to love the celestial dragon's gesture. Next time you want to tell the truth, remember to pay attention to the occasion. At least you have to say it after the celestial dragons have gone a little farther away. Zephyr reminded kindly. Ha ha ha, you all make sense. I will pay attention next time. Garp held his head and grinned broadly. You guys really. Surumi couldn't help shaking his head and laughing when he saw that the three of them were over 100 years old together, and they still looked like children. Blue. Just when Garp and the others felt relieved as if they were surviving after a catastrophe to send away the celestial dragons, a hurried phone bug call suddenly sounded from Sengoku's pocket. Hi, this is Sengoku. Sengoku had just connected the phone when an anxious voice came from the phone. Mr. Sengoku, news came from the CP that a day ago, the Beast pirates headed by brothers Aaron and Kaido appeared on Weapons Island. Kill them all. Hearing this, Garp and the others immediately frowned. The joy of defeating the Rocks pirate and sending off a batch of celestial dragons is gone. What about the rest? What about civilian casualties on Weapons Island? Sengoku hastily asked. After statistics, the Earbound Navy at the scene, as well as the Marine who participated in the roundup of the Yalong brothers and the soldiers on the Weapon Island brought by Sebok, were wiped out. As for the civilians on Weapon Island, there is no record of casualties. Marine on the other end of the phone bug reported truthfully. That's good. When Garp heard that there were no casualties among the civilians on Weapons Island, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What a fart. Erbao sailors, soldiers from Weapon Island, and those warriors will not be mentioned, but among those who died, there are our Marines. Garp, tell me, what's the point? Sengoku gave Garp a hard look. Seeing Sengoku's expression of choosing someone to eat, Garp shrank his neck and dared not speak. Blue. At this time, another phone bug call came from Zephyr's pocket. This is Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, 3 days ago, Shiki led the flying pirates and suddenly parachuted into the kingdom of Cyclo and launched a plunder. The country's army was completely wiped out. No one survived, and countless civilians were killed or injured. Not one survived. Click. Hearing this, Zephyr's fists were clenched tightly, and there was a crisp sound like roasted chestnuts between his finger bones. Not just him. The Marines present all looked gloomy. Sengoku, I'll just say it. Compared to Shiki's group, Brother Aaron is so kind that he can be described as a good person. It's not stealing or robbing. Among the pirates, it is estimated that only the Roger pirates can compare with him. Garp said weakly. You shut up. What difference can they make? Not all pirates. Sengoku yelled at Garp. Blue. Just as Garp was about to speak, another call from the phone bug came from his pocket. Garp. Mr. Garp, we just received news that 5 days ago, the Roger pirates appeared in the kingdom of Croat and wiped out all the country's troops, leaving no one behind. As soon as this word came out, everyone's complexion is very ugly. What day is today? Pirate party? One by one scrambling to jump out to show off their achievements, either looting more than anyone else or killing more people than anyone else. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Roger, since he went to sea, he has rarely even killed the Marine who is chasing him. How could he destroy a country's army for no reason? Garp's face froze, his tone extremely excited. It's not for no reason. According to Marine's investigation, it's because one of the sergeants in the Kingdom of Croat said something bad about a crew member of the Roger Pirates, and then Joel D. Roger wiped out a country's army. The soldiers in the phone bug also reported truthfully. A bad word, kill a country's army? Garp, you're right about one thing. Brother Eren is really kind enough to be described as a good person. Sengoku's face was as gloomy as water, and he yelled at Garp angrily. Bastard Roger. Garp was stunned until his chest hurt, and he turned his head and left. Where are you going? Sengoku roared at Garp's back. I'm going to hunt Roger down, ask him if he really did something like this. If it is, I will capture him with my own hands and throw him and impel down. Garp didn't turn his head back, and the justice coat on his back flew up without any wind. Blue, blue. He heard the call of the phone bug. Sengoku, Zephyr, and others' eyelids twitched, with expressions of not wanting to answer, and finally Crane shook his head and reached out to answer the phone bug. I am Crane. Ms. Crane, the John Pirates, and the Silver Axe Pirates clashed on Mozizia Island, destroying half of the town. I see. Also, Edward Newgate announced in a high-profile manner that Footvaulton Island is his territory and planted the pirate flag on the island. Is it gone? Charlotte Lin established the nations, led her group of sons and daughters, plundered everywhere, and expanded her power. Are you a toothpaste guy? Listening to one message after another came from the phone bug. Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane, and their expressions are no longer gloomy, but heavy. This moment. Gone is the joy of defeating the Rocks pirate and sending off a batch of celestial dragons. Before, they all thought that after Rocks pirate disbanded, the sea would be more or less calm for a while. Never thought that a hurricane of the times would come so suddenly and violently. Is this a group of demons dancing? Jumped out one by one. Where does Marine go from here? Faced with a series of sudden bad news, Zephyr was a little at a loss for a while. According to the original plan, after delivering the celestial dragons to Mariawa, he sets out to capture the beast pirates. Again now, facing the situation where the kings are vying for the throne, he can't help but feel that he has no skills at all. Chapter 30 Dragon, this era is too early for you. Brother Eren, Roger, Shiki, and Charlotte Lin, these guys either killed the king of the government's allies, looted a country, or destroyed a country's army, and the impact was the worst. I think it is necessary to take the four of them first. To give those countries an explanation, faced with the pirate groups that sprung up like mushrooms after rain, one after another, all of them possessed the qualifications of kings. Sengoku also has a feeling that the mountains and rain are about to come. However, having the body and wisdom of a Buddha, after being caught off guard for a short time, he immediately cleared his mind and made plans for Marine's next actions. Instead of targeting Achiku, Silver Axe, and John, he targeted the Eren brothers, Roger, Shiki, and Charlotte Lin. Without him, just because the places where these four people ravage are all affiliated countries under the world government, the actions of these four pirate groups have affected the prestige and interests of the world government. Roger to be handled by Garp. Then I'll take care of Shiki. As for Big Mom and Brother Eren, having said that, Sengoku looked at Zephyr and Crane. I need to know where they are. Zephyr pondered for a moment. His gaze fell on Crane. Whether it's Brother Eren or Charlotte Lin, everyone is easy to deal with. Even as Admiral's backup, he can only focus on the other side. Etc. Marshal Kong, I am Crane. Yes, can the CP determine the location of the beast pirates? Crane immediately took out the phone bug and called Kong Sora, who was far away in naval headquarters. As the call was connected, she quickly got the information she needed. According to Marshal Kong, it is Eren, Kaido both have similar abilities to Shiki, allowing ships to fly in the sky. When they left Weapon Island, they took the flight method. Marine and CP have been searching with all their strength, but they haven't been found yet. Crane put down the phone bug. Then I'll catch Big Mom first. Beast pirates can fly, but Wangwa can't fly. However, if there is any news about the beasts, you must notify me as soon as possible. I still think that the potential threat of the Qinglong brothers is even higher than that of the former Rocks pirate cadres. Hearing this, Zephyr already made a decision in his heart. In fact, he is more inclined to capture Eren and Kaido. Although compared with Whitebeard, Shiki, Charlotte Lin, and other former Rocks pirate cadres, the Qinglong brothers, who are former Rocks crew trainees, are indeed a little fledgling now, but he attaches great importance to them. But in Shiki, Charlotte Lin on top of Lin et al. It has been a while since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but he still can't forget it. That day, the two green dragons I saw entrenched in the sky. Do not worry. I'm going to have Marshal Empty keep the beast's pirates under watch 24 hours a day. As soon as there is news, someone from the headquarters will notify you as soon as possible. Sengoku also agrees with Zephyr's judgment, just because he saw the lineup of the Roger pirates in the Valley of the Gods. Whenever he sees the reward orders of Eren and Kaido, he will involuntarily have the idea of confronting Roger and Rayleigh. Unlike Shiki, unlike Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, the number of Beast's pirates is small at present, but once the wings are full, it will be a double king group like the Roger pirates. With the lessons learned from Roger and Rayleigh, how could he not pay special attention to the Beast pirates? In that case, I will go to the hive. Even if you can't catch Achiku, let him sober up so you know the days of the rocks are over. Don't think that if you occupy the hive, you can dream of being the king of the sea. Seeing this, Suru set his sights on Achiku. Uncle Sengoku, you are all going to catch pirates. What about me? Seeing that Marine F4 each had their own goals, Monkey D. Dragon couldn't sit still. At first, he thought that his father Garp would call him when he set out to arrest Roger, but he never thought that he would ignore him. Then on to Sengoku, Zephyr, and even Crane. None of it meant anything to him. Dragon, every Marine has his chance to play, but this era is still too early for you. Now your first task is to return to Punkazak, guard the restricted area of Bank, and protect Dr. Vegapunk. Sengoku glanced at Monkey D. Dragon and thought that when Garp set off, he deliberately did not bring Monkey D. Dragon with him, so he made a decision. As a candidate for Admiral, and the kind who will be promoted to Admiral of the headquarters at any time, he knows better than anyone how much the world government attaches importance to Bank's restricted area. In addition to the three major institutions, Naval Headquarters, Impel Prison, and Cypherpole, it is Punk Hazard. That is, Bank's restricted area. As the person in charge of guarding the penalty area, only Marine who was trained as a seated Admiral player is eligible to serve. For example, Monkey D. Kizuru in the future. However, I want to be like you to deal with the Beasts, Fakon, Roger, and other pirate groups. Monkey D. Dragon frowned slightly, a little reluctantly. There will be a chance. How about this, Beasts, Pirates, Qinglong brothers? All have the ability to fly. If I find them, I'll let Zephyr take you with him the next time he goes into battle. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief, but made up his mind to put Monkey D. Dragon in Punk Hazard for a few years first. He, Garp, Zephyr, Crane are all in their early 40s now. Marine F4 is all in its prime, and its peak cannot be more peak. There is no need for the new generation of Marine like Monkey D. Dragon to take any unnecessary risks in this era. Okay, that's it. Upon hearing this, Monkey D. Dragon couldn't help but raise an unruly smile on his face. Qinglong. As it happens, he's also a dragon. Then let's see whether the green dragon of beasts is stronger or the dragon of monkeys family is stronger. Coincidentally, as the Rock's pirate disbanded, the storm of the new age intensified. Marine isn't the only one eyeing the beast pirates. The other side, like a chasm-like crack, extends several kilometers along the ice surface. Bayou Iceberg. An iceberg that was called impossible to be opened by the world was smashed open by a man with a pointed cone and a beard. Opened, as expected, of the strongest pillar of the Kingdom of Flowers. Green peppers of the cone. He actually used his head to split the Bayou Iceberg that has never been split by anyone. On a ship flying the flag of the Eight Treasures Navy. After seeing the green pepper splitting the Bayou Iceberg, many members of the Navy cast awe, admiration, and fanatical gazes at their pillars. In their eyes, it seems that there is nothing green pepper can't do in this sea. If you bury the treasure here, no one will be able to get it. Even if the whole world knows, all my green pepper wealth is useless here. Whoever comes to this precious jade iceberg can only stare blankly, looking at the mountain full of treasures, but can't touch it, can't take it away. Qingjiao raised his head and looked at the Bayou Iceberg that was several kilometers away from the ground. He seemed to see countless pirates swarming around the Bayou Iceberg, racking their brains, but there was nothing they could do, so he couldn't help grinning. 31. Chapter 31. Talking nonsense is useless. Let Eren also mourn, seeking flowers for evaluation tickets. Bury Laozi's treasure quickly. After Qingjiao split the Bayou Iceberg, he turned his head and ordered to the Navy on the deck. Yes, Dongliang. Everyone immediately moved boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry that had already been packed from the ship to Bayou Iceberg, and carefully stored them in the iceberg ravine split by green peppers. Looking through the ice wall, he clearly saw the boxes of treasures, and the smile on Qingjiao's face became brighter and brighter. But just as he was wantonly admiring the scene in front of him, his deputy Kai Shin sprinted over with a dignified expression. Dong Liang, something happened to the Urbound Navy. The king of ramen said that Hua Tingshan's life card was burned out. Hearing this, the smile on Qingjiao's face froze slightly. Do you know who did it? The smile on Qingjiao's face immediately subsided. Although there were many rivalries with Hua Tingsha on weekdays, it was still a petty fight between the pillars, and they just wanted to overwhelm the other party in terms of strength, bounty, and fame. Just compete with the top students for the first place in the school. Putting these aside, the relationship between the 8 pillars of Flower Country is similar to that of Garp and Sengoku. They all grew up together in the country of flowers. Otherwise, in the future, he would not allow Lao Kai to marry Hua Tingsha's daughter. Minister Beast Pirates. Kaido. Seeing that there was no longer a smile on Qingjiao's face, Kaishin's heart tightened. When Qingjiao heard this, she didn't speak, but turned her head to look at Baoyu Bingshan. Looking at the treasure buried inside, he could no longer laugh like he did just now. Dong Liang, please mourn. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Qingjiao, Kaishin hastily bowed his head and comforted him in a low voice. Not just him. All the members of the 8 Treasures Navy surrounded them, holding knives and guns, waiting for Qingjiao's order. It's no use talking bullshit, sorry for Aaron. Qingjiao suddenly turned around with a ferocious expression and a chilling look in his eyes. In recent years, he and Hua Tingsha did not fight, but was mostly grudges. Moreover, when will it be the turn of the Beast's pirates to kill him, the pillar of the Kingdom of Flowers? Let's kill together. Without any movement, a wave of Conqueror's haki has spread from him, spreading to all directions, covering the entire Baoyu iceberg. The terrifying oppression even forcibly dispersed the bitter cold wind on the Baoyu iceberg that never stopped. This is the bounty of 500 million berry. Cone green peppers at their peak. The vast sky. A pirate ship shrouded in flames pierces through the wind and clouds, soaring recklessly at 1,000-meter altitude like a flying dragon. Suddenly, a seagull-like cry came, which attracted Kaido's attention on the deck. He followed the sound and saw a seagull clutching newspapers under the pirate ship, flapping its wings vigorously and flying towards it. Let's do business on our heads. You're really good. Seeing this scene, Kaido couldn't help but smile, and then took out a 100 denomination note from his pocket. Give it 200. Take it as a tip. Aaron saw the news bird flying out of breath, so he said something. Normally, the price of a newspaper is 100 berry. But it's not easy doing business here with the Beast Pirates. Unlike other pirate groups that can only sail slowly on the sea, beasts not only often enter and leave the sky, but also move at kilometers or even thousands of meters in the air. For newsbirds flying with a lot of newspapers, it is not easy to make this business. Europe. The newsbird looked at the 200 berry that Kaido handed over, and it was panting, its face turned red, and it was out of breath, and handed a newspaper to Aaron with a happy face. Although Beast's Pirates is a little hard to find, it feels that it is not a loss for the 200 berry in its hand. Unlike the flying pirates next door, where to find them, and stingy. Only give 100 berry each time. No tipping. Speak a word to your colleague for me. If there is a newspaper, deliver it as soon as possible. It's still 200, Aaron said to Newsbird. Although Grand Line has phone calls, videos, and live broadcasts for most people, especially the pirates who live in nowhere. If you want to get the latest information on the vast sea and understand the major current events of the Grand Line, the best choice is often the newspaper. It is cheap and convenient. Only 100 berry per serving. Europe. The power of tipping is immediately apparent. After stealing 100 berry, Newsbird immediately nodded, saying that he would bring the message to Aaron, and then got up and flew away. Brother, what we did on Weapon Island was published in the newspaper. Besides us, there are others. Lin, Shiki, Whitebeard, they all have them. Kaido opened the newspaper and found that he and Aaron had reported it, and it was one of the headlines. Does the X-Rocks group dominate the newspapers? Aaron looked around and saw that he and Kaido were sharing the headlines with Roger, Shiki, and Charlotte Lin. In addition to this, Whitebeard, Achiku, John et al. Are published below. It can be said, not counting the Roger Pirates, this issue of the newspaper is basically dominated by the former Rocks pirate crew. And our reward order. Look, bounties have all gone up. Still cute and cute, she is still very concerned about the bounty. He picked up 2 reward orders and glanced at the amount. Aaron, Captain Beast Pirates. Bounty 500 million berry. Live or die. Kaido, Beast Pirates Deputy Captain. Bounty 430,000 berry. Live or die. What about mine? Burndy-Wald took his bounty order, but when he saw his bounty, he was a little upset. Burndy-Wald, member of the Beast Pirates. Bounty 230 million berry. Why is the increase only 30 million? Burndy-Wald slapped his bounty on the deck. For things like bounties, the most fearful thing is to run into peers as foils. With 100 million, no 200 million as the growth unit, the Aaron brothers are in front. When it comes to me, it only increases as much as Wong Luffy, who just debuted. Even though the bounty has been increased, he still has the feeling that his bounty has depreciated. Don't be disgusted. As far as the unit of measurement of combat power is concerned, you're already very good. Isn't this almost half as fast as me? Kaido tapped Burndy-Wald on the shoulder. I am the gunner of the beasts, not a unit of measurement for the combat power of the beasts. Wait, next time I must ask Marine to give me an additional 200 million. When Burndy-Wald heard this, her face darkened even more. He kind of didn't want to see the Beast Pirates recruiting. Once a newcomer joins, 9 times out of 10, I will become a unit of measurement for newcomers to measure their combat power. Yeah, then your chance has come. If you can grasp it, maybe it's not just an additional 200 million. Aaron's voice came over. Kaido and Burndy-Wald immediately turned their attention to where he was looking. Looking down from the sky, you can see the whole island at a glance. Punk Hazard. 32. Chapter 32, The Sword Points at Bank's Restricted Area, and a king comes from afar. The Lunaria family? Kaido looked down at the island below. A gleam of heat flashed in his eyes. Punk Hazard. Burndy-Wald grinned. In his eyes, Punk Hazard is no longer an island, but a string of berries. Let me see if you're here. Aaron looks down at Punk Hazard below the sea of clouds. As the eyes flickered, observation hockey spread in all directions like an invisible storm. One by one breaths scrambling to leap into the eyes. With observation hockey-like vision, he can clearly see every breath and face in his eyes. It's just that the number of breaths in Punk Hazard is a bit more than expected. Not animals, just humans. There are more than 1,000 people with strong or weak breaths. If you look at them one by one, you don't know when you will see them. The quantity is a bit too much. Aaron murmured, then looked at Kaido. Then filter out the insignificant small characters first. The race called God. I don't think it would be so easy to fall down. Kaido even understood and took a step forward. As chilling light fills the pupils, the Conqueror's hockey billows like a hurricane, sweeping through Punk Hazard with frightening speed. Marines stationed at the docks. Soldiers guarding the restricted area of Bank suddenly felt intense palpitations and dizziness, and their brains seemed to be hit by an invisible hammer one after another, making their eyes white, their bodies twitching and mouth foaming. Wherever Conqueror's hockey passed, there was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Then, Marine, who was in 100 units, scrambled to become unconscious and fell to the ground together with a long knife and rifle in his hand. Not just Marine. In a heavily guarded laboratory, blocked by layers of steel gates. Standing in front of the experimental table, Vegapunk with a huge head was staring with scorching eyes at the white-haired boy, whose limbs were enlarged characters and bound by sea-stone shackles on the operating table. Thunder strikes fire, poison invades wine bubbles. Guns and shells, even weapons made of sea stone. Any means, any circumstances, as long as the flames behind him ignite, they will not be able to shake this body in the slightest. As expected of a god 800 years ago, perhaps compared with the current celestial dragons, Lunaria survivors like you are more worthy of the title of god. Vegapunk murmured. Ever since Marine captured the young man with the blood of the Lunaria clan in front of him and sent him to the restricted area of Bank, he has used almost all means to test the limit of the opponent. However, even though the survivors of the Lunalia tribe in front of him are only about 10 years old, the physique of a god has been fully revealed in him. As long as the flames ignite, no matter how much knives, guns, cannons, lightning strikes the flames, or even throw them into the bottom of the sea, all available means are deployed, and they still can't hurt it in the slightest. The only way is to consume it. Exhausted his strength, I just don't know how long it will take. After testing the defense strength, Vegapunk couldn't help but have the idea of conducting a durable experiment on the lunaria survivors in front of him. He wants to see how long the so-called god can bear the damage of being soaked in poison wine and being burned by lightning all the time. Bang. Suddenly, a breath that made the hands and feet go limp and the liver and gallbladder split suddenly invaded the laboratory and spread. Bada conquerors. Vegapunk's pupils constricted and his face turned pale. It is true that he is a scientist 500 years ahead of the times, but his strength is not very outstanding, and it can even be said that a bullet can solve it. Facing the sudden conqueror's haki, after only one encounter, his hands and feet became stiff, and he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. This power. It is the qualifications of a king possessed by a person who stands above 10,000 people. Who is it? Abel, the djinn of the future. He thought that his future was endless torture, until one day he died on the operating table. Unexpectedly, such an accident happened. His expression was still numb, his eyes were still empty, but feeling the conqueror's haki permeating the entire laboratory, for some reason, there was an indescribable joy in his heart. Just when more and more Marines and scientists fell to the ground, and the entire bank-restricted area was turned upside down by Kaido's conquerors. In an office, Monkey D. Dragon, who was reading the newspaper, changed his face slightly, stood up suddenly in shock, and turned his head to look at the source of Conqueror's launch from the sky. It's not a coincidence. They came here specifically for Bank's restricted area. Dr. Vegapunk, or a remnant of the Lunaria clan. No matter who you are, no matter what your purpose is, I will not let you succeed. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes flickered. As the top Marine officer guarding Bank's restricted area, he knows exactly what the most coveted thing about this place is. Either Vegapunk, which is 500 years ahead of human wisdom, or the Lunaria survivors who were sent here not long ago. Click. The door swung open. A woman with wavy blonde hair, a pink dress, a white shawl, and blue high heels walked in, with a fox mask on her face. You came just in time, number one. Call all Marines in the penalty area and prepare to fight. Also inform the headquarters that Bank's restricted area has been attacked, and the enemy has conquerors. Haki's level is initially estimated to be intermediate. Monkey D. Dragon saw someone push the door and entered, and recognized the other person as Vegapunk's assistant. He has never seen the real face of the other party. He only knows that when Vegapunk is public, he calls him number one. Where's the doctor? Should someone transfer him to naval headquarters immediately? Stussy saw that Monkey D. Dragon was not very old, but when he was in trouble, he showed a calm atmosphere, and every order was orderly, so he couldn't help but feel certain. This level of conquerors can't kill anyone. The most he can do is comatose in the laboratory. It's in the depths of Punk Hazard. It's surrounded by steel-cast walls on all sides. To get there, you have to go through many traps. IT can be said to be the safest place. Who is the enemy now? What is the purpose? We haven't figured it out yet. If Dr. Vegapunk is transferred rashly, it will only expose his position and put him in danger. Let him stay inside first. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head. What about us? Stussy looked at the unhurried Monkey D. Dragon and couldn't help thinking to himself. He is worthy of being the son of a hero, and he is indeed a tiger father without dog son. Since entering the door, she hasn't seen a trace of panic in Monkey D. Dragon's gaze or face. Is there still a need to ask? There is a king coming from afar. Of course, we're going to meet the unknown king for a while. While talking, Monkey D. Dragon reached out to pick up the Code of Justice hanging on a hanger. Let's go. Don't keep the guest waiting too long. After putting on the coat that symbolizes Marine's justice, he greeted Stussy and walked out of the office with unhurried steps. The whole process was calm and unhurried, showing the kingly spirit. 33. Chapter 33, Talking to my brother. You'd better be more polite, asking for flower evaluation tickets. Brother, is it all right? As the scarlet light occupying the pupil receded, the conqueror's haki that filled the sky quickly dispersed. Kaido turned to Eren and said, Thousands of Marines, about 900 fell down. Good. Eren commented casually, and then the observation haki spread out and screened one by one. I have to say that with the loss of more than 900 breaths, it is indeed much cleaner and fresher. It's only been less than 3 minutes. A childish face was locked by his observation haki. Did you find it? Kaido looked expectant. Beasts pirates, come aboard. It's time to welcome our new crew. Eren's voice fell. Kaido immediately manipulated the flame cloud to bring down the floating ship. He didn't choose the pier as a landing point, but parked the boat in the middle of Punk Hazard majestically. Marine and beasts. There seemed to be some unspeakable tacit understanding between the two. The moment the beast's pirate ship landed steadily, Monkey D. Dragon just appeared at the main entrance of Banks' restricted area. The distance between the two sides is about 1 kilometer, but it does not affect each other's line of sight. There are 3 people. It's the beast's pirates. Brother Qinglong. Monkey D. Dragon glanced at Eren, Kaido, Burndy rolled at 3 people one after another. Although it was a distance away, he recognized it at a glance. A grim hero. One is rough and mighty. When he was in the Valley of the Gods, he met the brothers. But at that time, although the two showed impressive strength, they were not capable users yet. Enrock's pirate, where the king is like a cloud, is not too outstanding. Just never thought about it. As the Rock's pirate fell apart, Eren and Kaido actually became the top Udemon's ability users one after another, and gradually demonstrated the power to become the king of the sea. Trouble. How did they come here? What is it for? Stussy pressed down on the mask covering his pretty face. A trace of solemnity flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although the strength of the aura does not fully represent a person's strength, the aura exuded by Eren and Kaido in front of him is really too terrifying. Especially Eren in the lead. Nearly 1 kilometer away, she still had the feeling of looking up at the abyss of heaven. Hey, I didn't expect to meet him here. Brother, do you still remember when we were in the Valley of the Gods? That man followed Garp every step of the way. He is not simple, a little strong. Not Monkey D. Dragon and Stussy are following the beast pirates. Kaido is also watching Marine coming out of Banks' penalty area. Those who can face his conqueror's shock without falling. These are undoubtedly the best in Marine, especially the leader Monkey D. Dragon. The moment the other party appeared, his gaze was fixed on this man. Eren nodded. Garp's son. Leader of the Revolutionary Army. Earthquakes, lava, hurricanes. A man with one of the 3 abilities. Strong should be. No wonder it's not strong. How strong can it be? Burndy Wald curled her lips, looking nonchalant. Although he has been to the sea area near the Valley of the Gods, he has not been on the stage of the Valley of the Gods after all, and he does not know that all those who can participate in that war have the strength or qualifications to stand at the top of the sea. Pirates are so are Marines. For now, it's equivalent to about 5 of you. Converted according to the calculation unit, the strength of Monkey D. Dragon is 5 wa. Kaido glanced at Burndy Walder and turned his face into black as soon as he opened his mouth. Breath is breath, strength is strength. If breath alone can determine the strength, then Marine and pirates don't have to go to war. Everyone is lined up, and it's more powerful than who has breath. Burndy Wald looked unhappy. He also has observation hockey, and admits that Monkey D. Dragon is far above him in terms of aura. But so what? World Destroyer said he still refused to accept. When I say 5 wa, I don't mean breath, but strength. Seeing that Burndy Wald was still talking hard, Kaido immediately ranted over. Roughly the same. Without waiting for Burndy Wald to refute, Eren also nodded, agreeing with Kaido's statement. This is still the current Monkey D. Dragon. If it is the era of the Great Pirate, it is only as little as 5 wa. Burndy Wald opened his mouth, not only silent, but also dignified. When Kaido said this, he could understand it as embarrassing himself deliberately, but Eren said so. The Marine named Monkey D. Dragon might be several times stronger than himself. After the Valley of the Gods left, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Eren, Kaido. At this time, Monkey D. Dragon strode forward wearing a cloak of justice. Stussy, and 100 more standing with guns, followed by the neatly paced Marine, did not release any momentum. A chilling sense of oppression has surged towards the 3 of Eren. Obviously, although the number of Marines here is not large, they are all officers of hundreds of battles without exception. Even against Kaido's conqueror's hockey, he can still stand proudly. If you don't mind, I would like to say something. Did you 2 brothers turn themselves in as a team? Monkey D. Dragon paused and stopped only about 100 meters away from Eren. As expected of the son of the Garp family, he's getting more and more hockey. But you are not qualified to say such things to me. Eren looked at the Monkey D. Dragon, who was full of awe-inspiring hockey in every move in front of him, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. Compared to being called Garp's son, I prefer to hear you call my name. Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes were slightly cold, staring straight at Eren. You still have not answered my question. Is it from surrender? It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. Anyway, the end result is the same. I will send you to prison and your brother with my own hands. Finished. Monkey D. Long didn't forget to glance at Kaido. This is something that only those who have the strength to surpass them are qualified to say. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. Eren smiled lightly, and his tone revealed Haki, who looked down on Marine. If you don't try, how will you know? Monkey Dragon grinned, and glaring orangutan lights burst out from his pupils. An incomparably powerful conqueror's Haki spread out in an instant, like a turbulent wave from a turbulent sea, surrounded by an all-swallowing coercion and rage towards Eren. Monkey D. Dragon, right? Don't think that if you put the word dragon in your name, you really treat yourself as a dragon. Talk to my brother, you'd better be polite. Face Monkey D. Dragon surging, roaring hurricane-like conquerors. Without waiting for Eren to make a move, Kaido's eyes widened. The overwhelming conqueror's Haki, like a torrent and tsunami, washed away mightily. 34. Chapter 34. If he wants to try, I will let him die. When Kaido and Monkey D. Dragon's lightning-like gazes meet, the conqueror's Haki that emanates from both of them collides with each other. Boom. The air made a loud noise like landslides and ground cracks, shaking the sky and the earth, blowing people's eyes black, and their hearts stopped suddenly. When the sights of the Marines on the scene regained clarity, they saw two strands of Conqueror's Haki visible to the naked eye, entrenched above Punk Hazard in the form of shock waves, like two meteorites colliding, and a fierce conflict erupted. Bang. The frightening black lightning bolts, like black flying dragons soaring into the sky, raged across the sky. Obviously, neither of the two did anything. Just the collision between the Conqueror's Haki made the sky and the earth rage, and just the conflict between the spirits made the sea of clouds thunder and lightning. There was a violent collision in just a few seconds. Punk Hazard has changed, gathering dark clouds that cover the sky and the sun. But the two continue to release conquerors with impunity. Kaido, I'm so sorry. I don't have a share reserved for pirates, to be polite. Monkey the Dragon raised his neck, and the smile on his face became more aggressive. It's obviously a Marine, but it feels more like a pirate than a pirate. It's okay. I will personally help you correct this wrong habit. Kaido saw the conqueror's collision, and no one could do anything about it. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was already holding Baijia in his right hand. Monkey the Dragon met, and his hands under the cuffs quietly clenched into fists. Snap. Just as the two were about to strike, a hand was placed on Kaido's shoulder. Brother, how dare this monkey cub talk to you like that? You wait for me for a while. I'll kill him now. Kaido wanted to do something, but was stopped by Eren. It does not matter. Kaido, since he wants to try, I will let him die. Eren's voice was not loud, but exuded a palpitating breath. Kaido heard that although he really wanted to get rid of Monkey D. Dragon with his own hands, he still dispersed Conqueror's Haki, who was raging Punk Hazard. Bang. Without Kaido's Conquerors to fight against, the originally evenly matched Conqueror's hedging situation immediately collapsed. Monkey D. Dragon has no intention of stopping, and seems to want to weigh Eren's quality for himself to see whether he is stronger or weaker than Kaido. He directly drove the Conqueror's Haki, like a torrent, to sweep towards Eren. But before advancing 10 meters, Eren just glanced casually. Bang. The Conqueror's Haki hidden in the body is like a volcanic eruption, and the magma gushes out, engulfing a vast ocean, and the majestic coercion that presses the air until it is as viscous as water, tramples on Monkey D. Dragon's conquerors fiercely. Boom. Haki staggered, the earth trembled. Once the conquerors of the two collided, Punk Hazard took away almost all the colors, leaving only two conflicting Haki light spheres, like stars, blooming with two kinds of light, one golden and one blue. Immediately afterwards, dozens of horrific black lightning bolts gathered together and turned into a gigantic pillar of lightning, which shot straight into the sky like the sharp blade of a god. Click. The sky made a sound like the tearing of silk. Stussy and the others suddenly widened their eyes. There was no stalemate. There is no equal. Some are just Monkey D. Dragon's Conqueror's Haki, like an ebbing current, going backwards crazily. There is only the courage of Monkey D. Dragon, like a bull that has been crushed, rammed, and trampled by a mad giant elephant, retreating steadily. This is not the most important. What really terrified all the Marines present was the sea of clouds dominating the sky, like a cracked mirror, gradually extending a crack like a white thread. There is still a distance from the chasm between the sky and the sky. There is still a long way to go before the sea of clouds collapses and disappears. But even so, cracking the sky into streaks is scary enough, especially Stussy. As a clone of Bakingham, she knows better than every Marine present that Eren is not far from the level of the Sea King. Maybe a fight, maybe a little awareness. That layer of paper can be pierced. Bang. Just when all the Marines were immersed in horror. The Conqueror's collision between Eren and Monkey D. Dragon has come to an end. From the collision to being suppressed, it only took 3 to 5 seconds. When Monkey D. Dragon's Conquerors was suppressed to the point where it could only be placed outside, three-dimensionally 2 to 3 meters, Eren's Conquerors spread like a sea, drowning all the Marines present one by one. Before facing Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, these Marines still stand proudly. And now, among the hundreds of people, there were nearly 70 people. Like drunken drunks, some shook their heads, some staggered, and some even fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. There were only 20 people left, their feet trembling slightly, resisting with difficulty. Collision with Kaido, no difference. When it was Eren's turn, he lost so quickly. Is the gap that big? A moment before Stussy met Monkey D. Dragon, he was evenly matched with Kaido. After Eren Conquerors was fully opened, within a moment, he was defeated like a mountain. The only beautiful eyes exposed to the air, which were blocked by the mask, couldn't help but surge up and be visible to the naked at the shock. He actually has such courage. Say no to Stussy. The astonishment in the depths of Monkey D. Dragon's eyes became even stronger. As someone overwhelmed by Eren's presence, he felt it all the more strongly. I thought that Xinglong brothers, both of them are similar in strength and conquerors. Even if one of them is stronger, it will not be that strong. Never thought about it. At least double the difference. Do you still want to try? Eren's body was filled with billowing haki after catching the flash of shock in Monkey D. Dragon's eyes. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, pulling out a playful arc. Monkey D. Dragon did not speak, but his face was a little gloomy. It's useless to say 1,000 words. Both are kings. Why not pull out their respective conquerors' haki? It is clear at a glance which is strong and which is weak. Although the outcome of the conquerors' collision does not represent the final result, the situation in front of them is clearly known. In terms of the strength of Conqueror's haki, he is far inferior to Eren. Hope he doesn't get Conquerors tangled. Otherwise, Monkey D. Dragon didn't dare to think about it. Although Eren's Conquerors is still some distance away from the top kings in his cognition, such as Roger and Garp, he still dare not imagine a Conquerors that surpasses him, coupled with the entanglement technique. Facing such a man, this is such a heavy situation. Don't you want to know what I'm doing in Punk Hazard? Hand him over. That's what I consider a member of the Beast Pirates. As Monkey D. Dragon's arrogance and arrogance were suppressed together, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. All that remained was Eren's calm, yet dignified Haki's voice, which echoed freely in Bank's restricted area. 35, Chapter 35. This is not a consultation, it's an order. The crew identified by the Beast Pirates? Could it be? That lunaria remnant in the lab. Eren's voice is not loud, but it can be heard throughout the Bank-restricted area. When Monkey D. Dragon heard this, a face with white hair and a flame burning behind subconsciously appeared in his mind. Although there are many prisoners sent from Emperor Prison in the restricted area of Bank, including Murlocs, mermaids, long-footed clansmen, etc., there is only one rare and special race. Lunaria tribe. I don't quite understand what you mean. Thoughts were beating in Monkey D. Dragon's heart, but his expression remained calm. The Lunaria clan. Eren glanced at him with a half-smile, as if mocking his little behavior. Really? He's coming for the Lunaria clan. Monkey D. Dragon and Stussy secretly exchanged a look. They both thought of the god imprisoned in the Vegapunk laboratory just now, which made their hearts feel heavy. One person is the person in charge of Bank's restricted area. One is Vegapunk's right and left hand. No one knows better than them the importance of the Lunaria tribe, not only because of the inherent powerful abilities of this race, but also because the world government does not allow the existence of the old gods. Yes, there can only be one god. That is the current world aristocracy. Celestial dragons. I don't have the person you mentioned here. Even if there is, he's also a criminal. Marine doesn't have the habit of handing over people to pirates. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes were flickering, but only perseverance and strength remained in the end. It's not that he's afraid of being held accountable by the world government. It's just that he's wearing the Marine outfit, so there's no reason to surrender to the pirates. It is even more impossible to hand over a criminal. You seem to have misunderstood something. I was not asking for your opinion just now, but ordering you. Understand. Aaron's voice fell, like the spark that ignites the fuse of war. Burndy-Wald next to him raised his hand and raised his gun, grinning ferociously, and suddenly pulled his index finger on the trigger. Multiplied 100 times the gun. Bang. Circles of ripple-like air waves burst out from the muzzle, and immediately an ordinary bullet flew out of the dark barrel, but the moment it exited the chamber, the size of the bullet instantly increased by 100 times. From the original fingernail-sized projectile, it expands to the size of a cannonball. Call out. At the same time, the speed of the cannonball increased by 100 times. Under the sound of a scalp-numbing sonic boom, a violent airwave was set off, and it was launched in front of Monkey D. Dragon and other Marines in the blink of an eye. World Destroyer. Double fruit. The pretty face under Stussie's mask suddenly changed color. Such a bullet, no, it should be called a cannonball now. If you let it go and fly to the restricted area behind Bank, you can destroy most of the buildings with just one blow, and the Marine inside is even more dead and injured. Even Vegapunk isn't necessarily immune. The Sky Dragon roars. Emergency moment. Monkey D. Dragon flicked the coat of justice and opened his mouth to spit. Like a giant storm dragon entrenched on the earth, it swallows the hurricane-heavy artillery that sweeps the earth and ravages the sky. Bang. The billowing tide did not destroy the oncoming 100X gun, but completely deflected its ballistic trajectory, flying past all Marines, and at the same time passing by the buildings in Bank's restricted area, heading straight into the sky. Beast. Bank's restricted area is not a place where you can be presumptuous. He opened his mouth and swallowed the hurricane-heavy cannon, deflecting the trajectory. Monkey D. Dragon seemed to be enraged. His scarlet eyes glowed with a frightening fierceness. I saw his right hand raised, and a hurricane that covered the sky, and the sun rose out of nowhere in a radius of thousands of meters. Grassroots, pebbles, soul, even rising from the ground. Even trees in Punk Hazard were uprooted and swept up into the air by the hurricane. This is the wind fruit. It has the top range attack among the 3 series of devil fruits. It's the only thing that sets off a hurricane comparable to natural disasters with every gesture. Burndy-Wald, who still wanted to shoot again, was slightly moved. Although he was not swept up into the sky, he was still staggered and wobbled in front of the passing hurricane. I can't even stand firm, let alone fight. Call out. Just when Monkey D. Dragon set off a monstrous storm, a figure spread its wings like an elf in the wind. It was able to shuttle freely in the billowing hurricane, and even seemed to be able to use the terrifying wind force to increase its speed sharply. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Burndy-Walder's side, a green jade finger wrapped around armament hockey, like a bullet, piercing straight into his heart. Who do you think Lousy is? Feel the murderous intent coming. Burndy-Wald put away the shock on his face and replaced it with raging anger. Lost last time. It was in the tornado set off by Aaron that he ushered in his first defeat since going to sea. Exactly. He's absolutely not allowed to fall down on the same spot twice. Double multiplied and shaved 100 times. Just when Stussie's finger pistol was less than 10 centimeters away from Burndy-Wald's chest, he stomped on the ground, pulled by the hurricane, and rushed 100 meters away in an instant. Call out. Stussie still wants to pursue. At this time, a burly figure like a hill came behind her. Haven't done it yet. A creepy oppression, like an invisible mountain, crushed her body. Kaido. Stussie's pupils constricted. Your breath makes me feel very familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. But forget it, it's better to let you die here directly. Confront Stussie, who is suspected to be a woman. Kaido showed no mercy, and as he swung the 8 commandments in the wind, purple lightning burst out from his body and mace. The sky-covering hurricane set off by Monkey D. Dragon seems to be unable to restrain his speed at all, let alone stop his impact. Thunder 8 trigrams. 8 fasts swept out. The surrounding hurricane was directly emptied, leaving only a near-vacuum area, and the 8 fasts wrapped in lightning, coming fiercely towards Stussy. Armed iron body wing. Stussy instinctively tries to dodge, only to be shocked at how fast Kaido's blow is. It was like lightning piercing through the clouds and fog. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, she immediately gathered the wings on her back and cast her ancestral iron body at the same time. Armament Haki entwined her arms and wings and hardened them together like 2 black iron mountains lying in front of her. Then, boom. A loud noise shook the sea of clouds. As soon as Bazhai and Stussy's wings collided, the air was immediately crushed and rippled like the sea. Click. The ground beneath the two of them cracked, and dozens of cracks extended to tens of meters like pythons. Countless soil and grass roots were shaken and flew into the air. Immediately, Stussy only felt a colossal force pouring down from the 8 fasts, like a torrent erupting, which not only beat her wings with unbearable pain, but also made her body back and forth uncontrollably. Even though both feet were rooted in the ground, waves of dust were set off and 2 gaps were pulled out, but they still retreated more than 50 meters before barely stopping the retreating body. 36. Chapter 36. Who gave you the courage to fight the monkey family? What a strange power this is. Are all Qinglong brothers such monsters? It's just Kaido. What about Eren? After a head-on confrontation with Kaido, Stussy immediately took a breath of cool air. In a hand-to-hand encounter, she had already used all her strengths, but she was still sent flying 50 meters away with a stick. What about Kaido? Except for armament Haki, the fruit ability has not been used yet. This is just the younger brother. Mate of the Beast Pirates. Stronger brother. The captain of the Beast's Pirates, but he hasn't made a move yet. Seems to be echoing Stussy's thoughts. Following Burndy, Wald, and Kaido came out one after another, Eren also pulled out his right hand in his pocket, then stepped forward with a slightly heavy knee. With a lunge sprint, the ear-piercing sonic boom exploded immediately. Stussy only felt a blur in front of his eyes and could vaguely see a figure approaching him. Her thinking didn't have time to react, but her body's instincts responded first. She held her breath, her muscles tensed, her blood flow accelerated, and her adrenaline surged. It is completely a reaction between life and death. Call out. However, just when Stussy thought she was going to face death directly, the figure that approached her didn't do anything to her. It should be said that she didn't bother to do anything with her and chose to pass by. Tick-tock. It's just that the figures are intertwined. It's just the momentum. Stussy's pupils dilated, and the face under the mask and the back under the dress were all dripping with cold sweat. Is this the blue dragon, Eren? Face him, and I will die. Compared to Kaido, he is more than a star and a half stronger. Stussy had lingering fears and didn't dare to take a breath. Powerful. It is too strong. When Eren passed her by just now, she finally understood why those herbivores who were targeted by the tiger were trembling, as if their hands and feet were stiff and they didn't know how to run away. The oppressive aura of gestures is enough to break people's minds, especially when it was not a fierce tiger, but a green dragon that he had just faced. Will you fight gymnastics with me? Eren, I admit that Conquerors is indeed not as good as you, but in terms of physical skills, who gave you the courage to fight the monkey family? He stared at Eren, who dashed out and dashed towards him. Monkey D-Dragon seemed to understand the other party's plan, with a confident and unruly grin on his face. Who is he? Monkey's cub. Unlike the free-range Wong Luffy, he has been brought by Garp's side since he was a child, and he has been honed by all kinds of iron fists of love. It can be said, what Wong Luffy has experienced, he has experienced. Wong Luffy has not experienced it, he has experienced it countless times. Whether it is the physical skills inherited from Garp or the physical skills of the Marine School, he has passed them on. Iron Fist. Thoughts turn. Monkey D-Dragon made a bold move. Without waiting for Eren to approach, he had already stepped forward and sprinted, his fingers clenched tightly, and he punched out directly without entanglement with the weapon. Boom. Seeing this, Eren burst out with momentum, and his fists flew out. Haki also didn't use the slightest bit, but punched out like a dragon, crushing the air out and creating a translucent hole, and went straight to meet him. Boom. Fist and fist collide, and the wind breathes. Under the impact of the fists of the two, the surrounding air made a harsh cracking sound, like a shattered mirror. It also seemed that the air current in this area was howling. before the fist power is squandered and intertwined. The two of them were grinning ferociously, with a confident look in their eyes. After the outbreak of punching and conflict, the smile on Monkey D. Dragon's face and the expressions in his eyes froze. It was only because he sensed that a terrifying force erupted from Aaron's fist, like a flash flood, which made his face stiff and blue veins appeared on his neck. Click. Wherever you step, cracks extend, the ground is sunken, and a large wave of mud mixed with grass clippings soars into the sky. Even though he used his feet as stakes and went deep into the ground, facing the huge force from Aaron's fist, he still took several steps back and left several deep footprints on the ground before he stopped. The fist is hard enough, but the strength is a bit weak. With a long roar, Aaron flew forward and punched out again. As the fist edge passed by, the atmosphere screamed in mourning. This punch. No flamboyant whizzing tricks. There is only unrivaled power. It's just a warm-up, don't take yourself too seriously. Hockey, physical skill, fruitability. In any aspect, Monkey D. Dragon has been disdainful to all his peers since he was a child. No, it should be said that among those who are older than him, there are few who can match him. Even if he is still above him today, he will overtake him in a few days. Facing his peers now, Aaron was beaten back by fist clashes, which made him feel aggrieved and unhappy, but also aroused a long-lost fighting spirit in his heart. Chi. Under the activation of the attribute of the monkey family getting stronger as it fights. Monkey D. Dragon never dodged or evaded and stepped forward again, but this time was different from before. He used life return to pour his will into the muscles of his whole body. While the spine swayed like a dragon, it also mobilized the muscle strength of the limbs one by one, rushing towards the fist like a tide. Fist bone meteorite. As the arm swings, the fist strikes straight out, the airways around the 5 fingers roll, and there is a slight crimson light, just like a meteorite falling from the sky, rubbing against the atmosphere to produce a blazing fire. Boom. It was another real fist-forward collision. It was obviously the intertwining of flesh and blood, but the cannonballs were fired. No, it was the momentum of 2 large sea kings wrestling and colliding. The giant force blows on the face. He was still beaten back one after another, but he didn't take 10 steps back like before. This time it's 5 steps. Come again. The more Monkey D. Dragon played, the more excited he became. Before Aaron could punch, he had already stepped forward. The muscles of his 2 arms swelled against the wind, instantly inflated a circle, and then swung a spiral air wave like 2 big guns, piercing the atmosphere, surrounded by sharp and powerful, and blasted straight out. The strength has become stronger. No. Where the physique is placed, it has not become stronger. It is the skill of using force. After noticing the change of Monkey D. Dragon, Aaron's eyes shone brightly, as if he had realized something. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his hands flew out, like 2 dragons going out to sea. His fists were surrounded by the power of breaking mountains and smashing into Monkey D. Dragon's fists. Bang, bang. The strength burst out, and the ground under the 2 people's feet rippled like water waves. Did not use the fruit ability. Hockey was not used either. But a bitter wind arose around them out of thin air, making their clothes rattle and making it impossible for people to get close. Come again. Aaron and Monkey D. Dragon glanced at each other, and the fighting spirit boiled to ultimate. Abandoning the defense directly, launched a fist-to-flesh fist. 37, Chapter 37, Dragon vs. Dragon. Iron Body. Your surname is Monkey, but not Garp, asking for flower evaluation tickets. Bang, bang, bang. The main entrance of the bank restricted area. Loud noises from landslides came out one after another. The ground trembled, as if the island were shaking. The wind howled like a tornado. Such an exaggerated momentum. Such a terrifying vision. It is not caused by hockey, nor is it triggered by the fruit ability, but physical skills. It was caused by the collision of the limbs of the 2 people and the mutual fighting of fists. Looking at it under the brilliant sun, Aaron and Monkey D. Dragon are engaged in a fierce fist fight. Be it the beasts or the marines, they all stopped at the same moment. They did not start a fight, but watched the collision of physical skills from the sidelines. Compared to hockey and fruit abilities, this competition of pure strength and skill is more attractive and exciting. The strength has increased. There is also life return that is more skillful, just like the body's instinct. You don't need to use it deliberately, You can mobilize the strength of your whole body with punches, elbows, and knees. The more Monkey D. Dragon played, the more excited he became. In the beginning, he was knocked back 10 steps directly in front of Aaron's giant force. The second time also took 5 steps backwards. But after fighting for 3 minutes and punching hundreds of times, he evened the gap and was even with Aaron. This kind of leap-like growth made him emotionally high, and he wished to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, it is really hard to find a strong physical player like Aaron. It is a rare encounter, and you must make the best use of everything to hone your physical skills to a higher level. Boom. It was another fist collision, and after a blast of bitter airwaves, Aaron suddenly flew back a few steps, did not punch again, but looked Monkey D. Dragon up and down. Is that all? This is your limit. Is there no way to continue to grow? There was a bit of disappointment on his face. What do you mean? Monkey D. Dragon was a little confused, but he was still annoyed by the other party's tone. It's been almost a minute, and you still haven't made any progress. Honestly, you wiped out my last patience with you. Aaron sighed slightly, as if he no longer had any hope for Monkey D. Dragon to grow up. Don't talk to me like a winner. Do not forget, you have no advantage in front of me. Monkey D. Dragon's face turned cold. Yeah. Do you really think that growing up through fighting is your exclusive patent? Finished. Aaron seems to have lost the desire to talk, or to explain the tone in words. It is better to use facts to make the other party understand. He clenched his fists and rushed towards Monkey D. Dragon with big strides, spreading his momentum like a huge mountain in front of him. As the momentum climbed to ultimate, a sprint accelerated, and a heavy punch went straight to Monkey D. Dragon's face. The wind howled all over him, pulling out a spiral airwave like an arrow leaving the string, wrapping around the front of the fist, and in an instant, the person and the fist rushed to Monkey D. Dragon together. What the hell is this guy talking about? Although Monkey D. Dragon became more puzzled the more he listened, it didn't affect his way of communicating with fists. Facing the oncoming, heavy punch. After the previous fierce battle, he was confident that he was not inferior to the opponent. He raised his hand and punched him, and also swept up the howling wind to meet him. Boom. Fist fronts collided, and the violent fist power was released like a torrent of floodgates. The confident smile on Monkey D. Dragon's face froze completely. He only felt a powerful force that was several times stronger than before, surging from Aaron's fist, hitting him like a cannonball. His feet were off the ground, and he flew upside down more than 10 meters away. Impossible. Seeing that the fist front is completely lost, it can be said that it will collapse at the first touch. Monkey D. Dragon couldn't help exclaiming. What responded to him was Aaron's striding meteor, followed by a bombardment of cannon punches. See? He had no choice but to perform 6 forms of paper arts in midair. His body was like dough, but also like a soft-skinned snake extracting bones, making twists that violated the human body. He narrowly missed the fist that was coming from the bombardment, and let someone pass by his ear and hit the wall behind him. Bang. Made of reinforced concrete, the 10-meter-high, 1-meter-thick wall was pierced by a punch, creating a hole that could be taller than Monkey D. Dragon, and then collapsed a large area. Boom. Seeing that the punch missed, Aaron was not disappointed and elbowed with his right arm. Monkey D. Dragon immediately raised his hand to block and used the 6-style iron body. His chest was still blocked, his feet plowed 2 gaps in the ground, and he retreated 10 meters. Before he could stabilize his body, Aaron followed him like a shadow and rushed to him with a stride. Shave. Monkey D. Dragon didn't care about the horror and ponder why Aaron's powers surged suddenly. He forcibly raised his right foot and walked on the ground dozens of times in an instant. With Shaved's moving skills, he forcibly dissipated the huge force oppressing his body, and then rushed forward. 6 forms of paper arts activated. The body is like a white paper, following the airflow caused by Aaron's fist, almost sticking to his fist, bullying him, punching the opponent's abdomen. Even he didn't notice that the previous way of boxing had been given up by him long ago. Under Aaron's oppression, he has already used all his skills, learned all he has learned, and used all kinds of physical skills. Facing the fist of Monkey D. Dragon. A trace of disdain flashed in Aaron's eyes, and he didn't dodge, nor did he use any tricks similar to 6-style's iron body. He directly used 8 pieces of abdominal muscles carefully carved by nature, and directly took down the opponent's fist. Boom. With one punch, his body remained motionless, standing on the spot like an iron tower. Immediately afterwards, the fist twisted up and burst out like an arrow from the string, bursting out like a landslide, and also hit Monkey D. Dragon in the abdomen. It's also a punch with the abdominal muscles, but Monkey D. Dragon didn't dare to imitate Eren and immediately cast the 6-style Iron Body. But his last name is Monkey, not Garp. After each received punches, Eren was almost motionless, and he only felt his stomach churn, pain, and nausea welling up in his heart. Not only that, the ferocious force released by the extremely fierce fist punched his feet off the ground, his limbs spread wide, and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. He vomited blood in midair and fell on the ground like a rag.land. Click. Cracked and dusty. Then a big hole was formed in the ground, and he was buried in the ground. The physical combat that was evenly matched just now, why did it suddenly take a turn for the worse? This scene made all the Marines present overwhelmed. Only Stussy's beautiful eyes seemed to be enlightened. Life returned. How do you have such physical skills? Who taught you this? A scream mixed with shock and pain came from the pit where Monkey D. Dragon lay. After being punched, he realized. I saw that Eren didn't spare any energy, but used his life to return it. Being able to freely control the body, hair, and internal organs, the strength of fists and feet naturally surged much more than before. 38. Chapter 38. It was you who used hockey first, asking for flower evaluation tickets? Is it still worth asking? Of course, it's you, Monkey D. Dragon. Who else is there but you? With his hands in his pockets, Eren looked down at Monkey D. Dragon, who was half kneeling in the pit. When did I teach you? Monkey D. Dragon subconsciously refuted when Eren said that he taught him to return life. Although in the future he doesn't like to teach his own cubs, he only likes to teach other people's cubs. But it doesn't mean he will join the enemy. You used it so many times in front of me, and you still ask me when? Eren looked at Monkey D. Dragon with great interest. You thought you learned it just by watching me use it a few times? Monkey D. Dragon's eyes protruded slightly, and his face showed shock. He knew that the Grand Line had no shortage of people who could learn 1 or 2 of the 6 moves just by watching them twice, for example. He himself was such a genius. But it can only learn to shave at best, moonwalk. Like paper arts, iron body, finger pistol, tempest kick. It is basically impossible for these people to learn without a teacher and to learn and sell now. Not to mention the return of life, that is a physical skill that can only be learned after mastering the 6 styles. Why not? Eren smiled lightly. After briefly fighting Monkey D. Dragon, he found that the double ghost bloodline he had downloaded began to show strength. Demonstrated incredible aptitude and talent. Finger pistol, moonwalk, shaved, tempest kick, iron body, paper arts. 6 styles. Together with derivative physical skills. Life returned. He only read it once or twice, and he learned everything. After watching it again, he felt as if he had been tempered, and he was better than a master of physical skills who had been practicing the 6 poses for many years. Even Wong Luffy can only learn to shave, but he does his best. This is the superimposed power of the double blood of the ghost race, with outstanding aptitude and learning ability comparable to system downloads. Damn it! Monkey D. Dragon's face was as gloomy as water, and he cursed secretly. I thought I could use Eren as a whetstone, but I never thought that I would become the opponent's whetstone. A suit of 6 styles, all of which were learned by the other party, and returned with life along the way. He suspected that even Monkey's family's physical skills and boxing bones had been learned by the man in front of him. Anything else to teach? Eren asked with a playful face. After seeing Monkey D. Dragon's face became more and more ugly, his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like it's gone. The voice fell. He strode out. The airwaves surged, and under the afterimage of the wind, he had already dodged a Monkey D. Dragon, and his fists were like cannonballs, striking straight out. Boom. Before the punch came, the bitter wind had already enveloped the whole body, blowing the code of justice fluttering and clinging to the body. Facing this heavy fist, Monkey D. Dragon didn't care about being aggrieved and annoyed by all his physical skills. He quickly raised his hands to fight and forcibly blocked the oncoming fist like a bridge. Boom. The power of the fist poured down, like Mount Tide pressing down on the top, crushing the bottom of the pit under his feet and collapsing downward. He was punched with both arms, and the blood in his body was still being beaten like a wave, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the man in front of him raised his hand again, he couldn't care less. His 5 fingers stretched out like eagle claws, and he clawed back, grabbing the elbow that Eren hit. Armament hockey spewed out, turning his palm and 5 fingers into steel bars, tough as claws. Then, he raised his foot and kicked the ground vigorously. His body rose according to the trend. His right hand came out of the hole like a python. The armed color lingered, hardened into a pitch-black fist, and went straight into the opponent's abdomen. Fist, bone, impact. As soon as Armament Hockey's punch exploded, the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, turning into a shock wave, which shot out from Aaron's abdomen through his body and shot out from his lower back. Look from a distance. It's like a white laser that runs through its body. The powerful hockey fist shook the ground with a radius of 50 meters to cracks everywhere, and then shattered into countless particles like biscuits. As strong as Aaron, when he encountered the sudden impact of Monkey D. Dragon's punch, he was still beaten backwards. As if hit by a truck, his feet stuck to the ground, plowed out 2 ravines, and finally hit a wall, throwing the thick walls of steel and concrete nearly collapsed. Captain. Burndy-Wald saw that Aaron, who was as strong as a monster, was actually punched away, and his face could not help but change slightly. Since he joined the Beast's pirates, this was the first time he had seen someone fight his own captain head-on in battle. Especially the punch just now. Even though it was so far away, the power of Hockey's punch was swept away, and the aftermath cause still pushed him back a few meters. There is no doubt that if it is hit head-on, the organs will rupture at the least, and the body will be pierced at the worst. Just as Burndy-Wald was about to walk towards Aaron, a hand stopped him. "Hey, don't disturb my brother's interest. Didn't you see it? He's having a great time." Hearing what Kaido said, Burndy-Wald turned his head to look. Snap. Aaron pulled his body out of the sunken wall, then patted the dust stained on his clothes and body, and raised his head. Not to mention vomiting blood from the beating, there was no sign of injury or even pain. It was as if the person who had just received a heavy punch from an armed force wasn't him at all. "It was you who used hockey first." After wiping away the dust, Aaron glanced at Monkey D. Dragon. An armament hockey erupted violently in his body, covering his body like smoke and flames. Boom. Cloaked in the armored color, he strode forward, making a sharp piercing sound, directly deforming the air blocking the road, turning into an umbrella-shaped air wave, and dashing towards Monkey D. Dragon. Thunder 8 trigrams. The fist strikes out and Hockey opens the way. Feeling the oncoming fist wind, Monkey D. Dragon did not dare to neglect. His eyes flickered, his knowledge spread out, and his body flowed with the perception and wind. But, boom. The monstrous fist power, mixed with majestic hockey, turned into a terrifying purple torrent, beating Monkey D. Dragon until his muscles twitched, and he was thrown away like a rag. Obviously sensed it and evaded it. Didn't you completely evade it? Midair. Feeling the piercing pain from the abdomen, mixed with surprise, a line of blood spilled from the corner of the mouth. Not waiting for him to stabilize his body, nor waiting for him to fall from the sky. A figure had already soared into the sky, flying towards the sky like a rock spreading its wings, and then spread its 5 fingers and clasped his head like a dragon's claws. Head, this makes the pain less. It can be next second. Aaron swung his right hand, and armament hockey was released, throwing him hard towards the ground like a cannonball. Call out. The speed was so fast that the rapidly falling Monkey D. Dragon turned into a purple on and fell to the ground instantly. The power was so great that the moment he fell to the ground, a burst of dazzling purple light bloomed like a cross star, and then the hockey ball of light, which was as dazzling as the sun, rose from the ground, setting off a billowing air wave straight into the sky, raging in all directions. Within a radius of 100 meters, countless crisscross and densely packed cracks first extended, and then the ground's surface was smashed into countless gravels like Lego bricks that were pushed down, and then they were immediately crushed to dust one by violent shock waves, and the air waves coerced, turned into smoke and dust all over the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun and lingering for a long time. 39. Chapter 39 Physical Skills. You can't do it. Hockey. You can't do it either. Seeking flower evaluation tickets. As time went by, the hockey that shattered the surface curled away, and although a large amount of smoke and dust still permeated the earth, it was vaguely possible to see a dark deep well on the ground tens of meters deep. Puff. Monkey D. Dragon half-kneeled at the bottom of the deep well, spouting a mouthful of blood mist, dyeing the coat of justice on his body red. But he didn't dare to be distracted. Observation hockey, and his 5 senses firmly locked on the figure falling from the sky in front of him. Physical skills, you can't. Hockey, you can't either. As for the fruit ability, Aaron landed smoothly and glanced at Monkey D. Dragon in the deep well. When he talked about devil fruit, his voice stopped for something, and instead of continuing, he shook his head. But this move, for the future star of Marine Monkey D. Dragon, is no less than being pierced into the heart by an invisible sharp knife. Kaba. His 10 fingers pierced into the rock formation like sharp knives. The eyes were filled with an unprecedented scarlet light, and the berserk conqueror's haki, wrapped in infinite anger, soared into the sky, stirring up the atmosphere. Bang. The sky changed color, and the thick clouds quickly condensed, completely covering up the brilliant sun. Thunder flashed. There was a strong wind. It was raining heavily. Bad weather ensued. It was all drawn by his will, spread by his rage, and descended into punk hazard. A. Lewin. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes popped. Physical combat, a disastrous defeat. Haki fights and loses miserably. After 2 crushing defeats, he exploded directly. In the face of contemptuous doubts, he directly used his fruit ability to give the strongest response. Bang. The sound of thunder, like the god of thunder beating a drum, shakes the sea of clouds. The overwhelming hurricane spread in all directions, covering Punk Hazard in an instant, and the wind was so strong that all the Marines present were blown away. Wall, trees, gravel, river, they were all rolled into the air. Even the heavy ground was cracked by the windball, setting off countless dust and rocks. Monster. Is this the 5 that Kaido said? How did the captain manage to suppress him in all aspects? It wasn't just Marine that was swept away by the hurricane, but Burndy Wall was also thrown into the sky of Punk Hazard. He tried using armament haki to neutralize the hurricane, but it didn't work much. A strong enough haki can counteract the fruit ability, but if the haki is not strong enough, or the fruit ability is too strong, it will be ineffective. He also tried to use multiplier fruit, but it didn't work much. In the face of the hurricane, it can even tear trees, boulders, houses, rivers, and even the ground. The manpower is too small, and it is directly swept away by the windball. Not to mention participating in the battle, he couldn't even stand on the ground. No, he couldn't even stay on the battlefield. Even if Kaido does not use the fruit ability to transform into a green dragon, he has to explode the powerful armament haki in order to stabilize his body in the face of the hurricane sweeping the entire island. The third round start. Monkey D. Dragon rose slowly from the deep well, supported by endless hurricanes, crossed the ground, and stood on the zenith. Like a god in the wind, looking down on Eren from above. He raised his right hand lightly, and the majestic hurricane was like a white wave that lifted the sky, engulfing the torrential rain, forming a hurricane torrent, and raging towards Eren standing on the ground. Bang. At the same time, there was a loud noise of thunder and lightning above the sea of clouds. Then lightning bolts tore through the night, turning the gloomy sky into a creepy white. Immediately afterwards, carrying the vast power of the sky, it fell together with the torrent of the hurricane. Hurricane, rainstorm, and lightning. Monkey D. Dragon is also worthy of a dragon character. Seeing that Monkey D. Dragon raised his hands and through his hands and feet, 3 kinds of natural disasters were triggered, radiating several kilometers or even tens of kilometers. Seeing this scene, Kaido on the other side also recognized the opponent's strength in his heart, and also recognized that this man is qualified to use the dragon character. However, even if it is a dragon, there are 3, 6, and 9 grades. You don't even know what kind of opponent you are facing. Sometimes the gap between dragons and dragons is even greater than that between humans and dragons. After Kaido glanced at Monkey D. Dragon, he turned to look at Eren, as if responding to his thoughts. Facing the ensuing natural disasters, especially the hurricane torrent formed by the torrential rain. After Eren glanced up, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was only a condescending look on his face, with no trace of fear or worry at all. Hold head high. A dragon chant resounded through the sky. The vast dragon might shake the sky. The originally massive hurricane torrent and the white lightning that slashed down like the blade of Thor were all under the roar of the dragon, and they all stagnated slightly, as if encountering a terrible deterrence. Then, Eren transformed into a 100-meter green dragon and soared into the sky. The dragon's body is just a spiral movement to the sky, and 9 tornadoes have risen out of thin air to the sky, intercepting, dismembering, and completely breaking up the oncoming hurricane torrent. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon's mouth opened, and the moment the white dragon's teeth were exposed, the sound of the dragon's chant turned into purple roaring thunder, carrying terrifying energy, like the divine front of nature, colliding with the white lightning that fell from the sky. Bang. Purple and white lightning flashed out. Terrifying thunder energy rippled in the mid-air like waves, and each ripple was formed by countless electric arcs. Wherever it passed, the hurricane was dispersed and the torrential rain was evaporated. A huge spiral airflow was formed. So far, the 3 natural disasters caused by Monkey D. Dragon were solved one by one. If you can control the wind, so can I. If you can control mine, so can I. Don't think that you are unique in this sea. Eren meanders and hovers, standing on the zenith under the lingering clouds of flames. When the dragon pupil sweeps towards Monkey D. Dragon, he is full of disdain. What about this one? Monkey D. Dragon's face sank like water, and he swung his left hand violently, and the sound of crashing waves sounded immediately. The sea near Punk Hazard has set off a huge tsunami. Under the traction of the hurricane, it was in line with the torrential rain, but before it rushed towards Eren, he had already turned the dragon body and set off heavy tornadoes to fight against the Monkey D. Dragon's hurricane, making the flood and tsunami impossible to schedule near. For the wind competition, I have no reason to lose to you. Monkey D. Dragon wanted to create even bigger hurricanes, but his scarlet eyes suddenly noticed that Eren's 100-meter-long green dragon body suddenly shrunk by 10 times, and at the same time, his shape changed drastically, turning into a cold-eyed, arrogant dragon people. Then, his figure above the flame cloud quickly faded, disappearing out of thin air like a mirage. Immediately, the terrifying howling sound boomed, and the terrifying air wave shrouded from behind. Monkey D. Dragon's heart was awe-inspiring, and he didn't care about creating a hurricane. He turned around immediately and saw a huge fist front, like a big bell, surrounded by purple lightning and the cloud-like armament hockey, rushing into his eyes with a violent and unstoppable posture. 40. Chapter 40, Breaking the Defense? Health bar minus 0.1, asking for flower evaluation votes. 6 style Sky Dragon Spear. In the face of Eren, who breaks through the sound barrier at speed, can leave a slowly dissipating afterimage on the spot. Monkey D. Dragon didn't dare to neglect. He pushed his hands horizontally like lightning. A violent hurricane erupted from his palm, wrapped around armament hockey, turned into a dragon-shaped storm, like a dragon-headed gun, met the violent fist bombarded from behind. Boom. The fist wind collided, and the air rippled like the sea surface, pushing away all the rainwater in a radius of hundreds of meters. It was obviously raining heavily, but in the continuous rain, an area without water and rain was emptied. At the same time, dozens of black and red lightning bolts competed to shine on the sky, dyeing the sky of Punk Hazard black and red. Thunderstorm mode. Just as Monkey D. Dragon was blocking the attack for himself, and he was secretly relieved, he suddenly found that Eren, who was wrestling with him in front of him, had a dragon-shaped purple lightning rising from his whole body, wrapping around his body, like wearing a purple lightning dragon armor, and his body once again emerged from it, fades, and disappears from my sight. This time it disappeared faster than before. As the figure disappeared from sight, a wave of air spread immediately. Before he heard the sharp sonic boom, he felt a thunderous force attacking his back. Pu Hua Tian Zun Pao Lei 8 trigrams. Eren flashed behind Monkey D. Dragon like a thunderbolt, and the purple lightning surged all over his body. The moment of punching, a firstborn three-eyed Thor figure was formed behind him, punch with thunder. The Hong bell rang. The sound of collisions hummed continuously, and bursts of lightning shockwaves spread. With a sound of bang, Monkey D. Dragon was overwhelmed by the majestic Zydian giant fist. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart. Had to plunge down from midair, knocking out dozens of ravines of 500 to 600 meters on the muddy ground soaked by rain, shaking up mud waves all over the sky. When the Thunder Fist Mountain dissipated, there was already a fist mark with a radius of nearly 500 meters on the ground, which looked like a meteorite crater. All the rainwater inside evaporated one by one, and the land could only be split dry by purple lightning. Puff. Before Monkey D. Dragon got up from the fist pit, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood, which stained the dry land red and soaked it. Thanks to the arm body protection, coupled with the unfathomable blood bar of the monkey family, and the ability to lock blood that no one can match, the blood bar is firmly locked. That's why the spine was not broken by a single blow, and the blood bar was emptied. But even so, he still felt the blood in his body boiling, his back was piercingly painful, and his body was numb and sore, making him extremely uncomfortable. Before he could take a breath and recover his blood, he already felt a breath descending from the sky. After anticipating Eren's next move, he wanted to forcefully swallow the unfinished blood back into his stomach, but found that his body was still in a paralyzed state, not to mention unable to move, but his reaction was extremely slow. Fortunately, I am a wind fruit ability user. Monkey D. Dragon felt a little rejoicing in his heart, and then his body scattered like air currents. As a Logia-capable user, of course, he also has the ability to elementalize. The wind can gather and disperse, and it is impermanent to gather and disperse. After the elements are turned into wind, they give full play to the characteristics of wind. Like Chop Chop fruit, but much scarier than this paramecia. As long as he thinks, it can be subdivided into a breeze when it is scattered, and it is invisible to the naked eye. It is as fast as lightning when it is gathered, and it can be reorganized anywhere. Call out. Eren stepped forward and punched him right where his body was before it fell apart. Bang. The black fist edge hardened by armament hockey burst out a purple impact, and once again opened a deep well tens of meters deep in the huge shaking pit. At this time, Six Styles' swift axe. A whistling sound so sharp that it hurts the eardrums rang in his ears. Monkey D. Dragon had regathered into a human form from the gust of wind, but rage behind Eren, raised his right hand, and the storm turned into a handle that was stronger than the blue dragon beast. The huge hurricane tomahawk, with its unparalleled sharpness, split the air into streaks of white light and slammed the head on Eren's shoulder. Click. There was a cracking sound, but it wasn't Eren, it was the ground. When the hurricane battle axe fell, even though it fell on him who had transformed into a green dragon man-beast, his shoulders and even his whole body remained unscathed. Only the ground cracked in response, and a bottomless black crack was cut out. How can it be? Midair. Monkey D. Dragon looked at Eren, who had suffered his full blow. Except for being cut to the ground and splitting the ground, there was no wound on his whole body. Horror flashed across his face, and he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The armed color can be released, but it doesn't flow into the body to destroy it. Looks like you haven't mastered the hockey technique of destroying from within. However, there is still a feeling on the shoulder. Is this a sign of breaking the defense? Eren put his hands on the ground, stood up, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the hurricane tomahawk that knocked him down, then reached out and touched his shoulder, and felt the feeling of being bitten by mosquitoes from above. Yes, this axe comes to feel. Although it was only to the extent of a mosquito bite, there was still a direct sense of seeing the blood bar decrease. Health bar minus 0.1. Health bar minus 0.1. Health bar minus 0.1. Although the deduction is not much, the loss is not far from the fast recovery, and the blood bar is still the one that starts at 9999999. This kind of attack feels that he can't even sober up, but it still makes him feel a slight sense of crisis, even visually. IT is a precursor or even a sign of breaking the defense. Really, Double King Kong's indestructible physique is not hard enough. Even Monkey D. Dragon can deal damage from mosquito bites, but you still have to download the blood of the Lunaria clan. Eren thought to himself, then his eyes turned cold. It seems that because Monkey D. Dragon's swift axe caused 0.1 damage, he lost the interest in continuing to dance and became serious. Even the dragon-shaped purple electricity that was lingering on his body disappeared. What happened? Monkey D. Dragon saw this, and a trace of suspicion flashed across his scarlet eyes. He could feel that after the dragon-shaped purple lightning on his body was dissipated, the sense of oppression Eren gave him was greatly reduced, but he still did not intend to relax his vigilance at all. Observation hockey is always on, and can perceive the opponent's next move. Just now, I need to learn the generalization Tianzuan laming 8 trigrams. The perfect combination of Paolei and hockey, with the power and speed of the Qinglong beast form. The name is also good, named after God. Far away. Kaido, who was watching the battle, watched with relish, nodded repeatedly, and was secretly writing down his brother's moves. He could see it. Compared with his unpretentious Thunder 8 trigrams, Eren's tricks are also in the 8 trigram series, but they are undoubtedly much more colorful than his. The name of the trick is named after God, and the destructive power and special effects are all full. 41. Chapter 41, Bad Wind Mode. The fist is like a black knife seeking flower evaluation tickets. How did you cancel the Roaring Thunder mode? Brother Yi's physique is far better than mine. Even if it lasts for 3 days and 3 nights, it will be fine, unless he... See Eren suddenly disperse Thunder mode. Kaido was puzzled at first, and then seemed to understand something, with a strong look of anticipation on his face. Why is he willing to hand over an opponent like Monkey D. Dragon, while he acts as a melon-eating crowd, eating melons quietly on the sidelines? One is because Eren is the captain and brother. Even Yu Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon form, he gave way, let alone an opponent. The second is to see Aaron's strength and the use of fruit abilities. Yes. As early as the first time he saw the Roaring Thunder mode, Kaido had already thought that there are more than one trick similar to the Roaring Thunder mode. Thinking of the way he develops his fruit ability, the tricks are extremely rough. The name seems to be powerful, but in fact, the moves are to hold a mace, wrap around hockey and lightning, and then hit people fancy. Thundering 8 trigrams, sweeping and smashing people. Jiang 3, Inaluo, jumped up and smashed people. David Thunder 8 trigrams, hitting people with both hands. Unlike Aaron. One-handed thunder mode, with dragon-shaped purple lightning entangled, exerting the physical strength and thunder power of the green dragon form to the ultimate. With one hand, the universal, heavenly venerable, laming 8 trigrams, he made a huge mountain-like purple fist seal. In a word, don't be afraid of not knowing the goods, but be afraid of comparing goods. Mr. Guy felt embarrassed when he saw it, so he had no choice but to follow the road of copycat whoring. Even if the power of the counterfeit prostitution trick is only 50% of that of Aaron's version, he is still satisfied. Whirring. Just as Monkey D. Dragon was vigilant, Kaido looked expectant. Aaron, who had just dissipated the dragon-shaped purple lightning, heard the sound of a hurricane roaring all over his body, and immediately a giant tornado shot up into the sky, covering his whole body, stirring the sea of clouds entrenched in the sky into a huge vortex. Immediately afterwards, the soaring tornado shrinks rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, it turns into dragon-shaped storms, like dragon-shaped purple lightning in the roaring mode, wrapping around the whole body. At the same time, the whistling sound of the hurricane that originally roared into the sky rapidly decreased until it was reduced to an inaudible level. Bad wind mode. Aaron glanced at Monkey D. Dragon. The figure quickly faded away and disappeared from the muddy ground soaked by rain without a sound. In terms of speed, it is slightly inferior to the Roaring Thunder mode, but it is better in silence. When moving at high speed and breaking through the sound barrier, it did not cause an umbrella-shaped airwave, nor did it cause a sharp howl. It was like a breeze blowing on the face. Before he knew it, he dodged and moved in front of Monkey D. Dragon and then punched out. The armed color is released. Gun Hockey opened the way first. Split the oncoming air like a tide and punched the air through it, like a white paper torn by a sharp blade, acting as the front of the fist rippling out waves of majestic air on both sides. Tornado Bad Wind, Naraku. Monkey D. Dragon's iridescent pupils suddenly constricted. He could clearly feel that the man in front of him was completely different from before. In the Thunder Roar mode before, the opponent's punches and kicks were like lightning across the sky, and the momentum was huge. In the current Bad Wind mode, every gesture is silent until the moment before the punch is about to be punched. I just see the vision coming and feel the unparalleled power on the front of the fist, like the hand of a great sword like the black knife in it. Invincible. 6 Styles Razor. Facing the roaring Hockey Fist. Monkey D. Dragon didn't dare to neglect. Having recovered from Ziddy and Joshin's paralysis, he immediately raised his foot and slashed straight down. Bang. The turbulent airflow converged and turned into a monstrous hurricane, forming a wind blade slash that connected the island with the sky in a blink of an eye, enveloping armament hockey and slashing on the fist that was close at hand. Playing. It was obviously a fight of fists and feet, but there was a sound of gold and iron clashing in the air that was so sharp that it pierced the eardrums. It seems that the two are not capable persons, nor are they using physical skills, but 2 great swordsmen fighting with swords. The fists and feet collided, blowing up air waves that seemed to be formed by countless wind blades. Wherever they passed, they were cut to pieces on all sides, and the nearby trees were directly chopped into sawdust, and even the walls and buildings in Banks' restricted area were affected, was also dismembered. Scoff. A bloody mouth that didn't look like a fist at all, but more like a knife cut, extended from Monkey D. Dragon's right foot that was hardened by the color of the weapon. Blood gushed out like a fountain and sprayed on the ground. The pain in his broken leg, like a blade slashing, made his face twitch slightly, and his body fell back uncontrollably. What's with this guy's fist? The sharpness is no different from the black knife in the hands of a great swordsman. Is it the wind? How could I be hurt by the wind? Monkey D. Dragon was horrified, feeling incredible. Fighting against Aaron just now, he felt as if he had been slashed by a great swordsman. Even the wind and hockey were split apart. Because of the fruit ability, he could see a layer of wind blade on the opponent's fist that was difficult to recognize with the naked eye alone. is this layer of wind blade that endows Aaron's fist with a sharp edge that cuts everything like a black knife in the hands of a great swordsman. Call out. Slash Monkey D. Dragon with one punch and knock it into the air. Aaron immediately dodges to follow him, causing him to back away even faster. The penetration and speed of the roaring thunder, the sharpness and swiftness of a bad wind. This guy has made full use of the abilities of Yu Fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Blue Dragon form, seeing that Yu Fengfei couldn't get rid of Aaron at all, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Monkey the Dragon had no choice but to turn into elements, turning into wisps of breeze invisible to the naked eye sweeping away. However, he's faster. Aaron is faster. The power of Qinglong human and beast form, combined with bad wind mode and flame cloud. Explode with all your strength, even in the sky, and break through the sound barrier. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, Monkey D. Dragon was caught up, not even waiting for him to return to human form from his elemental posture. Fingers clasped, haki spread out. A strong wind blew all over his body, like a dragon singing and a tiger roaring, and then formed a figure of function with a human face and a bird body. Filian bad wind 8 trigrams. The pitch-black fist, like a black knife that sliced through the sky, struck directly at the empty midair. The figure of function behind him is like a shadow, and the arm formed by the wind blade covers Aaron's fist, wrapping a terrifying edge. Like a white rainbow penetrating the sun, it is unstoppable. Wanna beat me with a wind? Aaron, no matter how much you underestimate me, Monkey D. Dragon, you should have a limit, right? Monkey D. Dragon is also a person with a temper. The dignified Marine's rising star was first chased to heaven and earth, and then Aaron manipulated the bad wind to press him every step of the way. As a Logia wind fruit ability user, he was also angry. Instantly. Furious, he simply stopped dodging and sprinted backwards to meet Aaron, who was about to catch up in front of him. Hold head high. With the 5 fingers clenched tightly, the right arm was swung, fist in hand, and under the sound of a dragon's roar resounding through the sky, the whole arm was hurricane-like, forming a huge vortex-like eye of the wind. Immediately afterwards, a giant storm dragon entwined with lightning protruded out, and just its head was comparable to the size of Banks' restricted area. 42. Chapter 42. Hey, what marshal did you say you wanted to be? 6 styles function skyware. Monkey D. Dragon punched out, and the storm dragon swooped down. The huge wind force pulled the surrounding area, sucked away all the torrential rain in a radius of several kilometers, and sucked it into the body. The billowing air flow rushed straight into the sky, drawing lightning bolts into the body. Instantly. Hurricane, lightning, rainstorm. The power of 3 kinds of natural disasters are all integrated into the giant storm dragon. The huge dragon body exudes terrifying natural power, mixed with frightening power, and greets Aaron's fist. You'd better remember it for me. I'm Monkey D. Dragon, but the man who will become the Marine Marshal. Following Monkey D. Dragon's roar filled with awe-inspiring haki, the two started a fierce confrontation. Chi. A burst of bright and dazzling light bloomed first, directly illuminating and submerging the sea of clouds in the sky with countless electric arcs flashing. The majestic energy shock wave spread in all directions like a natural disaster. Wherever you go, the rain evaporates. The earth is cracked. The river disappears. Everything blocking the way was completely destroyed, and even the sea of clouds entrenched in Punk Hazard couldn't bear the power released by the two of them at this moment, and was directly shaken to pieces, allowing the long-lost day to hang in the sky again. And the sky, the sunshine that warms the hearts of the people, blooms. After the sudden change of weather and the collapse of the Earth's surface, the confrontation between the two also came to an end. Aaron used his fists as the sharp edge that in the bad wind mode he wraps around armament haki like a human-shaped black knife. Boom. He punched against the giant storm dragon, stepping on the flame cloud under his feet for strength, and the front of his fist burst out with a monstrous edge, like the wind blade of a sickle weasel venting from his fist, turning into a magnificent sword light, surrounding the spiral haki dragon roll, from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, completely penetrate the storm dragon in front of him with one blow. The rain cleared. The wind died down. Ray broke. Monkey D. Dragon had tried his best to pull the natural celestial phenomenon with the fruit of Fong, gathered 3 kinds of natural disasters, and created a storm dragon that was completely broken up. Immediately afterwards, Aaron stepped into the sky, burst out with incomparably violent power and punched him. Monkey D. Dragon puts out its armed colors, evolves an invisible defensive wall, tries to block, but is pierced by the punch. He clasped his palms together, his arms hardened, like two black knives blocking the way. Hearing a click, his black iron-like arms were already broken, and before they had time to hang down to the sides, a fist had already crushed his arms and hit his chest hard. Puff. A spiral hockey slashing wave shot out across the air, piercing through Monkey D. Dragon's chest and passing through his back. Did you lose? Monkey D. Dragon's eyes were bulging, and the steel teeth in his mouth were almost crushed. His fingers squirmed slightly, as if he wanted to fight. However, the piercing pain swept through all limbs, carrying all the strength. The tense body began to soften, as if the bones of the whole body had been taken away, and even the arms were unable to hang down. Puff. As a mouthful of blood mist sprayed the sky, the whole body was like grass clippings caught in a storm. He flew upside down from a high altitude and then smashed hard to the ground. Hey, Monkey D. Dragon, what kind of martial are you talking about? Eren withdrew his fist, released his 5 fingers, and then glanced at the Monkey D. Dragon, who collapsed on the ground. The son of a hero. A second ago, the man who was looking up to the sky and shouting to become the Marine Marshal now turned his eyes white and blood oozes from his 7 holes. The clothes on his upper body exploded, revealing his blood-oozing chest, and he even saw bones, internal organs, and the muddy ground on his back. Face Eren's questioning. Monkey D. Dragon remained unresponsive as if dead. Fruit ability, you still can't do it. Eren withdrew his gaze from Monkey D. Dragon, then turned his head to look towards the sky. Wear it or wear it. It's not just the sky that wears it, but you too. The endless sea of clouds shattered into a huge hole. Look from a distance. The sky is really pierced. Certainly. Not only the sky, but even Monkey D. Dragon was pierced. But the blood of the monkey family is indeed blowing. After being punched by Eren and flying Lien a Baofeng 8 trigrams through the chest, he did not follow in the footsteps of Ace, but was the same as Luffy, the king of 8 trigrams who was rewarded by Kaido for sobering up. Passed out on the spot. The 3rd round is over. Seeing this scene, Kaido knew it in his heart. This is the 3rd and final round. Following the physical combat, after the hockey battle, Monkey D. Dragon lost again. This fruit ability battle was completely defeated, even more tragic than the previous 2. Brother, this guy seems to be still alive. Why don't you kill him? Seeing the end of the battle, Kaido walked over immediately and glanced at Monkey D. Dragon, who had more air intake and less air output. He said so, but he didn't lift the 8 fast in his hand. I can't bear it. Eren looked at Kaido and said frankly, the sophistication of Pirate World? He doesn't understand. Don't kill Monkey D. Dragon, as he said reluctantly. Of course, this is also because the opponent is Monkey D. Dragon, who knows that he will betray Marine in the future and form a revolutionary army. If it is Sakazuki who pursues complete justice. Without hesitation, he directly sent him to see Rox D. Zebek, fulfilling the absolute justice of Marshal Akainu. Don't look at his physical skills, Haki. His fruit ability is not as good as mine, but he is actually a grandmaster. In terms of strength, it's not inferior to you. If you put it in Marine, it's a martial-level figure. If you look at pirates, it's also a figure of the King of the Sea. There was a hint of appreciation in Eren's tone. This kind of man who has the qualifications of a king will not be willing to be inferior to others. Leave him. Even if you say you give in, it's fake, and sooner or later, you'll be mostly rebellious. After hearing this, Kaido did not refute for the first time. Obviously, after seeing the strength of Monkey D. Dragon with his own eyes, he also recognized the Marine general in his heart. After all, I have been out to sea so far. It was the first time he'd seen anyone fight Eren for so long. Take the previous opponent as an example. Burndy Wald, once the Qinglong beast form is open, it can be done. Shimatsuki Kozaburo, once the Roaring Thunder mode is turned on, 3 punches and 2 kicks will get it done. Unlike Monkey D. Dragon, whether it's physical skills, hockey, or fruit ability, they all chose to confront Eren head-on, and only at this moment did they lose miserably. With this kind of strength, Rock's Pirate, which is full of monsters and kings everywhere, can also be ranked in the 2nd echelon, and it is only now. Yes, 18-year-old Monkey D. Dragon, already able to rank in the same echelon as Achiku, John, Silver Axe, and others. Even the future Emperor's deputy, Most of them are at this level. Not to mention, his strength is far from reaching its limit. 43. Chapter 43, Monkey's Dragon. I accept it. If it were you, what would you do? Eren heard Kaido say this, and did not answer the question. Imprisoned until surrender. Even if he's just paying lip service. Kaido looked directly into Eren's eyes and said word by word, "Didn't you say that he would not willingly submit to others?" Seeing that Kaido knew the threat of Monkey D. Dragon, but chose to imprison rather than kill him, Eren couldn't help being interested. I can't bear it. It's a waste of such a precious battle power to be captured alive after all. It's better to be imprisoned. Even if there is only a slight possibility of surrender, it's better than to kill. It is worthy of being Mr. Guy, who will launch the Supernova Collection plan in the future. The desire to attract powerful combat power has already been manifested now. Not to mention, he's just not willing to submit to others, but that doesn't mean he won't submit to you. I can't hold back the Monkey's Dragon. Can you hold back? Kaido looked at Eren, grinning. He can't hold Monkey D. Dragon down. This point is forced, and there are. In fact, no one can hold down the Monkey's Dragon. Unless it's Roger and Rayleigh, Shanks and Ben Beckman, and Luffy and Zoro, who came together at a very young age because of similarities and other reasons. Otherwise. But most of the kings who have the qualifications to aspire to be the hegemony of the sea will not be inferior to others. Not to mention the overlord of the four emperors class. Even the emperor's deputy like Margao would not easily switch to other pirate groups, whether it was during Whitebeard's lifetime or after his death. But he just thinks that he can't hold down the Monkey D. Dragon in front of him, and doesn't think that Eren can't hold down either. I am convinced. Brother, if you can beat him once, you can beat him countless times. Until he gives in completely. Kaido's tone exuded unabashed confidence. Not to myself, but to Eren. He absolutely believes that his brother can bring the Monkey's Dragon to its knees. Fear of betrayal, it proves that you are not strong enough. If you want to control the dragon, you have to bear the backlash of the dragon. Monkey's Dragon, I accept it. Eren glanced at the Monkey D. Dragon, who hadn't regained consciousness. Whether it's for downloading Monkey D. Dragon's ever-growing ability, or to create the strongest beast pirates in history, he can't resist the temptation to subdue Monkey D. Dragon. Joel D. Roger has Pluton, Air the Devil, Kazuki Odin, and Spot Jabba under his command. Rox D. Zebek has Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, and so on. If you can't even win a Monkey D. Dragon, then it's just a joke to try to match or even surpass them. But the monkey family is tough. Before that, it's better to be detained for a while. Sharpen his arrogance. Eren had a decision in his mind. What he wants is the leader of the revolutionary army at its peak, not a derelict king like Gecko Moria, who is fat and heartless. Naturally, it will not suppress Monkey D. Dragon, let alone destroy its spirit and arrogance. Detention is also temporary. It's just to let him calm down and recognize the status quo. Kaido also agrees with this. After all, on the boat, if Monkey D. Dragon either runs away or fights every 3 days, it will be quite troublesome. To play or release, at least after the beast pirates have a stable base. Now that the matter with Monkey D. Dragon is settled, brother, it's time for us to meet him. The Lunaria clan with the name of God. After finalizing the matter of Monkey D. Dragon, Kaido's attention immediately returned to Jin. It doesn't have to be that troublesome. Since the 2 Azure Dragons of the 100 Beasts are so interested in the survivors of the Lunaria tribe, I will bring him to meet you. Suddenly, a voice came from the half-collapsed bank-restricted area. Eren and Kaido turned their heads to look. Stussy, who was wearing a pink dress and a mask on his face, walked out of the nearly ruined bank-restricted area with graceful steps. Apart from a dozen or so Marines following behind, there were also 2 figures, one large and one small, under escort. Little has never met before, but his identity is self-evident when he looks at the burning flame behind him. The big one was familiar, none other than Burndy-Wald. Hey, what do you want to do with the combat power measurement unit of our 100 Beasts? Kaido saw that Burndy-Wald's hands and feet were locked by sea-stone handcuffs. Although he was questioning Stussy, there was no anger at all on his face, but a bit of banter. Lousy is a gunner. Burndy-Wald looked sluggish, but still did not forget to correct Kaido's statement. What's the matter with you? Eren glanced at Stussy. As cute as it gets, Burndy-Wald is no nonsense. Don't worry, don't care. Although strictly speaking, it was the first crew member of the Beast Pirates, It was actually a leak that was recruited with fists after the defeat. In addition to the ability to download for yourself, its function is to do chores. In fact, except for the cute little brother, there is currently no one in this seat that he can care about. He disdains being like Don Quixote da Flamingo. When there is nothing to do, the people who call the Don Quixote family are family members. When there is something to do, please invite the family members such as Virgo and Monet to die. In Aaron's eyes, the crew is the subordinates. He will not sell his subordinates, but he will not let his subordinates become his weakness. Regardless of family members or weaknesses, one more cutie is enough. It's not this woman. The hurricane just created by Monkey D. Dragon was too terrifying, and it blew me directly to the other side of Punk Hazard. Just when I wanted to come back, I ran into her. Burndy-Wald stared at Stussy with bulging eyes. She cleaned you up by herself? Kaido also came to his senses. 44. Chapter 44, Carrying My Name, Living Freely in This Sea, Seeking Flowers Evaluation Tickets. I want Monkey D. Dragon, and you promised yourself. Get all of us out of Punk Hazard safely. Stussy tensed up, his scarlet eyes fixed on Aaron. Obviously. Even if she held Jin and Burndy-Walder 2 cards in her hand, she still didn't dare to relax in the slightest. It can even be said that there is no confidence at all. A crew member of the Beasts, a remnant of the Lunaria clan. One promise for one Marine, it should be fair. What do you think, Captain Aaron? Finished. Stussy found himself holding the sea stone lipstick in his palm, already dripping with cold sweat. I reject. Aaron glanced at Burndy-Wald, who was full of aggrieved and angry faces, and Jin, who was sizing him up with curious eyes, and then said indifferently, May I know why? Stussy froze and took a slight breath. This is something that only people who have the same strength as me are qualified to say. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. Aaron stared straight at Stussy and said every word. Every sound of his words seemed to carry the oppression as heavy as a mountain. Every time he uttered a sound, the faces of Stussy and Marine present turned paler. After the voice fell, they are even more like a negative mountain. All of their faces were pale and sweaty. Can you tell me what is your name? Finished. Aaron ignored Stussy, but looked at Abel, who was bound by sea stone handcuffs, even his neck. Abel. Abel met Aaron's gaze. After a while, he wriggled his mouth and spoke slowly. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a while, and his voice didn't sound as clear as a teenager's, but instead revealed a hint of hoarseness. I formed a pirate group, called Beasts. Next to this is my brother Kaido, who is also the first officer of the Beast Pirates. Are you interested in joining us? Aaron and Abel looked at each other. Why did you come to me? Abel was silent for a while, and did not answer the question. Ghosts and gods, shouldn't they be together? The corners of Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Ghost. Can you change this ridiculous world? Abel murmured, and his tone immediately revealed strong resentment. It was a kind of hatred that wished to burn down the order of this era. It should be said that only my brother can change. Aaron didn't speak. Kaido beside him couldn't wait to say to Jin. Abel looked at Aaron, then at Kaido. He didn't speak, just looked moved. Be different from the past. From today on, you are the ember of the Beast Pirates, burning the shackles of the old age. Bearing my name, live freely in this sea, and will never be imprisoned or experimented on. I will not give you to anyone like my brother. Face Jin. Aaron didn't say words to change the world, but his words carried a power that hit the soul. Ember's expression changed with horror. Yo Lewin, Jin murmured as he recalled the conversation between Stussy and Aaron. Immediately, his hollow, numb pupils burst into a frightening light. You are Joey Boy. If you're not, no matter who the real Joey Boy is, he has no meaning to exist. Without waiting for Aaron to speak, Jin said on his own. At first it was a whisper, but gradually the voice became high-pitched and decisive. He first decided that Aaron was Joey Boy, and then vehemently denied everything. If the man he identified was not Joey Boy, then no matter who it was, he would reject that person, along with the legend of Joey Boy. Yes, at this moment, Jin was more decisive than when he met Kaido. In the original time and space, he firmly believed that Kaido was Joey Boy, the man who could become One Piece. Now. But he firmly believes that if Joey Boy really exists, it can only be Aaron. If not, then it will be rejected along with the legend of Joey Boy. If Joey Boy isn't Aaron, then the legend doesn't make sense. This lunaria survivor, since he was arrested and sent to the restricted area of Bank, no matter whether he was struck by lightning or burned by poison, he was silent and did not respond at all. Now I only met him once, so I choose to follow him wholeheartedly. Is this the green dragon of all beasts? The younger brother is scary, and the older brother is even more terrifying. Stussy looked at Eren, then at Kaido. She has seen the two green dragons of the hunter beasts today. The younger brother, Kaido, is arrogant but still majestic and possesses extremely powerful strength. Looking at the new generation of naval headquarters, only Monkey D. Dragon can keep pace with it. As for Brother Eren, with every gesture, Haki is full of arrogance, and his words and deeds make people involuntarily want to be convinced. It can convince Kaido, who is also a blue dragon. With just one meeting, Jin bows his head and becomes a vassal. In terms of strength, even Monkey D. Dragon is far from being an opponent. The more I think about it, the more frightened I feel, the more powerless I feel, the more I can't think of confrontation. Captain Eren, I'm delighted to have another member of your Beast Pirates, but I think we'd better talk about it. It is true that I do not have the same strength as you, but it does not affect my determination to fight you to the death. Stussy forcibly suppressed her inner thoughts, not daring to let herself think too much. She was afraid that if she allowed these thoughts to arise again, she would lose even the courage to negotiate. Fish dead and net broken? You're only half right about this word. The fish will die, but the net will never break. Hearing this, Eren's lips curled up in disdain, as if he was amused by Stussy's words. Aren't you going to talk to me? Okay, since you sent Jin to me and didn't do anything to Wald, I'll give you a chance, but I'll just say it once. Let Jin and Wald go, and I'll let you take someone away from Punk Hazard. Eren glanced at Stussy, who was trying to use Jin and Burndy Wald to negotiate with him, and then looked around at all the Marines in front of him. All the Marines here, including the Monkey D. Dragon under my feet, and the Vegapunk that you quietly sent to the bottom of the sea and left in the submarine. All can be, but only one. Choose. Stussy's expression changed in horror, and his heart tightened. She didn't expect that her actions would be seen through. What made her feel even more disturbed was Eren's words, revealing a message. Even if Vegapunk is on a submarine, he can be killed in the deep sea. Obviously, Eren and Kaido in front of her are all capable, but she doesn't dare to doubt the man in front of her at all. She dared not gamble, nor could she afford to gamble. I just watched Eren and Monkey D. Dragon fight, very ecstatically focused on the fruit tricks of whoring my brother for nothing, and I really didn't pay much attention to Burnywald, let alone caring. No, after all, it's just a unit of measurement, not a crew member I recognize, so the tension is less. She doesn't talk about martial arts, just sneak attack on my uncle, and she still has a piece of sea stone lipstick. Burnywald looked aggrieved and embarrassed. Speaking up, this is already the second time he has fallen under the sea stone weapon. The first time was the Island of Weapons. The second time is Punk Hazard. Sea stone lipstick? A flash of understanding flashed in Kaido's eyes. He's had a fight with Stussy before. Although he was beaten with a stick, it is undeniable that the strength of the opponent is indeed higher than Burnywald. Sneak attack. Sea stone lipstick. It's normal to be put down if you do mental arithmetic, but don't care. Even Rob Lucci of Fruit Awakening, Grandmaster 6 Styles and 2-Color Hockey, and Kaku, who was also Fruit Awakened, were knocked down one after another when they encountered Stussy, but they were unscathed. Not to mention Burnywald. Say it. What are you trying to do by bringing them to me? Eren's eyes fell on Stussy. Nothing. I just want to discuss a business with you, Captain Eren. I have 2 people here. I want to exchange them with you, and I want to get a promise from you. Stussy held the sea stone lipstick against Burnywald's throat, not daring to relax for a moment. No one knew better than her what kind of monster she was facing. As strong as the son of a hero, Monkey D. Dragon is also like a dead dog at the moment, crawling at the opponent's feet. 45. Chapter 45 Empty. Young man, the old man advises you not to be too arrogant. Stussy froze. She could feel Marine behind her, casting complicated gazes at herself one by one. That's begging. That is longing. That is trust. That is wanting to live. No. I want everyone. The pretty face of Stussy's mask gradually turned pale. She didn't dare to turn her head, and was a little afraid to face the eyes of Marine behind her. One crew member can only exchange one life. You took one yourself. Eren stared at Stussy with a half-smile. I doubt I don't choose. Stussy's face was pale, and he clenched his fingers, looking at a loss. She's obviously the one holding Jin and Burndy Walder in her hand, but she is restrained everywhere, and people who don't know think she is being manipulated and threatened. I count to 3. If you don't choose, I will help you choose. Eren was unimpressed. I stay here and let Monkey D. Dragon and Dr. Vegapunk go. Stussy's delicate body trembled slightly, and she uttered a word with difficulty. She could feel that when she said the sentence again, Marine behind her did not cast a look of resentment at her, but despair, numbness, and emptiness. You can even hear the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground one after another from behind. Without looking back, I knew that it was the Marines slumped on the ground one by one. 1. Eren ignored Stussy and counted to himself. Dot. Stussy's face changed suddenly, and he couldn't help but look towards Eren's feet. What catches the eye is Monkey D. Dragon's deep and complicated eyes. Match those eyes. She avoided him instinctively, fearing that she would let this man down. She didn't dare to look at him. 2. Eren glanced at the awakened Monkey D. Dragon at his feet, and a smile flashed in his eyes. At this time, all eyes are on Stussy, Kaido, Burndy-Wald, Ember. They all looked at Stussy with interest, wanting to see what choices this woman would make, etc. There is someone more suitable to discuss this business with you than him, Captain Eren. Just when the corner of Stussy's lips twitched, as if he wanted to spit out the only living name, a voice suddenly came from Banks' restricted area. Then, a man in a white suit wearing the same mask as Stussy walked over with a phone bug in his hand. This old man is Marshal Marine. No, it's the first time we meet. Your Excellency is the king of all beasts. In the Marine Marshal's office. Kong sitting boldly and grandiose on the chair, his eyes as deep as the sea fell on Eren on the screen. If you don't mind, the old man will discuss this business with you. After all, the captain of the dignified beasts pirates, embarrassing a little woman, it's not good to hear it. You say yes, Eren. The phone bug put on a majestic expression, and then a calm voice came out of his mouth. A person with a deep mind who can seize any opportunity, first take down Wald, and then send Jin over. On the surface, it is a negotiation, but secretly it is to attract my attention and send Vegapunk away. Such a female hero, let alone in the Marine and world government, even if you look at the sea, is rare, not to mention she is still a clone of Bakingum. In a sense, she is Bakingum Stussy. Song, you call her a little woman. How much you look down on rocks, pirate. Eren smiled coldly, not caring about the voice running on the phone bug at all. But since you said I made it difficult for her, that's fine. I didn't embarrass her, but now I embarrass you. Aren't you going to talk for her? Well, then you choose. As soon as this word came out, Kong in the office, as well as the wormy expression in the hands of the CP agent, suddenly became gloomy. Eren, before that, the old man wants to tell you one thing. Marine is the real overlord of this SEA.S, a former trainee crew member of the Rocks group. You should know better than anyone else. As long as Marine is determined to destroy a pirate group, no matter who it is, there is only one way to be destroyed. Eren, you don't want Beasts to be the second Rocks, do you? Kong didn't make a choice, but moved out of the Rocks pirate, which had just been dispersed by naval headquarters not long ago, and his words were full of undisguised threats. 3. Facing Kong was mixed with a somewhat condescending reminder. Eren spit out a 3 in response. Finished. His gaze was like a knife, and he stabbed straight at the CP agent who was holding a telephone conference. Kaido. The voice fell. Kaido grinned ferociously, bursting out with violent lightning, and then his figure quickly faded away on the spot. The moment they disappeared together with the 8 fasts, he rushed straight to the agent like a cannonball, wrapped in a wave of air visible to the naked eye. Thunder 8 trigrams. Doubt huge purple electricity, together with armament hockey, lingers on the 8 fasts. Immediately, the mace swept out, Zidian and Hockey took the lead to open the way. Before the stick arrived, the incomparably powerful aura was vented together with Conqueror's Hockey, turning into almost substantive coercion, like a mountain falling from the sky, oppressing the CP agent. Boom. All the people present only heard a click, and a bleak blood flower bloomed from the body of the CP agent. His body was like grass clippings in a hurricane, flying upside down 100 meters away, smashing 2 walls, and then one side of the door that was almost covered in steel was sunken, and the whole person was like a picture scroll stained red with blood, hanging on the door, and it had not fallen for a long time. Marshal Marine, right? This phone bug has imaging function. You should see it clearly. This is the first one. Kaido held the 8 fast in his right hand, and after the lightning swung the agent away, he reached out with his left hand, took the phone bug in the other's hand, and then said coldly, "Young man, the old man advises you not to be too arrogant." In the marshal's office, Kong, who was originally sitting on the chair, suddenly got up. Seeing that Kaido ignored Jin and Burndy Walled and was controlled by Stussy, and actually killed a CP member in front of his face, he was shocked and angry. "Are you still called a young man if you are not arrogant?" Eren smiled lightly upon hearing this. "Stussy, kill Burndy Walled." Kong seemed to be irritated, and his voice reached Stussy's ears through the phone bug. However, the response he got was a hesitant attitude from Stussy. Marine, right? Lousy is in your hands. Do it, hurry up." When Burndy Walled saw that Kaido killed a CP agent in seconds, he was a little flustered at first, but seeing that Stussy was hesitant to make a move, he immediately reacted. The advantage is not on Marine's side at all. The woman in front of her didn't dare to gamble and couldn't afford to lose. 46. Chapter 46. Kaido, kill him. I order you, as Marshal of the Marine, to shoot Burndy Walled on the spot. Seeing that Stussy didn't respond, Kong glanced through the eyes of the phone bug and scanned every Marine in Bank's restricted area one by one. It seems that the life of a CP is not enough to wake you up completely. Need I remind you? Phantom Beast the Azure Dragon form. What's in front? Hearing this, Eren raised the corners of his lips slightly, outlining a playful look. Fish fruit. Kaido held the phone bug in front of him, and through the phone bug's eyes, he looked at Kong, who was far away in naval headquarters. As soon as this word came out, Stussy clenched his hands tightly. This was the reason why she dared not and couldn't afford to gamble, even though she held Jin and Burndy Walled as hostages. It is different from other landlubbers who are afraid of the sea, like snakes and scorpions. Whether it is Eren or Kaido, both of them are in the form of UU fruit, phantom beast, and blue dragon. Are there any fish that will drown in the sea? Even if there is there a blue dragon that will be drowned by the sea? In the face of beasts and double green dragons, even if Vegapunk fled to the bottom of the sea as a submarine, his safety is still not guaranteed. Kong opened his mouth, but finally fell silent. All of a sudden, the huge bank restricted area was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Jin belongs to the Lunaria family. I can completely kill everyone here before the flames behind him go out. Take a Beast Pirates unit of combat power for a Monkey D Dragon, a Stussy, a Vegapunk, and all the Marines here. Kong, tell me, am I losing money? Eren strolled in the courtyard and walked up to Kaido, obviously looking down on the phone bug, but it made Kong feel like he was being looked down upon. A long-lost humiliation and anger suddenly rose. He had almost forgotten how long it was the last time he felt this way. Even after a long time, I thought that I would never feel this way in my life, and even felt that my body had lost the kinetic energy to produce humiliation. Kong's face was as sinking as water, and he remained silent. The humiliating anger burning in his heart did not disappear, but was suppressed by him, which did not affect his analysis of the situation. What do you want? After a while, Kong squirmed his mouth and choked out a cold sentence. Wrong answer. Eren glanced at Kaido. Boom. The latter came to a Marine in a flash, swept his stick across, his head was bleeding, and he fell to the ground. Eren. Through the phone bug, I saw a Marine lying on the ground, bleeding everywhere. Kong's voice was mixed with an anger that could not be extinguished, even if all the waters of the world were poured into it. Still wrong. Eren's voice fell. Kaido followed suit with a backhand. With a bang, another Marine fell into a pool of blood. Stop. A loud shout came. But not Kong, but Monkey D. Dragon. Don't you just want to humiliate Marine? Don't you just want my life? Here, let her take the Vegapunk and get out of here. Monkey Dragon struggled to raise his head, barely revealing half of his blood-stained face. Next, Eren's expression remained unchanged. Kaido hit him with a stick, and another Marine fell to the ground. What do you want? All conditions, just ask. Money, weapons, devil fruit, anything goes. Just get them out of Punk Hazard alive, everyone. Kong clenched his fists tightly, making a frightening crisp sound. You can only choose one. Eren was unimpressed. This time, Kaido carried away 2 Marines with 1 stick. Seeing the Marines fall one by one, Monkey D. Dragon's eyes burst out, and his anger almost ignited the air. but his weak body made him let Kaido send away one marine after another. Seeing that besides Stussy, only Monkey D. Dragon was left prostrate on the ground. Kong Kong couldn't hold back his anger anymore, smashed the marshal's desk in front of him, which symbolized the highest power of naval headquarters, and then uttered the most aggrieved and powerless threat in the most brutal and powerful tone. Vegapunk. Let Stussy leave with Vegapunk. As soon as this word came out, there was deathly silence in Bank's penalty area. Monkey D. Dragon, who was originally furious, propped up his entire face. Clearly visible expressions of astonishment, disbelief, disappointment, doubt, despondency, etc. were seen by Kong Kong. This made me feel ashamed like never before. Don't even dare to face Monkey D. Dragon. This was Garp's son, even his nephew, and now his uncle destroyed it with his own hands. This made him blush and ashamed. Aside from warning us when you made this call, you are also afraid that this clone of Bakingdom will not be able to grasp it and make a choice you don't want to see? For example, between Monkey D. Dragon and Vegapunk, she didn't choose Vegapunk. For another example, between Monkey D. Dragon and Vegapunk, we choose to let Vegapunk die. Kaido glanced at Eren indiscriminately, smiled inwardly, and made another stab. It made Monkey D. Dragon spit out a mouthful of blood, and the face that was propped up was also attached to the ground again. Losing to Eren, although he was uncomfortable, his skills were not as good as others, and he was convinced. It can be backstabbed by Marine, and it is also backstabbed by Marshal Kong. It is not to say that grief is greater than death, but the justice behind it is mostly dead. As you wish. Kaido, kill him. Seeing that Kong Kong had made a choice, Eren said directly to Kaido. Boom. Kaido turned his back to prevent anyone from noticing the playfulness passing in the depths of his eyes, then raised the 8 fasts, aimed a stick full of ferocious spikes at Monkey D. Dragon's head, and smashed go down. Boom. There was a loud noise. The ground where Monkey D. Dragon was crawling cracked with spiderweb cracks. But he twitched slightly on the spot, and then the blood flowed profusely, filling all the cracks and forming small rivers of blood. Eren, Kaido, you two better keep your word. Otherwise, I will spend the rest of my life in this martial position, doing nothing but one thing, and that is to bring the entire naval headquarters to beat you beast pirates. Betting on the name of Kong will also send your brothers to the execution platform. The last layer of fig leaf was directly torn off by Kaido, and he witnessed Kaido holding a mace and killing Marine's rising star, Monkey D. Dragon, in front of his own eyes. Although Kong Kong had been mentally prepared for a long time, after seeing this scene, his eyes were bulging with anger, his pupils were covered with ferocious bloodshot eyes, and his heart was filled with raging anger and strong guilt crisp. Obviously, the violent murderous aura has been released, filling the entire marshal's office. But in the end, he took another deep breath, dropped some murderous words, and then voluntarily hung up the phone. 47, Chapter 47, remember to tell Kong for me. Thank you asking for flower evaluation tickets. Long, I'm sorry. Dr. Vegapunk created me. Between you and him, I can only choose him. Besides, it's useless even if I choose you. As you just saw Marshal Marine, and even the 5 elders between you and Dr. Vegapunk, they will only choose the doctor, not you. Stussy glanced at the Monkey D. Dragon, lying in a pool of blood, feeling guilty too. This is the end of the matter. She could only calm down and wait for a while. Waiting for the Vegapunk and the submarine to go further. Even if brothers Eren and Kaido can transform into blue dragons, it is impossible to catch up by traveling in the sea. After Kong Kong hangs up the phone, Eren did not urge Stussy to let him go, but crossed his arms and looked at the world's first clone of One Piece with great interest. Can I take Dr. Vegapunk with me? After a while, Stussy calculated and determined that Vegapunk dived far enough. She removed the sea stone lipstick that was stuck to Burnywald's neck, and then took out the key to unlock the sea stone shackles on Jin's body. During the whole process, I didn't dare to look at Monkey D. Dragon's body again. Just bring one. What about the rest? Aren't you going to take them with you? Eren asked 3 times in a row, which made Stussy puzzled at first, and then his expression changed in horror. She rushed to the nearest marine and put her hand on its neck. Not dead. Stussy suddenly raised his head and took off his mask. His delicate and beautiful face was full of astonishment and anxiety. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from Kaido's direction. You didn't kill them. Stussy stiffened and turned to look. Monkey D. Dragon, who had just died in front of him and was bombarded by Kaido, lifted up his blood-stained face at this moment. Those complicated eyes didn't look at her, but stared straight at the fallen Marine. Obviously, he was the one who spoke. Not all. This word. It's so cold. Eren glanced at the CP agent who was first dealt with by Kaido, and then asked with great interest, "What, you really want me to kill them?" Monkey the Dragon didn't speak, just smiled miserably, then slowly closed his eyes and put his face on the ground again. 3 blows at the hands of Eren. Backstab from Marine Marshal Kong. Everything made him physically and mentally tired and exhausted. He was powerless and didn't want to speculate to think about why Eren did what he did. After confirming that all the Marines he brought out were alive, he seemed to lose his support and collapsed. This time, really passed out. What a beast. What a green dragon. You acted in such a play that you even let Vegapunk go, just because of Monkey D. Dragon. Stussy could see that his scalp was numb, and his face was so pale that he couldn't find a trace of blood. This moment, she connected everything together and finally understood. And Konko. All of them were put together by Eren and became a knife in his hand. This knife didn't kill anyone, it just cut off the justice carried by Marine. That is the Monkey D. Dragon who passed out. How? Before you could only choose one to take away, you were not happy. Now you are asked to take them all away. Are you not happy? Take your people and let's go. Eren walked up to Stussy, leaned over, and whispered in her ear. But after you go back, remember to tell Kong for me, thank you. I gave him the Vegapunk he asked for, but I don't accept the Monkey D. Dragon without hesitation. Remember. Finished. Eren reached out and patted Stussy on the shoulder. There was no force, but it made her fall limply to the ground. It's over. Stussy's pretty face was pale. She looked at Kaido, who was holding a Monkey D. Dragon in one hand, and then at Eren. Her eyes were empty and dazed. Kill these Marines in front of you? Don't be funny. Not to mention that it is impossible to hide the matter of Punk Hazard at all. Just doing this will only let Monkey D. Dragon know about it and break with Justice and Marine more completely. Even. In the future, Monkey D. Dragon will definitely destroy himself with his own hands. As for killing Monkey D. Dragon, put everything on the Beast Pirates. Eren was clearly guarding her. Otherwise, Kaido would not take Monkey D. Dragon away. Hero Garp. At this time, Stussy thought of a monstrous haki, regarded by almost all Marines as the embodiment of justice. Monkey D. Garp. The current hero is in his early 40s and only recently broke up the Rocks Pirate, and he hasn't turned off the flames, let alone closed them. It's not like being so good-tempered when you get old. Say no bird Kong Kong, don't bird Kong Kong. When you say pop green peppers, pop the green peppers. I do what I want and do what I want. This is the Marine hero in his youth. Bang, bang, bang. Just when Stussy was at a loss, Eren gave Burndy Wall the look. The latter immediately raised his gun and fired several shots at Banks' restricted area, which was mostly in ruins, until all the bullets were emptied. Multiplied 100 times the gun. A random giant bullet can tear apart the warship. Now that the magazine is emptied, the remaining half of the bank restricted area will be turned into construction waste. Not good. Marshal Sora just saw Monkey D. Dragon died. Phone bug. I need to inform him quickly. Stussy thought of Garp, looked at the destroyed bank restricted area, was startled for a moment, then shuddered and looked around for the phone bug. Soon, a phone bug was pulled out of a Marine's pocket, but what made her heart sink was that the phone bug rolled its eyes and foamed at the mouth. No matter how she shakes it, the phone bug doesn't respond. Stunned by Conqueror's haki? Seeing this, Stussy immediately searched for Banks' restricted area in the ruins of the Dabin area. Happily, several phone bugs were found. Disappointing that all the phone bugs were swooning. I lost contact with the headquarters. He did it on purpose. Before leaving, he destroyed all the communication equipment and stunned all the phone bugs. The purpose is to prevent me from getting in touch with the outside world. Stussy slumped on the ground. She, who has always been delicate, completely ignored the dust on the ground and soiled her dress. She did. All communication devices were destroyed. All phone bugs are comatose. With the strength of Eren's Conqueror's haki, creatures like phone bugs don't need humans. After being stunned, they can't wake up for a few days and nights. Boat. Yes, you can also go out to sea by boat to Dressrosa, or the Fishman Island. There are phone bugs on warships, too. Sitting slumped for a moment. Stussy got up and rushed out of Banks' penalty area, spreading his black wings, and rushed towards Punk Hazard's dock with the last shred of hope. Just in midair, not far from the pier, she stopped suddenly. The warships and even small boats that were originally moored at the pier were all left with iron sheets and broken wood, and there was not a single complete ship at all. Although it is possible to build a raft and go out to sea, if you want to get in touch with the headquarters, you have to wait 2 or 3 days at the earliest. 48. Chapter 48. The hero's anger is not so easy. It's over. In front of Marshal Sora, I perform a scene of killing Monkey D. the dragon, but cut off all ties between me and the headquarters. Aaron's goal is not only for the dragon, but also for Vice Admiral Garp. Not only wants to take advantage of the Marshal's hand to destroy the dragon's justice, but even wants to destroy the hero's justice as well. The more Stussy thought about it, the more terrified he became, and the more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. Now Kong Kong thinks Monkey D. Dragon is cool. Based on her understanding of the Marine executives, or the world government executives, in order to stabilize the situation, whether it is to stabilize Garp, she will definitely grab all the dirty water that can be splashed before the Punk Hazard incident spreads, all on the Beast Pirates. But she couldn't do anything. Kill the remaining Marines here? Useless. Hiding the truth? Useless. Betray the Marine and the government? Die faster. No wonder. He only killed 1 CP agent, but he didn't kill a single Marine, even me and Dr. Vegapunk. For justice that ruined the dragon, and Garp, you're a queen, Aaron, unable to get in touch with the outside world. It can only be left to fate. No, it is Aaron's arrangement. Stussy was paralyzed on the edge of the pier. His eyes were just like the Monkey D. Dragon before, empty and lifeless. She totally understood. Aaron didn't kill Vegapunk just to destroy Monkey D. the Dragon's justice. He didn't kill himself just to let Garp come to her, or she took the initiative to find Garp. Of course, you don't have to look for it, but what awaits her will be Marine and the butcher's knife of the world government. She even suspects that the world government has issued an order to obliterate her, and everyone is on the way to Punk Hazard. The other side, in the Marine Marshal's office. After personally sending the nephew I saw since childhood to hell, Kong Kong sat paralyzed on the cold floor, his face already covered with signs of time. Under the entanglement of self-blame and guilt, pain and anger, he looked older. Even the strong body that made the giant elephant feel ashamed to look at it is now a little stooped, giving people a feeling of old age. Sorry, dragon. This is an order from the 5 elders. Even the old man can't disobey. As Marine Marshal, he has no reason to send a rising Marine star to die. As an elder uncle, he had no reason to send his nephew to die. Especially Garp's son. Nothing. This is an order from the 5 elders. Between Monkey D. Dragon and Vegapunk, world government prefers the latter. Even if the former is only the son of the Marine hero, not the Marine hero. But in the eyes of 5 elders, a person with Logia ability is far less important than Vegapunk. Lineage factor. Giantization experiment. Biological modification. Artificial organisms. Climate control. Devil fruits research. These research results are superimposed, plus there are many scientific research projects that are being followed up. It is far from being comparable to Monkey D. Dragon at this stage. Among other things, as far as the background of the world government is concerned, if one wants to, one can create several top-level fruit-capable users overnight. Call. Long, if you want to blame the old man. Don't hate Marine, don't hate justice, and don't hate the government. Beast pirates, I will never let them exist, don't worry. Kong Kong's eyes were cold and chilling. I have already made a decision in my heart. As long as you go to pick up Vegapunk's CP agent and deliver him safely to Mariewa, then you will do nothing but focus on one thing before stepping down from the position of Marshal. Take naval headquarters to fight beast pirates. Until the Grand Line, there are no more beasts. Give the time, Garp should also know the news of Long's death. He will definitely go crazy. No, he can't mess around, and he can't have gaps with Marine and the government. Let me stabilize the situation first. Beasts. Aaron, wait, the anger of the Marine hero is not so easy to calm. As the Marshal of the Marine, he is used to heroes who are used to strong winds and waves. Although Kong Kong still felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart, he knew that this matter was not over yet. The death of Monkey D. Dragon is not big or small. The key is Garp's reaction. This has to be shut up. Push everything to the side of the beasts. Garp must not know the truth about Punk Hazard, thinking the Marine in Punk Hazard is either dead or comatose. The only people who know the truth are Stussy, himself, and the 5 elders. Kong Ahalo has a decision in his heart. Stussy must die. Although the value of being the first clone is immeasurable, it is nothing compared to the fact that the truth leaked out and Garp was stabilized. Might as well let Vegapunk clone one later. Now that you can clone one Stussy, you can clone the second, the third. Blue. After clearing his mind and thinking of a countermeasure, Kong immediately took out a phone bug from the desk that he had smashed into slag. This is Garp, in the sea area of New World. Garp held the phone in his right hand and stretched his left forward. Seeing this, Joel D. Roger in front of him immediately dispersed the Conqueror's haki wrapped around the Supreme Sword Ace and then forcibly stopped the movement of the knife. Not only that, he also raised his left hand towards the crew members who were fighting with a group of Marines not far away. A second ago, the sound of fighting, the roar of haki, and the clash of swords resounded through the sea. After a second, the 2 ships and the sea became completely silent. The Roger pirates and Marine retreated like a tide and stood behind Roger and Garp, leaving only the voice of Garp on the phone echoing on the battlefield. Garp, you heard from me. I'm sorry about the dragon thing. Beast Pirates did it. Because Garp's phone bug does not have a handset, it is equivalent to turning on the hands-free directly. As soon as Kong's words sounded, whether it was a pirate or a Marine, all of them stared at Garp in shock with their eyes bulging. Especially the Roger pirates. Not only did they know who the dragon was, they had seen it. That's Garp's son. Is it so rigid? Brother Qinglong of beasts, even Garp's son? Roger and Rayleigh couldn't help but look at each other, seeing shock and seriousness in each other's eyes. Garp didn't speak, just took out a life card from his pocket. There was no sign of burning, nor turning to ash. In addition to being a little smaller than the original. Almost intact. The old man has exhausted all means, negotiated with the beasts, and tried to save the dragon's life. But Brother Aaron killed the dragon in front of the old man. Kong's voice sounded again. Garp held up Monkey D. Dragon's life card and looked it over carefully. In order to see more clearly, he directly exploded the Conqueror's haki and rained down black lightning bolts, acting as light bulbs, illuminating the life card more clearly. See clearly. Compared with before, the slightly shrunk life card has returned to its original shape. In other words, Monkey D. Dragon's situation is fine. Since there is no problem with the dragon, there is a problem with the sky. 49. Chapter 49. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you playing with me in Liao Zhai? Garp wasn't the only one who had problems with Kong. The expressions of Roger and Rayleigh gradually became strange. They are not children anymore. Across the sea for many years, either nearly 40 or already in his early 40s. After seeing the life card in Garp's hand, I don't know where it is, there is something tricky. A tiger father has no dogs. Long Wuxia is the son of a hero. Although he died in a fierce battle and lost to the enemy and was killed, he did his duty as a Marine and swore to defend justice to the death. He didn't disgrace you, let alone Marine. Unable to hear Garp's roar, Kong only thought it was the last calm before the storm. Don't worry, the old man will not let his blood flow in vain. Bet Kong's name, from now on in this position, I will do nothing but one thing, destroy the beast pirates. Use the corpses of the Qinglong brothers to pay homage to the dragon's heroic spirit. Garp's face darkened suddenly. Come. You keep acting. What is the spirit of offering sacrifices to the dragon? My dragon is still alive and kicking. But he didn't say anything when he noticed the trick and just let Kong perform. Garp, did you hear the old man talking? Seeing that Garp still didn't respond at all, Kong couldn't help being a little worried. He was afraid that Garp would not be able to bear the blow of the bad news, and fainted. Boom. Garp didn't say a word, just screwed a Marine named Bogart beside him in front of him, and then punched him in the face. Washing his face with an iron fist, the bridge of the nose was still hit. Obviously didn't want to cry, but the tears couldn't stop streaming down. Tick. The ticking sound of tears falling to the ground reached Kong through the phone bug. Crying. Kong's body trembled, as if he had been hit hard, and the guilt and remorse in his heart became stronger. Not only did he kill Monkey D. Dragon, but he also cheated and used Garp. Why didn't he leave? With his ability, if he really wanted to escape, Even brother Qinglong couldn't keep him. Isn't it? Garp squeezed his throat, making his voice hoarse and cold. Brother Aaron's killing spree and Punk Hazard nearly killed all the CP agents there. Dragon could have pulled away, but those Marines who died and Vegapunk who escaped in a submarine to buy time, he chose to fight to the death. In the end, he died at the hands of the Beast Brothers. Perhaps the title of the Son of Heroes is too heavy for him. This is the moment Kong has been waiting for. Detain the dead Marines, agents, and even Stussy, who will be hunted down and dealt with later in the Beast Pirates. Of course, before that, waste must be utilized. Let Stussy be the only witness to tell Garp the truth about Punk Hazard. Did you see it with your own eye? Garp couldn't help twisting Monkey D. Dragon's life card again and looked at it. Play. You continue to play for me. After confirming again that Monkey D. Dragon was safe and sound, he grinned. It was a little less bold and generous than usual, and a little more unruly and cold. Yes. The old man saw it with his own eyes. Aaron opened his mouth. Kaido moved his hand. Kong said in a deep voice, his voice revealing undisguised grief and anger. Is there anyone alive? Garp was silent for a few seconds before speaking. There were quite a few, but most were stunned by conquerors. Among those who participated in the war, the only one who survived was Stussy's CP agent. She's a clone made by Vegapunk. Kong took a deep breath. He wasn't completely acting, but he was really suppressing his anger. After all, he was furious about the death of Monkey D. Dragon. I'm going back to the headquarters now. Tell her to come and see me. Finished. Garp hung up the phone, the grin on his face getting colder. Old Ghost. They are all Millennium Foxes. Why are you playing Liaojai with me? Garp, why don't we forget about it? Call here today. How about you go back and deal with your son's affairs first? Seeing that Garp's expression was a little scary, Roger also lost the desire to fight. Just right. Freed from Garp, he can also go find the historical text. Forget it? How can we just forget it like this? You destroyed the army of the Kingdom of Croat. It's not over yet. I will come to you again later. Garp's eyes flickered. Although he knew that Monkey D. Dragon was still alive, except for this kind of thing, he had no desire to fight. He wants to know the truth about Punk Hazard more than capturing the Roger pirates. Anytime. Roger is proud and unafraid. Fighting this kind of thing, especially against Garp, is not a nightmare for him, but a kind of enjoyment. If you're not looking for the historical text, you really want to fight Garp here for 3 days and 3 nights before leaving. As for the army that destroyed the Kingdom of Croat, he did not regret it. Even if he went back in time and made another choice, he would still choose to repeat the same mistakes. Snort. Garp snorted coldly, didn't say anything, just watched Roger's pirates drift away into the ocean, and then he looked around at everyone on the warship. Don't say a word about what happened just now. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. When the Marine present heard this, they pecked at the rice one after another. Since the Valley of the Gods War ended. In naval headquarters, the words of Marshal and Admiral may not work well, but the words of Garp definitely work. The overall situation is settled. All that's left is to inform Sengoku and Tsuru. Let them steady Garp. Get hung up on by Garp. Normally, Kong would have cursed a few words, but now he was relieved instead. Garp's reaction proved that the situation was not out of control. Think here. He picked up the phone bug again and called Sengoku and Tsuru one after another, doing ideological work for them. Not to mention that Kong is playing hard here. The other side. After Aaron, Kaido and his team left Banks' restricted area, considering that the pirate group had added another member, and the number would increase, they moved the supplies from the pirate ship to a warship. In addition to the original pirate ship, a Buster Call-class warship was also brought in, replaced at the pirate flag of the Beasts, and then the two ships stood side by side and set sail from the pier of Punk Hazard. Brother, do you want to find him a doctor? On Shidi's new ship, Kaido casually placed Monkey D. Dragon on the deck. After glancing at the wounds on the opponent's body, he asked a question. No, just wash him. Don't look at Monkey D. Dragon's physical strength is far inferior to ours, but in terms of locking blood, no one in the world can match the members of the monkey family. If bleeding can kill him, there's only one explanation. He's not a Garp. Aaron shook his head, beckoned to Burndy Waljean, and asked him to fetch some water, help Monkey D. Dragon clean his body, and change the justice coat that looked a bit glaring after being soaked in blood loose. 50. Chapter 50 The Lunaria Clan, available for download, seeking flower evaluation tickets. Eren is not worried about Monkey D. Dragon's injury. Don't look at the shocking injuries. The bones can be seen deeply. Lying on the deck, he could even see the blood-stained deck on his back from the front of his body. But when the dragon of the monkey family wakes up, the injury is nothing more than a few hundred caddies of flesh. It is different from Wong Luffy, who was born in Yaluzi and adopts a free-range style. Monkey D. Dragon is not only Garp's cub, but also received the most orthodox marine training since childhood. The physique of the D family, combined with the return of life, and the bloodlock and blood recovery of the monkey family. Except for Wong Luffy, who has not awakened Nika form, he can't catch up with Laozi in terms of blood recovery and bloodlock. After waiting for so long, it's finally time to pick the fruit. Eren turned his head to look at Jin, who looked around like a curious baby since he boarded the warship. After setting up beast pirates and going out to sea, his first target was this white-haired boy with wings on his back and burning flames. Set sail from the Valley of the Gods, pass through the Island of Weapons, get the Eternal Pointer, and then head to Punk Hazard nonstop. It can be said that he has come all this way, with Jin as his goal. The purpose is to pick the fruit at the end of the route and download the blood of the Lunaria tribe at this moment. With his eyes fixed on Jin, Eren found an exclamation mark that only he could see was hanging above Jin's head. See? With a slight movement in his mind, the notification sound of the God-level download system immediately sounded. It is detected that Jin is a member of the host, and all of its abilities can be downloaded. Immediately afterwards, a familiar character panel jumped up from Jin's head. Name, Ember. Faction, Beast Pirates. Race, Lunaria, downloadable. Devil Fruit, none. Skill, Flame Emperor, downloadable. Hockey, none. This is the cleanest character panel Eren has ever seen. It is completely different from Kaido's luxurious character panel that can be downloaded everywhere, but does not affect the joy in his heart and the importance he attaches to Jin. No Devil Fruit. It doesn't matter. No physical skills. It doesn't matter. No hockey. Does not matter. It doesn't matter even if there is only one Yin Huang downloadable in the skill column. Just behind the column of race, next to the Lunaria tribe, there are 3 words that can be downloaded, which is enough. As for the others, it will be re-downloaded after the gene makes up for it in the future. Yes, the ability of the God-level download system is not a one-off, such as the already downloaded Kaido and Burndy Walt. As long as the two grow up, such as learning new physical skills, such as mastering new hockey skills, the system will refresh their character panels accordingly and prompt the host to continue downloading. Of course, there are also some abilities that cannot be downloaded repeatedly, such as the blood of the ghost race. This is constant. On the same person, only one racial bloodline, one devil fruit, and one special physique can only be downloaded once. In other words, on Jin's body, Eren can only download the Lunaria bloodline once. Unable to card the bug of the system, only Conqueror's Hockey can be downloaded repeatedly, and there is a premise. That is, the crew under his command has made a breakthrough on the original basis. For example, he has downloaded Intermediate Armament Hockey on Kaido. As long as Kaido masters Advanced Armament Hockey, he can download Advanced Armament Hockey again. Jin, come here. Eren just wanted the system to download Jin's racial bloodline, but suddenly the wings and flames swept across his back. What's the matter, Mr. Eren? When Jin heard this, he immediately withdrew his attention from the sea, exuding a strong breath of freedom, and walked over quickly. Can you put away your wings and flames? Eren asked suddenly. I can control the burning and extinguishing of the flame through will, and achieve the 2 forms of switching speed and defense, but the wings cannot be retracted. Jin answered truthfully, and even revealed the secret of the Lunaria clan's abilities. Is that so? Eren nodded upon hearing this. It seems that after downloading the blood of the Lunaria clan, I will also show these iconic characteristics. I didn't care about this either. It is good if it can be put away, but it doesn't matter if it can't be put away. As for the coveting of pirates, marine, and even the world government, he directly filtered it. Even if he doesn't do anything, just relying on the ghost blood flowing in his body, the world government and marine will not let him go. On the contrary, the more abilities he displays and the more mysterious he is, the more he will make marine and the world government more afraid. As for Kaido, Eren doesn't care much. Only the guy drinking water knows it's cold or hot. His younger brother, he knows well. He will be curious and surprised when he shows the physique of the Lunaria tribe, but he will not ask the bottom line, let alone have any bad thoughts. Mr. Aaron, I can put on a mask. 800 years have passed since the Lunaria tribe was called the Protoss, and they have been hunted down for 800 years. After such a long time of hunting, not many people in this sea can recognize the Lunaria tribe. Jin said suddenly. He thought Aaron asked him if he could extinguish the flames and fold his wings because he didn't want to be recognized as Lunaria. It's not necessary. I just asked you, not because I was afraid that you would be recognized, let alone let you live in a sneaky way, but just out of curiosity about your abilities, I asked casually. Remember, you are one of the beasts, so you don't need to hide it. Aaron chuckled when he heard this. Jin, I'll only say this once, and it's also the last time. From now on, all you have to do is to walk on the sea openly and live freely. As for all coveting and malice from the outside world, the name of beasts you bear will wipe everything away for you. Aaron put his hand on Jin's shoulder and said word by word. He doesn't see the crew as family, but that doesn't mean he doesn't see them as friends. It's different from recruiting like Burndy Wald, who bends it with strength. Jin, the kind of crew member who risked everything and risked his life to follow, never stingy with his commitment and respect. Since he has personally promised, he will follow through. Let Jin live freely and will not give it to anyone, will not become an experiment, and will not wear a mask and live in a dark way. My brother seldom promises to others. A promise to you at Punk Hazard is to see you as the king's wings. Understood, Jin. At this time, a hand rested on Jin's other shoulder. It is Kaido. It has to be said that he and Aaron have highly consistent views on the treatment of the crew. That is to see what people order. For Burndy Wald, it is regarded as ordinary crew members such as numberers and endowers. But someone who is as loyal as Jin and has both ability and potential is regarded as an indispensable crew member. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are siblings. 51. Chapter 51. No matter where you are, there are 2 green dragons behind you, asking for flower evaluation tickets. 100 bees. Ember's heart warmed up, like soaking in a hot spring in winter, warming the heart and lungs. It was a feeling that I had never felt since my parents died. For this warmth, he is willing to defend the beasts on his body at all costs. I'll let you bear the name of beasts to live, so do you know what the beasts you bear represent behind? Hearing Jin's murmur, Aaron asked a question, and without waiting for him to answer, he took the initiative to say, no matter where you are, no matter what time you are, don't forget that there are 2 green dragons behind you. The voice fell. Jin's expression was horrified. Mr. Aaron, Mr. Kaido, even if I bet everything on me, I will make you kings and let the name of all beasts resound in every corner of this sea. Hearing the grand ambition still echoing in his ears, Jin took a long breath. His expression was serious and solemn. His eyes were determined but resolute, and his tone was full of doubts that even a wave of water from all over the world could not wash away. We'll wait. Aaron and Kaido looked at each other and smiled upon hearing this. They are not afraid of the crew's ambitions, but they are afraid of not being ambitious. It's not an easy task. Why don't you just let me try it? See if you have the strength to match this size. See, Jin swears. The more Kaido watched, the more he liked it, and he also had the idea of weighing each other up. After all, after learning of Jin's existence, he was full of expectations for the Lunaria tribe. Okay, Mr. Kaido, Jin readily agreed. He not only wants to see how powerful the king he supports is, but also wants Aaron and Kaido to see that he definitely has the strength to match his size. Aaron originally wanted to download the Lunaria bloodline directly, but seeing Kaido's eagerness to try, he pulled Jin aside to try it, and he couldn't help being interested. Even Burndy Wald, who washed the bloodline off Monkey D to Dragon's body with clean water and changed his clothes, jumped out of the cabin after hearing the movement. He also wants to see what kind of Lunaria kid who is about 10 years old, but is favored by Aaron and Kaido, travels thousands of miles from the Valley of the Gods to Punk Hazard, and also wants to recruit the boat finest. If he is not worthy of the name of Protoss, he can't bear to be ridden on his head by the opponent as soon as he comes. Come on, just let go and attack. Use all capabilities and use all tactics. Let me see the demeanor of the Protoss 800 years ago. Kaido stationed Baz high on the ground and waved at Jin without using a weapon. Emperor Yin. Jin was not polite. He raised his palm, and a blazing flame rose from his palm. Then, dozens of fireballs shot out from the flames, like dozens of cannons out-putting crazily. Call. Facing the fireball flying through the air, Kaido didn't even make a move, he just opened his mouth and blew. Boom. A violent air wave raged like a windball, blowing away all the fireballs that were close at hand. What? Jin had thought about Kaido's strength, but he never thought it would be so strong. The ability to control fire that he is proud of can't even make the opponent shoot. Is there any more? Kaido looked at Jin expectantly. Boom. Jin spread his wings without saying a word, jumped up from the deck, and then opened his hands. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Two fiery pillars of fire, like two flaming guns, descended from the sky with a powerful impact. It's much more presentable than before. Kaido nodded, then raised his palm like a cattail fan and greeted him with a big bidu. Boom. The pillar of fire, which could burn even the surface of the earth and penetrate even rocks, was scattered by his palm and turned into flames, like blooming fireworks scattered in midair. Call out. Jin's wings fluttered on his back, like predators standing at the top of the food chain in ancient times. A wave of air was rolled up, and he swooped down like a sharp arrow. Chi. The moment he approached Kaido, his whole body was ignited with raging flames, like a burning meteorite, hitting Kaido's head with tremendous force. Boom. One is a ghost clan with the indestructible physique of King Kong. One is the Lunaria family, which has an indestructible defense when the flames ignite. At this time, the two collided with their head hammers, and a wave of flames was immediately stirred up on the deck, pressing the air like the surface of a lake, causing waves of ripples. This is your limit? Is there no stronger trick? Dick. Kaido stood proudly with his arms folded. He didn't dodge or dodge, and didn't use hockey and fruit abilities, and directly took Jin's full blow with his head, and he was like a towering mountain motionless. On the other hand, Jin, shaking his head back a few steps. Before he could stabilize his body, a cannonball-like fist flew across the air, knocking away the air along the road one by one, and then sank into his abdomen. Boom. Jin only felt that he was punched from the front by the giants, and his whole body flew upside down, drawing a distance of 100 meters in midair, before he spread his wings and stabilized his body. Yes, this is Kaido's normal punch. No hockey, no physical skills, no fruit ability. But it is equivalent to Wong Luffy's full power attack in third gear when he was in Eni's lobby, and it is even worse. This is the inherent gap between races. The body is hard. It's just like our ghost clan. You are born with the ability to control fire, your body is indestructible, and you have the ability to FL. Wonder the world government has never stopped chasing and killing you Lunaria in the past 800 years. Kaido withdrew his fist and saw that Jin was punched by himself, except that he flew a little far away, and he was unscathed, with a hint of appreciation on his face. Even a punch without the hockey and fruit abilities is an extraordinary amount of power. For a 10-year-old child, it is even more devastating. Compared to you, those celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods are no different from a maggot. Eren also made no secret of his admiration for Jin. It can be said, the Lunaria tribe satisfies most races in this world's cognition of gods. The innate ability to control fire is equivalent to eating a non-elemental Maramara fruit at birth. Possessing the high-altitude flying ability of pterosaurs, he was destined to be the overlord of the sky from birth. The body can switch between speed and defense at will. The ability to survive in various environmental conditions in nature. If it is said that celestial dragons call themselves gods, that is blown out, and the Lunaria tribe is dubbed the name of gods, entirely in exchange for their excellent racial talents. But compared to you, Mr. Kaido, I'm just like a newborn baby. Jin landed on the deck, didn't make another shot, but glanced at Kaido, then at Eren. Although he didn't see Eren take a shot with his own eyes, when Stussy took him out of Banks' penalty area, he saw Punk Hazard being beaten into ruins. Needless to say, that was all Eren's work. 52. Chapter 52, Don't say things that are not conducive to unity. That's because you still don't know how to use your power. Learn hockey, physical skills, and swordsmanship, and then develop your fire control ability like Maramara fruit. The Lunaria family's fire control, speed, and defense dual forms can be switched. Only with powerful physical skills and hockey can they exert their strongest combat power. Seeing Jin's look of doubting himself, Eren said, after all, he is only 10 years old, and it is estimated that he has been hunted down since he was born, living a life of darkness and starvation. Of course, it is impossible to accept Garp and marine training from a young age like Monkey D. Dragon. Whether it is hockey, physical skills, or fruit abilities, he has everything, and he is perfect in everything. Practice hockey, learn physical skills, and pair it with a devil fruit, it's perfect. Kaido walked up to Jin, recalled the ability Jin showed just now, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Is this the kid from the Lunaria clan? He's only 10 years old. This talent is too enviable. When Burndy Wald saw this scene, she was envious and jealous. After these 10 battles, he finally understands why Eren and Kaido attach so much importance to Jin and even go out of their way to come to Punk Hazard to recruit this 10-year-old kid. Jean, do you have any favorite devil fruit? Eren thought of the dragon fruit that Jin ate, the ancient species, and the pteranodon form. Needless to say, this is what Kaido came for. Just one thing to say, this time he doesn't intend to let Jin eat such a devil fruit. It's not the pteranodon form of garbage, but the duplication of abilities, and it's not good enough for Jin. The Lunaria tribe already has the ability to fly, and eating the pteranodon form is purely redundant. An ancient species is precious, but in addition to thick skin and thick flesh, plus some physical fitness, even if the fruit is awakened, it also has the tenacious vitality and recovery ability to stand up no matter how many times it is knocked down. Other than that, it didn't work. Letting Jean eat it is equivalent to limiting his growth limit, almost locked at the level of the Emperor's deputy, and it will be difficult for him to aspire to the level of General Emperor in his life. After all, he himself does not have the qualifications of a king. A powerful devil fruit is particularly important. I've heard Marine in Banks' restricted area refer to Mr. Eren and Mr. Kaido as Qinglong brothers. What kind of abilities are you? Jin didn't answer right away, but asked back. Fish, fruit, phantasmal beast, azure, dragon form. Eren and Kaido looked at each other, then smiled. Obviously. Both of them recalled the group of pictures in the Valley of the Gods, where they exchanged fish and fish fruits, phantom beast species, and blue dragon forms. Isn't there no two identical devil fruits in the sea? Jin's eyes widened with surprise. Before. When he was researched by Vegapunk in Banks' restricted area, he heard a lot about devil fruit. The weak follow the rules, the strong make the rules. Eren didn't explain much. Before the system, the rule is invalid. I'd like to eat Zoan if I could. Same as Mr. Eren and Mr. Kaido. The name of our pirate group is 100 Beasts. Eating Zoan will not only match it better, but also help the unity of the pirate group. Jin didn't find out the root cause either. After being briefly surprised, he put forward his own idea. Boy, do you really dare to say that? Do you know that Zoan is also divided into grades? Like the captain and the deputy captain, they eat phantom beasts, which are even rarer than Logia. Looking at the 3 series of devil fruit, it is also one of the top abilities. If you want to eat phantom beasts, it's better to say that you want to be the captain. Burndy Wald couldn't help a sneer. Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity in the future. Jean, since you want to be inclined to eat Zoan, let's go for phantom beasts. If you really can't find it, then target Logia. Before Jin could speak, Eren had finalized Jin's devil fruit route. The phantom beast is the best, followed by Logia, and finally the top paramecia. As for the ancient species, it was not within his consideration from the very beginning. Only the phantom beast, Logia, and the top paramecia have the ability to create a general. Yes, from the moment he decided to recruit Jin, he had already decided that in this life, he would make Jin a strong general, not a mere deputy. Naturally, the 3 generals will not be mentioned for the time being. Like a green bull. Like Fujitora, a blind swordsman who succumbed to the celestial dragons, became a marine admiral, not because of a top-level devil fruit. Jin, who has the blood of the Lunaria clan, but because of the pteranodon form, he stopped being the deputy of the Emperor, which is really a waste of money. Burndy Wald's expression was contorted, and she couldn't speak a word. He just knew it. After Jin got on the boat, he didn't have much room to descend, so he would go down again. Never thought that his status has not been lowered. It's just that Jin's status is too high. No, Mr. Eren, I can just eat ancient species. Jin was caught off guard. He didn't intend to eat any phantom beast species at the beginning. At most he just tried to find an ancient species. Never thought about it. As soon as Eren opened his mouth, he finalized the phantom beast. With your talent and potential, it would be a pity to eat ancient species. If it's just a phantom beast, it's too rare. When we captured the Valley of the Gods, only Lin Lin found a phantom beast. Kaido directly ignored Jin's proposal and agreed with Eren's statement. If conditions permit, He also wants Jin to eat a phantom beast. The racial talent of the Lunaria clan is there, and with a phantom beast, even if it lacks the aptitude of a king, it is impossible to compare with him and Eren, but it is also a proper admiral-level powerhouse, but it cannot stand a phantom beast too rare. Brother, it doesn't matter whether it's a phantom beast or a Logia. It's not easy to find. If you can't find it all the time, can't 407 make Jin not eat devil fruit all the time? Kaido pondered for a moment, then said, then it will be 8 years. When he grows up to 18 years old, if he still can't find the phantom beast species, then think about other things. Eren wasn't too worried about not being able to find phantom beasts or Logia, as long as the territory of the beasts is large enough and the forces are strong enough. You don't need to look for them specially. Those top devil fruits will come to you on their own initiative. In the original time and space, a lot of ancient species and a phantom beast species are the best proof. Now with him, the fruit yield of beasts pirates must be doubled at least. Not just quantity, but quality as well. Good. Kaido nodded, secretly keeping this matter in mind. He's also an ability user who ate phantom beasts, so he is naturally aware of the insurmountable gap between ordinary Zoans, even ancient ones, and phantom beasts. This point is fully reflected in the battle between Wang Luffy and Lu Chi. Same goes for Zoan. Also play Fruit Awakening. The former casually pressed the latter on the ground, pounding hard. Is this the gap between the ability users themselves? No. Is the gap between devil fruit. Just like there is an insurmountable gap between races and races. 53. Chapter 53. The number 1 Master of Beasts. Download the bloodline of the Lunaria tribe, First Order. Do you want to use the strength of the Beasts Pirates to find Phantom Beast for this Jin? Burndy-Wald glanced at Jin, feeling envious, jealous, and even a little regretful, eating the multiplication fruit prematurely. Otherwise, as the initial crew member, as long as I serve the beast down to earth and prove my loyalty, even if I don't get a Phantom Beast in the future, I can still get a Logia. No matter how bad it is, it's an ancient species. Yes. After experiencing the Punk Hazard incident, witnessing the disastrous defeat of Monkey D. Dragon and Marine Marshal Kong Kong being manipulated by Eren, he is completely convinced that the Beast's pirates will definitely dominate the sea. Therefore, he has no doubt at all that Bing Luin can collect extremely rare Phantom Beast species and natural drops. Thanks. Jin took a deep look at Brother Eren in front of him and didn't say any words of gratitude, nor made any promises, but just silently recorded everything that happened on this boat today. I swear in my heart, as long as it is Mr. Eren's will, even if he has to shed the last drop of blood for the Beast Pirates, he will not hesitate. Kaido, from now on, Jin's physical skills and haki will be taught by you. Eren looked at the bare figure panel, hanging on the embers, and handed over the task of training him to Kaido. Brother, I doubt I can't. I haven't taught anyone before. A string of question marks appeared on Kaido's forehead. His face was full of confusion. He knows how to fight, but Muslims have never tried it. After all, he himself was born in Yaluzi. A hockey suit, physical skills, and the 8 trigram series are all self-taught. You will not. Eren looked disbelieving. Really? I don't know how cute you are. Is it the number 1 teacher of pirates? 1 stick out of a mission. 2 sticks out of the bully. 3 sticks out of Fruit Awakening. Compared with you, Zephyr and Rayleigh are all mediocre. Brother, I really don't know how to do it. Let's just talk about hockey. We two have learned from each other since we were young, and we know how to do it. The 8 trigram series was also produced by beating people on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Folka. You asked me to teach Jean. Isn't that a mistake? Kaido raised his hands and waved them, indicating that he is not qualified to be a master teacher. It's not easy. Listen to me teach hockey. You just wrap the armed color and thunder 8 trigrams, smash it. To teach physical skills, you just need to wrap your weapon and use the 6-style bombardment. Eren didn't believe that Mr. Guy will mislead his students. In that case, I would. When Kaido heard it, it turned out that teaching people is so simple, and he immediately became interested. Are you okay, Jin? He turned his head and looked at Jin. No problem. Jin is also a top iron. Seeing that Eren said it so simply, he said on the spot that there was no problem. Bang, bang, bang. It looked like a baseball, being twisted and beaten by Kaido for 8 fasts. Burndy-Wald was pale with fear, with her mouth gaping open and sweating profusely. He felt that if he had experienced Jin's life, he might not be able to live. Thinking about it this way, I'm not so envious and jealous, and even think that it is good to be a mediocre beast crew member. System, downloaded Lunaria bloodline and thickness. Seeing that Jin had been arranged for the first Pyromaster, Aaron felt relieved and contacted the God-level download system. For the blood of the Lunaria clan, he himself has been envious for a long time. Especially in Punk Hazard, after being hit by Monkey D. Dragon with minus 0.1 damage to his blood bar, his desire for the blood of the Lunaria clan became even stronger. He knows very well that as his fame grows and the bounty increases, the opponents he will encounter in the future will also become stronger and stronger. Not to mention that Naval Headquarters Kongsura already hated him to the bone. In Wanakuni, which he regards as the stronghold of beasts, there are Kazuki Oden, 9 men in red sheaths, and 10 smoke Takeda waiting for him. Downloading the blood of the Lunaria clan is definitely the first need. Start downloading Lunaria bloodline. 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%, 1. Congratulations to the host. Successfully downloaded Lunaria bloodline. Start downloading, 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%, 0.1. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Yinhua. The reading is over. The system notification sound fell. Aaron's eyelids closed slightly. He felt a warm current seem to emerge from the depths of his soul and then flow through his limbs. After downloading double copies of the Ghost Bloodline, he already had double copies of the indestructible King Kong terrifying physique, which changed again, with the blood of the Lunaria clan named God being downloaded into the body. Hair, skin, muscle, bone, internal organs, blood, and even tiny cells, bloodline factors. Everything is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Double copies of ghosts and gods. Under the download and coordination of the system, it is perfectly integrated. Boom. Suddenly, Aaron opened his eyes and his dark pupils glowed with a blazing light that could burn and melt people. Then, a pair of black wings that were 7 meters high from head to toe suddenly grew from his back. Like the wings of a fallen angel, it exudes a mysterious, majestic, and noble atmosphere. Puff. With a thought, the wings on the back spread instantly, with a wingspan of 15 meters, as if the sunlight falling from the sky suddenly dimmed a bit. The changes that happened to Aaron immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. Kaido, Jin, and Burndy Wald all looked over, staring intently at Aaron, who had grown black wings and changed his image drastically. How is this going? The captain has wings. Wait, where have I seen the color and shape of these wings? Burndy Wald was startled at first, then pondered for a while, then the corner of his eyes inadvertently swept over Jin and immediately exclaimed, "Except for the size, they are exactly the same as Jin's wings. Captain, doesn't he also have the blood of the Lunaria tribe? Otherwise, why would it be the same?" Thinking of how much Aaron attaches importance to Jin, Burndy Wald couldn't help but suspect that in addition to the blood of the ghost race, there is also the blood of the Lunaria race in his body. That's why what money is good is so partial to Jin, who just joined the Beast Pirates. Laugh. Jin's eyes widened, his mouth opened and closed, and just about to say something, he saw a mysterious flame ignited behind Aaron with a bang. Sus. Temperature. All far better than myself. First the black wings, then the mysterious flame. Such obvious features tell everyone that Aaron has the blood of the Lunaria tribe. Mr. Aaron, is he my kind? Jin couldn't help but think about it. After all, Aaron treated him so well, he was almost like a member of the same family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but looked at Kaido happily. Don't look at me. I have neither wings nor flame. Kaido also had a similar guess in his heart, but was rejected immediately. This scene reminded him of the scene in the Valley of the Gods where Aaron was in the form of a green dragon. Exactly the same as now. 54. Chapter 54 Pillar? I don't have the habit of remembering the names of ants. Ask for the first order. Is it devil fruit? A thought popped into Kaido's mind. He believes that Aaron should have eaten an unknown devil fruit, so he has the ability to display the form of fish fruit, phantom beast species, and Jin's Lunaria bloodline. However, this guess was immediately suppressed deep in my heart, and I didn't say it out, let alone tell anyone. Mr. Aaron, are you as capable as me? Jin took a few steps forward, a little unable to restrain his inner curiosity. If you mean that, then I do have the ability of the Lunaria clan. Aaron turned his head, glanced at Jin, nodded calmly, and then spread his palms. Boom. A group of gorgeous flames jumped out of the palm, bursting with dazzling orange light and heat that distorted the air. Downloaded the bloodline of the Lunaria family and the Pale Queen. He already has all of Jin's abilities. Black wings soaring into the sky. Comes with Maramara fruit, a flame that never goes out. There is also a dual form with free switching of defense and speed. Various abilities, superimposed with the blood the ghost race, produced incredible changes. Especially his indestructible physique has reached a whole new level. Although it has not been measured through actual combat, he dares to be sure that if Monkey D. Dragon comes again, he will not even be able to make his blood bar minus 0.1 to 440. I guessed it right. Burndy Wald's eyes popped in disbelief. Sure enough, that's right. Seeing Eren frankly admitting that this is the ability of the Lunaria tribe, Jin's first reaction was not to be suspicious, but to feel happy that Eren has such power from the bottom of his heart. Someone is coming. Just when Kaido was about to say something, a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head to look at the sea on the left. A gigantic warship came into view. That's the flag of the 8 Treasures Navy. Burndy Wald followed Kaido's line of sight, and through the pattern of the flag, recognized the faction that the ship belonged to. Green Peppers. It's finally here. Looking at the battleship approaching him in sight, Eren chuckled lightly. In this vast sea, he didn't seem to be surprised at all when he encountered Green Peppers from the 8 Treasures Navy. An enemy? Jin stared coldly at the battleship on the sea. He didn't know what the 8 Treasures Navy was, nor who Qingjiao was, but he knew a little. As long as it is confirmed that the 8 Treasures Navy is the enemy, then he will immediately destroy all living things on this battleship. Big. Dong Liang, they noticed us so well. On the battleship of the 8 Treasures Navy, Deputy Pillar Kaishin put down the binoculars. It should be said that we are eyeing them. Accelerate. Bring the boat over. Green Pepper had a pointed head, and when his eyes fell on the flag of the Beast Pirates hanging on the warship, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yes. Kaishin immediately ordered the sailors on board to speed up the ship. Beast, Eren. Didn't expect it. I would naturally meet you here. As the distance between the two ships was only about 100 meters, Qingjiao stepped on the bow of the ship, opened his hands, and looked down at Eren on the deck of the opposite warship. I really didn't expect that. The life of a thief is short, and you actually have to take a shortcut, Eren said casually. Sharp-toothed brat. I ask you, did you kill Hortensia? The Green Pepper's face turned colder, but it didn't attack. He wants to avenge Hua Tingsha, but he doesn't want to report to the wrong person. Hortensia. Hearing this, Eren seriously said that he couldn't think of this person. The pillar of the Earbound Navy. Seeing this, Qingjiao revealed Hua Tingsha's identity. Who? Hearing this, Eren's eyes grew more bewildered. Captain, have you forgotten? Didn't we meet a man on Weapons Island who competed with the deputy captain for 8 fasts? The one who was bludgeoned to death by the mate. Burndy Wald reminded in good faith, but his goodwill fell into the ears of Qingjiao, but caused a cold air. Oh, the pirate who died at the hands of Kaido. So you were talking about him. Sorry, I don't have the habit of remembering the names of ants. Eren had a puzzled look on his face. It's okay, as long as you admit it. I'll help you strengthen your memory soon. You will never forget it until your death. The person who kills you is the pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, Green Pepper. Qingjiao's eyes were as cold as a knife. A big pirate with a bounty of 400 million. The pillar of the Erbao Water Army in the majestic country of flowers. In Eren's eyes, he became an ant who couldn't even remember his name. This caused the killing intent accumulated and brewed for many days to explode completely. Bang. Let's kill together. The powerful Conqueror's haki was immediately released from the body of the Green Pepper, mixed with palpitating oppression, like waves of invisible waves, rushing towards the ships of the beasts. I didn't even know that Conquerors of your level can kill people. Facing the Conqueror's haki released by the Green Pepper, Eren didn't even have the intention of looking straight at him, let alone making a move. Until the Conquerors hit like a tidal wave. Kaido, who was standing beside him, just opened his eyes, and the moment the scarlet light flashed, the Conqueror's haki slammed into Green Pepper's Conquerors like a torrent of power. Boom. There was a loud bang. Where the spirits of the two kings collided, water-like transparent ripples immediately rippled out, as well as strips of ribbon-like airflow visible to the naked eye. The rough sea that was originally quite calm suddenly became choppy, and the undercurrent was turbulent. The sky became cloudy and dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang. Suddenly, streaks of penetrating black lightning fell from the sky and fell on the endless sea. The impact of hockey, which was enough to crush people's spiritual will, radiated instantly and submerged the three ships on the sea. Snort. A muffled hum came out. There was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. On Qingjiao's battleship, a large number of sailors fell to the ground, one by one prostrate on the deck. Their eyes turned white, their mouths were foaming, and their bodies twitched uncontrollably. Look at the beast pirates. Although there were not many people, none of them became dizzy. Eren folded his hands on his chest, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled slightly with disdain. Kaido holds the 8 fasts in one hand, with an arrogant and cold expression. Jin's face was expressionless, but when his eyes swept over the unconscious Navy members, the strong killing intent flashed away. Even the unit of measurement, Burndy-Wald, holds a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, standing still. Yes, in the face of the Conqueror's onslaught, none of the beast's pirates were affected. Unlike the 8 Treasures Navy, the battle has not yet started, and most of them have already fallen. What made Qingjiao's face even more ugly was that he found that his conquerors was gradually suppressed by Kaido's conquerors after a brief and intense conflict. 55, Chapter 55. Mr. Eren has an order to kill all the 8 Treasure Navy. I was suppressed. A beast's pirates whose number is less than 10 can actually produce a king. Besides, that man is only the mate. Qingjiao's expression turned black, but his heart was full of turmoil. It was hard for him to understand that a king was actually only the vice-captain. True. In the New World, there are as many people with the qualifications of kings as there are crucian carp crossing the river. But people with such qualifications are without exception the captains of a certain faction. Rarely is he subservient to others. Not to mention that after a conqueror's conflict with Kaido, he has already seen that the deputy captain of the beasts in front of him is by no means comparable to an idle king. That's the conqueror's Haki, who is above himself. You just said that I didn't expect to meet you here. Green Pepper. I don't know if you have ever thought that our encounter is not a fateful encounter, but a man-made arrangement. Just when the Green Pepper 230 was shocked by Kaido's courage. Eren spoke suddenly. What do you mean? Qingjiao's pupils constricted slightly, as if he understood something. Haven't you ever thought about it? In the underground world, you paid 30 million berry to buy information about the whereabouts of the beast pirates. Actually, I specifically asked someone to release it to let you know. Eren said with a half-smile. Yes, he knew it back when Green Pepper traveled through the underworld, posting 30 million berry on a quest to track down the beast pirates. In order not to startle the enemy, he also made a special phone call to G. Bosun, one of the future Dark Emperors of the underground world, to accept the reward task, and then told Qingjiao the location of himself and others. What? Although Qingjiao already had a similar guess, after hearing what Eren said, he still couldn't help being surprised. Zhou, who would be so stupid, knowing that he was being hunted down, and would take the initiative to release information about his whereabouts? Kai Shin, the deputy pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy, shouted coldly. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to guard against a thief? If I don't do this, how can I bring you over and solve all the problems at once? Even if flies can't hurt people, it's annoying to keep flying around all the time. The smile on Eren's face widened. If you destroy all of your 8 Treasures Navy here, then no one will chase us down. Kaido also seemed to know about this. Not surprised at all, he patted his head. Correct. Thank you for the 30 million you sent. Hear this. The 8 treasure sailors who were not stunned by the conquerors were furious. Kill. Qingjiao roared even more. Driven by anger, a more powerful conqueror's haki erupted from his body, and the thick black beard on his chin stood up like black steel needles. Pling. The Babeo sailors around him drew out their long knives and raised their guns. Before he could do anything, he heard a calm voice. Not one left. Eren's tone is not heavy, but it seems to have a heavenly constitution in his mouth. The emperor who ruled the fate of all people with one word carries a chilling and frightening power. It seems that because of the addition of new crew members, there is a sense of crisis. In addition, on Weapon Island, Punk Hazard has been planted in sea stone weapons twice. Burndy-Wald was quite active and seemed to want to restore his impression points in Eren's eyes, improve his position in the Beast's pirates with little room for decline, and took the lead in pulling the trigger of the pistol. Double multiplier 100 times the gun. With a bang, the copper-yellow bullet flew out from the muzzle, and its size and speed doubled by 100 times immediately. The bullet, which was originally the size of a fingernail, turned into the size of a cannonball and instantly crossed the gap between the two ships, carrying a sharp sonic boom wave, and flew through the air to the battleship of the Eight Treasures Navy. Not good. Facing the sudden 100-fold gun, the remaining dozens of members of the Eight Treasures Navy didn't react one by one, and they all stayed on the deck in a daze. Emperor Yin. Xingjiao's complexion changed drastically, and just as he was about to dodge to resist, a fiery pillar of fire fell from the sky, burning the air along the road into ripples like water waves and falling towards the top of his head. It was Jin. He doesn't have the indestructible physique of Eren and Kaido. Facing the orange-red flame that deformed even the air, he had to stop. The armed color wrapped around his palm, hardened into the color of black iron, and then he used Uranus Tota. 8 punches. Pushing the palm upwards, the bursts of diffused shock waves were swept away, stopping the falling fire column, and then forcibly scattered it to the blossoming flames, which were blown out by the sea wind before they fell on the deck. But at this moment, there was a loud noise, and immediately the battleship under the feet shook violently. Under the violent air wave, the battleship, which could accommodate hundreds of people, was torn apart and shattered on the spot with a scalp-numbing click. Oh! Not only the battleship screamed and collapsed, but also the Eight Treasures Navy on board. In the previous Conqueror's conflict initiated by Kaido and Xingjiao, the stunned sailors were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The 100-fold gun that tore apart the battleship shredded the body and exploded into blood. 0. Or sway on the wreckage of the split warship, or sprinkle on the sea, or go straight to the sky under the sea wind. Beasts. Looking at the fragmented battleship. Looking at the wreckage of the Navy everywhere. Xingjiao's eyes are protruding, bloodshot eyeballs are ferocious. Conqueror's haki mixed with murderous intent spreads out. Hair and beard are flying in the wind, like a Shura ghost crawling out of hell, making people feel chills. Facing the big pirate who offered a reward of 500 million berry. Even Burndy-Wald felt trembling when he saw it. The finger that was about to pull the trigger and fire the second 100 times gun was slightly stiff and stopped. However, at only 10 years old, as a newcomer to 100 Beasts, Jin showed a calmness far beyond that of his peers, as well as heartwarming courage. Facing the furious and furious Navy King at close range, he was not afraid at all and directly regarded it as air. When Gu Pan spread his wings, his hands burst into dazzling flames. Under the reflection of the orange-red flames, the coldness and determination in his eyes were clearly visible. Mr. Eren lives. Anyone who is in the Eight Treasures Water Army. Kill without mercy. The slightly hoarse voice, although not strong, was mixed with an extremely pure murderous aura, which made people shudder. The voice just fell. The flame entrenched in the palm immediately spurted out hundreds of flame bullets, like a rain of swords overwhelming the sky, pressing down from the sky, covering most of the wreckage of the battleship. Burn those sailors who were beaten to death by Burndy-Ward's 100 times gun, but still lingering for a moment. Oh, he was about to suffer the pain of a broken limb, but now he was burned by fire. The screams that were originally miserable now revealed a strong collapse and endless despair, like howling ghosts and gods, making people creepy. Thunder. Seeing how miserable the Eight Treasures Navy was, Kaido couldn't bear it, so he raised the 8 fasts with one hand and raised it above his head, and the sky immediately rained purple thunder entwined in the mace. Bang. With a wave of his hand, along with bursts of shocking thunder, huge purple lightning bolts, like giant dragons across the sky, slashed at the bodies of many sailors one after another. Dazzling thunder. Furious roaring thunder. In an instant, it turned into a pool of purple thunder, submerging and destroying the figures burned by the raging fire one by one. It gave the many sailors who were half dead a joy. 56. Chapter 56. Are you decent yourself? Or should I help you be decent, seeking the First Order? Burndy-Wald's multiplication fruit. Embers of blazing flames. There is also the furious thunder that Kaido releases with every gesture. Pulling out any kind of power should not be underestimated. Now the 3 of them attack at the same time, even though Kaido, who is the most powerful, did not make another attack after only one blow, but still brought disaster to the Eight Treasures Navy. From the start of the battle to the disintegration of the battleship, the Babao Navy was completely killed and injured, and even the deputy pillar Kaichin died on the spot. Except for Dongliang Green Peppers, there is no one left. The whole process only took less than 10 seconds. This is Beast Pirates. Even if there were only 4 people and only 3 people participated in the battle, one attack still wiped out the 8 treasures navy brought by Qingjiao, including people and boats on the spot. At this time, Konzikinjiao was alone, standing alone on a wreckage of a warship, looking at the devastated sea, looking at the sea of corpses. His eyes were sometimes dull, sometimes ferocious. I was stunned for a moment. He suddenly turned around, unable to find any emotion at all. His ghostly eyes swept in all directions one after another. Kaido, Burndy-Wald. The 3 of them stood on the wreckage of the 3 warships and surrounded Qingjiao heavily. 10. Even the only way out was blocked by a ship of beasts. Eren stood proudly on the deck, overlooking him from height. His eyes reveal the depth of Gu Jingbubo, just like looking at a dead person. Qingjiao, do you want to be decent yourself, or let me help you be decent? Eren met Qingjiao's ferocious gaze, and his tone was understated. It seems that the green pepper of the cone that offered a reward of 500 million berry is decent, but it is just a matter of a snap of the fingers. Who do you think I am? Even if I am the only one left in the 8 treasures navy, and I need one to fight against 4, my green peppers are still invincible to the sea. With my Taporosaurus spike, I can crush your beast pirates to pieces. Obviously trapped in a tight siege, there is only 1 person left. However, Haki still erupted violently around Qingjiao. It seems that he is not a desperate king of subjugation, but an unrivaled king who can break through the encirclement. This is the green pepper of the cone at its peak. Even in the face of the hero Garp in his peak period, he still dared to take the lead, and even had the first illusion in his life. I can crush Garp's iron fist. Boom. At this time, with the same illusion as Garp's iron fist, Qingjiao carried the conqueror's haki like a surging river, jumped up from the wreckage of the battleship, and then fell sharply from the air, like a condescending meteorite covered with black iron metal, with a sharp cone head, hit Eren hard on the deck. Jin on the side spread his wings and was about to intercept, but was stopped by Eren's eyes. He just downloaded the blood of the Lunaria family, and he just wanted to find someone to test the strength of his physique. 2 copies of the blood of the ghost race, plus 1 copy of the blood of the god race. What an increase. Just at this time, the green peppers came to the door. It's like giving a pillow when he was sleepy, and he was too late to be happy. 8-punch fist Wudo. Facing the green peppers that fell from the meteorite. Facing the pointed cone head with metallic luster. With the idea of measuring physical strength, Eren did not hide or dodge, not only stood in place, but also raised his forehead. Court death. Seeing this, Qingjiao was furious. Since going to sea, he has seen all kinds of marines and pirates. Able person. There are swordsmen. There are physical masters. There are also hockey powerhouses. The only thing I have never seen is that, like Eren, when faced with a sharp cone head that he is famous for, he chooses to be tough with his head. You actually want to compete with me? A brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Don't regret it when you die. Qingjiao roared, not only did not stop, but because of the anger, armament hockey became more and more violent, with purple streamers lingering around his body, as if wearing a hockey area. Hockey's hardened pointed head, like an indestructible black knife, stabbed directly on Eren's forehead. Boom. The 2 obviously collided with each other's heads, but there was a rubbing sound of gangsters screaming, which made people's scalp tingle. Bang. The powerful hockey impact compresses the air, forcing it to ripple, just like the surface of a lake where a stone has been dropped, fluctuating again and again. The billowing air waves, like a hurricane crossing the border, ravaged the entire pirate ship. However, the impact of such a powerful force, except for the ship sinking and shaking, the deck under Eren's feet did not even crack. Not only that, carrying the power of an eagle hitting the sky, the green pepper that fell from the sky not only failed to crush Eren's head, but was carried firmly in midair by him with a headbutt posture, maintaining an embarrassment of not being able to get up or down attitude. It's not broken. How can it be? Qingjiao glanced down and saw that Eren was motionless, and his head was not bleeding. The anger on his face turned into consternation. This kind of thing. Since he left the Kingdom of Flowers and became a pirate, he had never encountered that. Taporosaurus spike, that's it? Standing on the deck, Eren's expression did not change after he received the 8-punch fist. Only the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful arc. Don't underestimate the 8-punch fist passed down from generation to generation by the 8 treasures navy. Qingjiao heard the words, his beard flew up, and his face was like a ghost. He clasped his hands together, exerted force with the sharp cone head, and actually used his head instead of his feet, soaring up into the sky in an upside-down posture, and then spun at high speed above the sky like a top and fell down again. If his body is a top, then his pointed head is an electric drill. And it's also armament hockey's hardened electric drill. What's even more frightening is that he completely condensed the shock wave of the 8 punches on the sharp cone head without any leakage. The power of hockey and the 8 punches is completely concentrated on one point. 8 Chong Fist Wudo rotation, faced with the green peppers that were rushing towards him like a sharp blade in a storm. 0.000. Eren still didn't dodge or dodge, stood on the spot, and still used the most deadly head in the human body to confront him again. Bang. The pointed cone head fell down, like black lightning, surrounded by spiral airwaves, and slashed directly at Eren. When the two ends collided, a frightening spark unexpectedly burst out. The green pepper seems to drill Eren like a watermelon. With a conflict of power, hockey confronted each other, centered on the two of them. There were bursts of majestic shocks, like waves of air passing through the border, like stormy waves, sweeping in all directions. Puff. The pirate ship of 100 Beasts couldn't bear the terrifying force that fell from the sky, and its huge hull collapsed, pushing out a crater in the magnificent sea, shaking up a 10-meter-high wave. Gee. After a moment of stalemate, the dazzling sparks gradually dissipated. The spinning body of Qingjiao then stopped. The results are always strikingly similar. Another top-down 8-punch. Once again, the deck of the pirate ship was unscathed. Once again, the green pepper was thrown in the air like a football. Neither up nor down. Extremely embarrassing. Qingjiao's eyes bulged, and he couldn't tell whether it was shock or fear. Snap. Before he could comprehend it, Eren had already stretched out his hand to grab his pointed head. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws, clasping his head tightly. The majestic force surged through his body to his arms like an invisible torrent. Then, like a Hulk, he slammed into Loki, blasting him into the sea. 57. Chapter 57 Ghost Clan plus Lunaria Clan. Fire Fist versus Green Pepper opens the door. First order required. From the deck to the sea surface, it is only about 10 meters. At this height, even if it is an ordinary person, if it is dropped on the sea, placed in the world of pirates, even if an untrained ordinary person is randomly pulled out, it will not hurt or itch, but it will not be painful. Not to mention a big pirate like Green Pepper with a bounty of 500 million and armament hockey. Boom. But when the green pepper touched the sea surface, there was a loud noise that swept across several kilometers of sea area. The soft sea water, like a heavy object falling on the hard concrete floor, burst into dozens of shocking cracks. Pieces of rock like sea currents rise above the sea, rising and falling on the sea surface, and then burst into pieces one after another, turning back into sea currents and returning to the sea like waterfalls. Bang. At the same time, on the surface of the torn-apart sea, there was a surge of shock waves visible to the naked eye one after another, and the surging shock waves carried boundless power and swept away the sea area with a radius of hundreds of meters. No hockey. No fruit ability. Only the purest physical strength. What's going on with this kid's body? Even the strength of a giant is far inferior? Also, just now, when facing my 8-punch, I didn't even use hockey, and I just defeated me just because of my physical strength. The green pepper floated on the surface of the sea, only to feel tightness in the chest, nausea and vomiting, and bursts of pain came from all over the body, as if it was falling apart. 2 head hammers, both returned in vain. Someone attacked once, and the pain went deep into the bone marrow. The unruly hockey in his heart who looked down on the world and regarded Eren as nothing has been mostly scattered. Just as he was afraid of Eren's strength, he suddenly felt a burst of warmth from his forehead, couldn't help but propped his head up from the sea water, and then reached out to touch it. What caught his eye was a pool of scarlet liquid. Blood. The pupils of the green pepper constricted. His head was bleeding. Ever since he was born, when fighting with others, he has always been the only one who can smash people's heads to pieces, and no one can break his head. But now, 2 head hammer clashes. His spiked head broke the defense, still in the hardened case of armament hockey. Instantly, the intense humiliation and shock, like an invisible wave, washed over my heart. It is a kind of proud thing, the anger of being destroyed and trampled. After downloading the blood of the Lunaria family, not only do you have the dual form that the body is indestructible when the flame is ignited, The speed is as fast as lightning when the flame is extinguished. In addition to the changes in defense and speed, there has also been a huge increase in physique. Only the strength is at least doubled compared to before downloading the lunaria blood. Eren glanced at his right hand and felt the terrifying power hidden in his body. He only needed to mobilize it with one thought, and this power would erupt like a volcano, with magma gushing out, and a flash of excitement couldn't help but flash in his eyes. It is not in vain that the mountains are long and the rivers are far away, and even thousands of miles away. I have to come here to recruit Jean. Beast's Pirates has one more powerful combat force, and he himself has been completely reborn. Wrestling with Qing Jiao at its peak, he didn't even have to use Haki and Fruit abilities. He stood still and let the opponent punch 8 punches, and Haki punched and kicked, outputting crazily. The final result was that Qing Jiao was exhausted, Haki was exhausted, and died of exhaustion on the spot. And scathed. Yes. This is Eren now. Double Ghost Clan plus Lunaria Clan. King Kong's indestructible physique has been upgraded to a new level. Even if you don't move, let the green pepper hit you. You can kill a big pirate with a reward of 500 million. This is still the normal defense. Once transformed into a green dragon form, wearing dragon scales with armament Haki, it is even more indestructible. Boom. A wave suddenly surged. The green pepper spreads its wings like a big rock, jumps up from the sea, and soars to high altitude. There will be no such thing. In this world, there cannot be anything harder than my cone spike. If there is, I will wipe him out. Qing Jiao roared again and again. Blood flowed down the sharp cone head, blushing, making him, who looked like a ghost, even more ferocious and horrifying. Oh, so it's a broken head. Kaido looked around and found that Qing Jiao used an iron head to punch someone, but ended up smashing his own head. After the bleeding continued, he couldn't help grinning. Is this Mr. Eren's strength? As powerful as Mr. Kaido? No, it should be said to be far above Mr. Kaido. Seeing this scene, Jin couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by Eren's strength. No wonder he almost went berserk. It is rumored that the guy Qing Jiao is the most confident in his head, and he often says that there is nothing harder than his head in this world. Now he is beaten by the captain. Burndy-Wald was startled at first, and then showed a sympathetic expression. All pirate rewards can be split. Like him. Of the 230 million berries bounty, 30 million belongs to him, and the other 200 million belongs to the multiplication fruit. In green peppers, 500 million rewards. 100 million is Ba Chong Fist, 100 million is his own, and the rest can be attributed to the sharp cone head who has the name of Taper Taper Needle. It can be said. At its peak, the green pepper of the cone offered a reward of 500 million, and Marine gave at least 300 million to the sharp cone. No, the tip of the cone is broken. It's not hard for Burndy-Wald to imagine why green pepper would be so outraged, even collapsed. After all, he is familiar with this kind of thing. At the beginning, I fired 100 times the gun and 100 times the slash at Eren, but it didn't work at all. At that time, he was the feeling of Qing Jiao now. 8-punch boxing tapical dragon taper nail green pepper to open the door. Just when Burndy-Wald felt sympathy, the green pepper has rushed towards Eren like a rocket, with such a fast speed that it knocked the air along the road straight away. He was covered with a blood-stained all head, wrapped in the color of the weapon, and just swooped down, split the airflow, and split a terrifying atmosphere crack. He broke out completely disregarding Eren's strength, and didn't think about other things. There is only one thought left in my mind. Completely split Eren's body, which is harder than a sharp cone head, into 2 halves. Just use his pride to open the door with the adventure of splitting the Baoyu iceberg. Physical strength has been tested. Qin Jiao. Then try the flames of the Lunaria clan. Eren originally wanted to transform into a green dragon and tried to download the blood of the Lunaria tribe and then transform into a green dragon. But after thinking about it, in addition to switching between 2 forms of speed defense he downloaded Jin's after the bloodline, it also comes with the ability to produce flames by itself, just like eating a maramara fruit that cannot be elementalized. You can't help but change your mind. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and the armed color curled up, wrapping the black iron fist together with the blazing flames, and then pushed out horizontally. Emperor Flame, Fire Fist Cabinet. The air was first distorted and deformed by the flames, showing irregular ripples, and then the flaming fists bursting with dazzling orange light penetrated the airflow, turning into huge flaming fists like giants, surrounded by blazing heat and violent fist power, bombarding on the sharp cone head of the green pepper. Boom. Fists clashed and the atmosphere roared. The sea surface and the sky were instantly dyed orange-red by the dazzling flames. The scorching flames swept across all directions, rolling waves of sea currents into the air, and then burned them up. 58, Chapter 58, I have 8 trigrams of thunder. Ah. The moment of confrontation broke out. Qingjiao felt that her sharp cone head was hit hard by a flaming mountain falling from the sky. A fist that weighs as much as 1,000 June. Hot and violent flames. The two forces combine with each other, and once it erupts, there is only a click, and the clearly visible sound of bone-breaking spreads. He was proud of the pointed cone head, which was named as the Cone Dragon Cone Spike. Every time it sags down, his face becomes paler. Every time it sags down, the expression becomes more ferocious. Oh. When the pointed cone no longer collapsed and turned into a flat head, the intense pain was like a volcanic eruption, sweeping from the head to the whole body, causing Qingjiao to let out a mournful howl. Bang. In the next second, the force of the fist that flattened his green pepper head did not dissipate, let alone rest. The violent punch continued to drive straight into his flat head, like a mountain pressing down on the top, and it was still the kind of flame burning. Puff. A burst of blood spewed out, and was immediately turned into a wisp of blue smoke by the flames. His head popped off, like a watermelon. Skull, brain tissue, and blood are all clearly visible. Immediately, the screams stopped abruptly. Qingjiao's head was blown away by the flame fist, leaving only the distorted and scorched body, which flew from midair onto a wreckage of a battleship. Boom. The wreckage, which was the size of a hill, was shredded on the spot, and the ship's planks and glass were covered in flames, burned, and finally sank to the bottom of the sea together with Qingjiao's headless charred corpse. Is this really my Emperor Yan? I see. The flame can still be used like this. Jin's eyes widened, seeing Eren release the mysterious flames of the Lunaria tribe, covering the fist front, bursting out the high temperature of burning rivers and cracking the ground, and after hitting the fist front that cracked mountains and land, he couldn't help bursting out with splendor. All the time. When he uses his racial talents to control flames, he releases them remotely, acting as a fort mage. But here is the grand line. Fort mages are not popular and have no future. Only melee mages are the children of this era, and even the era of great pirates. Even if it is a Logia ability user, which one doesn't combine the fruit ability with physical skills, swordsmanship, and hockey to use the Logia fruit to complete the battle mage. Like punching magma, piercing the really hurt Sakazuki. Like Payasalino with light speed kicks. Even Whitebeard covered his fists with the vibrating fruit, and combined with the Tyrant and Martial Tang, he was able to blow up Sakazuki in one blow. Now Jin has witnessed Eren combining the mysterious flame of the Lunaria tribe with Haki's physical skills. 3 and 3 are compatible, and the fist is as strong as a flaming meteorite, crushing and burning 10 pieces. He only felt that his captain had opened a door to the whole new world for him. Mr. Kaido, please be sure to teach me with Thunder 8 trigrams every day. After unlocking the usage of the racial flame, Jin spread his wings and flew in front of Kaido, looking at the vice captain expectantly. He always kept Eren's words in mind. Kaido is a famous teacher of a generation, and Thunder 8 trigrams has the merits of good fortune. Okay, I will definitely teach you. Facing Jin's sincere and expectant gaze, Kaido thought that before Qingjiao came, after hitting the opponent's head with his sticks, he had enlightened people, benefited a lot, and even figured out the trick of awakening the armed color. He couldn't help feeling proud and excited. In the past, when Laming 8 trigrams came out, they either smashed or killed people. Now, when Laming 8 trigrams came out, they could teach and educate people. Otherwise, why would Yin come to lead the baton so actively? Yes. In the future, my brother will be responsible for recruiting people, and I will be responsible for teaching people. I have Thunder 8 trigrams, so why worry about all the beasts being out of luck? Kaido thought of Eren soliciting combat power everywhere, recruiting powerhouses like Jin, Monkey D. Dragon to 100 beasts, and then using Thunder 8 trigrams to teach Haki and a group of pictures of Fruit Awakening. Not a few years. The Beast's pirates can replace the former Rock's pirates and become the strongest pirate group in the Grand Line. Is this guy crazy? I was hit by Kaido a few times before, and even the body of the Lunaria tribe could hardly bear it. He, Bay, still looks like he's always enjoying it. Burndy Wald's scalp was numb, and he felt like a snake and a scorpion for the small stick in Kaido's hand. He secretly decided that even if he could only be a mediocre unit of combat power in Beast's pirates for the rest of his life, he didn't want to suffer Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams every day like Jin. Others are from the Lunaria clan, and they have the body protection of the God clan blood, but I don't have one. If Kaido beats him down, he will really keep up with Qingjiao. Headshot to death. A cone of green peppers. I didn't expect that such a man died too. I was punched to death by you here. Suddenly, a voice came from the deck. Eren and the others looked back, only to see that Monkey D. Dragon, who was still seriously injured and unconscious before, not only woke up, but also stood up. The most exaggerated thing is that the penetrating wound on his chest is already healing rapidly. Yes, the Monkey family's blood lock and blood recovery are combined with the 6-style extension skill life return, plus the physique of D's blood. The combination of the three is such a bug. Is more awakened than the awakening of ordinary Zoan ability users. It's also a monster. Burndiewald glanced at Monkey D. Dragon and felt chills after noticing how quickly the other party's injuries were recovering. As expected of a marine with a power of 5 fertiles. You seem surprised. Eren withdrew his fist, his expression calm. It seemed that the one who died under his fist was not the famous green pepper of the cone, but an unknown person who was not worth mentioning. After all, he's the big pirate who offered a reward of 500 million berry, and the king who made a name for himself in New World. Looking at naval headquarters, unless Admiral is dispatched as a backup, he can't be taken at all. And now you're punching me here, compared to when you were in Punk Hazard. You seem to be stronger again. Although Monkey D. Dragon woke up, his face was still as pale as paper. But yes, after all, I haven't eaten meat yet, so my health bar won't come back. It has become stronger. Eren turned around, and the black wings behind his back spread out, as if covering the sky and the sun, making Monkey D. Dragon on the deck only feel that his vision was dimmed. These are the wings of the Lunaria tribe. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes widened, and a deep shock flashed by. At this moment, he saw clearly that the wings on Eren's back were exactly the same as Jin's. Compare again. Except for the size difference, they are exactly the same. Impossible, you like Kaido are all ghosts, and it is impossible to have the blood of Lunaria, unless you have modified the bloodline factor and have the Lunaria bloodline factor. This has the characteristics of wings and flames. Monkey D. Dragon stared at Eren tightly, and his heart was full of turmoil. Not only the black wings with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, but also the ever-burning, never-extinguishing flames like Jin, all of which are the distinctive features of the Lunaria tribe. Looking at the sea, there is only this one, there is no other semicolon. 59, Chapter 59b, My Left Arm Dragon. No, the bloodline factor was discovered by Vegapunk. Apart from him, looking at the marine government and even the whole world, there are only a few people. This kind of technology, even he has not completely conquered it, it is impossible for anyone to surpass him. 17. What's more, that person named Jin should be the last survivor of the Lunaria tribe in the sea, and he has been hunted down by the world government. You can't get the bloodline factor from him. As the head of Bank's restricted area, Monkey D. Dragon has no less contact with Vegapunk, nor does it have contact with Jin. Whether it is the blood factor or the Lunaria race, he knows everything about it. Compared to satisfying curiosity, don't you think you should focus on yourself? Now you are my prisoner. You still think about your own situation. Eren spread his wings and flew back to the boat like a howling wind, standing in front of Monkey D. 610 long. My situation, if there is anything to think about, is nothing more than being imprisoned or executed. As you said, I'm just your prisoner. What will happen to me is something you should consider. Talking about his own situation, Monkey D. Dragon's pale face showed a hint of relief. It shows the spirit of the king who died with a smile on his face. You have a third choice. Eren overlooking Monkey D. Dragon. Really, it's a pity that it's not within my consideration. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head. Do you think you can go back to naval headquarters? The corners of Eren's mouth raised slightly, and Monkey D. Dragon's face stiffened and his body tensed up with just one sentence. Isn't it thanks to your excellency? Monkey D. Dragon's face was a little ugly, and his eyes turned cold. It didn't take long for him to wake up, but it was enough to figure out the cause and effect. I don't know yet, I've been tricked. In other words, Kong Kong, Stussy, and even all the Marines in Bank's penalty area have become pawns in Eren's hands. Let you see how false the justice behind yourself is? Aaron didn't seem to see the coldness in Monkey D. Dragon's eyes. Monkey Dragon paused and glanced at the blood-stained coat beside him. He didn't know whether it was soaked in blood or he was stabbed in the back by Kong Kong, but he found that the word justice on the back of Marine's coat was a bit blurred. Even if I can't go back, it doesn't mean I will choose to degenerate and become a pirate. After a moment of silence, Monkey D. Dragon spoke. He's not the kind of person who deceives himself and has the habit of pretending to sleep. On the contrary, after the Punk Hazard fight, he knew there was no going back to Marine. The Marshal's backstab hurt Justice and was simply fatal. After all, Kong Kong is the Marshal of Marines, but he is an existence standing at the apex of millions of Marines. The results of it. I personally called to make sure that between myself and Vegapunk, the person who died must be Monkey D. Dragon. Pirates. That depends on how you view the profession. In the eyes of Marine, I am a pirate. What about celestial dragons? What about the world government? 800 years ago, in the eyes of that country, would the 20 kings be like me now? They are just bandits. Aaron's words made Monkey D. Dragon's eyes widen, and his expression changed in horror. You. Monkey D. Dragon looked at Aaron in disbelief. It seems that they did not expect that the other party could know these secrets. Even for him, he only learned about these things from his father after Garp broke up the Rock's pirate and became a Marine hero during the battle in the Valley of the Gods. As soon as the Rocks die, the number of pirates increases. Is Marine incompetent? No, it's the world that's sick, and it's a cure-all. What Marine has the ability to end is just the Rocks, not the world. Aaron walked up to Monkey D. Dragon, squatted down, and said, "Burn, kill, loot, and indulge your desires. It's for pirates, and I'm a pirate, but not like this." "Which one are you?" Monkey D. Dragon curled his lips and said something strangely. "Have you ever been to Mariawa? Have you seen the Void Throne filled with 20 kings' weapons? If I really want to rob, my goal will only be it. Pirates who steal the country are like 20 kings." Aaron stared straight at Monkey D. Dragon's pupils. His eyes passed through his pupils and went straight to the soul. "Rocks fell in the Valley of the Gods. Do you think you can go further than him?" Monkey D. Dragon was terrified and horrified by Aaron's ambition. Even he himself didn't realize that after being stabbed by Kong Kong Kong, he heard that Aaron wanted to steal the power of the world. His first reaction was not anger, but doubt and disbelief. "Why not?" Aaron asked indifferently, as if it was just a trivial matter. "People will die. Not only you, but also your brother .0 and even the entire Beast Pirates, just like the Rocks in the Valley of the Gods, facing the world government, will only die without a burial." Monkey D. Dragon took a deep breath and kept talking. Perhaps he was disappointed with Marine and Justice, but after all, he was not disappointed enough to betray Marine and form his own revolutionary army. In other words, without witnessing the execution of Gold Roger, the ambition to overturn the world and reshape the rules has not been completely ignited. If you submit to the world government, you will be a man for nothing. Since I came to this world and chose to go to the sea, then I will never let my life leave any regrets. Do you understand? Aaron stood up, cast fiery eyes on the sea, as if he wanted to burn down the authority of the 800-year-old era. Every step I take now is straightforward, constantly moving towards that position. Although we had a big battle in Punk Hazard not long ago, forget about it. As long as you have your strength, plus me, my brother, and Jin, there will be nothing in this world that we can't accomplish to be my left-arm dragon. Aaron turned around. His eyes were no longer condescending, but undisguised appreciation and longing. His right arm is Kaido. His wings are Jin. Now there is only one left arm missing. In Punk Hazard, from the moment he met Monkey D. Dragon, he had already made a secret decision. The left arm is none other than Monkey D. Dragon. "You are 0.0, that you are a pirate. You actually want to recruit me, this Marine?" When Monkey D. Dragon heard the words, he was also shocked by Aaron's words, and he didn't know whether to say that the man in front of him was whimsical or bold. Before. It's not like he didn't think about Aaron's purpose for staying behind. Like threatening Marine. For example, threatening the Marine hero at home. But I never thought that the other party actually wanted to recruit me. Looking at Marine, anyone can degenerate into a pirate, except the monkey. After all, who would have thought that the descendants of Marine heroes would become criminals? If there is less water, is it still water? If there is less justice, is it still justice? Aaron asked back. Monkey D. Dragon opened his mouth, speechless. The justice he pursued was more than a little bit less when he was stabbed in the back by Kong Kong Kong. It's just that although he can't be a Marine, he still hasn't made up his mind about the path he will take in future. 60. Chapter 60 Beast Pirates, the world's recruiting thieves. Seeing that Monkey D. Dragon didn't say a word, Eren knew that the other party was in a state of confusion, so he didn't ask again, but gave Jin a look. In his opinion, if he didn't refuse directly, it was the same as agreeing. The difference was how he got Monkey D. Dragon to open his mouth willingly. Let you be my left arm now. You can't make up your mind. Then eat some meat and drink wine with me, a pirate. You should be able to make a decision, right? Eren glanced at Jin, who brought the wine and meat, and then said, You beat me up so that I can't even be a Marine. I should eat your food and drink your food. Although Monkey D. Dragon is not as rough and careless as Garp and Wong Luffy, he also inherits the monkey family to do whatever he wants. As before, if he was asked to drink and eat meat with pirates, he might not be able to do it. But justice is stabbed in the back. If there is a little less righteousness, then it doesn't matter. Snap. This is not. Monkey D. Dragon already has meat in one hand and wine in the other. After having a drink with Eren and Kaido, he ate and drank heavily. Eat more. The more you drink, the more you drink. The better his tin complexion, the faster the wound will heal. Are the monkeys all freaks? And the captain and they too. People are divided into groups. Birds of a feather flock together. These guys are indeed all monsters. Burndiewald saw that Monkey D. Dragon killed 200 caddies of meat in one go with only one stomach, so he couldn't help looking at Eren, Kaido, and Jin. The food, drinks, and fruits and vegetables in front of them were also wiped out. Strength is a monster. Physique is a monster. Even the appetite is a monster. This contrast he found himself on board was definitely the most normal one. 70% full. Monkey D. Dragon hugged his belly and leaned against the railing with a relaxed face. After just one meal, his pale-as-paper face had regained some color. Originally, he could only force himself to stand up, but he could walk freely after he couldn't walk a few steps. You ate all the ready-to-eat food on our ship in one go, and are you still 70% full? Burndiewald couldn't help cursing. Eat it all. That's really embarrassing. When Monkey D. Dragon heard the words, he was apologetic, but his tone was not apologetic. Again, I was beaten up and almost lost my life, and now I can't even do Marine. This meal, eat with peace of mind. Isn't that cooking? A few of you, who can cook? Eren's focus is on the lack of ready-to-eat food and the need to cook. Captain, before I followed you, I was also the captain of the Walled Pirates. Have you ever seen a captain who cooks for himself? Burndiewald has an expression that I can't cook, but I am proud. I only know how to grill. Jin volunteered to raise his arm. Having been hunted down since he was a child and growing up, he has no time to cook, and most of the time he eats this piece of meat and drinks blood. Anyway, the Lunaria tribe has a pervert physique and can survive in any environment in nature. Eat raw. Completely fine. Brother, next time you recruit people, why don't you give priority to the chef? It doesn't matter if you can beat it or not, but you must be able to cook it. In 30 minutes, it is best to cook hundreds of caddies of meat. Seeing a boatload of rough men, Kaido couldn't help but sit up straight. He realized the seriousness of the matter. In the Grand Line, especially in the pirate group, the chef is not an insignificant role, even as important as the navigator. Aside from the tonnage of the giants and the monster food intake of the monkey family, in fact, most of the powerhouses are big eaters. It is not easy to be full, and it is even more difficult to be full. Is it possible for ordinary people to cook hundreds of caddies of meat within 30 minutes? And that's just now. If Monkey D. Dragon also joined, it would not be a meal of hundreds of caddies of meat. Not to mention, the scale of Beast's pirates will become larger and larger in the future. The chef has also been highlighted more and more important. Recruiting crew? Monkey D. Dragon looked thoughtful after hearing this. Do you have any ideas? Eren looked over at him. I don't dare to take it for a high opinion, but for the sake of this meal, if you're not afraid of getting into trouble, I can give you a trick. Monkey D. Dragon's words immediately aroused the interest of Eren and Kaido. Then, Eren put down the empty flagon. I have a good relationship with the director of the big news agency, but if you want to recruit people, you can use him to recruit people. Other pirates, they can't log in even if they want to, but you beasts are different. The incident of Weapon Island has only made headlines, and the incident of Punk Hazard is probably going to be all over the world. With the amount of beasts, plus the never-before-seen pirates recruiting people as news, even if it is aimed at the sales of the newspaper, there are 100 people in the big news agency who are willing to help you publish this news. Monkey O.D. Dragon speaks amazingly. Stira. Recruiting people. Brother, I see this China Merchants Bank. Kaido's eyes lit up. Recruiting chefs in the newspaper is no less than recruiting thieves from the world. Of course, it will do. For the vast majority of pirates, the only way to get information is through newspapers. Think about it, as a pirate, you bought a newspaper, only to find that the headline was Beast Pirates Recruiting. What do you think would happen? When Eren looked towards Monkey D. Dragon, his eyes became more appreciative. He is worthy of being a man who grew out of nothing and created a revolutionary army from day to day. Although the surname Monkey played a decisive role at the beginning of the business, it is undeniable that as the leader of the revolutionary army, he was able to pull together a group of people who have just been with the world government for more than 20 years, still getting stronger and stronger. 317 Monkey D. Dragon itself can definitely be called a great talent. You're going to set Mr. Eren over the fire. Jin, who had been eating in silence all this time, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were as cold as a knife, and he cut Monkey D. Dragon's face. Burndy Wald also reacted. He was not only a pirate, but also a captain. Naturally, it is clear that 99% of pirates go to sea either for money or fame. Suddenly seeing this kind of thing in the newspaper, there is no pirate who will not be jealous or annoyed. Once it is reported, in the sea, when any pirate encounters a group of beasts, 9 times out of 10, they will not hesitate to fight. After all, whoever gets rid of the beasts pirates who published newspapers and initiated the world's quest for thieves, that pirate will surely become famous. Who can refuse this wave of traffic? Grunt. Kaido didn't speak, just twisted up the jug with a nonchalant expression and gulped down the wine. You can eat meat indiscriminately, but don't talk indiscriminately. Jin, right? I'm just giving your captain a trick. Whether or not to start the world to recruit thieves depends on your captain in the end. Can I put a knife on his neck and force him to publish in the newspaper to recruit people? Even if it is, I can't beat him. Monkey D. Dragon spread his hands, but under the innocent expression on his face, he was full of schadenfreude, as if he was sure that Eren would not refuse his offer. 61. Chapter 61 Trouble? If it is flat, he will be seeking the First Order in the 10th update. You. Aware of the world's levy thieves proposed by Monkey D. Dragon, there is a huge evil hidden in it. Jin's face suddenly turned cold, but just as he was about to kill, Eren's words made him quiet down. It's okay, Jin, there is only one throne, and it can only accommodate one king. There is a hostile relationship between the pirate group and the pirate group. Anyone who wants to trouble the beasts will be defeated. Remember, to be a pirate, don't be afraid of trouble. Eren didn't care at all that doing so would arouse the dissatisfaction and covetousness of other pirate groups, and he didn't even care whether Monkey D. Dragon had evil intentions or good intentions. As far as he and Kita's ambitions are concerned, from the moment Beasts Pirates was established, it was doomed that they would not be able to coexist with other pirate groups, let alone the world government. Grilling over the fire? Joe. 2 copies of the Blood of the Ghost Clan, one of the Blood of the Lunaria clan as a base, plus the dragon scale body protection with a strong defense in the form of a green dragon. What fire could burn him? Even if Akainu came over with the most powerful magma fist among the 3 series of devil fruits, he could only shake his head when he saw it. Okay, since you have no objection, then I have settled the meal payment. Give it a day or 2. You beasts will be on the headlines of the newspapers again. BY then, the Grand Line will know that you want to recruit thieves from the world. Monkey D. Dragon was slightly startled, but he was not surprised when he thought that Eren even dared to steal Mary Awa's throne. Although the move he made did mean to roast all the beasts on the fire, but it is undeniable that the effect is indeed remarkable, and it is also an intention to save money for meals. Thanks, Dragon. Eren raised his wine glass, as if to see off the guests. It's just money for eating. Monkey Dragon grinned, then turned into a hurricane and disappeared from the deck out of thin air. Mr. Eren, is this the way to let him go? Jin naturally sees Eren's appreciation for Monkey D. Dragon. Forcibly twisted melons are not sweet, as far as that guy Long eats. It's a waste of food to stay forcibly. Eren took a sip of his drink. He won't do business at a loss. Don't even think about wanting a free meal from the beast pirates. Twisted melon is not sweet, but it also quenches thirst. If he goes back to work as a Marine and discloses our information to the headquarters, that will be a trouble. Jin spread his wings as if he could use Monkey Dragon at any time. Let him fly for a while. As for going back to be a Marine, don't look at the appearance of the monkey family, but in fact they are more arrogant than anyone else. Especially Monkey D. Dragon. There is no room for sand in his eyes, and even less for justice. Kong backstabbed him, and he couldn't go back. Aaron shook his head and laughed, not at all worried that Monkey D. Dragon would return to the headquarters. Monkey D. Dragon may be leaving, but just because of the chat with him just now, and even giving advice, he knows that it is impossible for Monkey's family's dragon to fly back to the headquarters of Hyrule. He used to be a Marine, and everything he saw and did was from the perspective of a Marine. Now that justice is a little less, a lot of darkness that was ignored intentionally or unintentionally in the past will appear and continue to magnify. He can't go back to Marine, and Marine can't tolerate him as a dragon. Kaido put down the jug and followed suit. Don't look at his rough and unrestrained appearance, but in fact he has many tricks, and he has already seen Aaron's plan. Jean, what do you think that is? Seeing that Jin was still a little worried, Aaron looked past him. He looked back. What came into view was a blood-stained coat of justice. Seeing this scene, a gleam of clarity flashed across the dull eyes. The blood-stained coat of justice was placed less than 2 meters away from Monkey D. Dragon just now. The results of it? The man didn't even look at it from the beginning to the end, and even pulled off the coat when he left. He didn't think that Monkey D. Dragon had forgotten. Whizzing, a gust of wind blew across Dressrosa's pier. No one noticed that there was already an extra man in the busy wharf. Blue. Monkey D. Dragon took out a phone bug and made a call. Dad, it's me, Dragon. As the phone was connected, he spoke first. Ha. Isn't this the voice of my long boy? Wait, something's wrong. Didn't old Ghost Kong say that you were killed by Brother Aaron? Could it be that the underworld also has a phone now? On a dog-headed warship that was returning to the headquarters, after Garp heard Monkey D. Dragon's voice, the last worry in his heart also fell. Is that what Sora told you? When Monkey D. Dragon heard the words, a gleam of coldness flashed across his eyes. As Marine, for the sake of justice, he is willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for Vegapunk's survival, but that doesn't mean he can accept Kong's backstab. What happened? Garp frowned tightly. As soon as he heard Monkey D. Dragon addressing Kong, he changed from Uncle Kong to Kong, and he knew he guessed it right. Old Ghost Kong has a problem. And it's still a big problem. He sold me. Monkey D. Dragon was silent for a moment, and then told the truth about Punk Hazard in detail. Authentic, without any additional processing. I see. You go back to the headquarters first. I'm on my way back now. Garp compared Kong's version with Monkey D. Dragon's version. His face remained unchanged, but the palms under the cuffs were already clenched into fists, and they were wrapped in armed colors and conquerors. Headquarters. No, I don't want to go back right now. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head. He is not a narrow-minded person, but justice cannot be desecrated. The backstab from the Marshal is too good. For a moment, he couldn't go back. In the past, I have always looked at everything in this world as a Marine. Now, I want to try it out, use another identity, bear another angle, and look at the world again. Whether I overlooked something before. Meng Qin Xinjiao Di Long pondered for a moment, and then expressed his thoughts. Yes, he doesn't want to go back to naval headquarters. As for whether to become a Marine, he wants to make a decision after seeing the world clearly again. You are my Garp's son. If you don't go to the headquarters, where else can you go? Is it because of old Ghost Kong? Don't be afraid. No one in naval headquarters can bully the monkey family. I will help you out with this tone, Dad. Garp's cursing voice spread throughout the warship, but all the Marines collectively pretended to be deaf and dumb, and no one heard the tiger. Dad, don't come here. Don't forget you are Marine, and you are Vice Admiral. He's the Marshal after all. Monkey D. Dragon couldn't sit still when he heard it. No one knows better than him how strong his father is. Those who can suppress the monkey family have never been rights, military ranks, or status, but dreams, but justice. Since Garp said to help him vent his anger, he will definitely make trouble for Kong. 62. Chapter 62, Give him face, call him Marshal. If you don't give him face, I will let him go to the ground. Subscribe. What about Vice Admiral? What about the Marshal? Is his fist hard enough for your father and me? Garp got more and more angry. Just as Monkey D. Dragon knew him, he knew his son well as a father. It has been cultivated for more than 10 years with great painstaking efforts. The seedlings of justice finally grow into big trees. It was about to blossom and bear fruit, but was cut in half by Kong Kong. How can he not be angry? It's not a question of whether the fist is hard or not. He's the Marine Marshal after all. I don't want Marine to explode into an unprecedented conflict between hero and marshal because of me. Monkey D. Dragon explained. His justice is ruined, but he doesn't want Garp to do the same. After all, in his heart, Marine still has a lot of weight. Marshal Marine? Just him, the empty old ghost? Give him face, I'll call him Marshal. Don't give him face, I'll let him die. Garp gritted his teeth and said coldly. The heads of the surrounding Marines were lowered, with expression that I didn't hear anything. Dad, how about this? Go back first and find out the ins and outs of the matter. I want to be alone outside for a while, and it happens that the scenery in Dressrosa is good, and I will stay here for a few days to recover from my injuries. Monkey D. Dragon had to console him again and again. He 470 doesn't want to be succeeded by Aaron. If the hero and the marshal really fight, that guy will definitely laugh out of his dreams. Yes. All the way to Dressrosa after leaving the Beast Pirates, he had seen what Aaron was up to. With Kong's hand, cut off his justice, and then with Garp's hand, let Kong fall into the ground. Whatever happens, it's a good thing for the Beast Pirates. Good. You just go shopping in Dressrosa for a few days. I'll go back first. You will come back after I have wiped out the pickled things and the dirty atmosphere in this department for you. After realizing that Monkey D. Dragon had strong resistance to Marine, Garp didn't want to push too much, so as not to have the opposite effect. Monkey D. Dragon nodded. After hanging up the phone, after thinking about it, he was still a little worried. Must be steady hand. If the hero and the marshal really fight, at least someone needs to persuade them to fight. Yes. He knew that Monkey D. Garp would definitely punch, but he didn't want his father to punch too hard and accidentally beat Kong Kong to death in naval headquarters. He immediately called Sengoku when he thought of the picture of the hero two Shuai, father and son rebels, joining pirates, father joining Roger, and son joining beasts. Don't be to hold Garp down, just don't punch the air into the ground. It's a dragon. What? I see. Don't worry, you rest in Dressrosa first, and leave Garp's affairs to me. Don't worry, I'll persuade you very hard. The other side. After Sengoku answered a phone call, his expression was wonderful. Why are the two versions completely different? He who possesses the wisdom of the Buddha, there is no need to compare. Once he heard what Monkey D. Dragon said, he knew that Kong Lagui had a problem. Quick. Speed up now. I don't care what method you use, within 2 days, return to the headquarters, below Rear Admiral, you will be promoted to 1 level. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately shouted at all the Marines on the warship. Hearing that there was such a good thing, all the Marines were refreshed, especially those Marines who stepped on the 2 ranks of Colonel and Commodore in the headquarters. They were all like wolves and tigers, with the assistance of hockey, physical skills, and sword skills of all Marines. No need to change gears. No need to step on the gas pedal. The warship froze and made an ejection start. Its bow left the sea, and it rushed towards naval headquarters like a speedboat on water. Not 2 days. Only a day and a half later, a warship carried waves of waves, as if flying on waves on the sea, and stopped at the pier of the headquarters with a bang. Immediately afterwards, with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground one after another, all the Marines on the warship collapsed on the deck one by one, looking haggard. It seemed that after 10 days and 10 nights of fighting, hockey and his physical strength were both exhausted. Some even fainted on the spot. It can be seen that in order to be promoted to a higher level, they are going all out. It was like playing a summit war. Garp. Before the warship stopped, the Sengoku observation hockey was fully opened. Immediately, he sensed an aura hotter than lava and surging towards the marine building at an astonishing speed. He didn't dare to neglect, and immediately turned golden. The big Buddha, striding towards the sky, hurriedly chased after him. Boom. The door to Marshal Marine's office shattered. Garp withdrew his fist expressionlessly and walked in with his head held high. Garp, you don't just forget it this time. Don't open the door with your fist next time. Kong Kong turned his head and saw that the person who broke the gate was Garp. He swallowed his anger from the bottom of his heart. It's definitely not because you can't beat it, but because of guilt and self-blame. Old Ghost Kong, I want to hear you say it again. Everything that happened at Punk Hazard. The kind that doesn't miss a single word. After Garp walked into the marshal's office, he kicked a sofa and flew it to Kong Kong's desk, then strode over, sat down with his buttocks folded, and looked like a superior looking down on his subordinates. People who don't know think that he, Vice Admiral, is the superior of Marshal Kong Kong. The thing is, Kong Kong let out a long sigh. He also understood Garp's thoughts. After all, if his precious son died, he would definitely ask many questions. So he restated the collated truth in its original form. From the Beast's pirates descending Punk Hazard to Monkey D. Dragon's invincible fight to the death, and finally retreating to cover Vegapunk, who was defeated and killed, let me tell you everything. Finished. After Garp finished listening, his expression was neither happy nor sad, and his thoughts and emotions could not be seen. It's over. Kong Kong nodded sadly. Old Ghost Kong, for the sake of you fighting side by side with me, I will give you another chance to reorganize the language. Garp nodded noncommittally, then put his hands on his desk. That's all there is to it. There's nothing more to say. Garp, my condolences, Kong Kong advised. 5 elders, they are also watching here now, Garp said suddenly. When Kong heard the words, he felt inexplicably terrified, but he still nodded. There's nothing to hide about this anyway. With Garp's current weight, it is reasonable for the 5 elders to pay attention to this meeting. Let them out. I want to meet them. Garp's 10 fingers flicked lightly. Good. Kong Kong didn't refuse either. After all, if Garp wanted to see the 5 elders, he didn't even need to summon him. He could directly enter Mariehua. A video screen appears out of thin air. The background is a spacious office with 5 men sitting on the sofa one after another. It is the supreme ruler of the world government. 5 elders. Everyone is here. Very good. Garp looked around the audience, scanning Kong Kong and 5 elders successively, his eyes gradually turning scarlet and cold. 63. Chapter 63, Are You Conscious of Sacrifice? Empty asked for subscription. Kong, it's useless to talk nonsense. You said the dragon is dead, right? 5 elders think so too, right? Good. Then I will mourn all of you. Voice just fell. Garp leapt up from the sofa, his coat of justice fluttering in the wind like a rock spreading its wings. Boom. He jumped up suddenly, as fast as lightning, and grabbed Kong Kong's head in an instant, and his 5 fingers were like steel claws, tightly clasped. Chi. The sound of thunder came out, and Conqueror's haki scrambled to spurt from the palm of the palm, turning into ferocious, deep black lightning, entangled the palm, and the terrifying coercion spread, making Kong Kong breathe the room. At the same time, the Marines in the entire building, all the Marines whose strength was lower than Vice Admirals, rolled their eyes white, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground in disorder. Garp, what do you want to do? Kong Kong's face changed drastically, but his head was twisted, and Garp's current appearance was too terrifying, so he didn't dare to act rashly at all. He could only use armament haki to harden his head to resist the majestic force from Garp's palm. Garp, we understand how you feel about losing your son in middle age, but don't forget that you are a Marine, and the dragon is also a Marine. From the moment you make him a Marine, you have to realize that he will sacrifice. Calm down and don't do anything stupid. You leave it blank now, we can pretend we didn't see anything. You are Marine's hero. Seeing Garp's terrifying gesture, the 5 elders couldn't sit still any longer and rushed to get up from the sofa, persuading him one after another. Yes, not threats, but persuasion. This is the difference between a Marine hero and a hero's son. Even if it is a Logia-capable user like Monkey D. Dragon, the future admiral candidate, as long as it involves the interest of the world government, the 5 elders can still sacrifice. But in the face of Garp, a hero with super combat power, they can only be soft. Don't say begging, but coaxing is inevitable. Since you know Long is my son, how dare you harm him? What? Now you know I'm a Marine hero. Why didn't you know about Punk Hazard? If the dragon died voluntarily, I have nothing to say, but you'd not have decided to sacrifice him from the very beginning. And you, old ghost, made a special phone call, lest Brother Qinglong won't let Lousy mourn, right? Awareness of sacrifice. Old Ghost Kong, do you have this awareness? Garp lifted Kong Kong into the air with one hand and faced each other. The scarlet eyes revealed endless fierce light. This moment, he is no longer a Marine hero, but an enraged king. The justice behind him is as important as Mount Tai, and it can't suppress his love for his son in his heart. After all, Monkey D. Dragon is not a criminal now, but a Marine. Garp can protect him without hesitation. Garp, where did you get the gossip? Was it Aaron? Don't be taken advantage of. Kong Hollow's hair was cold, and he had to quibble again and again. He didn't know what went wrong with his apparently seamless plan. Stussy? Wrong. She was waiting at the headquarters, hadn't seen Garp, and lost contact with him in the past few days. Who is that? Usse. Long himself told me. Is there any fake? Garp was even angrier when he saw that Kong had dared to make excuses at this time. No, impossible. The old man clearly saw it with his own eyes. He was smashed to death by Kaido. Kong's complexion changed drastically. You're my half-teacher. Long also called you Uncle Kong. Is this how you treat your nephew? Seeing what Kong said, Garp became even angrier. He couldn't hold back the anger he had held back for several days. The bottom of the sea is falling. A roar shook the headquarters. Garp stepped into the sky, twisted Kong's head with one hand, and smashed him to the ground angrily. Bang. As the 5 fingers were released and the arm was thrown violently, Kong immediately turned into a black lightning and fell from the sky. Click. The marine building was like bean curd residue, split into 2 halves, extending from the ceiling all the way to the foundation. Then a huge hockey impact spread in all directions, directly destroying the marine building divided into 2 and razing it to the ground. Puff. The marine hero at this time has just killed rocks not long ago, and his mind, body, and skills are all at the peak of his life. Not like the top, not like the Hive Island, hockey, physical strength have all declined. One hand fell to the bottom of the sea. As strong as Martial Marine, his muscles and bones were limp, his blood was boiling, his internal organs were in pain, and while blood was spurting from his mouth, his head was also bleeding. Stussy, come here for me. After one blow, Garp still couldn't let go of his hatred and let out a sharp drink. Call out. With a rapid sound of piercing through the air, Stussy flew up and landed in front of Garp, asking for flowers. Look at the furious, hockey-soaring marine hero. Her body couldn't help shaking. Yellow. Garp glanced at her, but didn't punch her. But there was a yellow sound, and she was already shuddering. You only have one chance to tell the truth. Speak up. World government, I'll help you back, whether you want to be a CP, a Marine, or even leave, I'll protect you once. Garp said without a word. Punk hazard from the heaven of all beasts. The dragon led me to fight together. He lost to Aaron and was captured. I captured Burndy Wald and the remnants of the Lunaria clan and tried to blackmail Aaron to release everyone. But in the end, I got 2 for 2, and one of them had to be myself. 0. Dragon intends to sacrifice himself to save Dr. Vegapunk. I dare not choose. Later, Marshal Kong called and took away the right to choose. In the end, he chose to let the dragon sacrifice in exchange for me and Dr. Vegapunk to leave. Stussy is very knowledgeable about current affairs and explained everything clearly. Choose one, you choose Vegapunk if you choose to be honest. Although I am angry, but not enough to hate, as you said, I have awakened from the moment the dragon stepped into the marine. But what are you doing? Concealing, deceiving, and trying to use me to deal with the 2 dragons of beasts. You are really a good marshal of marine, a good boss of mine, and a good uncle of dragon. Garp suddenly turned around, disappeared in place, and suddenly appeared in front of Kong, who got up from the ruins and punched out. Boom. Kong put his palms together immediately, but the powerful punch still knocked his feet off the ground and flew backwards towards a marine fortress, his whole body embedded in the wall. 5 elders just said that I have the awareness that dragons will sacrifice. Then I'd like to ask you, as the marshal, you have done so many waste pickling things. Do you have the consciousness to sacrifice? Empty. Garp walked step by step towards Kong, which was embedded in the fortress. His murderous aura was so thick that it filled every gram of air in a radius of thousands of meters. Garp. Just as Garp is soaring, he is approaching step by step. Suddenly, a golden bergamot fell from the sky and pinned Garp to the ground. What you up to? Crucial moment. Sengoku arrives just in time to make his debut as a corpse. 64, Chapter 64, I just want to kill old Ghost Kong. Please subscribe. I just want to kill old Ghost Kong. After Sengoku pressed his head to the ground with one hand, he faced questioning from his old friend. Garp raised his head slowly. His tone was calm but cold. Don't forget, you are Marine. Sengoku's face changed in horror. After learning all this from Monkey D. Dragon, he already imagined what will happen next, so he rushed back in a hurry. I never thought about it. It was still a step too late. I'm still a father. As a father, what's wrong with protecting your son? Don't forget, dragons are also Marines. Garp was unimpressed. Isn't the dragon still alive? Sengoku racked his brains. He questioned justice and refused to return to the headquarters. Garp's voice was not loud, but was so heavy that it made Sengoku's heart sink. Broken. The most troublesome thing still happened. No wonder Monkey D. the Dragon is still alive. Garp is still furious, with an attitude of killing his commander in anger. Who doesn't know 587? Garp put all his heart and soul into his own son. Hope he can be the second hero. What about you? Have you questioned justice? Garp, the dragon may have questioned his own justice, as you said, but there is still hope for redress. We have all been young. We have all seen Marine. We have seen the government. And we have seen too many injustices in the world, but we still choose to be Marine and choose justice. Long called me this time and asked me to stop you. I just don't want to see you ruin your own justice for him. It also proves that although there is a thorn in his heart, Marine still exists. Hearing that Sengoku moved out Monkey D. the Dragon, Garp showed hesitation. If you really kill Marshal Kong, not only will you not be able to turn back, but Dragon will also be completely unable to turn back. His life has just begun, and you don't want him to bear the identity of a criminal and live his whole life? Garp, listen to my advice. There is still room for redemption. Let us bring the dragon back to the right track and save his justice. With justice behind him and the future of Monkey D. Dragon, Garp finally let go of his fist and reached out to Sengoku. Give me the phone bug. Hearing this, Sengoku quickly let go, took out the phone bug from his pocket, and handed it over. Blue. Oh. 5 elders, you also have a share in the matter of the dragon, and you don't want to shake off this responsibility. At Punk Hazard, Aaron Boy gave you a choice between you and Kong Lao, and I will give you 2 choices now. 1, I will kill old Ghost Kong now, and then we father and son will switch careers to become pirates. From now on, we will all use our own means. 2, you remove old Ghost Kong from the position of Marshal and ask him to apologize to Long also. Didn't he keep saying that he would do nothing for the rest of his life and only do one thing? Okay, I'll give him one if there is a chance. Let him defeat the Beast Pirates and imprison Aaron and Kaido and impel down. Facing the mighty Garp. 5 elders couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately exchanged glances and discussed in low voices. He is a Marine hero, the incarnation of justice. Many people join Marine because of Garp. Once he becomes a thief, it will be devastating to justice, Marine, and even the government's prestige. And if he is a thief, who can check and balance Marine? Then what to do? Since the matter has been brought to light, of course, it is better to give up the little one and protect the big one. Kong is not young, but Garp is at the peak, so let's take it as an early retirement. In just a few seconds, 5 elders reached a consensus. That's the size of Garp. Between Sons of Heroes and Vegapunk, they chose Vegapunk without hesitation. But between Marine Hero and Marine Marshal, they choose Marine Hero without hesitation. This time it's Sora's fault. Garp, we allow you to mess around this time, and we don't care about you. Just as you said, Sora stepped down from his position as Marshal. There is only the candidate for Marshal Marine. We will make other arrangements. 5 elders responded. They have already thought of a very suitable candidate, a person who once competed with Kong Kong for the Marshal, but because of the conflict of justice, they chose to retire early. No more arrangement, just Sengoku. Others, either the weight is not enough, or the strength is not enough. Now who comes? I don't believe it, only Sengoku. Garp glanced at Sengoku and pushed him directly towards the Marine Marshal's position. I'm the Admiral candidate. Sengoku was also caught off guard. In order to come back to persuade the fight, he promised to let the Marines in the warship be ranked first. I never thought that I could also be promoted, and I was promoted by 2 levels. Didn't the 5 elders say that, after you go to suppress Shiki, you will hold a Grand Admiral awarding ceremony for you and Zephyr when you come back? Just do it now. Today I will be promoted to Admiral, and tomorrow I will be promoted to Marshal. That's it. With the lessons learned from Kong, Garp would not dare to let others sit in the position of Marshal. He himself is not afraid of backstabbing. After all, a pair of iron fists are enough to crush everything. But Monkey D. Dragon is afraid. If old Ghost Kong can sell the dragon today, he'll be able to sell the crane and other people around him tomorrow. Sengoku, also. His qualifications, military achievements, strength, and prestige are all sufficient to serve as a marshal. Although 5 elders was a bit reluctant, he also knew that if Garp was not stabilized today, Marine would not be able to operate normally. Point zero, as the most violent institution under the world government. If there is a problem with the operation, it is really a troublesome thing. Apart from being too young, Jean is indeed a very good candidate. It is impeccable, backed by Garp, Crane, and Zephyr. Someone offers a fist. Someone provide the brains. Someone offers a connection. This marshal, no one can shake Sengoku. Old Ghost Kong, what do you mean? Garp grabbed Sengoku's hand, stood up from the ground, and patted the dust off his clothes, like slapping away Marine's pickle. Old man, don't obey the government's arrangement. As a diehard fan of Five Elders, even though Kong Kong was stabbed in the back by his boss and his face was miserable, he still nodded in obedience. But there was still a bit of sadness and self-deprecating in my heart. A few days ago, he just backstabbed Monkey D. Dragon, and within a few days, he was backstabbed by Five Elders himself. He couldn't even keep his position as marshal, and even at his age, he had to go to the front line. That's it. Garp didn't look at Kong Kong anymore, and turn away. He also has to go to Dressrosa, share this story with Monkey Oolong. Marshal Kong. Sengoku looked at Kong, who had a miserable face and showed a lonely attitude, and felt uncomfortable. The man in front of him is not only Garp's half-teacher, but also his half-teacher. Now that this is happening, he will naturally not be happy about it. Sengoku, the butcher, is also very relieved that you are the marshal. This position will belong to you sooner or later. However, if you don't dislike the insidious villain of the old man, then I will say something more. If you become a Marine Marshal, then you'll be a 1.2 real Marine Marshal. Don't be like the old man. You can neither be a qualified marshal nor be a marshal, a qualified politician. Kong Chong laughed. You are different from the old man. I don't have a choice, but you can. You are better than the old man, better than the old man. And with the help of Garp, Zephyr, and Crane, you can bring a new world to Marine. Finished. Kong Kong wiped the blood off his face, turned and left, leaving only a desolate and lonely figure behind. Marshal Kong, I understand. Sengoku nodded and watched Kong leave. He understood what the other party meant. In terms of strength, he is better than Kong Kong, second only to Garp. In terms of connections, he has the support of Garp, Zephyr, and Crane. In terms of prestige, as long as Garp doesn't compete with him for the position of Marshal, no one can compete with him. Once promoted to Marshal, even the Five Elders would no longer be able to arbitrarily instruct Kong to do something that violates justice. 65. Chapter 65 Yonshio Hotel. Kaido, you know how to recruit. Please subscribe. Coincidentally, while the naval headquarters were turned upside down by Aaron's one-handed play on Punk Hazard, so was the Grand Line. Under a newspaper of the Beast Pirates, the New World caused an uproar and made a fuss. What the hell is this issue of the newspaper? Beast Pirates is now recruiting chefs, not to mention in the newspaper, but also to the headlines. Ah, Brother Aaron, you really know how to play. Oro Jackson. Roger took the freshly baked newspaper from Newsbird, looked at it casually, and was stunned. What is this? A world levy for thieves. Rayleigh peeked over from the side and couldn't help smiling. Beast Pirates trick. Chef. Treatment. Regular crew members. No monthly salary. Priority to plunder. Requirements. Female with good facial features, good figure, preferably 18 to 26 years old, capable of two-color hockey, with a qualification of king is preferred. Address, Bangkok Kingdom, Yonshio Hotel. Such a newspaper. Such a job advertisement. Not only was it sent to the Roger Pirates, but the captains of all the famous pirates in the New World almost got a share. For example, Charlotte Lin Lin, who is building a cake island in the world, took the blank paper and looked at it with a wonderful expression. Lin Lin, apart from the fact that you don't know how to cook, I think the other requirements are completely tailor-made for you. Long Bread had an uncontrollable expression on his face. Conqueror's hockey strong often, Conqueror's hockey female strong is not common. Also know how to cook. In terms of harsh recruitment requirements, it is rare in ancient and modern times. Well, what the hell are these two bastards, Aaron and Kaido, doing? Even if that Rocks guy was recruiting regular crew members, he wasn't as strict as the two of them. Charlotte Lin Lin covered her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then waved her hand to invite a new husband. She had nothing to say. Let's create people first. After seeing a job ad for Beast Pirates, she would rather believe that she can give birth to a daughter who knows Conqueror's hockey and has a very high culinary talent, and does not believe that Eren and Kaido brothers can recruit a female chef with the qualifications of a king. Goo la 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 la. I didn't expect that Lousy was recruiting nurses with blonde hair and big waves, and those two boys, Eren and Kaido, have already recruited cooks, and they have the qualifications of a king. This request is fine. Why don't you try it another day? Moby Dick aboard. With long blonde hair, Edward Newgate, who was in his prime, glanced at Pagingham next to him, and then at several nurses with blonde hair and big waves not far away. I said silently in my heart. Coincidentally, the gap between the conflicts with Bakingham has been getting bigger and bigger recently. When she leaves, I will learn from the two green dragons of the beasts and recruit a female nurse who can have good facial features, a good figure, and can hockey. Brother Qinglong has been very active recently. The Forbidden Zone of Bank was captured, and even the green peppers of the Eight Treasures Navy died in their hands. It's just, isn't this really recruiting the captain's wife? A pirate ship suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Shiki held a newspaper and laughed out loud. Admiral, although the recruitment requirements are a bit difficult, but as you said, Brother Qinglong has been too active recently. In just a few months, the rewards have soared several times, and now the rewards of the two brothers have exceeded 1 billion, which is why the Big News Society published their recruitment information on the headlines of the newspapers. If the requirements were not so harsh, there should be an endless stream of people who want to apply for the job. If Brother Eren really recruits such a crew member, although the beasts have a small number of people, they have a lot of energy, he will be your enemy, Captain. Icarus in military uniform came over. As the vice captain of the Flying Pirates, he didn't smile, but looked dignified. Just because he saw the ambition and courage of Brother Eren from the recruitment advertisement of Beast Pirates. Throughout the ages, which pirate group tried to recruit people? Which pirate group actually requires the qualifications of a king to recruit a chef? Only by them. Icarus, you think highly of their brothers. It's about the same with Roger or that hot guy in Newgate. Shiki sneered when he heard this. Admiral, haven't you noticed that the crew configuration of the Beast Pirates is familiar? Icarus took out 4 reward orders and placed them in front of Shiki. Eren. Occupation, Captain of the Beast Pirates. Reward, 1.3 billion berry. Kaido. Status, Captain of the Beast Pirates. Reward, 1,050 million berry. Ember. Status, Crew member of the Beast Pirates. Reward, 300 million berry. Burndy-Wald. Status, Crew member of the Beast Pirates. Reward, 330 million berry. You mean the Roger Pirates. Although Shiki is arrogant and ruthless, but he was able to suppress the Roger Pirates at his peak, and he is naturally not an ordinary person. Before defeating the Roger Pirates and plugging his brain into the rudder, his IQ was still reappearing. After being mentioned by his deputy, he thought of his old enemy. Yes. Top you demons and conquerors hockey. Same as the Roger Pirates, the Beast Pirates have the configuration of 2 kings, plus they are recruiting chefs. If they get their wish, they will be the masters of the group. Akaros said one word at a time. The boys of the 100 Beasts seem to have grown up. But if you want to be my opponent, let's wait and see. It's not so easy to make such a big fuss, not just the Marines, but also the pirates and hunters, all staring at them like hyenas. Golden Lion's expression is still arrogant, but his eyes show a trace of attention, and he no longer has the contempt and disdain just now. Icarus did not speak, but nodded. This news made Beast Pirates known to everyone in the New World. But in turn, it has also become a sweet pastry. Pirate who wants to become famous. Bounty hunters who want to hunt. Beast Pirates 920 with huge traffic is undoubtedly a good hunting target. Banka Kingdom. The top floor of Yonshio Hotel. In a luxuriously decorated suite, Eren slapped a newspaper in Kaido's face with his backhand. Okay, she's so cute, you know how to recruit. He said angrily. Brother, what's wrong with me? Isn't that what you asked for? Only more and less. Kaido took down the newspaper and glanced at the recruitment requirements of beasts published on the headlines. I asked you to recruit chefs, but I didn't ask you to recruit only women. I asked you to recruit young people, but I didn't ask you to recruit people with good facial features and a good figure. I asked you to recruit hockey, but I didn't let you recruit someone with the qualifications of a king. Hearing this, Eren slapped the cuteness back to the sofa 10 meters away. You also fill in the address, Yonshio Hotel. Why? Do you still want to test other people's cooking skills in the hotel? Those who know think we are recruiting crew. Those who don't know think we are building a harem. It is a good job advertisement, and Kaido has written all the thoughts in the captain's heart. That's fine. How could it be possible to recruit a chef with such sky-high recruitment requirements? It's not that no one in New World can meet the standard, but those who can meet the standard are all queens who can be captains, who will go far and wide and come to Yongshio Hotel to apply for this job with this unscrupulous job advertisement. What a decent cook. Ding dong. 66. Chapter 66 Shaki Interview. Those who come are not rejected. Those who go are not allowed. Seeking subscription. No way. Aaron turned his head in astonishment and looked in the direction of the doorbell in a daze. Observation, hockey rollout. The breath is strong, but not hostile and unfamiliar. So there really is a queen who is applying for the cook. Brother, look, isn't someone here? I got slapped. Kaido got up from the sofa with an aggrieved face and threw it at Tunmin. Is there really someone here to apply for the job? The cat has been in the corner watching the fun. No, watching Kaido's joke. Burndy Wald's smile froze when he heard the doorbell ring, and his expression became very exciting. Isn't that normal? Mr. Aaron and Mr. Kaido are both great pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion. It is reasonable for someone to apply for the job. As a diehard fan of Aaron, Jin looked calm, and it could even be said that he said it as a matter of course. Click. Under the gazes of several people, Kaido turned the doorknob. The door swung open. With short black hair and exaggerated pectoralis major, the top 3 buttons of the suit were blown out, leaving the tie hanging pitifully on the seam of his chest. Is this the Beast Pirates? The visitor looked around and asked a question. It's the 100 Beasts. Aaron glanced at the other party and seemed to recognize the other party's identity, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc, revealing a bit of playfulness. So I didn't find the wrong place. Well, let me introduce myself. Mr. Captain and Mr. Vice Captain, hello, my name is Shaki, and I am here to apply for the position of cook for your pirate team. What do you think of me? Alone, step into the chamber of the Beast Pirates. Shaki strolled to the sofa opposite Aaron and sat down. That casual, confident posture, as if she is the hostess here. Shaki, right? The recruitment requirements have been clearly written in the newspaper. Do you think you fit? Sensing the strength of Shaki's breath, Kaido waved his hand, and Burndy Wald, a combat unit beside him, could only act as a guest receptionist temporarily and brought a cup of black tea. Considering that Shaki is likely to have the qualifications of a king, his attitude is also very friendly. After I entered the door, you looked at me, not to say that you were amazed on the spot, but you didn't feel extremely disgusted, so I have met the standard for having good facial features and a good figure. Although a woman's age is a secret, I don't mind exposing the secret for work. I am 26 years old this year. As for the ability person, although I didn't eat devil fruit, but just based on this item, I think I can be given priority admission. Shaki was not afraid of being drugged in the tea, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. Bang. An oppressive atmosphere suddenly spread, sweeping the entire room. The weight of the surrounding air seems to have increased tenfold out of thin air. It makes people feel like a mountain, and it is extremely difficult to even breathe. Conqueror's hockey. Is it possible? Burndy Wald made a bloody look. What the hell? Are the chefs at the Grand Line already so curly? A random woman came out to apply for the job, and she also had Conqueror's hockey. Brother, look, I got this slap for nothing. It turns out that the recruitment letter I wrote is absolutely fine. No, there will be a woman with the qualifications of a king coming for an interview soon. Kaido turned his head, complacent but also aggrieved. Aaron directly ignored the cute and expressive face. A 7-meter-long burly man, he is aggrieved, and his eyes are a bit hot. As you can see, I have met all the recruitment requirements in the newspaper. So now I'm supposed to be the chef of the Beast Pirates? Shaki seemed pleased with Burndy Wald's reaction. Since you are so honest, why not be more honest? Captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, Amazon Lily Emperor. Shaki. Aaron leaned lightly on the back of the sofa chair, speaking in a calm tone. Playing. A cold edge bloomed. Jin spread his wings and flew toward Shaki's back in a flash, holding the unsheathed and dowie characters in his hand, and the blade stopped 1 centimeter in front of Shaki's neck. Burndy Wald raised his pistol too, aiming it between Shaki's eyebrows. Only Aaron and Kaido were still sitting calmly on the sofa. Look how nervous you are. I don't know, there is a mark on the recruitment requirements that people who have been emperors and captains are not recruited. As far as I know, the Mr. Wald next to him was the captain of the Wald pirates, right? Facing the threat of blades and guns. Shaki's expression remained unchanged. Holding a teacup, he said calmly, "Mr. Aaron?" Jin hesitated a little, looking at Aaron. "I'm glad you came for an interview, but I don't like it if you're not honest. Asterisk about 10 kilometers away, more than 100 breaths are coming towards us. Among them, the two leaders in terms of aura. One is slightly inferior to you, and the other is above you, and is full of killing intent." Aaron's voice was tepid, but after Shaki heard it, the hand holding the teacup froze slightly. "For the sake of being honest with me once, if you turn right when you go out, I can't pretend that you have never been here." As soon as this word came out, Jin withdrew the words of He Dowie. Burndy Wald also dropped his gun. None of them are idiots, and they don't know that the woman in front of her who owns the Conqueror's hockey is not here for an interview at all, but is using the Lu pirates as a shield. What if I insist on applying? Shaki's eyes flickered slightly, and she pondered for a moment, but instead of getting up, she spoke surprisingly. "Whoever comes is not rejected, and those who go are not tolerated." The corners of Aaron's mouth raised slightly. His voice was not loud, but revealed a creepy, murderous intent. "Mr. Aaron, as you can see, I was targeted by a group of pirates, and I am being chased by them. A troublesome cook, Linuozo, like me, would the beast's pirates still dare to ask for it?" Shaki put down the teacup, raised his right leg, and rested it on his left. "Why not?" Aaron spread his hand and asked back, "Aren't you going to hear who the pirates are after me?" Shaki smiled. "I'm not interested in dead people." "Same. I'm also not interested in inquiring about a pirate group that is about to become history." Aaron spoke casually, carrying a hockey field that killed the sky. "Is there a kitchen here? Give me 30 minutes. You will receive a satisfactory answer, Captain Aaron." Shaki stepped on the ground with high-heeled shoes, stood up, looked around, and then walked towards the kitchen with graceful steps. Son left 10 bursts of fragrance at Aaron's nose. "Doctor, it is discovered that there are new members under Host's command. It is detected that Shaki is a member of Host, and all his abilities can be downloaded." 67, Chapter 67. Download Shaki. "My hockey is thirsty and wants to drink the king's blood." Former captain of the Kuja pirates. After retirement, he ran bars, catering, and information sales in Sabaody Archipelago. Aaron is not surprised that such a queen with both talents and looks has superb culinary skills, and naturally, she will always come to her. As for the troubles behind Shaki, from the moment the other party joined the beast's pirates and became a cook, troubles were not troubles. Pirates hunt? It is flat. Not to mention that the addition of Shaki not only provides beast's pirates with a combat force, but also provides him with a lot of downloadable abilities. System, display Shaki's character panel. Aaron contacted the system, and a character panel jumped out of Genshi's head immediately. Name, Shaki. Faction, Beast Pirates. Occupation, Shefta. Race, Terran, downloadable. Devil Fruit, none. Hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey, downloadable. Advanced Armament Hockey, Internal Destruction, downloadable. Intermediate Observation Hockey, downloadable. As expected of the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Compared with Jin, Xiaxian's character panel is much more luxurious. There are 3 hockeys that can be downloaded, among which Armament Hockey is the most eye-catching. Not only has Hockey's strength reached an advanced level, but he has also mastered the 4th armed color skill besides winding, hardening, and external release. Internal Sabotage 010. This is the last weapon color trick that Aaron is missing. As expected of an Amazonian emperor from all hockey users, even the armed skills of internal sabotage have been handed down. Aaron was overjoyed. The God-level download system's classification of hockey depends on both. One is the strength of hockey, and the other is the skill of using it. Let's talk about armament hockey. Only when hockey's strength and skills are combined, for example, the hockey's strength of the Emperor's level and the skills of 4 armed colors, hockey will be classified as top level. If the strength of the armed color is not up to the standard, even if the 4 skills of winding, hardening, external release, and internal destruction are mastered at the same time, the strength of hockey will still only be classified as advanced. Shaki is just that. In terms of armed color skills, she is ahead of the current Kaido Jujo Street and has all 4 types of armed color skills, but because the strength is not enough, the system classifies her armament hockey level as advanced, not top. In addition to the 3-color tyrant, Shaki also has human blood that can be downloaded. Although he is not a member of the D family, he is a big pirate with the qualifications of a king after all. He has tasted the benefits of downloading the blood of the race and knows that his aptitude and talent will increase accordingly. Naturally, Eren, who downloads the blood of Shaki, is not like Shimatsuki Kozaburo so resistant. Speaking of which, this is the second king's aptitude I downloaded. Counting my own and downloading Shaki's Conquerors, it's equivalent to 3 copies of Conquerors superimposed. I don't know what will happen. It's really exciting. From the moment he saw Shaki, Eren had no intention of turning away an Amazon queen who wasn't necessarily one in a million. After seeing Shaki's character panel, he was even more determined. The Amazon Emperor's troubles were not called troubles at all, and he calmed down the pirate group that followed him. System, download Shaki's knowledge color, armed color, conquerors, and human blood. After glancing at Shaki's character panel, Eren immediately started the download. Start downloading observation, hockey, 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the intermediate observation, hockey. Start downloading armament, hockey, 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%, 1. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded advanced armament, hockey, internal destruction. Start downloading conquerors, hockey, 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded the intermediate conquerors, hockey. Start downloading human bloodline. 1%, 2%, 3%, 0.100%. Congratulations to host. Successfully downloaded Shaki's human bloodline. As the system's prompts sounded one after another, Eren immediately felt his conqueror's hockey soaring like a rocket into the sky. The perception range of observation hockey has skyrocketed from the original 13 kilometers to the current 25 kilometers. The most important thing is to foresee the future time, which has increased from the original 1 second to 2 seconds. The strength and quality of armament hockey have been increased by a third, and the skill of using internal destruction has also been mastered. To say the biggest change, definitely Conqueror's hockey. Since I downloaded Kaido's Conquerors, I have defeated many heroes, swordsmen, and kings like Monkey D. Dragon. His Conqueror's intensity is already halfway into the high end, and he's just barely there. Now I downloaded Shaki's intermediate Conquerors again, and the 3 Conquerors were superimposed and fused with each other, and the poorer one immediately stepped over and broke the shackles. Reached the tier of advanced Conquerors. How strong exactly? Eren estimates that if he masters the technique of tyranny, as far as the power of Conquerors is concerned, it can properly surpass the level of Conquerors. The Emperor here. It refers to the 4 Emperors Kaido from the Onijima War period, not the red-haired Shanks, let alone Garp and Roger. After all, among the 4 Emperors, Shanks' Conquerors is obviously unique in terms of strength and skill, far surpassing the other 4 Emperors. Not to mention Hero Garp and One Piece Roger. Bro, they're here. Moreover, it is still a familiar old friend. Just let me meet them and have a good time with old friends. Kaido's eyes flashed red. Observation hockey spread out and felt that there were hundreds of auras entrenched near the hotel. No need, that old friend should wait for me to see him off in person. Eren rejected Kaido's application to play and chose to play in person. Just downloaded Shaki's Conqueror's hockey, and he's about to try out the power. Wait for me. In a minute, the wine will be warm. It's not too late to go after drinking. Shaki poked his head out of the kitchen, a jug of liquor in his hand. You warm up the wine first. I'll go back as soon as I go. There is no need to borrow wine to give an old friend a ride. What's more, compared to warm wine, my hockey is telling me that although it is thirsty, it only wants to drink blood now, preferably the blood of the king. Eren shook his head and stepped out of the room. Click. The door slammed shut. The room was quiet for a moment. Burnywald couldn't hold back his inner curiosity and couldn't help asking Kaido, "Who exactly is this old friend you're talking about?" Jin also looked at Kantu. "Who else is it? Of course it's John, that Dead Money fan." Kaido took the warm wine from Shaki and said something casually. 68. Chapter 68. It's time for you to hit the road, John, for subscription. The opponent was the X-Rocks pirate guy, Captain John, with a reward of 900 million berry and 100 of his subordinates. Is it really all right to let the captain go alone? Burnywald suppressed the shock in her heart and said to Kaido, Is your observation hockey going to be decorated? Dash. Kaido was sitting on the sofa, drinking heavily, with no worry on his face. What's the meaning? Burndy-Wald was puzzled. Red eyes flickered. Observation hockey covered the entire hotel, and then fixed on Eren, who had just left. It was an aura as surging as the sea and dangerous as the sky. The most important thing is that Eren's breath is at least twice as strong as when he showed the ability of the Lunaria tribe and killed the green pepper with one punch. Brother, he has become stronger again. So what about John, a dying man? If it wasn't for his itchy hands, I wouldn't need him to go out in person, and I would be able to kill John pirates by myself. It was different from Burndy-Wald's dignified face when facing John. Kaido sneered, his words full of contempt and confidence. It was as if the famous Captain John was nothing in front of their brothers. Look, it's just killing John. Brother will be back before the hot wine goes cold. As soon as this word came out, Shaki, Jin, and Burndy-Wald were shocked and immediately understood. Why did Eren say before leaving, warm up the wine first and drink it when you come back? The entrance of Yoshio Hotel. John's footsteps paused slightly, his red eyes flickered, and he didn't step into the hotel for a long time. Captain, I sense the breath of the woman named Shaki inside. Why don't you go? Seeing John lingering at the door, Deputy Captain Bancor couldn't help asking. Meet an old friend. John's eyes were cold, and his right hand was always on the handle of the knife at his waist, as if he was guarding against something. Old friend. Bancor showed doubts on his face, and for a moment he couldn't understand the meaning of John's words. An old friend of Captain John's? Who could it be? Whoever stands in the way of our John pirates will die. Unlike Banker, the pirates under John's regiment were all rebellious, sneered and disdainful, and didn't feel that anyone could block their way. Kaba. Just when Bancor was about to ask who the old friend John was referring to, the door of the hotel was pushed open. A figure with two horns, a stern face, sword-browed and star-eyed figure walked out of it, and was reflected in the eyes of every pirate in John's regiment. Hiss. It's Eren from the Beast Pirates. Is it one of the twin blue dragons? That's a man with a reward of 1.3 billion berry, 400 million more than Captain John. Does Captain John mean him by old friend? No one of the captain didn't go in for a long time. With the appearance of Eren, the pirates of John's group changed their expressions. Although the level of the bounty offered does not represent the strength of a pirate, but a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion, in this era of kings competing for the throne, is definitely the existence of monsters. After recognizing Eren's identity, they who were originally arrogant, showed fear, even took a few steps back. How long? This guy has changed too much. Not only the bounty and breath are different from when he was in the Valley of Gods, but also his appearance has changed a lot. What has he experienced? Looking at Eren, who suddenly appeared in front of the hotel. Captain John narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes swept over the black wings behind him, and he felt a little apprehensive in his heart. Long time no see, John. At this time, Eren strode out, as if catching up with an old friend. Sure enough, it's you, Eren. Why are you alone? Where's Kaido? John forced a smile on his face. Meeting Eren in this place was not a happy thing by any means. After all, unlike other pirate groups, there is basically no friendship among the crew members of the Rocks group, and there is even hatred. If it weren't for the suppression of Rocks D.Zebek, and the Marine and world government would not have used the Crusade, such a pirate group would have fallen apart due to cannibalism. He wanted to come to catch up with you, but I didn't let him come. After all, it's just a ride for you. I'm enough. As soon as Eren said this, the faces of all the pirates present immediately turned cold, but no one dared to get angry, and all of them dared not speak out, just because they recognized Kaido's identity. Eren, are you sure you want to protect her? That woman is just the captain of the 9 snake pirates, and she is not related to you. Is it worth it for you to turn against me? Although John had been prepared for a long time, when he heard Eren open his mouth and shut up, he said that he would give him a ride. Even though he was afraid of the Qinglong brothers, he was still irritated. 0 for flowers. Unfortunately, she joined the Beast's pirates just before you came. Now she is my chef, warming wine and cooking for me to go back. As for the face-off you just mentioned, I didn't even know that in Rock's Pirate there was even friendship between the crew members. Eren looked at John in surprise. Since there is no friendship, how can I turn my face around? Eren, before you hire someone next time, I advise you to think carefully about whether you can afford the trouble she brings. Captain John paused every word, His face became colder and colder. At any rate, he is also an official crew member of the former Rocks pirate. Although he is afraid of Eren, he is not so frightened as to retreat without a fight. Then what? Zero. Eren didn't seem to hear the threat in the other's words. Do not forget, in Rocks pirate, I'm an official crew member, and you and your brother Kaido are just apprentice crew members. Are you sure you want to break up with me for a woman? Seeing that Eren was unmoved, John slightly gathered his 5 fingers on the handle of the knife. It's almost time. Since we were on the same boat, I have already given you enough time to escape. If there is any more, my wine will go cold. You should be on your way, John. Eren took out a pocket watch from his pocket, opened it and glanced at it. Half a minute had passed. Big words. You are only yourself, and my strength is 100 times greater than yours. John is also a man with a temper. Even if he knew that Eren's reward was higher than his own, the man in front of him was no longer comparable to the trainee crew back then. But as an official crew member of the Rocks pirate, when he saw the former crew members who were younger than him, his words and deeds were completely different. Looking at himself, he was still furious. When did a trainee crew member act so presumptuously in front of him? He doesn't allow this to happen. Killing hard together, John pulled out the long knife. Although the 100 subordinates behind him are also quite afraid of Eren, but the captain has already ordered, plus the pirates who can take root in New World, which one is not arrogant and rebellious. There is really no way out. Only in World War I, even if it is Rocks D.Zbeck standing in front of them, most of them will choose to draw their swords rather than sit and wait for death. What? Former Rocks pirate crew. Captain John. Burndy Wald's expression changed suddenly. Before, he had never experienced the power of the Rocks pirate, so he was so bold that even the pirates of the Rocks group dared to plunder. But the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. After being hammered by Eren and Kaido, and losing all the crew members of the Walled Pirates, he saw the world and the Rocks pirate clearly. Whether it is a trainee crew or a full-time crew, they are all monsters. 69. Chapter 69, former official crew member of the Rocks Regiment? But that's it, please subscribe. Boom. There was a loud noise, like a thunderclap exploding in the ears, exploding the sky and earth. Facing the pirates of John's group, who swarmed towards him with all kinds of weapons and murderous aura billowing like wolf smoke. The corners of Eren's mouth raised slightly, his eyes flashed with scarlet light, and his arms were stretched out. The overwhelming Conqueror's haki contained an incomparable terrifying pressure, like a torrent or a tsunami, shaking the island and the sky under his feet, shaking the head on all the pirates that can drown. The Conqueror's torrent erupted, like a stormy sea, washing away the spirit and body of every pirate in John's regiment wave after wave. The people who can be included in the pirate group by John are not all famous pirates, but they can be placed in naval headquarters, and the worst crew member is at the level of a colonel. There is no lack of strength that can rival Commodore, Rear Admiral. Now. It's just Conquerors spread out, a shock of courage. More than 90% of the 070 pirates all stare at the stars. Their brains were dizzy, as if they were hit on the back of the head by an invisible sledgehammer one after another. Under the sound of painful wailing, a large number of pirates fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Not to mention fighting with a knife. Even if you stay sane and sober, you can't do it. The rest of the dozen or so people were standing tall, but their breathing was short and heavy. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were full of horror. Yes, facing the oppression of Eren's conquerors, these rebellious pirates found that long-lost fear emerged in their hearts, not to mention maintaining the killing intent just now, and even the desire to fight was greatly reduced. Is it useful to have a lot of people? Eren raised his neck and stared at the audience. Boom. He stomped hard, and the majestic force gathered on the soles of his feet. He stomped lightly on the ground, and the air in front of him immediately sagged into a huge arc visible to the naked eye. Amid the sharp sonic boom roar, his body faded in situ, disappeared quickly, and then spanned a distance of 100 meters in an instant. Violent conquerors surged out of his body, like thick purple flames, covering his whole body. He didn't even make a move, nor did he target any pirates. He just passed by the remaining 10 meters of pirates in John's regiment. Inhuman speed, coupled with inhuman strength. All the pirates only felt a blur before their eyes, and it was too late to react. A majestic force, like the spear of Elbaf released by a giant warrior, hit their bodies. Muscle breaks. Bones shattered. What's even more frightening is that force is pervasive. It can pass through muscles, skin, and directly reach internal organs, and then cause devastating damage both internally and externally. Puff. Purple light flashed. Aaron stood in front of John and Bancor and stopped. Behind him, more than a dozen pirates were motionless, frozen in place, like a movie scene with the pause button pressed. But in the next second, scarlet blood flowers suddenly bloomed from every pirate. The strong and pungent bloody smell spread out, and all the pirates collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. A face-to-face room. Not to mention the John pirates. Except for the captain and deputy captain, the entire army was wiped out. Either die on the spot or faint on the spot. No one has the power to fight. No, it's the ability to get up off the ground. Is your force still superior to mine now? Aaron glanced at John, who was frightened, and then swept aside Bancor. All right, there's also a vice captain. In terms of military strength, you still have one more than me. His sudden words made John's eyes flash fiercely, and also released the majestic conquerors, like a blast of heavy artillery, sweeping towards Aaron, who was close at hand. Yes, just like Aaron's current beast's pirates, adhering to the principle of no garbage collection, Rock's pirate also does not collect garbage. As one of the former official crew members, John also has the qualifications of a king. Don't get too carried away. Aaron, Conqueror's hockey is not your exclusive pen. As John's voice roared down, his Conqueror's hockey wave after wave seemed to want Aaron in front of him. He is the official crew member. You have the aptitude of a king, but it's a bit weak. Forget it. After all, you are an official crew member of the former Rocks Regiment, Captain John. You are qualified to face my conquerors, the full-blown one. Aaron smiled, no longer had any reservations, and let out the more powerful conquerors than before. In Bancor's eyes, he could clearly see a near-substantial coercion, like a hurricane passing through, ravaging the island camp in an instant. Downloaded 2 full shares of conquerors, plus his innate conquerors. Even before downloading, none of the conquerors is the king-level conquerors, but the integration of the 3, and Aaron's own spirit is also growing rapidly. In terms of the strength of conquerors, it is also standing at the top of the sea in today's World Point Zero. If it is conqueror's coverage, then looking at several eras, there are few people who can compare with him. Those who surpass him can be counted with 5 fingers. Is this the conquerors that humans can have? Compared to the same kingly spirit, Captain John is not in the same category as hockey at all. Bancor felt an unprecedented throbbing in his heart. An uncontrollable panic spread uncontrollably throughout the body. As John's right arm, his strength is still higher than that of most vice admirals. Naturally, he will not be stunned and fainted, but it does not mean that he will not be affected at all. Boom. Just when he was feeling uneasy and sweating, Aaron and John's conquerors had already collided head-on, turning into 2 blazing balls of light, like 2 little suns, entrenched on the ground and colliding fiercely. There was a loud bang, resounding through the sky like thunder, and spread across the island. It was already unclear whether it was the sound waves or the transparent fluctuations of the shock waves, which swept away like water ripples. Bang. After a brief conqueror's conflict, dozens of black lightning bolts, like flying dragons in the sky, ravaged the sky. Immediately afterwards, under John's increasingly ugly face, his conquerors was like a defeated bison, retreating steadily, shrinking wildly, like a squash balloon. Click. The sound of tearing silk sounded. After a bottomless crack appeared in the sea of clouds in the vault of heaven, the conqueror's hockey that pervaded his body exploded, like a shattered glass window, shattering into pieces. Captain John 2.8, former Rock's pirate official crew? That's all. Aaron sneered. Playing. He responded with a cold blade. John held the knife in both hands, and armament hockey spurted out from his palm, turning into streamers of light, lingering on the blade, turning the saber into a black knife. Immediately, the cold and biting violent edge bloomed, and the surrounding air seemed to be unable to withstand the blade in his hand, showing cracks that were looming. One knife flow, cut empty. In an instant, John stabbed out suddenly with the black knife, and the fierce sword energy vented from the blade, like a torrent weaving into a slashing wave like a torrential river, rushing towards Aaron. The sharpness of the chopping wave cut open the air, blocking the way like flowing water, creating atmospheric cracks visible to the naked eye. 70. Chapter 70, Internal Destruction? King Kong is not bad. Hockey is hard to hurt. Please subscribe. Well, there was a violent, chilling sound like a bleat. Bancor has transformed from a human posture into a giant elephant as tall and strong as a hill, covered in hair and with a pair of terrifying fangs. Aaron recognized it instantly. It is one of the three disasters, the fruit ability of the besieged disaster jack. Elephant fruit, ancient species mammoth form. Obviously, the Bancor in front of him should not have survived to the age of the Great Pirate, but was transformed into a skeleton like Captain John, and this is why Jack has the ability to eat the fruit in the form of a mammoth in the future. Earth tramples. After transforming into a mammoth beast form, Bancor stepped on the ground with all four limbs and only heard a click. Wherever he passed, the ground's surface was cracked and covered with shocking cracks. He was not far away from Aaron. He rushed forward with an elephant step and brought the opponent into the best attack range. Then his forelimbs rose from the ground, wrapped around armament hockey, like two unicorn arms, surrounded by violent air waves, towards trampled down on Aaron's head. At the same time, faced the attack of Captain John and his deputy. Call out. Aaron does not retreat but advances. With 10 wings spread out behind his back, he sprints and rushes to the bottom of Bancor's elephant feet first. His 5 fingers clench into a fist. Armament hockey rises together with the flames of the Lunaria clan, covering the front of the fist and then punched out. Boom. Boom. There were 2 loud bangs in succession, resounding in all directions like thunder on the ground before the rainstorm. At the position where Aaron punched, the air suddenly stirred up circles of ripples visible to the naked eye like the surface of the sea. The blazing flames were so powerful that they seemed to be able to shake the space. The high temperature of the flames burned and deformed the atmosphere, presenting a shocking scene, weirdly twisted. The space seemed to be distorted by the power of this punch. With the first loud noise, Bancor transformed into a giant mammoth, even though the elephant's feet were wrapped around armament hockey, like 2 black unicorn arms, indestructible. But after meeting his blazing fist, covering the elephant, the armament hockey on the foot was directly scattered. The black light that symbolizes hockey, which is harder than steel, dissipated, and his 2 elephant feet showed signs of collapse and depression, just like the green pepper whose head was blown off by his punch before, and a cloud of scarlet blood burst out on the spot. The skin, muscles, and bones shattered together, and blood arrows mixed with pieces of bone and flesh flew out. Then, the scorching flames covering the front of Aaron's fist took advantage of the situation, covering the elephant's feet first, and then covering the whole body of the mammoth, burning violently. Immediately afterwards, after Bancor's transformation, the body of the mammoth, which was bigger than that of Aaron, was like a cannonball fired. Its limbs lifted off the ground, surrounded by a majestic heat wave, and flew out backwards, smashing 10 buildings and shops in the rear to pieces and collapsed on the spot. A second loud bang followed. A sharp sword aura that could cut through the sky, mixed with a sharp sonic boom, like a white rainbow penetrating the sun, pierced Aaron's chest, which knocked Bancor's pair of feet apart with one punch. Straight to the heart. It was Captain John's slash. Facing this sword, Aaron did not dodge or dodge. Like a mosquito flapping its wings in front of a giant, it was not worth wasting effort to dodge at all. He didn't even use observation hockey to foresee the future. He saw clearly what happened in the next 2 seconds. Just like a towering mountain facing John's devastating blow. The sword light flashed, creating waves of atmosphere. Aaron stood in place like a pinning needle, without retreating at all. The slash at his heart first submerged his whole body, then as time went by, the power dissipated, and finally all dissipated, leaving only a black long knife pierced on the left chest. In addition to cutting clothes, it can't even pierce the skin. How can it be? My slash. How could it be ineffective? Even that crazy woman, Charlotte Lin, wouldn't dare to face my knife. John's complexion changed drastically. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, and even the hand holding the knife froze. Is it broken inside? The technique is good, but unfortunately the intensity is not enough. I don't even have the qualifications to hide from me. Aaron felt the black knife stabbed on his left chest, in addition to bursting out with incomparable sharpness and wanting to slash his body from the outside. He also had an all-pervasive armament hockey, which directly crossed his skin, flesh, straight into the body. As strong as Charlotte Lin, after the power of op fruit breaks through the steel balloon-like body and reaches the internal organs, she will also be injured. As a crew member of the Rock's Pirate, Captain John is far less powerful than Charlotte Lin, and even less powerful than Edward Newgate and Shiki, but as an official crew member. His swordsmanship is comparable to that of a great swordsman. Armament hockey masters the 4 techniques of winding, hardening, external release, and internal destruction. The strength and quality of hockey are quite good. The 4 Emperor's regiment that will be placed in the future will also exist at the deputy level of the Emperor. But such a strong man, with his anger-inducing slash, still failed to shake Aaron's body in the slightest. This is the physical strength after downloading the racial bloodline of Kaido and Jin. The indestructible properties of the twin Vajra Indestructible and Lunaria clan flames have created Aaron's terrifying physique of indestructible Vajra and Haki's invulnerability. Monster. A monster scarier than Charlotte Lin Lin. How long has it been since the battle in the Valley of the Gods? Not even 3 months. How could you have become so powerful? John gasped in shock and shook his head again and again. He couldn't accept this kind of thing. Although when he sensed Aaron's breath, he knew that the opponent was far better than before. But in his opinion, no matter how strong he was no match for himself. Never thought about it. 2 against 1, fight against 1 move. His own Vice Captain 030 has both legs disabled. Although the Zoan ancient species has thick skin and thick flesh and pervert vitality, he has already climbed up from the ruins and stood up like a rocker. But his bloody legs still told everyone how serious the injury was. If it wasn't for those with ancient abilities, it would have been useless long ago. Where can I get up? Frankly speaking, I also really want to know how different I am now. I'm also a former crew member of the Rocks Regiment, so please do me a favor before you leave. Tell me, so that I can know how far I have reached when I released all my strength and reached my full potential. Aaron's eyes surged with fierce light, and the human pupils quickly disappeared under the shroud of dazzling scarlet light, turning into ferocious and chilling dragon eyes. Those are the eyes of the dragon. At the same time, the 7-meter-high body climbed steadily, breaking through to the 10-meter mark, and then wearing dragon scales, growing dragon horns and dragon tails. Affected by the fruit's ability, the wings that originally spread out with a wingspan of 15 meters skyrocketed to 20 meters. Not only that, the iconic black wings of the Lunaria clan are covered with dragon scales, and when opened, they seem to be able to cover the sky and block out the sun. Boom. There is no action. There was no attack. Just transforming into the form of a green dragon man and beast, and stretching the blue dragon scales, a wave of substantive dragon power and majestic conqueror's haki surged out. 71. Chapter 71 Heat Mode. Rolling in all directions. Seeking subscription. There was a strong wind. The situation has changed. Once Aaron transformed, the powers of the Ghost Clan, Lunaria Clan, and the dragon form erupted together, completely venting, without any reservations, immediately causing a skyrocketing storm, lightning, and thunder. An extremely thick sea of dark clouds stretches in all directions, covering the sky. It seems that the world is welcoming his arrival. John, remember, before you die, you must tell me, how strong am I now? How strong? Aaron condescendingly looked down at John, whose face was full of emotion, as if he was facing an enemy. He raised his right hand, and the dragon with a blade-like cold light suddenly clenched it. Heat mode. It exploded with a loud noise like a volcanic eruption. As hot and light as a flame, as violent and thick as magma, the heat-breathing dragon fire that combines both flame and magma rises from the surface of the ground out of thin air, covering the whole body like a fiercely burning, never-extinguishing dragon flame coat. Inside the heat-breathing dragon fire, one can even see dragon-shaped flames flowing, as if they had life. No offensive has been launched yet. The temperature in the area with a radius of several kilometers began to rise steadily. The surface cracked, the rocks strata melted and turned into magma. The surrounding walls began to peel and smoke. The air in the nearby area has a viscous feeling like water. As Aaron turned on the heat mode, Bancor, whose elephant feet were blasted before, transformed into a mammoth man-beast form, holding 2 long knives, and when he stomped on the ground, he was melted into magma by the surface rock layer. The pain came and rushed over quickly. Stepping through the magma land. Raise a blazing stream of pulp. The long knife in his hand turned into a black knife, and the terrifying brute force in the form of a mammoth combined with armament haki, like 2 black fangs, splitting the viscous heat flow, piercing Aaron's abdomen like lightning. One sword style, Ghost Dragon Een, seeing his deputy stand up bravely and risk his life, John, who was a little timid in his heart, seemed to be encouraged. He took a deep breath and cut off all the negative emotions in his heart with the sharp sword force of the great swordsman. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the long knife, and armament haki surged out like a torrential river, causing the already sharp black knife to ignite the dazzling fire of haki. As they stepped forward, the man and the black knife seemed to merge into one, regardless of each other, like a black spark that exploded the sea of clouds, and Bancor, left and right, blasted towards Eren at the same time. Boom. He raised his hands unhurriedly, and under the gaze of two pairs of shocked eyes, he pushed forward and slapped the palms covered by the heat-breath dragon fire. Press horizontally with one hand. A knife in the palm of his hand chopped down. There was no loud bang like thunder, just the hiss of hot oil catching fire. Puff. As Eren slashed down with his left hand, the hand surrounded by heat-breathing dragon fire touched the double knives in Bancor's hands, and thick purple-black fog burst out from the black knives. The black knife melted inch by inch, and even Haki and the blade turned into molten iron, dripping to the ground. The heat-breathing dragon fire, as well as Eren's terrifying power under full combat power, directly burned the two black knives hardened by armament Haki and smashed them to pieces on the spot. Like hot oil thrown into the stove, it melts instantly. At the same time, his right palm pressed straight and pressed down on the black knife in Jon's hand. As a former member of the Rocks Regiment, it wasn't like Bancor, who couldn't even keep his weapon and was burned on the spot, but with this push, the air burst directly, and he was burned, crushing an irregular hole. The blazing, surging, violent palm force burst out like a fiery red laser cannon, drowning even the knife in the hand. After the impact of heat dissipated, a black knife fell from the sky and fell on the surface of the magma that emerged after being melted by the rock formation. Although it was not completely burned, there was still a trace of black smoke. With the black knife out of hand, coupled with the burning of high-temperature magma at all times, once the armament Haki wrapped around this knife is burned out, the outcome of waiting for this knife will only follow Bancor's two sabers the same, was burned into molten iron. And what about Jon? The root of his right arm disappeared, and he never had the opportunity to hold a knife with his right hand. 90% of his sword skills were useless. Even if he survived, he would only be able to practice a left-handed sword in the future. Boom. Suddenly, he also didn't reach out to pick up the saber on the ground, but after losing an arm, he turned around, turned his head, and ran away. Eren's palm burned not only his right hand, but also his courage, and he could no longer arouse any courage to fight. Kings are human too. Owning Conqueror's Haki doesn't mean never backing down, never being afraid. Just like Gecko Moria, who was blown up by Kaido, and the green pepper that was hammered by Garp, the real ones were already dead at the moment of defeat, and the ones alive were just walking corpses. At this time, so is Jon. His right hand was burnt, his spirit was gone, and he was no longer the former crew member of the Rock's pirate running wildly. It's just a desperate dog trying to survive. The most terrible thing was that when he turned his head and ran away, he intentionally or unintentionally bypassed his own deputy captain. In other words, Eren wants to pursue, but also to bypass Bancor. Captain Jon. When Bancor saw this, his face changed drastically. He couldn't believe it, but he was ashamed. Running is not a problem, but this detour is clearly using him as a shield. Don't wait for him to think too much. Don't wait for him to take any action. Eren was already moving. After erasing with one hand and melting the two sabers, the fingers of the left hand were bent into claws, and the dragon claws were entwined with blazing heat-breath dragon flames. An armament Haki rose up, wrapping the dragon claws like a cloud of purple fire mist. Call out. Accompanied by the sharp whistling sound of breaking through the sound barrier, the 5 dragon claws blatantly struck out, and each finger was like a black knife, burning with heat-breathing dragon flames. The unstoppable Haki edge. There's nothing else like heat-breath dragon inflammation. The giant power to shake the island with the terrifying physique of the Ghost and Lunaria tribes, coupled with a huge increase in physique in the form of Qinglong human and beast. All kinds of power are integrated with each other. Once it explodes, it will be transformed into a mammoth human-beast form with single-blow Bancor, who has thick skin and thick flesh and amazing defense, will penetrate. 5 fingers penetrate the body. The blazing Haki impact, Wong Wong Hao, is like a pillar of magma fire, burning most of the body, flying out from the back, and then across the sky, burning a hole in the sea of clouds covering the island. Whether Zoan or ancient species, no matter how tenacious the vitality is, no matter how amazing the resilience is, it's all useless. In the upper body, more than 90% of the internal organs were burned and exploded. Faced with this devastating injury, Bancor couldn't do sit-ups, let alone a groan, so his feet went limp, and he fell to his knees. The brilliance in his eyes faded and became dull. The fruit ability crushes Ling. The crushing of racial talent. Crushing of Conqueror's Haki. As long as one is achieved, a battle can show a one-sided trend. As long as two things are done, one of the parties will be crushed from beginning to end until they are defeated on the spot. As for the all-round crushing of the three, Bancor is the best example. Punch. Dead. 72. Chapter 72. It's hard for you to let you take a punch from me. Please subscribe. Hey, don't forget what you just promised me. You haven't told me yourself. What level has my strength reached? John. Eren withdrew his left hand without even looking at Bancor, who had a huge hole in the chest under his feet, and almost all the internal organs in his body were burned to death by the heat-breathing dragon flame, and looked at John, who was fleeing desperately. His gaze was fixed on his embarrassed figure, and red eyes appeared. A group of pictures flashed before the eyes, like watching a lantern on a horse. The picture has both sound and color, which makes people feel immersive. It is to foresee the future. For him, time seemed to stop at the moment when he saw the future, until he went through everything that happened in the next 2 seconds, and the sound he heard, and the time that stopped on him did not return to normal flow rate. Call out. A little under Eren's feet, the body covered with crimson hot breath dragon flames faded in place and disappeared. Taking him as the starting point, extending all the way to the distance where John is, the air in this area is collapsing and distorting visible to the naked eye, as if it has been crushed and exploded. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the back of the fleeing John, with such a fast speed that it seemed to be teleporting. From John fleeing to Eren's figure fading until reappearing, the whole process took less than 1/100th of a second. Fire Star Lord Heat Breath 8 trigrams. Let John run 100 meters first, and then catch up in an instant. Eren clenched his 5 fingers, raised his arm, and punched condescendingly. .247 fell from the sky like a meteorite, setting off a wave of flames and hitting John's head directly. Boom. Before the punch came, the billowing heat wave was already a step ahead, flooding John's body, making him feel like he was in an oven and burned by a raging fire. Although he didn't turn his head to look, the blazing fist descended from the sky, and the scorching fist power it carried had already made his heart beat violently, and the blood in his body flowed backwards, rushing to his limbs like a waterfall in a controlled manner. He didn't even need to use observation haki. He already sensed a strong threat of death, attacking his whole body from the Tianling cap. Facing such a terrifying punch, even if he had already been frightened and wanted to run away in a panic, he had no choice but to forcefully stop and turn around. To raise his remaining left arm, his arm color was twisted and hardened, and he used his hand as a black knife to block in front of him. Puff. Dazzling flames burst out. Under John's forehead, a few drops of dark red permeated from between the 2 brows surrounded by frightened faces, but as soon as they appeared, they were enveloped all over the body, and the heat wave like a torrent of flames evaporated and disappeared without a trace. After a brief body freeze, his only remaining arm, even if it was hardened by the armed force, was like butter burned by a fire, instantly steaming into a cloud of blood mist, covering the whole body. No earth-shattering explosions. There's no pillar of fire that soars into the sky and burns the sea of clouds. What's more, his Baba body was burned one by one by the heat breath dragon flames on Eren's fist, and burned one by one, becoming inhuman. The front of the fist fell vertically, from head to toe. John was directly crushed into a bloody, sticky cake, not to mention the human form. There was only a ball of magma-like lava, exuding a slight bloody smell, and steaming, spreading flat on the ground, trembling slightly. This is already the last trace of Captain John's efforts to stay on the Grand Line. After all, the result is still the same as the future I see. Sure enough, I shouldn't have any hope for you after all. You are just a former Rocks pirate crew member, not a cadre. It's hard for you to take a punch from me, and it's even harder to tell about my strength before dying. Eren glanced at John's residue that had been completely burned and mixed with the melted lava flow, and couldn't help sighing softly. So be it. Taking this punch was too heavy for Captain John. Thunder mode, bad wind mode, thermal mode. There is also the flame cloud mode that is not used. 4 fruit moves developed corresponding to the natural forces of thunder, wind, flame, and cloud dominated by the blue dragon form. In terms of destructive power alone, the heat model should be the first. A fist attack covering heat. Not only has the terrifying high temperature above the flame, but also has the impact force of volcanic eruption and magma spewing similar to lava fruit. In addition, the extremely powerful armament haki and the incomparable terrifying power of the Qinglong human and beast form are added. With one punch, even the former crew member of the Rocks Regiment who had the qualifications of a king and offered a reward of up to 900 million berry, Captain John also came to a tragic end after a short struggle. Snap. Fist raised. A cloud of flames lingered, taking Aaron's body off the ground. After the feet left the ground, hundreds of cracks suddenly extended out of the melted rock formation, like spider web cracks, covering an area of 100 meters. Click. When the fine cracks no longer extend outward and freeze, all the rock formations, fire soil, and slurry flow in the area covered by the cracks will disappear out of thin air in an instant. There was only a dark but steaming deep well and giant pit like a crater, lying flat on the ground. Now, even the traces of the imprint that John worked so hard to leave can't be kept. In the end, I still haven't been able to ask, what level have I reached, and who is stronger or weaker than the general? Aaron stepped into the void, glanced at the burial place of Captain John, and sighed again in his heart. In order to get an answer, considering that Captain John was once a member of the Rocks Pirate, he chose to use his full combat power. Except for the 3 or 4 bottom cards in the box that have not yet been brought out, he transformed into a green dragon form. Combined with Heat Mode and Conqueror's Hakai IT is his strongest posture under normal circumstances. In the end, the punch was still too heavy. John was vaporized directly. Not even a single wreckage was left, making it impossible for him to judge his own strength through an autopsy. However, if you can punch a 900 million pirate, even if you haven't mastered the entanglement, you should have entered the level of the general, but the general is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. If you also master the skills of tyranny and fully display the power of a high-level conquerors, then you should be much cuter than 4 emperors, 2 or 3 times better. Seeing that John's body was gone, Aaron could only roughly measure his own strength. The best reference object is much cuter. Not the one in the hotel, though, but the one from the 4 emperors period is much cuter. Compared with 4 emperors, he is much cuter, although he doesn't have the conqueror's entanglement, but his racial blood and indestructible physique all crush the opponent. There is no difference in the development of UU fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. Knowledge color, armed color, conqueror's physical strength, fruit ability, and physical skills are all full, or even exceed the standard, becoming the king of the hexagon, but the body strength is absolutely full, and it exceeds the standard. In other respects, it is only one step away from the full point, and it is just around the corner to exceed the standard. This human head is worth at least 3 to 5 billion, and there are piles of pirate corpses on the ground. If you have the guts, hack it yourself and go to Marine to exchange for the bounty. Take it as my compensation to you. Aaron looked around and saw dilapidated houses, nearby streets, male or female, human race or long race. All kinds of people shivered and shivered, casting fearful and awe-inspiring gazes at him from time to time. He reached out and picked up the barely distinguishable head of the vice captain of the John Pirates, threw it to the crowd, left behind some words that made people greedy, and his eyes glowed, then turned and left. Just John's deputy, Bancor's head is worth 3 to 5 billion berry, plus the fainted pirates and corpses everywhere. It is equivalent to a berry recruiting E from these people. Not to mention compensation for losses, it is more than enough to directly buy the entire street. 73. Chapter 73 Warm Wine and Kill John Subscribe. Click. The hotel door opened, and Aaron pushed the door open. Kaido, Shaki, Jin, and Burndy-Wald, who had been in the room all the time and never left the room, saw him enter the door, and their first reaction was to look at the glass of wine on the table. This glass of wine was warmed by Shaki himself a minute after Aaron went out. At that time, above the wine glass, it was steaming. Now that Aaron is back, everyone can still see wisps of hot air rising from the glass like white threads. Is this the wine you warmed for me? Aaron glanced at the wine glass on the table, walked over, picked up the glass, and drank in one gulp. After drinking strong wine, I didn't feel my throat and heart burning. Instead, after a little exercise, I had a drink and felt warm all over my body. The wine is good, warm, and strong enough. Aaron smacked his lips, seeming to savor the strong aroma of wine that remained on his tongue. Fuck. This is Burndy-Wald, who is big and thick. He opened his mouth with a jaw-dropping expression, almost biting his tongue in shock. Although this is not the first time I have witnessed Aaron displaying monster-like strength, I have witnessed my own captain kill the entire John Pirates, and then the king returns. The time required for the whole process is so short that it can even cool a glass of hot wine. No, I still can't help but say shit. This is warming wine and killing John. Shaki looked at the empty wine glass, then stared deeply at Aaron, Muttering in his mouth, his face moved with horror. Before, in order to be the queen of the 9 snake pirates, she was chased by the John pirates and fled all over the world. If it was John alone, she would still be able to fight evenly, but with the deputy Captain Bancourt and more than 100 pirate subordinates, she would not be an opponent at all. So, after she bought enough time for the 9 snake pirates to enter the comm belt, she ran immediately. Only then did the subsequent interviews take place. If she hadn't read the newspaper and learned that Aaron had launched a world levy, she could only bite the bullet and choose to flee to Marine's branch base in New World. Look, it's as close as I can tell. Brother, he finished beheading John. No, he came back from beating John's pirates, and the wine didn't even get cold. It's still hot. Kaido reached out to touch the empty wine glass. It is not hot to him, and the magma is not necessarily hot, but from the senses of ordinary people, the wine glass is considered slightly hot. Where's your answer sheet? Aaron was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at himself with beautiful eyes, and Sakura's lips parted in surprise, wanting to look. That's too much for you, Captain Aaron. It's still far away from the agreed 30 minutes. Wait a little longer. Shaki came back to his senses, with a smile on his lips, and his eyes seemed to be flickering. Finished. Turn around, twist your waist, lift your hips. He walked back to the kitchen, holding a piece of tiger meat weighing 100 caddies in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. In an instant, the shadow of the knife flew, and the movements were like flowing clouds and flowing water. An ordinary kitchen knife fell into her hand like a beautiful butterfly fluttering around. While the light of the knife flickered one after another, in less than 10 seconds, a piece of tiger meat of 100 caddies had been cut into hundreds of pieces, the thickness and length of which were almost the same, as if the cut was measured with a ruler. Those who didn't know thought that the kitchen knife in her hand was not an ordinary kitchen knife, but a supreme chef's knife. Beasts, Aaron, what an interesting man. It seems that I can't be the captain of the 9 snake pirates, and I can't go back to Amazon Lily. Chef, forget it. Since you let me enjoy the wonderful show of killing John with warm wine, then I'll sell you Beast's pirates this 100-pound body. Recalling standing on the windowsill of the hotel room, watching Aaron's gestures and gestures, crushing the powerful force of John pirates, and when Guy came back, he looked at Haki calmly. The smile on the corners of Shaki's lips became thicker, and the pupils of his eyes rippled even more, exuding a thrilling charm. Interesting. In the eyes of women in other places, it can be humorous, versatile, gentle, and considerate, but in the folk customs, it is tough and simple. Anyone who looks at a man will either be tied back to borrow seeds or be slaughtered on the spot, and sighed. Interesting in the eyes of the Amazon female warrior, it is basically linked to strength. Everything that is humorous, versatile, and considerate is all embellishment and superfluous. Only when it is strong will it be interesting. Only being strong can arouse the sexual interest of Amazon female warriors. As the Empress of Amazon Lily and the captain of the 9 snake pirates, Shaki naturally inherited this fine tradition of Amazon Lily, even more extreme than other domestic female warriors. Brother, this time the world recruits thieves. We have completed it. The next step is to go there. After wandering in New World for so long, we beast pirates should have a stronghold. Zero looking for flowers. As Shaki walked into the kitchen to cook, Kaido was not idle. First poured a cup of hot wine for Aaron, and then said eagerly, "It's time to go. After reading the answer sheet of our new crew member, we will set sail." Aaron took a small sip. In this era, some pirate groups like to wander, and a ship wanders the world. Some pirate groups like territories and steal a country as their base. There is no distinction between the two. But in the era of great pirates, the captains of all the pirate groups that can be based in the country in the New World are all famous great pirates without exception. On the contrary, those pirates who can only wander around in the Grand Line and live in no fixed place, 9 out of 10 are losers who can't get along. What's more, they can't even stay in the New World. They can only be like a lost dog, curled up in the paradise in the first half of the Grand Line, lingering. 0.0. Wanakuni. Hearing this, Jin's eyes flashed with heat, and his right hand involuntarily held the word he down on his waist. Chi. As the 5 fingers grasped the handle of the knife, a faint purple streamer could be seen lingering. Seemingly aware of his changes and awakening, Aaron looked over and couldn't help but secretly thought, Cute is really worthy of being the #1 teacher of pirates. Although I haven't grasped the reason for the tyranny yet, the cultivation ability of laming 8 trigrams has not yet reached its peak, and Jin just came into contact with Haki. Unlike the future King Luffy, who first had the mediocre teacher Rayleigh to lay the foundation for 3 years. I was able to achieve the heaven-defying results of a mission with 1 stick, Bully with 1 stick, and Nico with 1 stick, and graduated from Mr. Guy's class. But since he was a child, Mr. Guy used laming 8 trigrams to take care of him carefully, coupled with the foundation of Lunaria's physique, which still allowed Jin to make rapid progress in hockey's cultivation, making rapid progress in 10 days. This is not. From Punk Hazard to now, that is half a month. Jin's original character panel, which can be called the beggar version, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Faction, Beast Pirates. Race, Lunaria downloaded. Devil Fruit, none. Skills, Flame Emperor downloadable, Dangong Wong downloadable, Double Emperor in Blade downloadable, Fire Dragon Emperor downloadable, 6 Styles downloadable. Hockey Primary Observation Hockey downloadable, Primary Armament Hockey downloadable. 74. Chapter 74 Gentlemen, follow me to take over the Wanakuni of the 100 Beasts for subscription. It's so cute. It really has the talent of a famous teacher. It's only been half a month. Jin Song, a Lunaria remnant who only knew 1 move from Emperor Yin, was given 2-color hockey and a lot of skills by him with Thunder 8 trigrams. After glancing at Jin's character panel, Aaron was once again amazed at Cutie's innate fertility. Although there were a series of downloadable abilities, he didn't download them. It's not that downloading is useless, but I plan to let Jin grow for a while, and it's not too late to download it after the 2-color hockey has reached the intermediate level and this fruit has grown more vigorously. Mr. Aaron, after arriving at Wanakuni, can I deal with those trash warriors? Mr. Kaido passed me 2-color hockey with Thunder 8 trigrams. Hope to use this hockey to expand the territory for Beast Pirates. Jin Mao then said self-recommended. Kaido, your disciple has taught you well. Not only has your ability improved, but you have also improved your awareness of 950. Aaron first praised Kaido's life, and then nodded to Jin. Just as you said, at Wanakuni, Kaido and I will use Conquerors less. Let you show your talents and expand the territory for our pirate group. As soon as this word came out, Jin was overjoyed immediately. I'm still honestly in the Beast Pirates. As a unit of measurement, Burndy Wald had a flat face. No, they are generally monsters, and none of them need to live in peace with themselves as ordinary people. The youngest crew member, Ember. He witnessed with his own eyes how this Lunaria survivor grew from a rookie Xiaobai to 2 hockey flowers in half a month. A chef who was recruited by the world's thieves through publishing newspapers and is currently researching in the kitchen. Shaki. He is a human being, but he has his own Conqueror's hockey to join the regiment, and he is backed by an Amazon Lily, who is all soldiers and everyone knows hockey. It can be said to hold a country as a dowry and join the Beast Pirates. Deputy Captain. Kaido. It doesn't matter if you have Conqueror's hockey, you are still a ghost, with the indestructible physique of King Kong, plus the fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. You will be the hexagonal king in the future. Captain. Aaron. In the eyes of Burndy Wald, this is an unreasonable monster. Possessing Conqueror's hockey, which combines the blood of ghosts and Lunaria, far surpassing Kaido's indestructible physique, even John, a great swordsman, can't break through his defense with all his strength. Beast species Qinglong form. Look no further, the Hex Warrior is now. If the future, it is estimated that the Nonagon, and it is still a super standard fighter. Faced with such a captain, deputy captain, and crew, what else can I do besides lie flat? Old days. The unit of measurement that I am ashamed of is now my favorite. For nothing else. As a combat unit with rich measurement experience, no one in the 100 Beasts can beat him. Burndy Wald. Maybe it was Aaron who staged a feat of warming wine and killing John. When everyone was waiting for Shaki to cook, they were not impatient. Instead, they waited patiently one by one, discussing the matters that need to be paid attention to when entering Wanakuni, was continuously delivered by Shaki from the kitchen to the dining table. Aaron and the others suddenly looked bright. Since the establishment of beasts, they have had very limited cooking times, either buying ready-to-eat food or roasting and boiling. It's not like now. A cook with the qualifications of a king cooks in person, and the dishes are as diverse as stars. Dinner time. Shaki stood at the table and spread his hands. Call out. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes, each dish was full of color and fragrance. Aaron and Kaido couldn't help swallowing, and then used both hands to feast on it. Watching the 4 people wipe out enough food to cover a 20-meter-long dining table like a storm. The corners of Shaki's lips curled up slightly, and the smile deepened. This kind of reaction is the greatest respect for the chef. Seeing that the table was swept away, she walked into the kitchen with long legs. It doesn't take a moment. The large dining table that had just been emptied was once again filled with various dishes. "Mr. Captain, is my answer sheet okay?" Shaki saw that Aaron almost licked the plate after he emptied a plate of noodles, and there was a trace of watery tenderness in his eyes. Those who don't know will definitely not think that this is the chef entertaining the captain. They will only think that it is a virtuous wife at home, and she will eat it for her husband. "Brother, it turns out that my recruitment requirements are correct. Look, Shaki can play, watch, and cook. You're asking her to join the Beast's pirates as a cook, and I'm all for it." Kaido put down a piece of tiger bone that had been gnawed clean, and then took the lead in making a decision to express that he had no objection. "Yeah, Miss Shaki's dishes are delicious. Point zero." Jin pecked at the rice excitedly. Poor child. It is estimated that he has never eaten a normal meal since he was born. Facing a king's cook, he directly chewed up the beef bones and swallowed them into his stomach. Damn it. When I was in the Walled Regiment, did those guys raise Lousy like a pig? "Feed Lousy some pig food," Burndy Wald said cursingly. In the past, when he remembered the time when he was the captain of Wald's regiment, he was very proud, but now he cursed loudly. It's just because the chefs of Wald's group cook food compared to Shaki, which is simply pig food. I heard the deputy captain and the two crew members applaud. Shaki didn't speak, but stared straight at Aaron with beautiful eyes, and he could see his eyes moving. "For the rest of my life, please take care of my stomach." Aaron looked around the room, then met Shaki's gaze, smiled, and nodded. "Certainly. Then I will be in charge of the kitchen of the 100 Beasts from now on. Whoever wants to intervene, the deputy captain will lose face." Shaki burst into a thrilling smile upon hearing this. Compared with Boa Hancock, who will also be the queen of Amazons in the future, she lacks a sweet fruit. She doesn't have the kind of beauty that is breathtaking and hard to extricate from the first sight, but it is like a jar of fine wine. The aroma is tangy, and you can be intoxicated with just a drink, making people feel comfortable, and the more you drink, the more intoxicating you will be. In addition, he is only 26 years old now, and has a figure not inferior to that of Boa Hancock. Let her have a unique queen style that makes other women 3.8 incomparable. Good. Faced with Shaki's request to take over the Beast's Pirates' kitchen forcefully, Aaron agreed directly, then got up from the table and glanced at every crew member of the Beast Pirates. "Enough food and drink. Gentlemen, set sail and follow me to take over Wanakuni of the Beasts." The voice just fell. Kaido, Jin, Shaki, Burndy Wald stood up in response and followed behind Aaron, carrying an awe-inspiring aura that trampled a new world warrior power under their feet, and walked towards the door. As if to meet the Beast's pirates set sail. When Aaron and the others set off, the two ships moored in the pier were formerly the Marine Demon Slayer warships, and now the ships that had hung the Beast pirate flag suddenly burst into flame clouds and then climbed up from the sea. Under the shocked eyes of many people along the road, they flew towards Yongshio Hotel. 75, Chapter 75. Naval Headquarters. An unguarded military area located in the rear of Merryfoot. Kong Kong put his hands in his pockets and strode in with a code of justice. There are men and women who come into view, but without exception, they are all old men with gray beards and wrinkled faces, who are raising fish, walking dogs, and playing with birds. However, the old man refers to their faces and ages that in fact, these people pull out a random person. When standing, they are as straight as a gun, and their body is stronger than a tiger, and their breath is stronger than that of sea kings. Just because everyone who lives here is a retired veteran. Exactly. This is also the only place in the headquarters that is not guarded by Marines, and does not need to be guarded by Marines. Marshal Kong. Seeing Kong approaching, the veterans in the military region put down their retirement work one after another and greeted each other. "Don't be so cautious. I'm no longer a marshal, just like everyone else. I'm just a retired veteran in the headquarters. Come on, don't worry about me. You do what you want." Seeing many familiar faces, Kong, whose face has been clouded since he was backstabbed by 5 elders to appease Garp's anger and removed from the position of Marine Marshal, now grinned. "Say hello when you meet. Walk in here." He had a feeling that all the burdens had been removed and all the lead had been washed away. Here, facing some familiar faces, he is no longer the Marine Marshal, nor does he need to think about the world government. He could be the same as himself. Like the old days. Still Vice Admiral, just like Admiral. can do their own justice. Perhaps, when the old man became the Marine Admiral and decided to put the interests of the world government first in everything, the Marine Admiral who was named Kong had already dead, and the only one who survived was the title of Marshal of the Marine, a politician who has done everything he can to marinate his waste. Aaron, so I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, maybe I would have lived as a politician and couldn't be myself like I am now. Forget it, since the old man became Kong Admiral because of you, then the old man will go out and imprison you and impel down. After walking around the military area, the dark clouds on Kong's face and the depression that had been the past few days all disappeared. In the name of Kong Admiral, his eyes burst out with the light of justice that he had not seen for a long time, and the unruly smile that galloped the sea and overwhelmed all thieves reappeared on his face. This moment, Marshal Kong is dead. Only Marine Admiral, codenamed Kong, survived. The military hero who crossed the sea in the Rocks era. After Kong made a decision, he stopped in front of a courtyard, hesitated slightly, and reached out to push the door open. In the small courtyard, there was a man as strong as a bear. Even if he didn't use force deliberately, his arm muscles still swelled up, but the old soldier with Madara white hair was holding a watering can and watering the potted plants. A rare visitor. I thought that we should have no chance to see each other again. In the future, you will become a high-ranking official in your world government, while I will die of old age in this courtyard. Even if we say goodbye, we will be in front of the other party's tombstone. Sensing Kong's arrival, the veteran didn't look back. Even if I'm not the marshal anymore, you are the only one in this department who dares to hurt me like this. Okay, I admit I was wrong back then. When I was competing with you for the Marine Marshal, in order to win against your Iron Hand Admiral, I did not hesitate to betray the justice I upheld, erased several innocent countries for the world government, and did a lot of dirty work for the Celestial Dragon's dirty things. Kong laughed at himself, took the initiative to walk to the veteran called Lao Ban, took the watering can, and began to spray flowers. The person he calls the class is the former Marine Admiral. Class. An admiral of the same period as Kong, and even competed for the Marine Marshal. It was also the man who 5 elders wanted to temporarily replace Kong after Kong was dismissed. I came here today not to beg your forgiveness. I just want to meet you and give you an explanation before I become a decent Marine again. By the way, I also want to see what I was like before I became a Marshal. After all, it's been too long since I went to the front line. I almost forgot that I was still the same as Kong Admiral. Kong said to himself, "Are you going to the front? Who are you going to catch?" Ban suddenly raised his head and looked at Kong with a look of surprise. Beast pirates. Kong didn't hide it either. Brother Aaron, even in this nursing home, I haven't heard much about this pirate group recently. Not only did he defeat the Garp family's long boy, he killed the green pepper of the cone, he also published a newspaper campaign to recruit thieves from all over the world, causing a lot of trouble. I heard that although Beasts is a new pirate group with a small number of people, and not long since its establishment, it has not suffered a single defeat so far. As soon as Ben heard Beast's pirates, he immediately recounted a series of things that Brother Aaron had done. Your news is a little out of date. 3 days ago, I received information from the CP that Aaron met John in the Bangkok Kingdom, and a conflict broke out. What do you think it turned out? Kong raised his head and looked at Ben in front of him. My child still guessed? If you have something to say, just say it. Ben glared at Kong and said cursingly, "It doesn't take half a cup of tea. That is to say, this cup of tea doesn't need to cool down after being poured out, and it's even a little warm." In this little time, he had killed John 110 John.11. Kong got up, took out a thermos, poured the freshly brewed tea into a small teacup, and handed it to Ban. This new king is not easy. It's no wonder that the rewards have been rising again and again not long after the establishment of the pirates. Worse than the rocks ever were. Ben looked at the steaming hot tea. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. It's not just simple. I'll show you one more thing, and you'll know. Kong took out a reward order while talking. The photo above is of Aaron. But the bounty has changed. Before killing John, his bounty was 1.3 billion berry, and now it is as high as 1.9 billion berry. Take a look at the former crew of the Rocks Regiment. Only Edward Newgate and Shiki have a higher bounty than him. Even Charlotte Lin can't beat it. The same as 1.9 billion berry. His wings, and this flame, isn't this the Lunaria tribe? Could it be that this green dragon is still from the Lunaria family? Ben glanced at the reward order. Shinran's expression changed. Although the reward of 1.9 billion is a lot, it is not enough to move a former Marine Admiral. The main reason is the photo on the reward order, which is the appearance of Eren after downloading the blood of the Lunaria tribe.